Braden also pressures me for a price. I cough into my hand, trying to do some quick math in my head. We're selling the first arrow to the army for 10 gold coins. Everyone here is almost like family, so I decide to tell them the price. Both Ronald and Braden pale at the fist number. I tell them too bad I'm not finished. But that is only to get their attention. All the ones we sell after the first one costs more. How much did you spend on the arrow? Mother knows most of the specifics of the arrow, but asks for the crowd's sake. Let's see, I raise my finger to my chin and start listing the prices I paid. The feathers were 15 silver, the kagels was 7 gold, the mithril I used cost around 50 silver, and the delinium as a whole was valued at over 50 gold coins. If you factor in the time I spent making the thing, I'd say the arrow is worth at least 25 gold coins, probably more. By the time I finish pricing everything out, everyone is staring at the arrow in Ronald's arms. The poor guy looks like he's about to cry. The only people in the village that could pay that kind of price are the headman's family, and it would equivalent to over a year of income for the entire village. All the arrows I make are already promised to Silver Herd, but I don't mention that out loud. I can't make you an arrow like that one, but I might be able to make you a cheaper version in the future. I sympathize with Ronald. Really? The usually unexpressive archer asks me with tears in his eyes. Sure, I reassure him. I already plan to try to make Kaggle steel arrows in the future, and I'm sure Ronald would appreciate my test samples even if they don't perform like the arrow in his arms. Ronald and Braden brighten up at the news, and everyone starts talking about what I can make with the new materials I have access to. I look at everybody and see happy smiles all around. Well, all for except one. Master may have a smile on his face, but I can tell he doesn't like being in such a big group. He rarely talks when he visits my house, and his smile right now is only a polite facade. He's standing just outside the circle that's naturally formed around me. I should think of a reason to ask everyone to politely leave, but everyone knows the arrow is completed, there's nothing to add to it. Wait, there's one thing I can add to the arrow. What is that? Camden asks for the group. I need to put my maker's mark on it, I tell everyone. I normally don't put it on the arrows I make, but I remembered I should probably do it for this one. And then we need to clean up the clearing. I try to sound upset that everybody needs to leave. That's disappointing, Surette pouts. I know, you'll just have to come over and have tea with your mother and me so we can talk some more. The intensity in her eyes leads me to believe I have no choice but to agree. I was planning to take a few days off after Curvin picks up the delivery tomorrow, so I'm sure I can find some time to stop by your house soon. Perfect. Surette claps her hands together in excitement. We'll make a whole day of it. We'll leave you to finish your work. Surette ushers her boys and husband to follow her out of Master's clearing. I walk over to Mom and give her a quick hug. I'll finish up here and come home early today, I tell her. Master nods his head, earning a smile from Mother. See you when you get home, Mother says to me and makes her way over to the path leading back to the village. Ronald, can you escort my mother back to the village, please? I ask the hunter who's still standing close by. Sure, Ronald Ratali agrees and moves to walk Mother back home. Ronald, I call out to him as he walks away. He turns back to me with a surprised look on his face, not understanding why I called out to him. I need my arrow back, please. I hold my hand out in his direction. The usually straight-faced huntsman looks down and realizes he's still hugging my arrow to his chest. He quickly runs over to me and hands me the arrow before turning around to hide his look of embarrassment. Ronald quickly moves in front of Mother and starts walking her home. I see Mother raise her hand to her mouth to stifle a laugh. Once everyone has left the clearing, I turn to Master and give him an apologetic smile. I only went to Camden's to find out where Ronald was. I didn't think everyone would want to see the arrow I made. I quickly apologized to Master. Dell waves his hand and shakes his head. It wasn't your fault, it just caught me off guard, is all. Are you really going to put your maker's mark on the arrow, or did you just say that to get everybody to leave? I think I will put it on. My best work deserves my signature. I give Master a toothy smile. That it does, Master Dell agrees with me. I move over to my workstation and pick up my engraving pen. With this, I'll be able to make a much more detailed maker's mark. I'll be getting close to my safety limit with my mana, but it should be fine. While I carve a hammer inlaid with beautiful flowers on it near the arrow's fletching, I can't help but think about tomorrow and when Curvin arrives. Once I hand off the arrow to Curvin, I'll be able to finally rest, knowing the job is complete. I might spend a whole day in bed. I laugh to myself, knowing that would never happen. I position the arrow so my maker's mark shimmers in the sun's rays. Curvin is going to flip when he sees you, I say out loud to myself. Curvin's point of view, we're almost to the village. I move my sleeve across my face to wipe the nervous sweat from my forehead. I pray one of the gods listen to my prayers, and Aaliyah made the arrow on time. Do you need to take a break? You look like you're about to melt. Real points and laughs at me from the side. I steer my cart, hoping to hit him with one of the wheels, but he easily dodges. Someone is grumpy. Real only laughs harder after my miss. And why aren't you not nervous? I hiss at Real in displeasure. What if the bandit attack traumatized her and she doesn't have the arrow ready yet? We don't have much time before we're supposed to be in Tburn. I told you I handled most of the bandits. Besides, the girl wouldn't let something small as a few bandits stop her from doing her job. Real confidently puts his hands behind his head and walks like he doesn't have a care in the world. And suddenly you think you know her better than I do. I challenge Real. Definitely. Real's playful smile disappears, and he glances at me with a dark look of confidence that causes me to flinch back. She'll have the arrow ready, he calmly tells me before looking forward. See what I mean? Real points ahead of us as we round the bend, giving us a clear view of the village. I look to where Real is pointing and see a familiar cart parked in our campsite, and sitting next to a warm fire is Aaliyah, waiting for our arrival. Real was right, she wouldn't be here waiting for us if she wasn't ready. As we near the campsite, I see the young redhead stand up and wave at us. Took you guys long enough, her confident voice echoes through the nearby trees and her smile dispels most of my worries. The road is starting to muddy. We got here as soon as we could. Were you waiting long? I ask as I pull my cart to a stop. Nah, I woke up early and packed everything with Master. She dismissively points at her cart. I figured if I was waiting for you, we could get our business over with before the villagers swarm you. She sends me a cheeky grin. I take it you finished the order, I ask. Of course, was there any doubt? She puffs out her chest and raises her chin. A silence falls between us. Wait, you didn't actually think I would fail, did you? Aaliyah's boastful posture falls away and she squints her eyes accusingly at me. I would never. He sure did. Real cuts me off, strutting over to Aaliyah. You should have seen him sweating. Said you might have been traumatized by the bandits, were you? He stops a foot away from Aaliyah and leans forward in an intimidating fashion. We all wait for Aaliyah to take a swing at the cocky ass, but instead her smile only widens. She opens her arms, trying to catch Real, but he slips away from her before she can close her arms around him. Why did you dodge? Aaliyah asks in a sing-song voice. I missed you and wanted to give you a hug. Real is my best friend after all. Real's face drops like he just tasted something awful. I'm going to check the perimeter, he tells us before vanishing into the trees. Aaliyah raises her hands to her mouth and shouts into the woods, hurry back, I'll be waiting. Lurt, Reba, and I are all dumbfounded by what just happened. What could have changed their dynamic so drastically? I thought she hated him. He's playing hard to get. Aaliyah laughs at her joke while the rest of us look at her like she's crazy. Aaliyah walks over to me, and I watch as her mirth falls away, revealing her merchant side as she stops in front of me. Now that the troublesome person is gone, we can do business. Her quick change in personality reminds me of who I'm dealing with. Can I see the arrow? I ask. Sure, 1 second. Aaliyah walks over to her cart and reaches in. Here it is, she says as she holds up the tannish arrow with a black tip. I want to cry out when I realize she wasn't keeping it in anything. I catch myself before I raise my voice, but still use an accusing tone. Why isn't it in a container? The young girl looks down at the arrow before answering my question. Honestly, I didn't think about that, she freely admits to me. I reach out, and Aaliyah allows me to take the beautiful piece of work from her hands. This arrow is worth over 20 gold. You should store it as such. What if you scratched it up against something? Aaliyah just laughs at my panicked look. And what's funny about what I said, I asked the young blacksmith. I had Ronald and Braden, 2 of our best archers, test it. You see how nice it looks? She points to the flawless arrowhead and the perfectly straight shaft. What about it? I ask, wondering if I'm missing something. That's what it looks like after going through 3 trees. I don't think rubbing up against a crate will do anything to it, she proudly boasts. Through a tree? I ask slack-jawed. Yep, 3 of them. Aaliyah holds up 3 fingers as if I wouldn't believe her without the visual cue. I'm sure you could put it in a box if you wanted to. I bet you have an extra one in your home somewhere. The monster that looks like a girl pokes fun at me. I'll probably do just that, I tell her. We can't argue over price, but can you give me an idea of how much it costs for you to make one of these? Her smile fades slightly. The materials I used cost around 7.55 gold, but that isn't factoring in the material I used for the arrowhead, and the cost of Kagos will be higher without me picking the samples. If I'd have to guess, the next arrow should be sold for over 25 gold coins. I have to swallow my saliva after hearing her explanation. Is there any way to reduce the cost? I try to ask. That's one of the things I needed to talk to you about. Aaliyah gives me a serious look. I need more Kagos ore, like a lot more, a cartload, she clarifies. Can you try to get me a bulk deal from Mr. Gray? I'll stop by and talk to him when we pass by Dre. I'm sure he'll help you out, I reassure her. I look at her cart and see a few crates thrown about. If I remember correctly, she mentioned she had already made more arrows for the army before I told her about the general's order. Can you tell me again how many arrows you made for the army? I motioned to her cart. I already made 400 arrows with detachable tips before you escorted me to Dre. She says, not really sounding like they interest her anymore. Even if she isn't as excited as I am, that's still excellent to hear. We won't be making much money with the first specialty arrow, and I know how much Aaliyah hates to be in debt. Selling everything should take care of most of what she owes to Mr. Gray and get more Kagos. Ready to haggle, I say in an over-the-top manner, trying to bring her earlier smile back to her face. Dealing with happy Aaliyah is much more profitable than dealing with serious Aaliyah. But why not? I question her. Aaliyah scratches one of her cheeks. There's not much point in us haggling, she tells me. You're going to try and get the best deal you can from the army and use my share to pay back Mr. Gray. Find out how much my arrows are worth, and then we can have fun haggling. Until then, I trust you to have my best interests in heart. I'm shocked by how much faith she has in me. To trust me unconditionally with her money shows me how deep our bond has grown. I think I might tear up. And Curvin, Aaliyah's voice reminds me she was still speaking. Yes, I answer with hope in my eyes. If you screw me, I'll have Mr. Gray replace you, Aaliyah tells me with a smile. And like that, I'm reminded my fate is tied to this little monster. Gods forbid, I answer in a professional tone. Now that the heavy stuff is out of the way, Aaliyah seems to brighten up. Do you have a special gift for me? Her eyes practically sparkle with anticipation. What does she? Oh, yes. Silverherd did manage to find the information you were after, but they only entrusted it to Real, so you'll have to wait until he returns. Real has it. She asks again to clarify. He does, I inform her. He should be back soon. Until then, we can. Leah turns towards the forest and shouts, "Hey Real, stop spying and come out." A few seconds later, a grumpy Real appears from the trees, directing his anger at the girl who just summoned him like a trained puppy. Was he watching us the whole time? Real storms over to Aaliyah, fishes a sealed letter out of his pocket and holds it towards her. Aaliyah grabs the note with a big smile on her face, but Real refuses to let go just yet. "You never got this from us," Real says in a menacing tone. "I'll burn it after I memorize the contents," Aaliyah responds, holding his gaze. It's incredible how she can stand in front of him when he's intimidating like that. "See that you do." Real lets go of the letter and walks past Aaliyah, taking a seat next to the fire. "Lurt, Reba, can the two of you move the arrows into the cart?" Both nod their heads in my direction and move to transfer the goods from Aaliyah's cart to ours. I send Real a dissatisfied grimace. "You should help too." "Sorry, I'm on lookout, protecting and stuff." Again, Real refuses to follow my orders unless we're in front of someone important. "That's right," Aaliyah chimes in. She walks over to the log Real is on and sits really close to him. Real is an important person. Brave, strong, always on the lookout for danger. "Fine, I'll help." Real jumps up and practically runs away from Aaliyah. "You have to tell me how you do that." I watch Real start helping to move the boxes with the others. Trade secret, Aaliyah remains tight-lipped. "Are you heading to Tburn as soon as you're finished here?" she asks. "We'll stop briefly in Dre to order your ore, but then we'll head straight for Tburn. Is there something else you need?" "I need some information from you." She leans forward. I'm curious what she could possibly need now. "If it's within my ability, I'll get you any information you need," I proudly proclaim. "That's what I wanted to hear." Aaliyah looks excited. "I need you to find out whether the general is right or left-handed and what her draw length is." "Her what?" I ask. It's how far back she pulls her bowstring. Knowing that, I can make the next arrows even better. I can't help but smile at the passion she shows when she talks about blacksmithing. I'll ask for the general's specifications when I make it to Tburn, and I'll try to return with more kagels as fast as possible, I reassure Aaliyah. "No problem, but if I may ask, what are you going to do until I arrive with more kagels?" "I'm taking the next few days off, and after that, I plan on looking for any more chameleon spiders in the area. Their carapace is needed to forge the arrows, and I'm starting to run out," she tells me with a downtrodden expression. "I'm sure Silverherd can get you an alchemical solution to help with your problem," I offer. "If we can't find any more spiders, that might be my only choice. I still have enough materials to work with for now, but I'll let you know next time you're back if that changes. Now, if you don't mind, I need to talk to my family now that I have some free time. I'll see you in a few weeks." Aaliyah stands up and offers me her hand. "I'll be back with materials and information before you know it." I firmly shake her hand. "Okay, have fun with the villagers," Aaliyah tells me as she walks over to her now empty cart. I look over my shoulder and see the first of many villagers coming over to greet me. It's a good thing I stocked up on more dried goods before I left Dre. I watch as Aaliyah pushes her cart past the oncoming villagers and take note of how almost all of them greet her as she passes. I'm reminded of how innocent she was when we first started doing business, asking the price of each of my goods and arguing over every copper coin. Now I'm helping her sell an arrow worth dozens of gold coins. Will I remember this day in the future as fondly as I remember the past now? I shake my head and put on my merchant smile as the first group of villagers comes up to me. "No need to push," I tell them. "I have plenty of food. Biscuits 2 copper apiece and a quarter-pound of jerky for 1 large copper. I wonder if I'll still be selling biscuits and jerky in the future as well. I hope not." "I'm going to run a little longer," I tell Mother as she's about to walk into our house. Mother looks back at me and I watch her face cycle through a wide range of emotions. Unease, doubt, worry, compassion, understanding. Mother's eyes convey so much before she settles on a small smile. "Are you doing okay?" Mother asks me in a soft voice. I step forward and give her a big hug. She strokes my back and whispers, "You can talk to me if you need to," in my ear. "I'm doing better," I tell her. "Are you?" Mother leans back and looks me in the eyes. "I am," I say with a soft smile, and that isn't just lip service for her either. "I really am feeling better." "Okay, but don't be out for too long." Mom finally releases me from her tight grasp. I give Mother a quick wave goodbye and continue running around the village with a smile on my face. Mother has been clingy the last 2 days, but that's to be expected. After I finished my business with Curvin, I followed through with my promise to Master and Mother and came clean about the bandit attack and how I almost died. I was prepared for my parents to ground me, or at the very least, yell at me, but I didn't get the response I was expecting. Mom and Dad spent the rest of the day with me, telling me it wasn't my fault and that I never need to hide something like this from them. Mom was a little peeved that I waited to tell them, but unless her punishment is burying me in hugs, I don't think I'll be confined to the village anytime soon. I spent all day yesterday relaxing with my mother and recovering after a long couple of weeks. We spent the entire afternoon at Camden's place sipping tea with Surette. I plan to take another 2 days off before I go back to making arrows for the army. Until then, I promised myself I would take it easy. No sword training, no testing magic, not even looking over how to make engraving ink because I know I couldn't help myself once I see the process. My strong legs propel me along the tree line surrounding the village. Whenever a stump is in my way, I gracefully hop over the obstruction and continue. I spot villagers watching me a few times, so I spice up my running by cartwheeling on the stumps or front flipping over them. Thankfully, I don't consider this training, or I would already be breaking my word. Seeing their smiling reactions is worth the extra effort. Another small group of villagers cheers for me as I hop from one stump to another and finish with a backflip. I keep running, and the groups go about their day. The weather is slowly getting better, and villagers with lower physical stats are starting to walk around the village more. Yet another group of 3 waves to me as I pass by. I'm starting to get used to people paying attention to me, only this group looks much more somber for some reason. Aaliyah, I slow to a stop when I hear someone call out my name. I glance around and quickly notice Arash and Hake walking towards me. The 2 senior hunters must have been on patrol nearby. Morning Arash, Hake, I greet the men as they approach. Hello Aaliyah, I see you're still running. And by yourself. Arash gives me a questioning look and scans the nearby trees. You shouldn't be alone, Hake bluntly tells me. What, why? I look between the 2 hunters, confused. Hake awkwardly rubs the back of his neck and looks away from me. I turn to Arash and ask, what's going on with you two? You haven't heard, have you? Arash asks in a dark tone. Haven't heard what? I've been pretty busy lately. I give the 2 hunters a look that says, get to the point, I want to finish my run. News just came to the village, there have been strange disappearances lately, Hake says in a low voice. It's spreading throughout the whole village that people shouldn't walk alone. People in the village have disappeared. I ask in alarm. No, not our village, Arash clarifies. When Marcus traveled to the closest village to discuss spring's crops, he brought back some spooky news. Apparently, older high-leveled individuals in surrounding villages have vanished out of nowhere. Hake cuts in. Local trackers tried to follow their trails, but all signs of a person moving through the forest would suddenly stop once they were deep in the forest. Chameleon spider, I ask. If they're still around, maybe I should take Ronald and Master and hunt for more materials. No, that's the thing, Arash gives me a worried look. Because we sent word to the surrounding villages about how to spot chameleon spiders, they've managed to find any spiders near their villages and deter them before they can cause problems. They haven't seen signs of chameleon spiders in weeks, and they say the tracks suddenly disappeared like the people didn't struggle. One moment they're standing in the snow, and then the next they're gone. Hake elaborates, and this time both senior hunters look at the surrounding trees, and I find myself doing the same. Does Camden know about this? I ask. He sent word to all the hunters and asked us to increase our patrols, Arash tells me. So everyone needs to be careful when it gets dark, I nod in agreement. Both hunters shake their heads. What? I ask. Hake leans in. All the disappearances have happened during the daytime. The hairs on the back of my neck stand up. No one noticed the people leaving the village, I question. Nope, Hake tells me with a pale face. Some of the missing people's tracks cut straight through the village too, only no one can remember seeing the people leave. How is this not bigger news? I ask the 2. Only 1 or 2 people would disappear in a single village, and all of them were older people you might not notice were gone. The word only spread when the head farmers for each of the villages got together to discuss the next harvest. Everyone thinks our village is next, Arash explains grimly. My hand subconsciously shifts to the sword at my side, but I've been scanning the woods regularly, and I can even vaguely spot Real when he's nearby. Whatever is stalking the woods can't sneak up on me. We just wanted to make sure you were aware we know you're able to spot the chameleon spiders and that you have a high level. Still, it would be best if you weren't out alone, even if you can handle yourself, Arash clarifies. I nod in understanding. Be safe, I tell them. You too, they echo with the same sentiment. The 2 senior hunters turn and continue their patrol. Suddenly, I don't feel like running anymore. Maybe I should head home. I turn towards the direction of my home, but stop after I take a step. Maybe I should circle the village one more time. I do have the skills that let me find hidden foes, and if I do see something strange, I'm probably the most likely to escape whatever's hiding out there. I continue making my way around the village, only this time, I'm walking and taking my time inspecting the tree line. I miss the days when I only had to worry about Farkas, Karhu, and goblins. mainly because none of them are invisible to the naked eye. Thankfully, I don't spot a single branch out of place as I circle the village. However, I do notice the number of people walking near the village's edge decrease significantly. I walk away from where the forest and village meet and rest up against the nearby stable's fence. The outdoor pens are empty now, but the animals will soon emerge when the weather heats up in the next couple of days. The animal pens are on the village's outskirts, so it surprises me when I see someone approaching me from the corner of my eye. Who is that? I can tell it's someone around my age from the silhouette, but I can't place the face. As the boy gets closer, I can better make out his features. Brown hair, brown eyes, and symmetrical features that look a little too perfect. His face screams familiarity, but I can't come up with a name. His clothes are worn but look recently washed, and his body language suggests he's happy to see me. I feel a slight pressure in the back of my mind, which fades quickly. The stress vanishes like it was never there, and I can finally remember the boy's name. "Hey, Keter," I call out and give a friendly wave. Keter's smile grows as he gets closer to me. He moves next to me and leans up against the fence, mimicking me. Keter doesn't speak, he never really has. Even as kids, it was hard for Richard and I to play with him because of how quiet he was. Nothing bad ever happens around Keter. When Dad would take us into the woods, we called Keter our good luck charm because we never encountered a single problem when he was with us. I swing my arm over Keter's shoulder and pull him close. "I'm glad you're here. Did you hear about the disappearances?" Keter nods, choosing to remain quiet. I once again feel a headache come along, but for some reason it dissipates just as fast as the previous one. Poor Keter gives me a worried look. He's such a caring brother in craft. He's the one who truly understands Dell now that I think about it. No one in the village doesn't like Keter, he's just that good of a guy. Keter gives me a caring smile and grabs my hands, pulling me towards the woods. I dig my feet into the muddy ground and stop us before we pass the trees. "I think we should stay in the village," I tell him. Keter innocently cocks his head to the side and gently tries to pull me forward. "It could be dangerous," I remind him. Suddenly the headache returns, and this time I'm forced to raise my hands to my temples. As the pain fades, Keter reaches and once again takes my hands, leading me into the woods. Well, we both survived the goblin extermination together and hunt chameleon spiders with Master and Ronald, so we should be fine. Keter joyfully leads me deeper into the forest. He must want to show me something important. We quickly move through the forest, but for some reason I can't place where we are. "Hold up, Keter," he turns back to me with a questioning look. I should take the lead in case anything is hiding. If I'm in an unfamiliar place, I need to be careful. I move next to Keter and activate Sense Mana. The surrounding mana lights up in my vision. The mana in the trees and ground contrast nicely with the remaining snow. I glance to my side at Keter and marvel at his fantastic mana network. He has more than triple my mana pool. Wait, why does he have? Another headache tears through my mind, forcing me to crouch on the forest floor. Thankfully, like the others, it passes quickly. Keter helps me to my feet and smiles at me. He waves his hands, and I feel my mana pool replenishing as we walk deeper into the forest. Keter was always more talented in magic than me. It's because of him I've been able to improve without the need of a master. Keter places his head up against my back and starts leading me in a specific direction. I take a few steps before a fuzzy face flashes in my mind. He looks so familiar, but I can't place who it is. His ebony skin stands out because it doesn't match anyone in the village. His bald head is covered in sweat like he's standing next to a fire, but his smiling face looks so kind to me. "Master Dell," I mumble. I don't know where the name comes from, but my mind becomes clear once again as soon as I repeat it. Why did I think I didn't have a master? Everything I've learned has been from Master Dell. Something is wrong here. I desperately look around the clearing, trying to spot whatever is causing my sudden sense of panic. I scan every inch of the surrounding forest. Why did I agree to come here? I suddenly feel disoriented, and I can't remember which way we came from. Looking at my feet, I trace my tracks to the left. I can follow my trail back to the village. I freeze in place. The tracks. There's only one trail in the snow. The little hairs on my arms and legs stand on end. I don't make any sudden movements and slightly turn my head until I can see Keter's feet out of the corner of my vision. My eyes widen, and my hands start to tremble. The ground around Keter is entirely undisturbed. There isn't a single footprint in sight. Now that I look closer, it appears Keter's shoes aren't leaving any indents in the slush. Keter's feet look like they've merged perfectly with the snow. This can't be possible. I've known Keter for my whole life. He played with Richard and me outside our house. The more I try to focus on the memory, the worse my head feels, until a point where the memory shatters, and I remember I only ever played with my brother as a child. I can't help but look up at Keter's face, and our eyes meet. His smiling expression fades as the world starts to shift around me. Everything starts to lose color, and I feel like I'm dying. I've come close to death a few times since I reincarnated, but this is the same feeling I had when the cave collapsed on me in my past life. I feel a deep pain in my chest, where my soul is, so I activate my Tier 5 skill. All at once, the world around me shatters. Gone is Keter's body, and in his place is a human-sized puppet of black smoke. Holding the puppet, like a little girl playing with her doll, is a large gray hand. And another equally large hand is around me, forming a cage of gray fingers. Once I activated Sense Soul, everything became clear only, I wish it didn't. Attached to the hands are long spindly arms that lead to a monster straight out of a horror movie. The humanoid creature has to be 20 feet tall, but it's hard to tell because it's in a squatting position. The creature has no facial features or sexual characteristics. The monster is nothing but gray skin, and its limbs don't appear to have any bones. The skin itself is lumpy and continuously shifting like a mass of worms are wriggling just underneath the surface. The monster itself is frightening, but it's the creature's soul that has me shaking in fear. The soul is the representation of a living being's level and experience. My soul is larger than average, even bigger than Master Dell's, but it is nothing compared to this monster. If my soul was a marble, then this creature has a soul the size of a beach ball. How old is this monster? What level is it? I can't tell, and the reason my chest hurts. With my skill activated, I can see small tendrils coming from the cage of fingers connected to my body. They're slowly digging through my very being towards my soul. I try to shake the tendrils off, but they aren't physical. They pass straight through Mana's skin and ignored my Mana network as well. I don't know why the creature hasn't moved since I discovered it, but I'm not waiting to find out. I kick off the ground and again off one of the creature's fingers to jump out onto the top of its hand. As soon as I slip out of the monster's grasp, the soul-sucking tendrils snap, and the pain in my chest starts to fade. I don't take my eyes off of the giant creature as I jump down from the oddly motionless hand and try to gain as much distance as I can. I draw my sword, but I don't think it will be of any help. This thing has to be over level 150, and that's low balling it. I circle to the back of the creature, and yet it doesn't so much as twitch. The only movement I can see is its skin shifting. I slowly move backward from the monster, content if the beast doesn't ever move again. I make it 30 feet before I hit a wall. Using my free hand, I touch the invisible wall behind me to confirm I'm not crazy. It feels like I'm touching a sheet of glass. I turn my head slightly to get a better look at the wall, but as soon as I take my eyes off the creature, I'm suddenly filled with a sense of dread. It isn't until I stumble another 30 feet away from the beast that I again feel the wall behind me. Without taking my eyes off the creature this time, I use Sense Soul and Sense Mana to try and see what kind of barrier is stopping me. There's no doubt the wall is one of the creature's abilities, seeing how it moved with it as the epicenter. It takes both my skills working together for me to figure out the wall is made up of the creature's soul and mana intertwined. And once I know what I'm looking for, I'm able to scan the area around the beast, revealing what a shit situation I'm genuinely in. Not only does the monster have a 360 barrier locking me in, but the area is jammed packed with its mana and wisps of its soul. The creature has multiple mana soul tendrils connected to the barrier from its body, so no matter which way it shifts, the barrier won't be compromised. I have to remind myself to steady my breathing. I want to panic, but I refuse to go down without a fight. I slowly slide my way along the barrier until I'm once again directly behind the beast. I've already confirmed I can't run, so I need to analyze this creature and hope to find a weakness. But first, there's one hunch I need to confirm. I steady myself and blink once, as quickly as I can. My eyes are closed for only a fraction of a second, but in that time frame, the monster once again shifted its position 180 and tried to grab me. I try to swallow a lump in my throat, but my mouth is completely dry. That all but confirms it. The creature can't move while I'm looking at it. That's why it uses the shadow doll to lure its prey away. The beast probably already had me in its grasp when I first noticed its doll. It was able to connect to my soul and play with my memories so that I would let my guard down around it. That's also probably how it filled my mana pool. It already had its tendrils connected to me, and my mana pool is nothing when it can influence my soul. The amount of mana this thing is wielding is incredible. It could probably fill my mana pool up 100 times, easily. This monster managed to make me willingly walk out of the village so that it could eat me in peace. I can't believe just a little while ago I thought I could handle anything. If I were any other person, I would be dead already. Mental resistance only helped me realize there was a problem, and if I didn't have Sense Soul, I wouldn't be able to look at the creature. I eventually would have died by having my soul ripped out of my body. I can't believe I ran into a monster that hunts for souls. No wonder it targeted older people with high levels. Those are the people with the biggest souls. I was probably especially appealing because my soul is more extensive than usual, and I don't have the levels to defend myself. I guess that makes me a delicacy, but it was also by pure luck my skills countered this monstrosity. I try to smile at the dark humor of the situation, but I can't even force a smile onto my face. I shuffle around the beast until I find a dry spot I can sit while keeping my eyes on it. How the fuck am I supposed to get out of this mess? The beast won't move until I take my eyes off it, but how long can I keep that up? Mother will notice I'm missing if I'm not home soon. I can expect Camden, Master, and Dad to start a search for me immediately, but now that my head is clear, I'm not even sure how deep into the forest I am. And even if they find me, are they able to hurt this thing? I stand up and walk next to one of the creature's outstretched arms. Weighted strike, precise strike, double strike, mana to ignite the flames on my sword. I put everything I have into one swing. My sword flashes and... 2 marks. I only manage to leave 2 small scratches on this thing's hide. A solemn realization comes over me if I'm found. Will this creature escape or massacre everyone I care about? I wink each of my eyes to get rid of the tears forming. Is this all fate, or am I destined to be continuously harassed by adversity? What would have happened if I wasn't here? The creature probably would have killed Master and Camden before moving on, I tell myself. Goblins, monsters, bandits, why does everything bad have to happen to me? I want to shake my head, but I can't risk losing sight of the monster. Even though I'm complaining, I know this is an everyday occurrence for villages around the world. Maybe not the scary soul-sucking monster part, but dealing with adversity outside a city's walls is a regular occurrence for most. Is this what people think about when they're about to die? When I died the last time, it was relatively quick, but I don't think I'll receive the same treatment from this monster. If I close my eyes, will it go by faster? I start to close my eyes slowly, but I can't bear to shut them entirely. Suddenly, like a trapped animal, I start to feel the adrenaline building. Why should I give now? I've overcome death many times before, and today is no different. I spring to my feet with my sword tightly clutched in my hands. Even if it's only scratched, I can whittle away the beast if I try hard enough. I move back over to the arm I tried cutting before and start slashing with all my skills. It's an hour later that I'm slumped up against a nearby tree, breathing heavily with all my adrenaline spent. All my bravado only amounted to some deep scratches across the monster's body. I tried shifting to its chest and head, but found out the creature's defenses were universal. It doesn't even have eyes I can gouge out. At least I've learned a few things about the creature, like it's nothing but a mass of flesh. After staring at it so long, I could scan most of its body with sense soul and sense mana. The beast has no organs of any kind, leaving me to believe the only weak point it has is its ridiculously massive soul. Too bad it's buried in the center of the creature's chest under a foot of steel flesh. Another thing I've realized in the last hour is that no one is coming to save me. In fact, I don't think anything can see inside this barrier. There isn't a single insect here, and I can't hear any bird calls in the distance. The barrier isn't just to keep its prey locked, and it also further obscures the creature. I can't run, I can't harm it, and no one is going to come for me. I move back over to an overturned log and sit to regain my stamina. How long can I stay awake? Would it be possible to cut into the beast over a couple of days slowly? No, using that much stamina, my body would eventually give out, and I'd pass out, never to awaken again. I can't even console myself by believing I'll be reincarnated again if this creature devours souls. Then the prospect of having another life after this one is non-existent. Another thing that's been bothering me is the lack of eyes, not the creature's eyes, but the eyes that usually guard the soul. I've been using Sense Soul for over an hour on the beast, and I haven't been repelled by the eyes once. Does this monster have a way to bypass the eyes? If so, that means the monster devours a person's entire soul, and not just the outer part. The creature's intimidating soul is that much scarier, knowing it's made up of people's consciousness. That makes me think of the memories I was given of Keter, whose memories were those. A righteous rage fills my chest when I think about the thousands, or more likely tens of thousands of people this creature has devoured over its lifetime. I stand up from my seat and walk over to the still frozen creature. I duck underneath its arms and move directly in front of its chest. It's uncanny how the monster moves in a squatting position. I put my hand up against its massive chest, feeling its wriggling flesh against my fingers. This is the closest spot to its soul. I take up my stance and put the tip of my blade up against its gray flesh. I use my left hand to hold the sword while my right hand is up against its pommel. This creature needs to die, and if I can't do it with my strength, I'll have to try with magic. The trick I used against the bandits won't work with the creature's defenses, and neither of my other 2 spells will help even if overclocked them. If none of my spells are useful, then I'll have to make my own. If the creature were able to move in the slightest, I would have been dead an hour ago. But as long as I have a stationary target, I can take my time to create a genuinely devastating spell. I only have one chance, but what type of spell do I create? I watched plenty of anime in my past life, so I have plenty of overpowered options to choose from. I can try advancing time or maybe create a black hole. If I could do either of those, I wouldn't be in this mess. I need to think simpler. Increase gravity, so its body tears itself apart. I tried incorporating gravity into my magic before in small quantities, so that might work. But that won't work either because this creature's flesh could probably survive more pressure than I could create with my mana supply. Could a laser work? Compress light until it burns right to the monster's heart. These concepts might work in theory, but even with my mana pool almost full, manifesting any of these phenomena would be too much for me to handle. If only I had an enchanted blade, something sharp enough to pierce the monster's skin. Enchantments are magic, that's something. An idea slowly forms in my mind. Instead of trying to break space or time, I should use my magic to allow my sword to kill the creature. I start forming the spell in my head. I need to be detailed or it will probably kill me. When I think I have everything figured out, I start chanting in English. Mana, hear my plea. Move in the ways I command and help me strike down this monster. I learned long ago when I would screw around with magic, stating your purpose for the spell helped with its manifestation. Reinforce the sword in my hands to mimic the molecular structure of diamonds. If Mr. Gray didn't show me different gemstones when I was looking at materials, correctly visualizing a diamond's structure would be impossible for me. Envelop the blade of the sword with a thin barrier of magic and have it vibrate at 500,000 times a second. As soon as I activate my magic, my sword will be destroyed in a matter of seconds, even with it reinforced. Launch the sword straight from my hands at 1,000 feet per second. I refocus Mana's skin while I'm chanting towards my hands to protect myself from the recoil. The sword will be reinforced, made sharper, and have force behind it now. I need to pay the cost for casting something out of my skill level. I give 850 mana along with 700 of my health. I also permanently give up 10 points of my vitality to activate the spell. I promised Master I would never use sacrificial magic, but hopefully, giving up a permanent part of my stats will let the spell succeed. Here goes nothing. Activate. My entire body locks up as the spell starts to weave itself to my specifications. Almost all of my mana goes to my hands and into my sword. Then I feel as my vitality starts to drain away and mix with my expended mana. After my mana and health are channeled into the sword, I feel the translucent lights that had once merged with my body when I distributed my status points leave to reinforce the spell. After the lights leave my body, I feel like something important has left my body, like I'm no longer whole. However, I don't have time to adjust to the sudden feeling of emptiness before my spell activates in its entirety. My sword glows with vibrating mana, and a sharp screech emitted from the sword causes my ears to bleed. The next thing I know, my hands are blown away from my blade's handle as it rockets from my grasp, and I'm forced to take a step back. Even with everything going on, I refuse to take my eyes off the creature. I watch as my sword momentarily struggles to pierce the creature's skin before penetrating to the monster's core. Through my sensing skills, I watch my sword clash with the creature's soul and disintegrate from the spell. I wait for the creature to fall over dead, but it stays standing still, frozen in place. I drop to my knees in defeat. No experience comes from the creature, meaning it's still alive. Well, that's everything. I start to cry. I already feel my body screaming out in pain from the sudden drop in both mana and health. This is it. My eyes slowly close on their own. This is how I die. My eyes close for the last time. The world around me erupts in translucent flames, sending my senses haywire. I have to force myself to open my eyes once again to see what's going on. The once frozen creature has disintegrated into nothing. The damn beast apparently can't die, while someone is looking at it either. The vast amount of experience contained in the creature is flooding the surroundings. The trees and plants are absorbing so much experience they're doubling in size before my very eyes. Forest grass erupts from the earth, pushing away the remaining winter snow. The plants aren't the only thing devouring the experience. My body feels like it's about to burst as my soul rapidly tries to absorb the experience around it. The pain of my soul expanding so rapidly is enough to keep me from passing out. I watch as more and more experience dissipates into the surroundings. I don't know why, but I'm suddenly angry that I'm missing out after sacrificing so much to kill the monster. With the pain in my soul keeping me awake, I absorb the mana from Mana's skin back into my body. Next, I force my regained mana close to my expanding soul and forcefully merge the two energies much like I saw the Soul Eater do. I replicate the same tendrils the monster was spreading from its body and forcefully drag more experience towards my soul. I scream as the pressure in my chest expands even more. More. I deserve more. I scream out loud. As more experience piles into my soul, two eyes appear in the center of my being and drag my consciousness inwards. I try to fight the feeling and continue to absorb more experience, but I can't resist the eyes. Everything goes dark as I'm forcefully dragged into my soul. I scream as I wake up within my soul. I twitch on the simulated forest floor as pain overwhelms my entire being. I reach up and try to strangle myself and slam my head upon the ground, trying desperately to stop the pain in any way possible. The forest around me is bubbling and shifting as it absorbs large wisps of experience that are floating throughout my soul. The ground cracks, shatters, and mends itself countless times over. Make it stop. I scream at the top of my lungs, tears clouding my eyes. Overhead, I watch the starry night sky itself crack and disintegrate, leaving a vast emptiness of white behind instead of the night sky I'm used to. The moons hang in the vast emptiness, undeterred by everything shifting around them. Most of the moons start to shift off into the distance out of sight, but two familiar moons remain above me. I know what happens next. Yes, get me out of here. I shift onto my back and lay spread out, looking up at the eyes forming overhead. Please let me leave, I whine. The two eyes stare down at me, but nothing happens. I focus on the eyes overhead, trying to block out the pain, but it isn't working. I barely notice when the irises of the eyes start to glow. A ball of white flames drips out of one of the eyes, while a ball of black flames comes out of the other. The flames cascade out of the eyes into the void, making it look like they're crying fire. I hope the flames will land on my soul and burn everything away, releasing me from this torment. The two flames fall together and even circle one another in an intricate dance that I can't appreciate with my current state of mind. The flames drift through the white void in my direction. Considering they came from the giant eyes, I thought the balls of fire would be massive in size, but as they get closer to me, I see they're both only 10 feet in diameter. I watch as the flames touch the ground a few feet from me. I expect an explosion, but nothing happens. I roll over and start crawling towards the flames, screaming insults as I go. Why can't you ever do what I want you to? Always watching me struggle, always getting in my way. Screw the two of you and let me die. You dare speak to us like that, insect. The white ball of fire erupts in light, and a powerful ethereal voice resonates throughout my soul. Brief flashes of memories of my birth fill my head as the voice yells at me. I can't move as my body becomes limp to the floor, and an unbelievable pressure descends over my entire soul. Sister, really, you feel the need to expend your power over this creature. A cold voice that draws up memories of my death follows the second, and it is no less powerful. Darkness clashes against the light, messing with my vision. It cursed us as we appeared. Punishment must be administered. The pain from my growing soul becomes even worse with every word from the disembodied voice, causing my mind to reel in torment. Sister, you're always quick to anger like Brother Aptes. It's in pain, and like all animals, it is lashing out. If you heal it, its attitude will surely change. The voice of death sounds oddly caring during my torment. Twitching on the ground, I'm able to sift myself and set my eyes on the two balls of flames in time to watch them shift into avatars of light and darkness. Much like the Soul Eater, they don't have any features, but I get the distinct feeling they're female. Fine, the avatar of light says in a displeased manner. She reaches down to my soul's surface, and once her hands of light touch the ground, the world stops trembling. All the remaining lingering experience is sucked into my soul at an incredible speed, and my soul mends itself in the blink of an eye. With one movement of her hand, the avatar of light washes away all the pain I was feeling, and my mind once again becomes clear. Now we should be able to converse with it on some level. The voice of death sounds pleased. With the pain gone like it was never there, I'm able to comprehend what I see fully: an avatar of light, brimming with life, and an avatar of darkness that radiates death. I have no doubts about who these two are. I struggle to move under the pressure emanating from the two goddesses, but I manage to make it onto my knees nonetheless. Greetings to Goddess Aaliyah and Goddess Ebion. I bow my head and politely greet the two gods, so know that it isn't in pain it finally recognizes our greatness. I tremble, listening to the goddess of life speak. Do you still wish to kill it, sister? The avatar of black flames asks her fellow goddess. When the god of death mentions killing me, I'm assaulted by hundreds of visions of ways I could die. Every instinct tells me to stay silent, but if I don't say something now, I'm sure one of these goddesses will kill me. I am deeply sorry for offending you, goddesses. This lowly one wasn't in their right mind and offered insult to you. I beg for your forgiveness, though this creature is not deserving. I beg for my life, trembling with every word. I don't dare to look up at the avatars directly, but I can feel their powerful gazes on me. Look at how it trembles, sister. Aaliyah turns to Ebion. This is not how I imagined the goddess of life from my mother's stories. I feel the pressure emanating from the avatar of black flames surround me and completely cover me. Let's get this over with. I don't wish to waste more energy on this mortal. I want to run away from the goddess, but her pressure holds me in place. As you wish, sister. The avatar of with flames looks at her sister and then back towards me. Rejoice, for I have deemed you too insignificant to kill. May you further enjoy life. It's hard for me not to grimace as the goddess of life starts to laugh at me. Aaliyah continues to laugh at me. You think we wanted to meet you. You think highly of yourself, mortal. I meant no offense, I quickly reply. I try to appease them again, but Aaliyah cuts me off. These are merely projections of our will. Every mortal creature meets with a god when they unlock a mythic skill. Mythic skill, I repeat, not understanding what she's saying. If a faceless being could frown, I'm sure the avatar of light would be doing just that. Have you mortals changed the name again? I don't know what you... It's fine, she cuts me off again. I'll just check your memories, she casually states. What? I immediately panic, but the two avatars pay me no mind. Aaliyah points her hand at the ground, and tendrils of white flames extend into my soul. Mental resistance doesn't even activate as I feel her shuffling through my head. I grit my teeth as not to cry out in pain and risk insulting the gods again. The goddess quickly retracts her flames, leaving me feeling exposed all over. Oh, sister, look at this. The goddess of light excitedly offers her hand to the avatar of darkness. The two avatars momentarily lock hands, and the forest around me quickly ages, dies, and regrows in an instant. After the trees fully regrow, my soul feels lighter, and the empty feeling from sacrificing my vitality is gone. Did they just? The avatars separate, and the feeling vanishes. Neither seems to notice or care that they healed a part of me I thought I lost. Most intriguing, you remember being touched by death. Ebion's avatar turns towards me. I assumed your young form and large soul was because of anti-aging magic, but you've experienced another life and death. Ebion's words make me feel like I'm drowning. They've seen my past life. This is my best chance to gain some answers, but either of these two could kill me with a thought if I overstep myself. For a mortal to experience two chances at life, you're quite lucky, Aaliyah says in a sing-song voice that doesn't make me feel very lucky. Each time she speaks to me, it's belittling, but her voice brings with it a feeling of euphoria and life. If I'm going to ask these two anything, I'll need to lay it on thick. If I may be permitted, can I ask such great beings as yourselves, do you know why I have memories of my past life? I hold my breath, hoping they answer a question I've been pondering for 15 years. I can feel Ebion's avatar focusing on me despite it not having any facial features, while Aaliyah's avatar raises a hand to its face like it is trying to stifle a giggle. You wish to know for what great meaning you were chosen for. Aaliyah's avatar slowly walks over to me. We're already quite close, but every inch she gets closer to me, I feel smaller, until I feel like an ant waiting to be stepped on. I'm still sitting on my knees when the avatar of white flame stops directly in front of me. She reaches out with her hand and caresses my cheek. I know this body is just a representation of my conciseness, but when she touches me, the world around me starts to fade away, and I can only focus on the avatar before me and the touch of her hand on my face. I'm overcome by the divinity radiating off of the goddess and hang on every word she says. You seek the same answers all mortals do. Why were you given life? Why were you chosen to remember your past self? It is quite simple, really. The faceless head of white flames leans down over me. Luck, she emphasizes. Whatever spell she has over me is broken as a million emotions flutter through me. The goddess retracts her hand, and I'm once again in the clearing of my soul. What you mortals call life is a never-ending stream of souls. When you die, your soul enters the river of rebirth that connects all worlds, planes, and realms together. Time is meaningless in the river of rebirth, and souls collide with each other until all memories fade away. But how does that apply to me? I can't help but ask. The longer I'm around the avatars, the more I can feel their shifting expressions despite their lack of features. The sense of displeasure I feel from Aaliyah causes me to bow my head in penitence. You would be wise not to interrupt me again. The dark words from the goddess of light sends a tremor through my body. I hastily nod my head and keep my eyes cast down. The river of rebirth functions in the void between space and time, but despite existing since the beginning of everything, it isn't perfect. Sometimes cracks appear in the river, and souls are dragged into oblivion where they wander until they become nothingness. That's what happened to your soul. Judging by your memories, you entered the river of rebirth and immediately were dragged into oblivion. But soon after an equally unprobable thing happened, your soul escaped oblivion, bypassing your time in the river. Your soul must have exited close to this world, and you were reborn with your memories. Thus, I call you lucky. The chances of your soul entering and exiting oblivion so quickly after your death are close to 1 in 1 octillion. This is the first time I've seen such a thing. I get the feeling she's trying to belittle me, but I can't help but smile. That's curious. Tell me, mortal, why do you smile upon hearing my answer? Those who have asked similar questions in the past are insulted by the knowledge I give and are usually infuriated. I just told you your life is meaningless. Why does that make you happy? Aaliyah's powerful presence drills into me, pushing back against the hold Ebion has over me. What a strange mortal, I can tell. Aaliyah is looking down on me, but for once I don't care. Sister, we're using up a lot of energy. We need to finish what we came for, Ebion reminds her sister. The pressure from Aaliyah lessens as she turns her head and looks over her shoulder. Yes, I remember, dear sister. The knowledge I pulled from this mortal's mind was interesting, is all. I can feel the pressure of her non-existent gaze as she focuses back on me. The reason the two of us are here is that you unlocked a Tier 6 skill. I did. Thankfully, I managed to hold my tongue this time. Tier 6 skills work off of principles we gods command over. The skill you unlocked is a rare one that falls under both mine and my sister's domain. It's been 3,419 years since the last person obtained it, and after you slew him, you inherited the skill. I feel my blood run cold. That thing I killed was once a humanoid. I need to ask a question, but I can't interrupt her again, so I raise one of my hands like I'm back in school. If she has my memories, I'm sure she knows what the gesture means. Speak, mortal, Aaliyah commands me. Pardon the interruption, but does that mean I'll turn into the monster I killed? I try to use my manners, but I can't ask the question fast enough. Why do you think we sent our avatars to you in the first place? Aaliyah berates me for what she thinks is a stupid question. Using Tier 6 skills mobilize the very laws we command, and of course they have drawbacks when used by mortals. The Soul Devourer skill you obtained is no different. Soul Devourer, oh shit. Based on what Aaliyah has told me in the name, I think I know what it does. Using the skill, you can absorb souls of the nearly departed for their experience and life force if you so choose, but at a price. Sister, would you like to take over? I watch with a growing sense of fear as the avatar of Ebian walks up to me and joins her sister. Just her standing in front of me feels like a blade is hanging over my neck. The job of managing the souls of this world belongs to my sister and me. Those who feed off of souls may never die, but each soul they absorb will twist them. If you experience death after partaking in souls, it will be true death. Your soul will dissipate and never enter the river of rebirth. That is the fate of those who hold the skill Soul Devourer. Eben explains in a warning tone. I once again slowly raise my hand, hoping I'll have my question answered. When neither goddess says anything after I hold my hand up for a long time, I decide that might be Ebian's go-ahead to ask my question. Great and powerful goddesses, I mean no disrespect, but is it possible for you to take the skill back? I hesitantly ask. I feel the emotions coming off of the avatars start to shift to incomprehension. You wish to give up your skill. Why? Ebian asks in what sounds like disbelief. You could live many times your own life. Even the longest of lived mortal races crave such a skill. I softly shake my head. I do wish to live a long life, but not at the cost of turning into a monster. I'd rather live my life and enter the river of rebirth when my time comes. I honestly reply to the goddess of death. Though her aura is more off-putting, I, for some reason, find her more comfortable to deal with than Aaliyah. Then, it all depends on your greed, Aaliyah tells me, and I can imagine a smile forming on her faceless avatar. Ebian must understand my confused look because she explains. The skill's primary use is to absorb the experience that would normally dissipate into the surroundings. Your predecessor started only using the skill for such, but eventually started devouring his victims' whole souls to extend his lifespan beyond normal mortals. If you only use the skill to gather experience, you won't turn into a monster, and you'll be able to enter the river of rebirth. That's if you don't give in to the temptation fist. Not many mortals give up on life when it's so readily available. The self-righteous aura coming off of Aaliyah is stifling, so I try to ignore her politely. Ebian is to be believed. The skill itself won't harm me if I don't use it to its full potential. The memories of before I was dragged into my soul surface in my mind, and I'm reminded of how crazed I was when I first obtained the skill. Can I handle the temptation? So what will it be? Aaliyah doesn't give me much time to think over my options before demanding an answer. I glance at the avatar of Ebian, but other than a deathly calmness radiating off of her, I can't sense anything else. Do I take the double-bladed sword, useful in the right hands, but one misstep and I'll harm myself? I grit my teeth and steady my nerves. I'll keep the skill, I proclaim. That's a wise choice, Aaliyah says in a musical voice that sets me on edge. We don't have the power to remove a skill from a mortal in this state. If we acknowledged your request, we would have had to kill you. What the fuck, I curse in my head. What is wrong with? I immediately stop my train of thought as I slowly feel the pressure emitted by Aaliyah's avatar start to turn sinister. Can they read my thoughts? I start to panic inside a little. We can't read your mind, but don't forget where we are, mortal. Your hidden emotions are as plain as day while we're here, and I can dive back into your memories if I wish to know what you were thinking about us. Keep thinking negative thoughts about me, and I'll help you remove your skill like you previously wished, the avatar of light threatens. The same kind of weight I felt from Eben descends on me, sending me sprawled out on the ground. It's time to go, sister. We've fulfilled our purpose. Ebian saves me from being crushed under her sister's pressure by calling out to her. Fine, being confined in such a small soul is stifling anyways. The two avatars of flames start to hover and rise higher back to where the eyes are located in the sky. Damn it, I have so many more questions, but I don't dare call out to the leaving deities. Their pressure doesn't dissipate until they're quite far away from my soul. The night sky that usually envelops my soul slowly reforms, and I'm left looking up at the familiar two moons in the sky. With the source of the pressure on my soul gone, I collapse into the fetal position on the ground. I don't know how long I stayed curled up, but I wait like that until my nerves calm down. I try to process what just happened, but it all seems impossible to me. I met not one but two gods, and they couldn't care less about me. They looked at me like a child looks at a colorful bug. Thankful, they decided to leave me alone instead of squashing me or taking me home in a glass jar. From facing the soul eater to meeting actual deities, my mind feels utterly taxed. I can't sleep in my soul, but zoning out helps me a little to settle my mind. Ever so slowly, I start to relax until I'm able to sit up. Now that I'm slightly feeling better, I think I need to pull up my status page. When I feel a small chunk of my soul move to materialize my status page, I use Sense Soul, as usual, to make it more readable, but I can instantly feel a difference as I sort through the information. Not only am I better at organizing the data, but I notice the vast amount of experience I gained. Skills Tier 1, Meditation LV78, Running LV74, Blacksmithing LV69, hammer skills LV57, axe skills LV55, cleaning LV51, chanting LV50, mining LV48, drawing LV46, trading LV42, cooking LV39, dagger skills LV31, wood carving LV31, acting LV31, sword skills LV31, sewing LV24. Pugilist skills LV4, spear skills LV2. Tier 2 sense mana LV79, double step LV61, charm LV50, measurement LV46, hammer arts LV41, axe arts LV36, writing LV32, intimidating shout LV31, mathematics LV30, lower price LV20, increase price LV17, steady hands LV16, dagger arts LV12, sword arts LV14, gourmet LV7, marching LV5. Shout of Valor LV1, Tier 3, Expel Mana LV61, Mana Manipulation LV58, Precise Strike LV40, Double Strike LV40, Weighted Strike LV37, Flash Step LV21, Contract LV5. Tier 4 Mental Resistance LV53, Mana Skin LV52, Inject Mana LV52, Extract Mana LV30, Magic Blacksmithing LV25, Empowered Spell LV7. Tier 5 Sense Soul LV37, Soul Manipulation LV4. Tier 6 Soul Devourer LV2. Oh gods, I scream out as I look at my updated status page. I cringe as soon as I say the words and look up at the moons floating overhead in fear I might be smited at any moment. When my soul isn't obliterated, I figure the peeping deities are truly gone. The fear of the gods' retaliation distracted me for a second, but I'm soon back to freaking out over my stats. I gained 8 levels, I say in between my heavy breathing. This isn't even my real body, and I feel like I'm hyperventilating. Scanning my soul reveals the total amount of experience I've gained since I was reborn has almost doubled. Killing the Soul Eater and absorbing a fraction of its experience was equivalent to me going from level 1 to level 63 all over again. Usually, I would be freaking out about how much experience I got for making the General's arrow. Still, it's utterly incomparable to my skill level increases, and that's ignoring the experience I got from the Soul Eater. But my level and experience aren't the only shocking thing. Not only did Aaliyah heal the damage to my soul and vitality, but whatever she did boosted my mental stats as well. I gained a few free stat points in mind, senses, and clarity. Coupled with most of my skills rising multiple levels, especially those I used for forging the arrow and fighting the Soul Eater, my gains are so numerous that it's mind-boggling. Mental resistance and sense soul alone accounts for 33 of the experience I gained from my skills, both jumping up 5 and 4 levels respectively. I want to jump for joy, but my enthusiasm is blunted by my heath, mana, and stamina values. Why are they all full? Did Aaliyah heal my physical body along with my mana as well? Somehow, I doubt the goddess of life is that generous. Either something is wrong with my status page, or something happened to my body in the real world. How long have I been in my soul? I leap to my feet and take off into the forest. I need to get out of here now. Who knows how long my body has been unattended in the woods? While I'm making my way to my sea of memories, I start to notice the subtle differences around me. The trees look more realistic, and I'm confident the forest has expanded a great deal. But even though everything looks more like the forest back home, I can better feel my skills and experience that make up my surroundings. I glance at a tree I'm running past and see how it's woven from different parts of my Tier 1 and 2 skills. At one point, I need to run around a tree, so I quickly round the trunk and push off with my hands to regain my speed. In the split second my hands pressed up against the tree, I felt it indent like it was made out of rubber and fling me forward. What the hell? What was that? The only skill that's worked in here is Sense Soul. Could this be from soul manipulation? As I'm running, I stick my hands out and touch the trees I pass. If I focus, I can move and stretch the trees' parts like they're made of clay. I want to stop and experiment with my new skill, but I don't have time. I keep running until I reach the rocky part of my soul, but I'm forced to slow down when I see what's happened to the section of my soul that separates the forest from my sea of memories. What was once an area covered in rocks and hills is now a mountain, towering into the sky. I don't have time for a leisurely hike. I start sprinting up the mountain, making footholds for myself by manipulating the terrain underneath my feet using my new skill. As long as I focus, nothing in my soul can obstruct me. As soon as I reach the ledge that leads to my memories, I dive over the cliff without a thought. I sink into my memories and I notice another change. I can see the general contents of the memories I'm floating past. Most are meaningless, but I spot a few memories from my previous life I wouldn't mind experiencing again. No, I can't do that right now. I dodge the memories that I'm about to sink into and head deeper into my soul. Come on, I look over my shoulder at the 2 moons hanging overhead. After meeting the goddess, I think I've realized what the moons are. Neither of the deities knew of my existence, but they came into my soul through the eyes hidden inside the moons. Aaliyah said they control the laws governing the world, so the eyes must be a defense system, the two put in place to guard people's souls, including my own. My skills counter the defense, but if I go deep enough, they grow stronger and eject me from my soul. Like I hoped, as I moved deeper into my soul, the moons quickly change their appearance and focus on me. Typically when I'm forced into and out of my soul, it's instantaneous, but this time I feel the eyes trying to eject me from my soul. I don't resist and let the two eyes do their job. I feel my consciousness being pushed out of my soul and snap back into my body. SSSSSS, I hiss through my teeth as I once again feel the sensations of my real body. I'm not sore, but everything feels stiff. I groan as I open my eyes. Instead of being surrounded by trees in the forest, I'm wrapped in a rough blanket in someone's house. Well, at least that means someone found me. Sense mana flares to life as I scan my surroundings. I quickly recognize where I am. I'm in Anastasia's clinic. The healer herself is resting in a chair nearby. Judging by the amount of mana in her body, she's almost tapped dry. I try to call out to the resting woman, but I can only softly grunt because of my dry mouth. I slowly move my right hand to the frame of the bed I'm on and start knocking. I practically have to smash the bedpost before Anastasia starts to rouse. What? The door is open, you don't have to keep knocking. She yells with her eyes closed, thinking someone is at her front door. I continue knocking until she growls and stands up in anger. Anastasia makes it halfway to her door before she realizes the knocking is coming from inside her house. I'm the only patient here, so our eyes quickly meet. Oh, thank Aaliyah you're awake. I want to cringe when I hear her call out to a serene goddess of life, but my body doesn't move as I want it to, making me feel like a fish out of water. Are you hurting anywhere? I can't use any more of my magic, but I have a weak potion from the headman if you need it. Anastasia asks as she walks over to the side of my bed. Water, I gasp out. What? Anastasia can't hear me. I grasp at my throat, hoping she understands. You can't breathe. She panics and tries to pry my mouth open. I shake my head back and forth before she can stick her fingers in my mouth. She stops when I start to thrash. What's wrong? Anastasia doesn't understand what I want. I quickly scan the room again and notice a jug of water on a table across the room. I slowly raise my hand in its direction until Anastasia follows where I'm pointing. Oh, water. She dashes across the room and pours me a cup. Anastasia brings the water over to me and helps me. I feel my body starting to respond more, but everything still feels heavy. After I drink every drop of water she gives me, I manage to ask, what happened? The village broke out in a panic after your mother started asking everyone where you were. Eresh and Hake said they saw you running around the village, but you soon disappeared after they talked to you. Anastasia explains. I was right, the soul eater already had me in its grasp long before I saw its doll. Almost every hunter was sent out to find you, but at some point your tracks became hard to follow. The hunters said they felt a giant rush of energy and found you unconscious in a place they swore they already checked. You were brought to me, but you weren't harmed as much as everybody thought. But for some reason, no matter what I did, you wouldn't wake up. That was 5 days ago. 5 days, I exclaim. Anastasia nods her head. I've been keeping you healthy with my magic. I guess I owe you twice now, I say in a self-deprecating voice. You don't owe me anything, Anastasia tells me. I might not interact with many people, but I know everything you've done for the village. Almost everyone stopped by at one point, asking how you were. I had to kick everybody out, including your mother, after she refused to leave your side for a moment. Anastasia makes a sour face. I'm sure mother didn't go quietly. I should go grab your parents now that you're awake. Are you okay by yourself for a little bit? My body is a little stiff, but it's slowly getting better, I tell her. That's to be expected. Stay in bed and try not to move too quickly. I'll be right back. Anastasia grabs a coat and leaves her house. 5 days unconscious and everybody came to see me, I repeat to myself. All hell is going to break loose once Anastasia gets to my parents' house. I quickly pull up a part of my status page and distribute my points. I need to be ready for the flood of people coming to see me. LV 72 first, I put 28 points into vitality and then 20 into endurance, seeing how much I've come close to death recently. Then I put 15 points into strength and 17 points into dexterity to finish off my remaining status points. My soul erupts in bright colors, nourishing my body. My limbs that just felt like they were made of lead feel light as feathers. My skin brightens as my endurance rises by 25, and my skin glows even more brightly with the extra vitality. I quickly become able to sit up as I start to feel better than ever. Parts of my skin begin to flake and fall off onto my sheets, and the calluses on my hands start to soften. I want to cast magic to clean myself, but I can already hear villagers' voices coming closer. I double-check my clothes to make sure I'm in decent shape. Mother must have brought me another pair of clothes because they're different than what I was wearing when I killed the Soul Eater. I need to look presentable for the villagers. Everyone already knows I have a high level, and with all the rumors floating around about the people who disappeared, I need to assure them everything is okay. I swing my legs over the side of my bed and carefully stand up. It's weird going from a body that doesn't want to respond to you to a faster and stronger body than you're used to. I can hear more people gathering outside, so let's give them a show. I make my way over to a spot where people will be able to see me once Anastasia's door opens. Stretching, I tell myself any minute now. I'm bending over and touching my toes when I hear the door in front of me being flung open. Aaliyah, I look up and ignore the dozens of people watching me from behind my mother in the doorway. Sorry for worrying you, Mom, but I'm all better now. I give Mom a dazzling smile. She rushes over to me and wraps me in a hug. Move out of the way. Let me through, or next time you're hurt, I won't heal you. I hear Anastasia forcing her way through the crowd. What are you doing up? She yells at me when she finally makes it to her front door. I'm feeling a lot better. I send Anastasia a look that says play along before shifting my gaze to the growing crowd outside. Unlike with the water this time, she catches on quick. Fine, but I need you to stay here for a little longer. The rest of you, scram. Anastasia turns on the villagers outside. Mother keeps me wrapped in a hug until Father makes it here. Then they sandwich me with love. Soon after, Camden arrives with Surette and Master. Camden politely asks the remaining villagers who didn't fear Anastasia's wrath to disperse so we can have a private talk. You're kicking me out of my own house. Anastasia shrieks at Camden when he asks her for some privacy. I do apologize, but I'm sure you understand. Camden may be using polite words, but his gaze is firm. Anastasia flinches back and reluctantly agrees, sending Camden a venomous look as she walks out her own front door. As soon as the six of us are alone, every pair of eyes turns on me. Everyone looks like they have a million questions, but no one wants to start. It's finally Camden who breaks the ice. You're looking radiant, I take it you leveled. I cast my eyes down, mentally deciding what I should tell everyone. We don't have to do this now. We can talk about it after Aaliyah has a chance to go home. Mother notices the awkward look on my face and steps in to defend me. If we must, Camden is about to agree with Mother, but I cough into my hands, signaling I have something to say. No, it's okay, I tell everyone in the room. Are you sure? Mother asks me. I nod my head at her before looking at Camden. I'm guessing you want to ask me if it was the creature that's been preying on the other villages. Camden's face quickly becomes serious, much like everyone else in the room. Everything that happened to you matched the reports from the other villages. Did you notice and chase after a magical creature on your run? Camden asks. I fold my arms in front of me and start nervously rubbing them. I didn't chase anything, I was lured out of the village. How is that possible? Camden questions me in disbelief. The creature was able to use mental manipulation. I didn't realize anything was wrong until I was deep in the woods. Everyone pales as I explain how I encountered and fought the creature. I left out the part about it eating souls and how I tried sacrificing my vitality to kill it. I also left out the fact that I unlocked a tier 6 skill and met 2 goddesses. How were you able to notice something was wrong? Surette asks me once I finish my story. I calmly look at her and glance around the others in the room. I can't say, I tell everyone in a flat tone. Camden and Surette look disappointed by my answer, but my parents and Master look like they understand what happened. It falls silent between us for a moment before I ask a question of my own. I heard the hunters found me. Was there anything unusual about where they found me? That's what I was going to ask you. Camden answers me. The spot the hunters found you has turned into a jungle over the last few days. I asked for it to be kept a secret, but all the hunters are curious. Really, a jungle? I repeat, not sure how I'm supposed to answer him. How many levels did you gain? Master Dell asks, stepping forward. Why does that matter? Camden turns towards Dell. There are stories stone can tell their children, tales of great beasts who were slain in the past. When a high-leveled creature or person dies, the life force they emit is so great everything spontaneously grows around the spot they collapse. I'm curious how many levels you gained for slaying such a beast. By the time Master is finished talking, everyone is staring at me again. I clear my throat. I gained 8 levels. I'm level 72 now. Everyone, including Master, sucks in a deep breath of air. Mother is the first to recover and quickly asks me, is that why you're all better? I nod my head. I distributed my points after Anastasia left to get you. I'm stronger than ever, I happily proclaim with a smile. I even show off the muscles on my arm for good measure, trying to distract everyone from how I almost died again. That's impossible. Camden has a hard time accepting the truth. Killing a creature with such a level is unheard of. I got lucky, I tell him, remembering my conversation with Aaliyah. It couldn't move once I saw it, and it took everything I had along with sacrificing my sword to do any damage to the thing. It was pure luck I was able to counter the monster. I try to laugh it off. I look around the room and notice everybody is giving me worried looks. Really, I'm fine, I try to tell everyone. I think your mother is right, you should go home and rest. Camden tells me. Everyone nods in approval. I said I'm fine. I need to get back to work with Master. I start walking towards the door until Master Dell steps in front of me and puts his hand on my shoulder. Go home, you can come to see me tomorrow, Dell says with a concerned look on his face. Mother walks up behind me and grabs my arm, giving me a pleading look. Fine, I'll go home, I give in. I'll take care of the villagers outside. Camden walks past me and opens Anastasia's front door. Mother leads me out after him without letting go of my arm. All right, everyone, make some room. Aaliyah is up and she's going home with her family. Give her some space. Camden shouts at the crowd waiting outside. I was prepared for there to be a small group waiting to see me, but damn, I think a third of the village is here. Mother continues to lead me forward, and the crowd respectfully parts for us. I look behind us and see Dad following close by. Out of the corner of my eye, I watch Master break through the crowd and head home. Many people call out to me and try to ask me questions, but I ignore them and give a polite wave instead. We don't get a moment of peace until we're through our front door. Mother, Father, and I are all standing together in the entryway, trying to change our shoes at once. I notice Father is a little dirty, and Mom's clothes look a little tattered as well. I doubt they've had an easy time the last 5 days. The least I can do is clean everyone. Hey Mom, Dad, hold still a minute. I haven't had a chance to show them this yet. I activate my cleaning spell and empower it so it will cover the three of us. Ahid ls Weemapiss. Both my parents cringe when the spell I usually use expands well past my body and envelops all of us. Mother and Father stare at their limbs as the white light covers their bodies, and many black flakes fall off the three of us. I guess I was pretty dirty myself from being unconscious for so long. I kick off my shoes and dust the remaining black flakes off before walking over to our kitchen. Whatever magic Anastasia used to keep me healthy must not have included food because I can eat anything right now. I grab some jerky, 2 biscuits, some dried fruit, and stuff everything into my mouth. Tastes so good I give a little moan as I turn back to face my parents. Both look sparkly clean now, but they both stand together, giving me looks of worry. Is there something on my face? I ask as I finish the food in my arms. Mother walks over to me and pulls me into a hug. I can feel her trembling. I start rubbing her back. Mom, I'm... Stop saying that, she snaps at me with tears in her eyes. There is no way you can be fine, we almost lost you again. I want to tell her the opposite to reassure her everything will be okay, but now that I'm home, the dam breaks loose, and everything I've been through comes flooding out in the form of me sobbing. All the fear I felt facing the Soul Eater and the goddesses are too much to hold back. Mixed with all of that is the joy of finally being home and knowing it's over. Father comes over and holds the two of us in his big arms, looking just as unsteady as Mom. I tried to stay strong for them in the village, but it's too much to take. I release everything I've been holding back and cry with my parents, happy that I'm still alive. Goddess Ebion's point of view, quite particular, isn't it, sister? I mentally send a message to Aaliyah across our domains. Peering through the barrier that separates our existence from the world below, we both watch the anomaly reunite with its family. I instantly receive a reply. It has been a while since I watched the mortals below. Apparently I'm quite popular. Her voice, followed by a long laugh, directly enters my mind. They seem to think praying to me grants them a longer life. What foolish things. Indeed, it appears most have forgotten our roles in our silence. Most prayers directed to me are filled with hate, hoping I bring vengeance on their behalf or asking me to spare someone. It is quite disappointing. Adversity in life is your domain, sister, one aspect I don't wish to deal with. Aaliyah continues to laugh over our connection. Sweet Ebion, always trying to bring peace to mortals' souls, yet always misunderstood by them. Even the anomaly feared you when you tried to defend it against my pressure. I don't respond to her taunts, merely sending a pulse of displeasure through our communication. I'm happy such a toy unlocked one of our skills. The light coming off of Aaliyah's nebula flares up with her excitement. Beings like us don't require such arcane things as bodies. We're pure energy. Does that mean you intend to watch it grow? I ask my sister. Your avatar had to hold itself back from killing it. It was cursing everything that's happened to it to insult me like that. Life is meant to be challenging, to face adversity and eventually lose. To struggle is a mortal's very purpose. That is the meaning of life. My sister starts to rant, so I decide to look closer at the anomaly's memories my avatar brought back. I know everything that's happened to the anomaly. Still, it's difficult for me to interpret a mortal's feelings and motivations, especially one who's previously lived in a different plane of existence. Either way, I've never seen a mortal's memories of experiencing death before. It chose to sacrifice itself for a friend. Interesting. Now that you know about the anomaly, will you interfere with its fate? I ask my sister, interrupting her speech on the joys of watching mortals suffer through their lives. As a goddess of life, it is up to her how she harvests her divinity from the mortals below. I harvest my divinity through the release a soul obtains upon their death, which I use to help them on their way to the river of rebirth. My sister chooses to draw her energy from the lives the mortals live and the obstacles they overcome or succumb to. There is no need for me to interfere with the anomaly. I've already checked its fate and how it interacts with those around it. The anomaly is destined to face adversity. I merely have to watch. What about you? Are you interested in it as well? I am curious how it lives its life and how that life will end. I'll watch with you, sister, and prepare for the time I need to escort it to the river of rebirth. Through our connection, I feel the joy emanating from my sister. Then let us watch the anomaly and see what happens. If it uses the skill it gained, you might miss out on your chance to help it. She won't use the skill like that, I inform my sister. Oh, and how do you know that? My sister challenges. Just a hunch, I tell her. Mortals have them all the time. Then, like a mortal, you'd be wrong. Instantly, our energies clash with one another as our wills battle over our connection. Storms of our divine power start to eat away at the barrier connecting us to the mortal world. We're forced to stop when our clashing power is about to harm the systems we have in place to govern the souls below, lest we want to waste even more energy fixing them. Let's watch and see who's right, my sister sends through our connection, confident she is right. Indeed, I respond. I once more turn my attention to the anomaly and watch how it's consoled by its family. Mortals can be so very weak, but not this one. Don't disappoint me, Aaliyah. Curvin's point of view, we finally made it. I cry out as we enter the inspection line to get into Tburn. A few people passing by give me odd looks, but I don't care right now. We traveled light and never stopped moving, and it still took us 8 days to reach the city. We did break a record, though we were attacked by bandits 3 times this trip. They swarmed us like flies, almost like they could smell the gold I was transporting. I look over my shoulder at my goods. This is the emptiest my cart has been in a while, yet the few things I'm hauling are worth close to 100 gold coins. I'm vibrating in my seat in anticipation. If the general approves of the arrow, Aaliyah and I stand to make a good deal of profit. I bet the girl is probably in her forge right now, prepping to make the next arrow when I arrive with more caggles. What are you thinking about? I nearly fall off of my cart when Real whispers in my ear. I never felt him hop into the cart or when he got directly behind me. The day I no longer need to deal with you, I snap back at him. Real only smiles and chuckles at my look of anger. You say that, but you know you need me. Who was the one that spotted the bandits, and who was the one who killed the most of them? Real smiles at my displeasure, showing off his teeth. I don't acknowledge the man who is a pain in my ass and instead focus on the line in front of me. He's right, though. Ever since I started hauling stuff for Aaliyah, I've seen a subtle change in the bandits that attack us. Usually a bandit group will ask you to give up a part of your wares and let you be on your way if you comply. It's always a gamble what a merchant is carrying, and if too many merchants in an area die, there's less money moving around. And merchants who do travel with a small army, not the kind of target a smart bandit group is willing to take on. I miss the days when it was those types of bandits trying to rob me. The 3 groups that attacked us were half the size of standard bandit groups. The largest only had 5 people. But it wasn't hungry farmers or young men desperate for a few coins. The people that attacked my cart this time didn't try to negotiate. Each tried to ambush us, and if it weren't for Real, they likely would have succeeded. They were professional highwaymen and knew we were carrying expensive goods even though we didn't look it. I always thought it was people in the merchant profession who held skills related to money. Still, Real explained to us every decent bandit has a skill dedicated to sniffing out coin on a person, and the better ones can approximate goods as well. I glanced to my left and right at Lurt and Reba. They were each only able to handle a single bandit while Real had to take care of the rest. I'll have to ask Aaliyah to forge them some better gear when she has some free time, whenever that is. When we make it to the front of the line, I show my credentials, and we're quickly let through after they inspect the crates of arrows. As we make our way down Tburn's main road, I try to spot all the differences since we were here last. Many more shops are open, and most of the inns look like they've finally seen a new coat of paint. There are a lot more people walking around as well. The magic weather from the fighting has only grown stronger, so everyone is wearing thick pants along with a light shirt, along with their coats tied around their waists. They're prepared for the weather to shift at a moment's notice. Even though spring is coming fast, it feels like the middle of summer because of this magical heat wave. We all had to take our jackets off when we approached the city, but we're still sweating in our heavy trousers. I see a few restaurants advertising temperature-controlled rooms meant to draw in wealthy merchants and stalls with people offering snow-filled pouches to cool your person. That's quite ingenious. They probably gather the snow when the weather shifts and wait for a heat wave to sell it for a profit. Focus, Curvin, I berate myself. Cracking the reins, I usher my bivol towards the army's supply station. Sadly, we soon hit another line of carts, trying to make it into the army's clearing. Lurt and Reba keep an eye on the area while Real lays down in the back of the cart. It takes over an hour before we reach the front of the line, and I can better see the clearing the army is using to receive goods. Gone are the haphazard spots for carts to park, and in their place are marked areas each wagon has to fit into. Many carts are pushed close together, enough so you can't walk in between them. Name and plate, a male soldier asks me. Despite the hot weather, he's standing tall in full gear and has an emblem designating him a lieutenant. Curvin, from Silverherd, I tell the man and hand him my plate. He visually perks up when he hears my name. He takes my plate and scans over it lightning fast. Mr. Curvin, it's good to have you back. The soldier hands me my plate back and sends a few hand signals across the clearing. Another soldier comes running over. The man who inspected my plate turns to the new arrival. This is Curvin from Silverherd. Take him to the captain's reception area. Sir, the new soldier salutes his superior officer and gestures for me to follow. I never thought I would ever end up receiving special treatment like this. We're escorted back to the area we used for our private meeting last time, and I'm surprised how much they've improved it. One of the old buildings that made up the alley we conducted our business in is torn down, and a tent has taken its place. The area is level and even has a campfire going, and just like in the central clearing, they have a space set aside for carts to park. The captain will be here momentarily. The soldier informs me before walking back to his post. Let's get the crates unloaded and opened before he arrives. I direct Lurt and Rieba. Reel gets up to help now that he's in the army's camp and needs to look productive. The 6 crates holding the arrow shafts and arrowheads are quickly unloaded. Soon I hear an excited voice behind me, Curvin. I was waiting for you to return. I almost activate my merchant skills just from hearing Captain Nathanel's voice. I make sure to put on a polite smile before I turn around. Captain Nathanel, you're looking well. I see you're getting busier. I offer up some small talk. That we have, he tells me. Did you wait long? It took us an hour just to make it into your clearing, I offhandedly inform him. That won't do, he says with a serious look on his face. Whenever you have a delivery for the general, you can come to the front of the line. My men will take care of it. I try not to look intimidated by how quickly he shifted into business mode upon hearing how long I had to wait. Think nothing of it. The general is very pleased with the arrows you've already sold us and is excited to receive her order. Did it turn out as planned? The captain smiles at me, but his eyes drill into me, looking for any weakness. This old man is just as tricky to deal with like last time. Our blacksmith did complete the order but got carried away in the process, I'm afraid. Are you trying to raise your price after accepting the job? The captain questions me with a stern glare. I thought we were friends, I ask, raising an eyebrow. Haven't I stuck to my prices in the past? I believe it was you who asked me if I would go back on my word last time, I point out to him. The captain blankly stares at me before replacing his frigid look with a happy smile. I don't remember what I said exactly last time, but friends aren't held up on trivial details like that. I curse the crafty swindler while he playfully laughs. He knows as well as I do that the negotiations have already begun even if we aren't arguing over numbers yet. I wait for his fake laughter to die down before discussing the general's order. I am well aware of the budget the general gave me, and I plan to honor it. The price will remain 10 gold coins. You can consider it as Silver Herd's goodwill towards our country's military that's working so hard to protect us. I'm sure your generosity will be well received. If the general likes the arrow, how much do you plan on charging for others like it? The captain casually asks. Not this time, you old demon, it's hard to say. Our craftsman is positive they can further improve the design. Who's to say the next arrow will be worth the same as the one I have right now? I'll have to wait to negotiate further deals. Take that, I gloat to myself. That sounds quite reasonable. The captain nods his head, but I can see a new crease on his forehead. Why don't we settle on the price for the other arrows you brought then? And he realizes he can't lock in the future arrows' prices. He smoothly switches targets. How many did you bring this time? I have 400 of the same arrows I delivered last time, switchable arrowheads and all. It would have been more, but fulfilling the general's order took precedence. That's quite all right. Every arrow you can sell us is appreciated. Give me a moment, and I'll write you a form for you to pick up 50 gold coins at our offices. Captain Nathanel starts to walk over to his tent. Wait just a minute, I call out to him. The captain stops and turns back towards me. I'm sorry to say, but we need to renegotiate their price as well. I believe I gave you a very generous price the last time you were here. I feel the captain's merchant skills activate. I grit my teeth as I'm suddenly urged to agree with him. I activate my own skills to reduce the effect of his. The materials the arrows are made out of are becoming harder to get a hold of. The materials were locally sourced, so a fair price was hard to pinpoint. Does that mean you have a price already in mind? Captain Nathanel asks. 25 silver an arrow, I tell him. Captain Nathanel's smile straightens out. We agreed on 10 silver apiece last time. You wish to charge us over double for the same product. My legs start to tremble under the weight of his stare, but I don't give in. Aaliyah trusted me to do business on her behalf. I do. You know as well as I do how much the arrows are worth. And what if I don't want to pay that price? The captain walks menacingly over to me. I gulp down the saliva accumulating in my mouth and stutter out. Then I'll sell the arrows to a merchant heading towards the capital. I'm sure they would pay me more than 10 silver an arrow. You'll take 12 silver per arrow. I feel the captain's skills decimate my own, demanding I take the deal. 24.5, I retort through my clenched teeth, refusing to be bullied into submission. You are aware of who I represent, don't you? It would be wise not to push my master's generosity. 14 silver an arrow. I want to say 24.25 an arrow, but the captain's skills keep me from saying it out loud. 21 silver each, I end up countering. Tell me, do you think you can bleed us dry? 15 for an arrow. I can feel the sweat forming on my face, and it isn't from the heat. I gather my courage. Silverherd would never try to take advantage of the military. I wish I could agree to your prices, but I represent the blacksmith who created the arrows. I've undersold her goods our last 2 deals, and I won't let it happen a third time. 17 silver for each arrow, and that's my final compromise. I stand my ground against the weight of the captain. Our eyes lock onto each other, and a silent battle of wills breaks out. I think I can hold out. As soon as that thought enters my head, the pressure from Captain Nathanel's skills increases dramatically. Damn, he was still holding back against me. When my legs start to tremble and I'm about to fall to my knees, the pressure around me vanishes. All right, 17 silver each. Captain Nathanel smiles at me. I haven't seen a merchant improve as fast as you in a while. Took you long enough to figure out your goods' worth, though. But what about going against the army? I ask him slack-jawed. I was seeing if you'd fold under a little pressure. I didn't think you would threat to sell your goods elsewhere, though. Your arrows are too important to the general, and I'd have to play dirty if you actually tried to leave. The captain may be smiling and congratulating me, but I can see the resolve in his eyes. If it came to it, I'm sure he would detain me and confiscate my wares if he had to. Our skills finalize the deal, and my body can finally relax as we shake hands. The captain signals a few nearby soldiers that move over to grab the crates of arrows. He then proceeds to fill out a ticket good for 78 gold coins, 10 for the general's order, and 68 for the other arrows. Captain Nathanel hands me the ticket, which I quickly stash in my side pouch. Now that's over, can I see the arrow for my lady? Of course, I tell him. I move over to my cart and withdraw the long box I placed the arrow in. Flipping the front latch, I carefully open the box and hold it in my arms for the captain to inspect. He digs through the fabric I wrapped the arrow in, and when his eyes settle on the arrow itself, I can see a genuine look of shock cross his face. He quickly hides his surprised expression. My skills are telling me the materials used on this arrow are quite expensive. I know you said you wouldn't give me a price for the future arrows, but if my master likes the arrow, what is the price range we're looking at? 40 gold coins, I tell him, trying not to look nervous. A few nearby soldiers stumble upon hearing the price, but Captain Nathanel nods in understanding. I'll discuss it with my master. Would you mind waiting here for a little while? Like I have a choice, are you having the arrow brought to the general now? I ask. I am Captain Nathanel confirms my suspicions and glances at one of his subordinates. Get Kale over here. Tell him I have an important delivery for the general. The soldier salutes and scurries off. Nathanel focuses back on me. Kale is our best runner. It will only take him 20 minutes to deliver the arrow to the fort. We should find out if my master likes the arrow quite soon. The captain's smile sends a shiver down my back, but my job isn't finished yet. If I may, can I ask you some personal questions regarding the general? Captain Nathanel's good-natured smile hardens. Personal information regarding my master does not leave House Pittz. Why are you asking this all of a sudden? Everyone around us tenses. I quickly blurt out the questions Aaliyah asked me to find the answers to before he thinks spies approached us for the information. Our craftsman wanted to know if she was right or left-handed and what her draw length was. It's the length the general has to draw her arrow back. Captain Nathanel interrupts me. My master is a renowned archer. I know what a person's draw length is. I cringe as Captain Nathanel leans over and closes the box and takes it from my arms. Kale, reporting for duty, Captain. What's the delivery? I jump from the sudden voice next to us. I don't know how much more my heart can take. A soldier dressed from head to toe in a camouflaged suit that resembles the rocky terrain around Tburn scared me half to death with his sudden appearance out of nowhere. Delivery for the general, her hands only. Captain Nathanel tells the runner while handing him the box. Understood. The soldier hugs the box close to his chest, and the box seems to take on the same color scheme as his suit, making it difficult to spot. He turns and dashes off at an incredible speed, almost as fast as her. I hear real mumble behind me. Who is he talking about? I send him a quick glance, but he pretends like he didn't say anything. Wait here while I talk to my master. It will be up to her if I answer your questions. Captain Nathanel doesn't so much as spare me a second look before he walks off. With my head lowered, I walk back over to my cart and climb back onto my seat. Lurt and Reba get comfortable on top of a stack of old bricks nearby. I bury my head into my hands, missing the days I haggled with old ladies in villages over yarn and other simple items. Tired already. I hear Reel mock me off to the side now that we're alone again. I don't even take my face out of my hands. Shut up, Reel. General Emily Pitts' point of view. He asked which hand you prefer to shoot with and your draw length. Apparently, the blacksmith thinks they can improve the arrow further. Nathanel's voice echoes out of a ball of magic in the communication mage's hands. Did she now? You're getting my hopes up, Nathanel. Did the arrow appear top-notch to you? I ask without hiding the excitement in my voice. It did, my lady. I can't judge the magic capabilities, but the materials are definitely tiered 3 and 4. The shaft itself looks like it's pure caggles. I rub my hands together, listening to Nathanel. And you sent it by runner already. I ask for the 3rd time. It should be at your gates any minute now, my lady. Nathanel reassures me, unperturbed by me asking the same question again. I'll contact you as soon as I inspect the arrow, I inform him. I'll be waiting, my lady. The connection cuts out between us, and the mage in front of me wipes the sweat from their face. Good job holding the connection, I tell the mage. Messages sent by magic are usually short to save mana, but I talk to Nathanel for nearly 20 minutes. I nod my head, acknowledging his rest request. I leave the exhausted mage behind and start walking towards the front gate, followed by Christopher in the shadows. Christopher, send word to Nora to meet me in my office. I send my steward to have our enchanter ready to inspect the arrow as soon as it arrives. I've been checking in with the enchanter regularly these days, enough so that I finally learned her name. My smile widens when I feel Christopher's presence disappear. Everyone I pass trembles as I walk by and gives me a large berth. I should probably rein in my enthusiasm, but I've been waiting for this order for a while now, and the arrow has to be good, or that sniveling merchant wouldn't dare throw out a 40 gold price tag for the next one. Ready to open the gate, personal delivery arriving. I call out, causing the people in charge of the massive doors to jump in surprise. The gate guard steal glances at me as they prepare to crack open the doors to allow the runner through. I rarely come here myself, considering I'm able to leave by hopping over the walls. At least I've slowly become used to my men staring at me. Runner arriving. Confirmation 71235V. We all hear the authentication code coming from beyond the gate. Without being told, the gatekeepers crack the doors for the runner to come in. The camouflaged runner slips past the gates and buckles over panting. Runner through, closing. The gatekeepers echo to one another as they quickly shut and lock the gates. Skull hasn't made a push to take the fort in over a week, but we can never be too careful. I walk over to the winded runner. You have your delivery. For the general's arms only, he wheezes, facing the ground, not realizing who he's talking to. That's why I'm here, soldier. It's hard not to laugh when the runner jumps upon hearing me. The runner's camouflage isn't strong enough to keep me from seeing his shocked reaction underneath. Please forgive me, General. I didn't notice you were waiting for me. He hesitates between saluting me and dropping to his knees to beg for forgiveness. I may enjoy giving the men a little scare now and again, but I don't know where their image of me comes from. It's not like I would kill one of our best runners just because he didn't notice I was standing here. I shake my head in dissatisfaction, which causes the runner to pale. Just hand me the delivery. I choose to move on rather than taking the time to explain why I'm not mad at the poor man. He hands me the wooden box with trembling hands. I put part of my strength into my legs and rock it away from the staring soldiers who were expecting me to punish the frightened runner. You kill one spy impersonating one of your men, and everyone thinks you're a homicidal general, I complain to myself. I ignore everyone's shouts of surprise as I rush to my office. My displeasure quickly fades when I open the door to my office and see Christopher and Nora waiting for me. Is that it? Christopher points at the box I'm carrying in my arms. It is, I answer him as I step into my room and shut the door behind me. Did you look at it yet? I'm a little surprised by Christopher's excitement. I can understand why Nora looks like she's about to explode with excitement, but I didn't think Christopher would be this enthusiastic overseeing my delivery as well. I haven't had time yet move out of the way. I brush him aside and set the box on top of my desk. Nora moves closer to me, but keeps a respectful distance between us. I flick the simple latch holding the box shut and open the case. The box must have been used to hold a sword, and it's obvious it was randomly grabbed to hold the arrow. I frown, seeing the rags and other miscellaneous fabrics packed into the small box so the contents wouldn't shift in transit. Why the waste of material? Any arrow meant for me wouldn't be damaged even if you set a crate on top of it. Reaching into the fabric, my fingers brush up against a smooth metallic surface. Like pulling a magic gem out of a mud pit, the beautiful arrow slips out of discarded textiles. It looks nice, but is it that good? General, are you okay? I hear Christopher's voice, but it's nothing more than a ringing in my ears. I blankly stare at the arrow in my hands. The shaft is pure kagels mixed with mithril, and for the fletching they used fetchin feathers, both good materials but not rare by any standards. However, I've never seen the material used for the arrowhead. My eyes travel every inch of the arrow, taking in its immaculate form. An appraiser would swear it was cast forged, but I can instinctually tell it wasn't forged in such a cheap way. As I pour my magic into the arrow, it freely flows through the whole thing and gathers in the arrowhead. I've held pure Kaggle swords before, but none of them have channeled my magic this smoothly. A hand waves in front of my face, breaking my concentration. General, is it cursed, maybe poisoned? Christopher shouts in my ear. What are you yelling for, fool? I snap at my steward. Thank the gods, he shouts. As soon as the two of you looked at the arrow, you froze. I thought it might have been a trap of some sort from Skull. What? I glare at the overdramatic man. I look over at my side and see Nora staring wide-eyed at the arrow in my hands. Is that what I looked like? Maybe Christopher was right to be worried. Nora, I try calling out to her. She's under the same spell you were, Christopher informs me. Nora. I activate commanding voice and the girl finally notices I was calling out to her. Yesgenerl. She stumbles for a response. It takes a minute for her brain to catch up, but when it does, her cheeks turn crimson. I'm sorry, she hangs her head in shame or embarrassment, I'm not sure which. It's fine, I was surprised too. I offer her the arrow. May I, she asks, flustered. Would I be offering it to you otherwise? I raise an eyebrow at the enchanter. She carefully takes the arrow from my hands and holds it to her eye, focusing on the detailed maker's mark. Is there something wrong with the arrow? Christopher asks. I can't help but scoff at the idea. Far from it, the arrow is better than I ever dreamed, I inform my steward. Really? He asks in disbelief. I nod my head. The arrows we bought from Curvin were good for an archer around level 75. That arrow, I point at the arrow Nora is currently drooling over, was made for someone over level 100. Christopher finally realizes why Nora and I were spellbound. I bought plenty of arrows over the years, and I have experience with arrows meant for someone above level 100. Creating something meant to be freely used by someone with high stats is hard to do, even for experienced artisans. I dare say the materials she used to forge this arrow have been pushed to their very limit. Even if a stonekin master smith used the same materials, I doubt they could forge a better arrow. Is it as good as the arrows you order from the stonekin? Christopher hastily asks. No, it isn't to that level yet, I inform him. I don't know what stonekin used to forge my arrows, but even when I level, they can still handle my increased stats. Other than using my tier 5 skills, the arrows I buy from the stonekin don't break ever. My specialty arrows are meant for level 125 plus. This arrow is good for someone between level 100 and level 110. So only a difference of 15 levels. That isn't so bad, Christopher remarks. He makes it sound so easy. Not even one of blacksmiths in our kingdom ever makes something like this, and the person who forged it is a young village girl living out in the middle of nowhere. After level 100, it becomes harder and harder to find materials that can stand up to your stats. Every 5 levels or so, a person above level 100 need to replace their equipment. Not only did she make something useful for someone above level 100, but it would last them their next 10 levels. There are only maybe 10 individuals in our kingdom that would have proper use of an arrow like this. I found a future hegemon of Olbert. Someone who quite possibly will be able to compete with stonekin craftsmen. Nora, yes, General, she looks up from the arrow. I want you to enchant it so it's as durable as possible. Can you do it? I'll do my best, but it will take me some time to accomplish. I've never worked on something like this before. If I mess up on the engraving, I can do more harm than good, she honestly tells me. I understand. Take your time and inform me when it's ready. I'll get started on it right away. I nod my head and Nora practically bursts through my office's door, heading for her workshop. Christopher, take over command outside for a while. I need some time alone. My appointed steward gives me a questioning glance but agrees to my request. He shuts my door behind him as he leaves, and I patiently wait for him to stop hiding outside. Once I'm sure I can no longer sense Christopher lurking outside, I reach into a small pocket that's hidden in my belt. I pull out a gold ring that's encrusted with 10 different mana gems and slip it on my finger. I pour mana into the magic item and wait for Nathanel to pick up. As long as one person is supplying mana to one of the rings, the connection will form even if Nathanel can't use magic himself. The two-way communication rings are magic items that have been in the Pittz family for generations. Noble families don't advertise that they have things like these, and I only use it when I need to have private conversations with Nathanel without going through a mage. My lady, is something the matter? Nathanel's worried voice whispers in my ear. Nothing like that, Nathanel, I assure him. Is the merchant still there? Of course, my lady. He's waiting on your response. Good, tell him I want as many arrows as his blacksmith can craft as soon as possible. You can negotiate the price, but they're worth every coin. If you're contacting me through our rings, then I'm to assume the arrow was above your expectations. Nathanel asks me. I can't help but laugh. Someone at level 110 can use the arrow. A silence falls between us, and I can just imagine the shocked look on Nathanel's seasoned face. Give him the information he wanted. I communicate through my magic ring. By your will, my lady. Is there anything else you require? Yes. Send word back home. I want one of our best representatives to travel to Blayton and meet with the head of Silver Herd. I want an introduction to the blacksmith after our reinforcements arrive. I command Nathanel. I'll see to it immediately, my lady. I'm sure you will. If I need to contact you further, I'll go through a mage. Happy hunting, Lady Emily. You too, Nathanel. I stop supplying mana to my ring and the connection goes out. I walk behind my desk and sit in the rickety chair that's been in this fort for decades. It will take weeks to send someone from our family estates to Blayton, but by then I should be able to turn over the fort to whoever they sent as my replacement. I'll have to be sneaky. I don't have the luxury to walk through a city without being noticed. People pay attention, no matter where I go. It will be worth it, though, if I can get my hands on someone who can craft proper arrows for me. She already believes she can make even better arrows. The chair groans as I lean back, and I can't help but grin at the idea of meeting someone so talented. I'm just about to chuckle out loud, but my enhanced senses pick up Christopher running back towards my office. I quickly sit up and face the door. He isn't wasting time by hiding himself, so it has to be important. He only knocks twice before flinging the door open, almost ripping the worn-out thing off its hinges. General. Bad news, we lost contact with our scouts. The happy expression on my face slips away. Which one? I ask for clarification. That's the thing, all 12 have suddenly gone dark, and not one of them reported anything abnormal during their last check-ins. Christopher explains with a worried expression. I smoothly get up from behind my desk and grab my bow and quiver. Send word to all personnel that the fort is on emergency notice as of now and recall all our forward units, I command. All of them? Christopher questions. All of them, I firmly tell him. I'll investigate by myself. You're in charge until I return. Yes, General. Christopher salutes me and we split up. While he prepares for the possibility of an attack, I rush to the fort's walls and vault over. What is Skal up to now? General Emily Pitts's point of view. Like a specter, I glide across the rocky ground, hugging the canyon wall. The loose terrain doesn't slow me down in the least as I climb the steep canyon walls. I'm nearing Skal's camp as I come up to the first lookout position I scouted before they arrived. I personally search for the best vantage points for our scouts to use while keeping in mind they might need an escape route should they be discovered. This isn't good. I bend over and inspect the ground. It's faint, but I can see traces of someone approaching from the side and which direction they came from. The whole area has been swept clean, but my skills can pick out the minute details they missed. Whoever attacked did so without our scout having time to react. There wasn't a struggle, and based on the hidden drag patterns, they removed the body when they were finished. I move on to the next spot and the next only to find the same hidden signs as I inspect each of vantage in turn. If Skal thought it needed to move against our scouts like this, they must be planning something big. As a general, I should turn around and assign a unit to investigate rather than risk proceeding further by myself. But as someone used to acting as the scout, I know I'm the only one fit to figure out what Skal has planned. I slowly creep along the canyon wall, scanning Skal's camp for anything new. I spot a few new fortifications. They've slowly been building up, but not much else. Pushing farther into the canyon, I reach our scout's farthest vantage point that overlooks the first significant bend. The canyon isn't one straight ravine, it twists and turns through the rock. Shit, I immediately curse. That's why they killed our scouts. Steadily moving across the canyon's rocky floor is an army of Skal reinforcements. I spot at least 20,000 soldiers filling their way closer to Skal's camp. That's double the size of the forces they first sent to take the fort. If we knew they were coming just an hour ago, we might have been able to send a small magic squad to ambush them, but they're too close now. The fortifications Skal has been constructing were only a front to make us think they were digging in for a long fight, while their reinforcements were on their way the whole time. Turning around, I need to get back to the fort and ready. My danger sense rings in my ears, and I immediately throw myself to the side. My keen eyes track a steel blade as it flashes inches away from my throat. The assassin that materialized out of nowhere doesn't let up just because his first strike missed. His figure blurs as he activates a movement skill and tries to flank me from my left. His dual daggers, held in a reverse grip, are aimed at any of the seams in between my armor. I can tell just by his movements that he's around level 90, someone even I have to be wary of. Assassins are known to employ poisons, and even a single nick from his blade can be troublesome for me. He expertly closes the distance between us and keeps me on my back foot, trying to keep me from drawing one of my arrows. This is why I prefer to hunt magic beasts. They don't have strategies to deal with me the first time we meet. The assassin uses his movement skill again to keep pressuring me, not caring how quickly he's burning through his stamina. If he gives me a single opening or hesitates for a moment, I'll be able to hit him with an arrow. Unfortunately, my wait-and-see approach is quickly discarded when my senses pick up 3 more people rapidly approaching us from all directions, and I highly doubt it's my missing men. Even if the assassin's backup isn't as high-leveled as him, having to deal with another 3 close-range fighters isn't my specialty. I'll have to pay a price to kill my opponent before this becomes more complicated. Continuing to dodge his whirlwind of blade strikes, I activate fast hands. In one flawless motion, I'm able to retrieve an arrow from my quiver. The assassin presses harder, not giving me the chance to knock my arrow. All I need is a single opening. I shift my stance to my back leg, but the ground underneath shifts from my spontaneous movement. My stance crumbles as I start to fall backwards. The assassin doesn't miss the opportunity and swings his left blade at my exposed neck. I bring up my bow and deflect his first strike, only to have him attack a second time with his right blade. I try to block his second strike with the arrow in my other hand, but I can't. I feel the assassin's dagger rub up against my neck. Quickly channeling my mana, a cracking sound like shattering glass rings out from my arm. One of the 3 gems on my right bracer cracks and crumbles to pieces, instantly sending a healing wave of mana throughout my body. Before his dagger's blade even leaves my neck, the wound is already closing. Using the arrow in my right hand, I copy the assassin's strike and jab my impromptu weapon into his own throat. With my strength, the arrowhead slices through his neck, and the tip pokes out the back. I rip the arrow back out, opening up a wider hole in the assassin's throat. I watch as panic quickly flickers through my opponent's eyes. His high stats ensure he remains alive just long enough to realize he's going to die. Even though I dealt a mortal blow to the assassin, and everything went according to my plan, I'm still falling backwards with more enemies soon to arrive. Taking my bow and stabbing it into the ground, I use my strength to reorientate myself. I flip backwards and land on my feet in time to watch the assassin fall to the ground in a bloody mess. With a quick tug, I yank my bow out of the rock and knock the bloody arrow. I release my shot as soon as the first Skull soldier appears around a corner. His level doesn't match his deceased counterpart, and my arrow easily pierces his chest, bull's-eyeing his heart. I don't wait for the other two approaching soldiers to show up, choosing to rush back to the fort immediately. Through the corner of my eye, I see a few of Skull's battalions setting up to launch siege spells and arrows in my direction. And here I thought I wasn't noticed. I draw in a huge breath of air and push my body to its limit. My limbs are slowly going numb, meaning the assassin was using a poisoned blade, and it's strong enough to bleed through my poison resistance skill. I watch the first siege fireball spell soar through the air and explode behind me. Even suffering through the poison, I'm still too fast for them to lock on with such slow-moving spells. The next fireball is already on its way, but just like the last time, all at once I feel a quarter of my remaining stamina being drained away, causing me to slow. Shit, I know this feeling. I curse. I activate a magic ring on my left hand and the stamina drain stops. The fireball is closing in on me, and this time it's close enough that the blast will hit me. Activating my movement skill, Long Leap, I make it out of the spell's blast radius just in time. Who brings a hex mage on a military campaign? I protest. The same people who brought an assassin capable of harming me, that's who. Hex mages focus on debuff magic that works with line of sight. Even the highest leveled hex mages can only cast small area of effect spells, making them worthless in a siege. That means they're here solely to deal with me. If I were any slower killing the assassin, the hex mage probably would have had time to curse me during the fight. I keep running, but I scan Skull's forces again, looking for anyone sporting a feather like the assassin or commanders I saw leading their reinforcements. A hex mage able to curse me at this distance is definitely over level 80, but sadly no one stands out. A few arrows from high-leveled archers reach up the canyon walls, but I easily dodge them. Once I have a generous distance between me and Skull's camp, they stop wasting their mana and arrows, knowing they won't be able to hit me. Racing back to the fort, I feel my limbs become heavier and notice they aren't responding as they should. My bracelet has 3 now 2 charges left. Each can send a strong wave of healing mana throughout my body instantly, but only to close wounds. I wish I had an artifact to cure poison, but poison-resistant artifacts are rarer than their healing counterparts because poisons vary to such a degree. You could be covered in head to toe in artifacts, and you could still be affected by a poison you weren't prepared for. I've fought many magic beasts that use poison, and my resistance skill is pretty strong, yet my body is still shutting down on me. I see the walls of the fort growing bigger as my vision starts to become fuzzy. Using the last of my stamina and strength, I launch myself up onto the ramparts. I vaguely hear voices around me, but I can't make out what they're saying. Poison. Get the medical core, I wheeze out. Remaining still, I enter a meditative state. The more I can reduce my heart rate, the less the poison will spread. Skull was more than enough prepared for me, ambushing me with such a potent poison and making sure I struggle to run away. I feel a prick on my forearm and targeted healing magic applied to my body. Healing magic for poisons is a nasty business. Foreign healing magic subverts my mana network and gathers all my infected blood in my body and pulls it to the opening in my arm. Because I had to move so much after being stabbed, the poison spread through most of my body, and if it wasn't for my high vitality, removing the poison itself could kill me. I start to feel my arms and legs again, and my head becomes clear enough to listen to the people gathered around me. General, are you all right? Christopher's panicked voice rings the loudest in my ears. Will you be quiet? I'm trying to work. The healer sitting next to me berates my steward. That's a lot of blood. Do you think she'll be all right? By the sound of it, more than one soldier is close by. My vision is the last of my senses to return. General Pittz, Christopher exclaims when I finally open my eyes again. Will you stop yelling? You're giving me a headache. I snap at him. How do you feel? The female healer asks me. She has a mage's star on her chest, meaning she's one of the fort's senior healers. I'm lightheaded from the blood loss, I tell her. That's to be expected. It's amazing you're alive in the first place, she says, remaining focused on the incision on my left arm. A nearby bucket is filled with black blood, and a second is close to filling up as she drains more from my system. Christopher, is the fort on high alert? General, you should remain still. I haven't finished your treatment yet, the healer urges me. I ignore her suggestion and stare at Christopher until he answers me. Yes, General. The fort and the supply corps in Tburn are on alert. What happened to you? He nervously asks. How far are they out? Christopher inquires. Maybe an hour or two. I don't know if they're well rested or not, I tell him. That means they can attack us in as little time as 4 hours or any time after that. He darkly remarks. Skull isn't known for their patience. I'd say they'll attack sooner rather than later. I inform Christopher. Go double-check everything around the fort and send word to the supply corps and our reinforcements. We need them to pick up their pace. Christopher sends me a worried look before taking off. How much longer until you're done? I ask the healer. Would the general prefer it if I rush the process? I'm a little taken back by her blunt attitude, but I can respect it. It's been a while since someone hasn't cringed at the sight of me. I wonder if it's because she could use her magic to siphon the rest of the blood from my body that she's not scared of me. I look away from her, not answering the superfluous question. The few other soldiers standing around me do flinch when I meet their eyes. What are you all standing around for? We're on high alert, get back to your posts. My lips form a small smile as they trip over one another to rush back to their posts. Only one soldier remains because he's supposed to be stationed where I collapsed. He walks over to the wall and watches Skull's camp, trying to distract himself from his bloody superior lying on the ramparts behind him. I feel a different wave of mana enter my body and feel my arm closing. You're not completely healed, I only removed the poison. The healer tells me with a sober expression. A quick check reveals half my health is gone. I noticed your body was recently exposed to a concentrated form of healing magic. Because of that, your health will be slow to recover for the rest of the day. Great, more good news. Healing magic is truly a blessing, but it can't perform divine miracles. Each time a person is exposed to large amounts of healing magic, the body becomes slow to recover. Not the ideal situation with an army at your gates. Is there anything you can do to speed up the process? The healer has the gall to actually frown at me. I can put you to sleep. Studies have shown people heal faster while they're sleeping. I can't help but frown myself. Did Skull plan it this way, reducing my fighting capabilities before they even start their attack? The healer raises her hands and chants a spell under her breath. A massive wave of white light cleans up the bloody mess I left behind, including the stains on my clothes. Is there anything else I can help you with, General? The healer stands up and dusts the black flakes from her clothes. What is your name? I ask her as I slowly stand up. I'm Senior Healer Elise, General, she promptly tells me. No last name, meaning she joined the army as a commoner. Your high vitality saved you. I merely did my job. If the general is better now, may I return to the infirmary? I have a feeling we'll be busy soon. She asks in a no-nonsense voice. You may go, I dismiss her. She moves over to the stone steps leading to the courtyard, but stops at the foot of the stairs and turns to me. Please be careful, General. Few people openly say it, but it's your presence here that gives everybody hope. Elise doesn't wait for me to answer and makes her way down the steps. Cheeky girl, does she not know I'm over double her age? If anything, I should be worrying about her, not the other way around. I put her out of my mind and stand up towards Skull's camp. Skull's entire base is shifting. The fortifications they've thrown up the last couple of weeks are being laid down in sections, being transformed into leveled campsites for their reinforcements. How could I have missed that? I lean up against the stone watchtower and watch Skull's forces slowly gather as the fort around me becomes an ant-hive of activity. I won't say it out loud, but we're at the mercy of Skull's forces, and all I can do is watch. The fort's mood begins to plummet as people spread word of how many more Skull soldiers arrived. We've bolstered our numbers through recruiting locals, but our force is only near 3,000. It will be a miracle if Skull simply doesn't charge our gates with their numbers. I lean back in my chair in my office. I'm looking between my captains and squad leaders, nervously shifting their feet during an impromptu morning meeting. What are they waiting for? It's been almost 16 hours, why aren't they attacking us? A squad leader says what's on all of our minds. Maybe Skull's forces were more tired from their journey than I thought possible. Anything important to report, Christopher? I ask my steward. He shakes his head. I'm sorry, General, but there is nothing to report. Their army has long settled in. They didn't so much as test our defenses yesterday. Maybe we can wait them out until our reinforcements arrive, a captain hopefully remarks. There's no possibility of that happening. But why are they waiting to attack? I've nearly recovered to my full strength. After all the effort they put into trying to kill me, I'd thought they'd charge the gates as soon as they settled. What can they be planning? Everyone in the room has their head snap up when we hear the signal bell being rung. I stand up from my desk. Everyone, take up your positions. The captains and squad leaders rush out my door to their battle stations. I take the faster route and hop directly out my office window and onto the nearby ramparts. My stamina and health are hovering around 80, but at least I've gained full motor control back. Leaping over soldiers hurrying to their positions, I make my way to one of the central towers that looks over the canyon. In the distance, I can see Skull's entire forces are mobilizing en masse. They're forming two ranks of soldiers with a large divide separating the two. With my visual skills, I can see that they've adopted their previous style of organizing their forces. At the front of the two forces are individuals with feathers adorning their uniforms. Some wear their feathers in hats while others have them clipped to their chests. 8 people are sporting feathers. 8 individuals above level 80, fuck me. And judging from that assassin earlier, I doubt they're in the low 80s either. Master Packor, the deathless point of view, tellies, are our forces ready? I ask the nervous commander as I stretch out my old joints. Yes, Master Packor, our men are in formation and waiting on your orders, he tells me. Good, any sign of General Pittz? Our scouts place her on top of one of their towers. Tell me, tellies, does she look ready for battle? I look over at the man with a smile on my face. His face loses a bit of color. She has her bow and looks to be standing strong. That's excellent. I can't help but laugh. Tellies looks like he swallowed something bitter until he works up the courage to ask me what's on his mind. Master Packor, if I may, why didn't we attack after the general was injured? We could have taken the fort soon after our reinforcements arrived. We could have, I casually remark. Then why didn't we? Tellies asks, disbelief written all across his face. Because that wouldn't have been sporting of us, now would it? I tell Tellies with a savage grin plastered on my face. But Zykel, he was one of our strongest men, why send him to kill the general in the first place? Tellies stutters. I slowly walk over to the inexperienced commander. He visibly cowers as I near him until I'm standing over him. I told you I would take you under my wing, so let me explain something to you. During the war, you don't have to just worry about your enemy, you have to worry about who is standing with you as well. You weren't officially appointed as a commander, meaning until I showed up, your allegiance was in question. I would never turn on Skull. Tellies cries out. I never said you'd betray Skull, I said your allegiance was in question. Tellies gives me a confused look, so I explain. You should know our country's customs. The strong stand over the weak and lead. Our king is the highest leveled person in our kingdom, but he is old. That may sound funny coming from someone as old as me, but I was around when the previous king passed. Different fractions centered around the highest leveled people in our kingdom are readying themselves for when the king passes, regardless of the problem our kingdom is facing. When you took over the forces here, people started to notice you. Whoever was appointed by His Majesty would meet with you first and pull you into their fraction. Tellies finally realizes what I'm saying. Zykel was sent by another fraction to silence you during our siege on the fort, so I sent him to test our opponent. If he succeeded, taking the fort would be child's play, and when he failed, it was simply one less person I had to watch during the fighting. So now I'm in your fraction. Tellies hesitantly asks. You can say that. Then does that mean you wish to be the next king? He asks wide-eyed. I scoff at the idea. Do kings get to step onto the battlefield? I shake my head in disgust at the idea. I serve the same king I've served for over 100 years now, and I'll continue to serve his bloodline until I finally experience death. Serving under me means you serve the king's oldest son, Calix Van Helton, future leader of Skull. Do you have any objections to that? I ask Tellies, not concealing my bloodlust. May the Helton family forever rule Skull, he proclaims, dropping to one knee. Good, now go get everything ready while I make my final preparations, I order him. Right away, Master Packor. I watch my new subordinate rush out of the tent. There's one more reason I waited to take the fort, I think to myself as I adjust my equipment. General Pittz was able to kill Zykel and escape my hex mage, proving she could put up a decent fight. When I make my entrance, she'll be forced to confront me, and I want her at her best. I had Tellies spread the word that I wanted everybody rested for our big push today, which should have bought the general enough time to recover from her injuries. At least I hope so. Now that I'm here, the fort is all but guaranteed to fall under our control. And it's been so long since I had a decent fight, someone capable of making me bleed. Pittz didn't use one of her specialty arrows against Zykel or take a shot at our approaching forces when she had the chance. Most likely, she's out of her expensive arrows. The one we recovered from the soldier's corpse was amazing at channeling magic, but wasn't on par for someone like General Pittz. I hope she proves me wrong. Throwing my special cloak over myself and activating each of my magic items, my body starts to turn translucent before disappearing completely. I slip through my tent flaps, heading for my position at the front of the army. Let the fun begin, I chuckle to myself. General Emily Pitts's point of view. They're moving closer, Christopher mumbles. I can see that, I tell him in an even tone. Your orders, ma'am. Christopher looks at me like he's expecting me to pull a miracle out of my ass. Send word to our best archers and the mage divisions to target the feather-wearing bastards at the front. They'll be protected with magic and other defenses, but each we manage to kill will deliver a serious blow to the enemy. And contact Nora, tell her I want my arrow, whether it's done or not. I confidently rattle off some quick orders. Christopher is happy to revive my orders and quickly runs off to complete them. If only he knew how bleak I thought the situation is. I don't have the heart to tell him I'm not confident in repelling Skull this time. I'm not entirely recovered yet, and I'm out of my special arrows. I might score a lucky hit on the weaker soldiers, but even I won't be able to punch through the feathered commander's defenses with Aaliyah's regular arrows. The only way I'll be able to do any significant damage is to leave the safety of the fort and challenge their higher-level forces at closer ranges, which is, of course, the worst way for me to use my skill set. The world appears to slow around me as Skal's forces slowly march towards the fort in their weird formation. At some point, Christopher returned with my enchanted arrow, but I sent him off to coordinate with the other units. I can feel the nervousness radiating from my men increase as Skal's army's full size becomes apparent. I've already given out my orders. Everyone knows to hold their fire until after the first few of Skal's ranks enter our range. I myself have already picketed my target, a middle-aged man wielding 2 swords with a red feather pinned to his chest. Skal approaches, I notice their smiling faces. Even as the feathered individuals enter our range, they continue strolling confidently forward. If I had just one more of my special arrows, I could wipe those smirks clean off their faces. If they think this fort will fall without a fight, then they're sadly mistaken. More and more of their faces get closer to our fort, only stopping when their mage units are in range to return fire on us. A silence falls over the fort and is mimicked by Skal's army. I notice most of the feathered individuals leading Skal's army are watching me like they're waiting for me to make the first move. So be it, I say to myself. I raise my left hand straight up into the air and point at the invading army. A horn signals behind me, and every one of my soldiers on the walls release everything they have all at once. In one motion, I draw and knock my first arrow, only activating 2 of my skills as not to obliterate the projectile. I draw my bow back halfway and release my arrow with everybody else. As a storm of arrows and magic sail across the open sky, I watch closely, hoping to pinpoint their barrier mages to target later. Only Skal's armies remain steadfast in their positions, and not a single counterspell comes to life. What are they? Suddenly I feel something shift in the air, and every arrow and siege spell we fired starts to turn mid-flight. All our projectiles are drawn to the front of the gap, separating Skal's forces. Over 1,000 arrows converge on a single spot, followed closely by a rain of fire. The resulting explosion rings in everybody's ears. How did they? I curse out loud. Is it a spell formation or something they secretly buried there? I stare at the resulting crater, mouth agape. My trained eyes pick out a ripple in the air. In the crater's center, a man removes a cloak that now has multiple holes in it. It must have been a magic device meant to make someone invisible. I was so focused on the feathered soldiers I didn't inspect the divide. My heart starts beating rapidly as I take the measure of the man that just tanked our first volley single-handedly. Standing a respected 5'10", the man looks ancient. He has short gray hair and a gray beard lined with multiple feathers. He's wearing no armor yet doesn't have a scratch on him. Our eyes meet for a moment across the battlefield, and I get the impression I'm looking at a living mountain. Fuck, there's only one person he can be. Packor the Deathless, the oldest and one of the highest-leveled people on the continent. Survivor of too many conflicts to even count. Packor is known as Skal's ace. Hit them again, I hear Christopher shout in the distance. Another volley of arrows is sent towards Skal's forces, and just like last time, they're all drawn to Packor. Another explosion happens, but this time Packor walks out of the fireball before the flames can completely disperse. Every one of Skal's soldiers starts cheering at the display. So that's Packor's tier 5 skill, the ability to draw in attacks. He's the only man who could use such a skill. His build is legendary, and none have been able to replicate it. Packor slowly raises his hands, and all of his soldiers stop cheering. I notice a quick flash of light on his left hand before his voice booms out for everyone to hear. General Pittz, surrender the fort, and you have it on my honor you and your men may retreat. If not, come out and face me. If you don't, I'll stand here and take everything your men can dish out, and we will take the fort without substring any injuries. Come out. Every one of Skal's soldiers starts to chant. Our men are frozen in place, and I can feel Christopher rapidly approaching me. General, he strains to call out to me over the chanting. You can't. You saw what that monster did. You won't be able to beat him. Christopher says in a panic. Ready, Packor shouts out. His men stop chanting and ready their weapons. His mages are channeling their mana for their first barrage. Our own mages hastily erect their own defenses. A few people try shooting more arrows, but each is drawn to Packor. I heard his skill only requires him to focus, but I have no idea how he keeps it activated for so long. He can keep it active indefinitely for all I know, and we really won't be able to touch his men. Christopher, I shout to grab his attention. General, from here on out, you're in charge, I tell him. What? Christopher shouts in disbelief, but he's not the only one. The communications mage behind him and the other men on the tower stare at me, shocked as well. No matter what happens to me, you're to defend the fort. I'll distract Packor while you deal with his men. As soon as we start fighting, send everything we have at them, I tell him emotionlessly. You can't, you'll die. Christopher immediately rejects my plan. I ignore him and turn to one of the other archers on the tower. Your quiver, soldier. I hold out my hand. He silently hands me his arrows, and I pull out all the best ones Aaliyah made and filled up my quiver. I won't have a chance to grab more ladder. Christopher continues to hound me as I make my way over to the wall. I jump on top of the ledge and look across Skal's army. I feel two hands grab my ankles. Looking back, Christopher is now trying to hold me in place. Let go, I tell him. Christopher shakes his head in refusal. The usual snarky look on Christopher's face is gone, replaced with a look of deep concern for my well-being. It's almost enough to make me want to reconsider. I send a quick jab with my bow to his chest, causing him to let go of me and fall backwards. Without looking back, I hop off of the tower. I hope I didn't hurt him too much. I ponder as I fall to the canyon floor. I never thought I would grow so attached to having the annoying man around, but he was an excellent subordinate despite his personality quirks and the fact he was sent to keep an eye on me. I gracefully land on the rough ground. Every frontline soldier in Skull's army is watching me. I walk along the fort's walls in case this is all a trap, and I need to hop back up quickly. No one is to touch her. Packor roars out as he sees me nearing him. I debate trying to kill one of the feathered people in the front, but decide against it. Packor would probably just activate his skill, and I would quickly be surrounded. I can feel the eyes of everybody focusing on me. Stopping 100 feet in front of Packor, I take a better look at my opponent. He may lack armor, but I see more than a few magical items on his hands and arms. The short sword he's carrying on his side radiates a lot of magic, and I'm sure it's like my bow. He also has 3 vials strapped to his side. Now that I'm closer to the man, I can see a depth of wisdom in his eyes that a man gets when he lives as long as he has. I'm considered quite old myself, but nothing compared to Packor. Despite his loose and wrinkly skin on his face, his body is in excellent condition. He's fit and doesn't have an ounce of fat on his body. I keep Packor in my sights while I carefully scan his ranks of men on either side of us. Where is his damn hex mage hiding? You don't need to worry, I left my mage behind. No one will interfere with our fight. Packor smiles at me like a grandparent talking to a child. How generous of you, I reply with no small amount of sarcasm and scan again, not taking his word for it. Packor just laughs. Please don't be like that. It's rare for me to meet someone close to my level. This should be a glorious occasion for the both of us. What is that supposed to mean? I send him a challenging look. Yes, those are the eyes I want to see. It was agonizing waiting for you to recover. Packor's laughter sends shivers down my spine. He waited to attack, so I had time to recover. I can't help but frown when I notice he isn't trying to play mind games with me. He genuinely wants a fair duel. How sick in the head is he? This isn't a duel between two youngsters, this is a war between nations. It's been so long, he continues to rant. I relaxingly take a step back when I see his eyes. They're the eyes of a beast that doesn't care if it dies in battle. I miss the days when I was younger, charging into a battle knowing I could die. It's been so long since I last felt that alive. Packor slowly draws his sword. Ready yourself, General Pittz of Olbert. Our men can handle themselves, let us enjoy ourselves. Packor dashes towards me, leaving himself wide open. Horns blare on either side of me. I jump back thinking it's a trap, but I quickly see it's just Skull signaling their mage divisions to raise their shields now that their leader isn't using his skill. Not one of Skull's soldiers turns to interfere with our fight. Mayhem erupts around us as the fighting begins. To me, the time it takes Packor to dash over to me is incredibly long. He has his body trained to peak performance, but that can't make up for someone's lack of stats. I draw my first arrow and aim for Packor's left. I have no intention to have an honest duel. Releasing my fingers, a loud twang comes from my bow as my arrow sails straight to its target. I observe to see how Packor responds. Only he doesn't. The charging beast doesn't so much as flinch as my arrow closes in on his face. The manic look on his face screams danger to my senses. Once the arrow is an inch from his face, it's deflected by some sort of barrier. The arrow is diverted and sticks into the ground beside the charging Packor. I quickly knock and release a second arrow, this time aimed at his heart. Again, the arrow strikes a barrier inches from his clothing. He's now 10 feet away from me. I activate rapid reload and shoot the third arrow at almost point-blank range, this time aiming for his left leg. His barrier has to be from a magic item, and they usually don't cover the extremities as well as the head and torso. Shit, I curse when my third strike is also deflected in the same manner. Packor charge is stopped for a moment from the force of my arrow striking him, but he's soon running at me again. I simply jump backwards and move out of the range of his sword, preparing another arrow. I'm about to shoot again when I notice a siege spell heading towards me. Using my movement skill, I flash to the side right as the spell detonates. Packor doesn't miss his opportunity and gets within striking distance of me. The man puts everything into his swing, sacrificing any notion of blocking a counter for more power behind his strike. His age is further highlighted with his swordplay. Though his swing is barbaric in nature, he expertly targets the small gaps in my hide armor. I don't risk using my bow to block his sword and instead use my dexterity to dodge his strikes. Packor tries to keep me from regaining my distance by pressing on the attack. In a brief opening between his strikes, I try hitting him with another arrow in the center of his chest. The loud ringing noise of my arrow impacting his invisible barrier at close range sounds oddly metallic. The force of my arrow caused Packor to pause just long enough for me to gain another 15 feet between us. I noticed when I hit him with my arrow, his boots lit up. I saw that. I narrow my eyes at Packor. I usually avoid talking during a battle, but he seems like the kind of man who loves to talk, and any information I can pull out of him might help me. Packor smiles at me as the world around us falls deeper into the madness that is war. I use the brief pause to look around for any of his feathered officers. Even if I can land a lucky shot on one of them while they're focused on taking the fort, Christopher's chances at repelling Skull would vastly increase. And what is it that you think you saw? Packor self-assuredly asks. Good, the longer I can draw this out, the more time I have to figure out his weak points. Your shoes are enchanted to keep you in place. If they weren't, each of my strikes would send you tumbling back. Is that all? Packor mocks, once again charging me. I thought a rouge of your level would prove more insightful. I hold my ground, counting the arrows I shot and how many remain. I've already used 4 of my arrows. I still have 17 similar arrows and the special one Nora enchanted. Finished running. Packor shouts as he nears me once again. Testing out another theory, I retort. Packor looks surprised as this time I step into his strike. Even with his abysmal strength stats, he can still cut me with his sword, so I strike his sword arm with my arm guard, deflecting his slash. I reach out with my free right hand towards Packor's face. His eyes widen further when I firmly grasp onto his invisible barrier. The familiar feeling of metal is undeniable. I'm forced to let go and retreat when he pulls out a dagger and tries to open up my belly. This time, he doesn't immediately charge me again. You're full of shit, you know that. I yell at him, which only causes him to laugh. Just like that cloak you used to make yourself invisible earlier, the armor you're wearing is also enchanted to be invisible. You make it seem like you can withstand everything with your stats alone, but you're wearing armor like everybody else. Now that I know what to look for, I can see that his clothes are designed to hide where his invisible armor is secured to his body. No wonder he can survive a volley of siege spells and arrows. His armor takes the brunt of the damage, and his stats take care of the rest, making it appear that he can't be injured by traditional means. I wonder if he's really put all his points into vitality and endurance. His armor and other magic items have to use up an incredible amount of magic, and why wouldn't I wear armor? Is that against the rules? He taunts me. We both spring into action. I keep moving around him while Packor chases after me, neither of us able to damage the other. A one-sided game of cat and mouse ensues between us while siege spells detonate around us. If he's wearing armor, then that means there have to be weak points I can exploit, I ponder. It will just be hard to find them because his armor is invisible. I activate Rapid Shot, shooting 3 arrows in a tight grouping around the bottom of his neck, the area a helmet and chest piece rarely fully cover. I carefully watch how each of my arrows bounce off his invisible armor, hoping just one will snag on an opening. A variety of solutions filter through my mind. Maybe Packor would die if I burned him alive or dropped him in the middle of a lake, but I doubt he doesn't have a counter for such a situation. You shouldn't be frowning already, he quips. I already regret getting him to talk. The berserking monster has the stamina to run at me while wildly swinging his sword and talking simultaneously. Will you shut up unless you're going to tell me how to kill you? I growl at him, aiming another arrow at his throat. Sorry, I'll leave that to your imagination. I'm happy to see you taking this seriously, though. This bastard, I've been serious from the start. It's him who sees this as a game. The longer our battle continues, the worse my situation becomes. Skull's army is steadily inching forward, advancing on the fort's walls, and I can see them preparing to try and scale them soon. I need to kill Packor and return to help my men. I send another arrow at him, this time enhanced with 2 of my skills, Empowered Shot and Piercing Strike. A louder ring resonates through the air when it strikes his invisible armor, and Packor is even forced to take a step back. That was a good hit, but my enthusiasm is quickly doused by reality. Packor recovers with no sign that my arrow did anything to him or his armor and continues to try and make this a close-quarters fight. I usually would be Packor's perfect counter because of how hard I can hit when I have time to prepare. A close-range tank against a powerful archer, the archer wins 99.999 of the time. Bang, bang, bang. A loud noise behind me draws my attention. I see Skull has started focusing their siege spells on the fort's main gate. Oh no, I need to hurry. Don't look away from me. I turn back to Packor in time to see him activate a movement skill, possibly double step. He rapidly closes the distance between us and swings his sword at my head. I lean back, avoiding the strike, only to watch Packor twirl in place like an awkward dancer and bring his sword back around for a second strike. I use my dexterity to flip backwards, narrowly avoiding his second strike. I draw and lose another arrow at the man, but at this point it's just a token response. I've hunted lesser dragons that were easier to wound. I jump back, expecting another strike from Packor, but he doesn't pursue me. This is becoming disappointing, he says with a sad look on his face. I gave you time to recover, but it looks like you aren't a challenge without your special arrows. He stops down on one of my arrows at his feet. When I was dispatched by my king to deal with you, I was so excited. But after listening to Tellys describe how you killed the previous commander and dealt with our forces, I questioned if you had any more of your special arrows. After the fight with our assassin, it became clear you don't. I can still kill you. I gnash my teeth at him. No, you can't. My anger further erupts when I see he has the gall to actually look sad at my weakness. You should surrender. I stand by my previous promise, surrender, and I'll spare you and your men. They won't be able to hold out for much longer. This force was assembled to take the fort, and that's what we'll do. I scoff at the old man. Do I appear so weak to you? Just as you were ordered to take the fort, I was sent to defend it. I'll stop you here and then kill your men before they ever step foot past our walls, I boldly proclaim. A sad smile forms across Packor's face. As you wish. It was probably foolish for me to ask such a question. Show me your resolve, General Pittz. Draw blood if you can, then I'll lay you to rest. Packor starts walking towards me with a blank look on his face. Like I'll die that easily. If he wants me to hit him so badly, I won't disappoint him. I knock another arrow and fire it straight at his head, looking for any disturbances in his skin or hair. I dodge one of his strikes and then aim for his chest. I again hit him square in the chest and study the reaction his armor has on his body. His armor and sword are still brimming with magic, and I don't think they'll run out soon. When I hit his head, the hair on top of his head and his braided beard moved as one, meaning his helmet is tightly hugging his skin with small holes for his facial hair to pass through. But when I hit his chest piece, there was a moment before his clothes moved, meaning there's a gap between his chest piece and the cloth I see through his armor. I need to finish this, and I only have one option left. Jumping back, I rapidly extend the distance between us. I'm far enough away that he'll still charge at me and not draw me in by reactivating his attraction skill that draws in attacks. I take up my full stance and draw the enchanted arrow from my quiver. Packor isn't stupid. He sees I'm trying something big and he's all too happy to play along. Sick bastard. I hope Nora enchanted this arrow to be strong enough. I start activating my skills: steady hands, exceptional aim, enhanced perception, strong bow, perfect draw, and reinforce arrow. A new skill I recently picked up after working with weaker arrows than usual. I've been passively using it since our fight began, but now I can use it to its full potential. Packor pays no mind to what I'm doing and continues to run straight at me. Wait for it, I repeat to myself. 30 feet, 20 feet, 10 feet. I wait until the last second before I activate instantaneous strike when Packor is right in front of me. A sharp wailing sound pierces my ears as I release my bowstring. My mana and stamina rapidly drop as my arrow disappears as soon as my bowstring snaps back into place. The arrow only teleports a few feet before a black arrowhead materializes right up against Packor's clothes. Everything happens so fast, Packor doesn't realize I bypassed his armor until the hole where his heart should be starts gushing blood. The red liquid that flows from his chest is more akin to tree sap than human blood, clotting to the naked eye. Packor starts to buckle forward. I did it. Packor looks up at me with blood dripping from his mouth with a smile of ecstasy. He steps forward and with a flick of his wrist, he runs me through with his sword before I can react. I helplessly look down at the blade that's skewering me through the stomach and collapse to my feet. That was a good hit. I barely hear Packor's words. I channel my remaining mana to the healing bracelet on my wrist. The 2 remaining magic gems shatter, and a large wave of healing mana washes through my body. I can still fight. I move to stand up and pull the blade out of myself, but my body doesn't respond. The healing energy released from my magic item is trying to heal the damage, but it's being drained into Packor's sword instead. The small amount of healing mana that my body does absorb is only enough to push the feeling of death back a bit and clear my head a little. I fall back on the stony ground, looking up at Packor, who's still bleeding from his chest. Healing item, huh? I never cared for them. Alchemical solutions work slower but aren't as easy to counter. I watch, unable to speak, as Packor reaches up and flips an invisible latch on the side of his head and peels his face guard open. He grabs 2 of the vials at his side and quickly drinks both. His flesh around the hole I put in him starts to wriggle and slowly mend itself back together like a mass of worms wriggling as one. I want to shout for Christopher to pepper the area with siege spells now that his face is open, but my lungs don't want to comply with me. Then again, it's only because of my stats that I can heal like this, Packor takes the time to explain to me. I feel the world becoming darker as my hands and feet become cold, so this is how I die. When I fight, it's hard for me to hit my opponents, and when I do, I quickly learn they always had a healing magic item on hand for emergencies. My scouts saw you using yours during the fight with Zekel. To bypass that pesky problem, I long ago commissioned a dwarven sword enchanted to absorb healing magic. Of course, that means I can't use it myself, but that hardly matters to me. The sounds of the battlefield fade away to the point I can only hear Packor. Sleep well, General, it was fun while it lasted. Those are the last words I hear as I go to meet the goddess Ebian. Christopher's point of view, General, come back. I lean over the ramparts and shout at her departing figure. My heart feels like it's about to beat out of my chest. I watch General Pittz walk towards the man who drew in all our siege spells and walked out unscathed. Even though he's so far away from me, my skills tell me he's as dangerous as the general. I bite my lower lip until I taste copper in my mouth. Bringing my hand up to my lip, I see that I'm bleeding. I wipe my hand on my pants and ignore the taste of blood. Why did she have to leave? We could have found a solution together. She has to know she's vastly unprepared to fight someone like that without her proper gear. Sir, what do we do? I hear the communications mage ask behind me. I round on them, about to shout. I have no idea, when I remember I'm in charge now. Everyone is looking to me to defend the fort while the general distracts that monster. The communications mage noticed my frantic look. He's hiding it well, patiently waiting for my orders. Send word to the mage battalions to open fire at Skull's front ranks as soon as the general starts fighting. Tell them to keep an eye on the general and be prepared to help her escape if this is an elaborate trap. Sir, if we use siege spells, then most likely some might fall near the general. The communication mage informs me with a worried expression. I ball my hands into fists at my side. It can't be helped, we're outnumbered, and we can't limit ourselves to only archery if we're to win. I'm confident the general wouldn't let something as slow as a siege spell hit her. Inform our best archers and mage battalions there to focus solely on Skull's commanders. Any bastard wearing a feather takes priority. If one of them reaches our walls, we're screwed. By your orders, the communication mage salutes me and starts casting his magic, spreading my plan to the entire fort. I turn away from the mage and focus on the general as she nears the monster disguised as an old man. Why did she have to leave me in charge? I may have helped her by passing along her orders, but I've never been in charge of this many people before. I was sent to watch over you and to pull you back if need be, not let you sacrifice yourself. I mumble under my breath. After spending months with the general, I should have realized that was never possible. No one can tell her what to do. The men think she's scary and domineering, but I know that she cares deeply for their safety and takes her job as a general seriously. And now she's stepped into the wolves' den just to give us a chance to defend ourselves. No, I can't think like that. I'll make sure not a single Skull soldier makes it past our walls, so when the general is finished kicking that old man's feathered ass around the canyon, she can come back here and rest without worry. I can't waste my time thinking about the general. I'm sure she'll win. It's the 8 people spearheading Skull's forces I need to focus on. That's my job, gathering intel on people. The faster I figure out their abilities and stat distribution, the quicker we can counter them. The general and the man she called Packor are talking to each other. I can see Skull is prepared to launch their attacks as soon as their fight begins, just like we are. I activate Shadowing Observer and merge with the shadows cast by the morning sun. I'll stay on the move and direct our men that way. I make my way to the far left of the fort's walls and observe the first of Skull's feathered commanders. I take note of the short woman with light blue hair. She's wearing a full set of metal armor and is wielding a sword and shield. My skills tell me her highest stat is strength, probably a close-range fighter. As to not get her information mixed with the others, I mentally label her number 1. Number 2 is a mage wearing a robe that covers most of his features and is brandishing a staff with a large red magic gem on it. He's possibly a fire mage, or maybe the hex mage the general told us about. His strongest stat is magic, just like most mages. I rush along the rampart's shadows until I get a better view of number 3 and 4. 3 is a bulky man wearing Skull's military dress with light armor. He has a sword at his side, but it looks more ornamental than practical. He's probably someone geared towards leading. The 4th person sporting a feather on his chest is of average height and has 2 swords at his side. I saw the general eyeballing him while she passed by, and he didn't look worried. Was it confidence or stupidity? I only spend a few seconds observing each of them before I move on. As I run across the wall, I send a quick glance over to the general. Both she and her opponent look like they're ready to start fighting at any moment. I need to move quicker. The 5th individual with a feather is a middle-aged woman with her hair done up in a bun. She's wearing the same military uniform as number 3 and has an almost identical sword. 6 and 7 are a pair of mages dressed similar to each other in gray robes. And 8 is another snappily dressed man that looks like he should be leading a military parade rather than standing at the front of an army. Now that I think I know each of their specialties, I can better. I feel the world around me shift as signaling horns bellow from Skull's army, which our walls return with their own deep melody. Still hidden in the shadows, I watch the captain responsible for this part of the wall start screaming his orders. Our mages hastily throw up their shields as dozens of fireballs and large rocks are hurled at us. I'm forced to leave my hiding spot to take cover behind the closest shield, lest I accidentally take a spell to the face. The captain only spares me a glance as I materialize out of the shadows before he yells out, "Brace." I feel my very bones shake as the mage next to me tries to deflect a 3-foot boulder coming straight at us. The rock directly impacts the shield at its center, and I panic when I see fracture lines creep across its surface. The mage shouts out a war cry of defiance and pumps more of his mana into his spell. The cracks slowly mend themselves together until the boulder starts to harmlessly drop from the shield. The boulder only falls a few feet before it disintegrates into nothing. They're conjuring boulders instead of wasting their mana by launching the canyon's rocks. Our mage battalions start launching their own spells, but they're significantly fewer in number when compared to Skal's. As soon as I have a chance, I rush over to the rampart's edge and scan the distance for the general. Please be okay, I tell myself. I spot her in the same general area she met with Skal's leader, but she's already started their battle. Neither she nor her opponent seems to stop for a moment as they continuously shift their positions, trying to outmaneuver the other. The general is fast, but her opponent never stops advancing. I wish I could watch her battle and cheer her on, but I need to focus on repelling Skal. Skal's army is slowly shifting its forces now that the battle has begun, and it's challenging to find the feathered commanders in the chaotic mess. It isn't until I look at the mass of soldiers as a whole that I notice they're shifting around the two commanders with them at the center. Our commanders follow my orders and target them, but the two feathered mages are working together to shield their companions from our attacks. Two commanders and two mages on this side, while the other has a commander, mage, and two close-range fighters. It's hard to see around the wall, but it looks like Skal's left battalion is focused more on close-range fighters and making its way to our walls, while the right battalion in front of me is more long-range based. I pull up a mental map to better organize everything. 3, 5, and 8 are leaders with skills geared towards leading others. 2, 6, and 7 are mages. Leaving 1 and 4 as close-range fighters, they have their forces divided in a way to complement each other, while ours are spread evenly across the walls. Our attacks are hitting Skal's commanders, but they aren't doing any damage. The general's original plan isn't working. We need to shake things up. I turn towards the nearby commander, keep the pressure on the feathered individuals with magic, but attack their surrounding men with your bowmen. I can do that, sir, but we won't be able to hold out long facing this kind of barrage. As if to confirm his point, another volley of Skal's spells clashes up against our mages' shields. All our mages look like they're struggling to keep their spells active. Do your best, I tell him. I need to check on the other side of the fort. I sprint across the ramparts, not having enough time to hide in the shadows. As I pass over the main gate, I manage to steal another look at the general's battle. They seem to have stopped for a moment. I don't see any injuries on the general, but her opponent looks perfectly fine as well. I know the general will come through like she always does. I just need to hold out until then. Reaching the fort's left side, I'm confronted with an entirely different battle than the right flank. Skal's left battalion is dangerously close to our wall. Their archers and warriors are pelting my men with arrows and short spears. The sheer number of projectiles has forced our mages, which should be slinging siege spalls at the enemy, to help defend everyone by erecting their own shields. I pass by a young man huddled in the corner. I'm about to yell at him to get up and fight when I notice the blood. I couldn't see the wound with his body slouched over, but I now realize the poor man is dead. Someone must have moved his body, so it's not in the way, and he isn't the only one. A quick glance is all I need to start noticing the dead starting to pile up, and the battle has only just begun. Down below, I'm able to spot Skal's commander in the crowd. In the center of Skal's troops is the man I rightfully labeled as a commander, and next to the commander is the mage, making sure our arrows never touch the man leading the battalion. Leading the charge of their forces are the two short-range fighters. The lady with the sword and shield deflects each arrow with her large shield and launches small spells from her sword. The twin sword-wielding warrior the general was eyeballing is even more eye-catching. He's using his twin swords to hit the arrows coming at him out of the air. This isn't working, I think, gritting my teeth. The general wanted us to focus on the feathered commanders, but they're just evading or blocking everything we throw at them with their superior numbers and levels. I only hesitate for a moment before I find the closest communications mage who's helping by erecting a magic shield. What are you doing? He yells at me as I pull him behind a nearby tower wall, not realizing who I am. Shut up and prepare to send my orders. I firmly hold him by the front of his robes. His eyes widen when he finally notices who I am. Sir, I'm sorry for. No time for that, I cut him off. Send word to each squad that I want them to change their targets. Sir, the communications mage gives me a complicated look. Yes, I know I just sent out orders not too long ago, I hiss at him. Send word that I want our best archers to keep firing on the feathered commanders while everyone else is to shift targets to their regular soldiers. We can at least lower their number that way. Sir, the mage salutes me and starts casting his spell. There's a short pause from our ranks as my orders are sent around, but soon more spells and arrows are once again launched at Skal. The brief lapse in our attack was not enough time for Skal to properly defend themselves. The feathered commanders have more mobility now that we aren't targeting them with magic, but in turn, we were able to kill scores of Skal's soldiers before they were able to defend themselves. The constant barrage of attacks lightens, as part of Skal's forces need to switch to defensive measures. The general told me Skal is known for their fast attacks and placing their highest-leveled people in the front. Usually you would need to deal with that kind of force with an equally aggressive move, but we can't with our numbers. As long as we can hold their strongest warriors at bay and whittle away their forces, we might stand a chance. Almost immediately, our change in strategy bears fruit. A few spells do land near the general, but she easily dodges them. We manage to deal a significant blow to Skal's forces for the first time and push them back a little. We continue to exchange spells, and our archers manage to keep Skal's feathered commanders at bay barely, but it's plain to see that they're quickly adjusting to our new strategy and are regaining their foothold against our walls. We might need to change our strategy again to keep them on there. Bang, bang, bangs. 3 rapid explosions shake the ramparts. That came from the main gate. Don't let them breach the gate. I hear multiple people shout in a panic. Rushing to the front gate, I see a few mages hastily erecting magic shields as Skal's right battalion has shifted their strikes solely on the main gate. To my left, I also see the school's left battalion subtly shifting their positions, inching their way over in this direction as well. Glancing at my feet, I see the masonry under my boots has started to separate and crack. If they breach the gate, we won't be able to keep them from taking the fort, and the general will be surrounded from all sides. I want to drag more of our mages over here, but Skal is still peppering the other sections of our walls with spells and projectiles. If I shore up the gate, they'll pick apart our other forces. If I don't focus on the gate, they'll walk right through it. I don't have an answer. While I'm freaking out over how to proceed, a familiar noise echoes across the battlefield. That was the sound of the general shooting one of her specialty arrows. I've only heard the explosive sound of the general firing her bow to the fullest of her ability 4 times before, but I would never forget that sound. I rush over to the rampart's edge in time to see the older man the general was fighting, doubling over with a hole in his chest. She did it. I almost cry in relief. Then it dawns on me she must have used one of her tier 5 skills, and if she did, she'll be too tired to retreat on her own. I'll need to organize a rescue party too. The world stops for me as I watch the old man plunge his sword into the general's stomach. I can't believe what I'm seeing, as the general collapses on her back and every person fighting stops moving. Skal's warriors stop shooting their spells, and the remaining soldiers on our walls are staring at our fallen general in disbelief. But she won, I try to tell myself, feeling the life drain out of me. It isn't until the old man heals himself and rips his sword out of the general and mouths something to her that I understand what's happening. Skal's leader hoists his sword over his head and shouts, sending a chain reaction through his men, who look like they're ready to go berserk. Packor flicks the general's blood from his blade before sheathing his sword. He looks over our remaining defenses before activating the magic item he used earlier to amplify his voice. People of Olbert, your general is defeated. He shouts, and Skal's soldiers cheer so loud they sound like rolling thunder. I watch him fish a vial from his side and hold it up. I give you one last chance to surrender your fort. If you do, I'll see to it that your general survives. The old man's words send my mind into disarray. If you chose not to surrender, then we will take the fort and leave no survivors. Decide now. Your general doesn't have much time before she meets Ebion. Even if he hasn't taken the fort yet, his claims have sent our ranks into disarray. The average soldiers look to me in varying states of panic, while my captains and squad leaders look at me with uncertainty in their eyes. They know even if we surrender, there is no guarantee we still won't be executed. Christopher, your mission is to act as the steward to General Emily Pittz. She's known for her reckless behavior, but she's one of Olbert's finest assets. The king has made it clear her life takes precedent over your own. Olbert can't lose someone of her level. Do I make myself clear? I think about my superior's orders before I met the general for the first time. Soon after I remember my superior's orders, I hear General Pitts's final words to me before she left. From here on out, you're in charge. No matter what happens to me, you're to defend the fort. I'll distract Packor while you deal with his men. As soon as we start fighting, send everything we have at them. What do? I want to honor the general's orders, but I don't want to see her die. I shakily turn towards the nearest commander, raise a red flag, and open the main gate. Are you sure, sir? He asks for clarification. I ball my hands into fists at my side. Is this what Lady Pittz felt every time I second-guessed her? Just do it, I tell him, hanging my head. By your will, I'll spread the word. I watch him run off. As red flags are hoisted onto the towers, signaling our surrender, I make my way over to the nearest communications mage, who watches me approach with a pale face. Send immediate word to the supply corps in Tburn. Fort Northridge has fallen to Skal. Evacuate the city, they're sure to take that next. I order with a solemn face. The mage nervously nods and casts his spell. I hear the front gate being opened directly underneath us. Most of our newer soldiers have already tossed aside their weapons, like that somehow guarantees they'll be spared. I move back over to the edge of the ramparts and glance at where the general had fallen. Mages surround her, but I can't tell if they know healing magic, and I can only hope Packor sticks to his word. I look up at the sky as I hear Skal's army pouring into the courtyard below. Black clouds are forming overhead, and I feel a cold raindrop splash against my cheek. We failed, I mumble as the magic weather washes the blood from our ramparts onto the rocky ground below. Master Packor, the deathless point of view, I stroll through the front gates of the fort with Tellys at my side. the cold drizzle unable to penetrate my magic armor. What do we do next, Master Packor? What do we do with the prisoners? Tellys asks me, high off of the excitement from our win. Detain everyone above level 50, release the rest of them, I tell him. Telly stumbles over his feet and looks at me with wide eyes. Release them, that's insane. I shake my head in disappointment. If we keep them all as prisoners, how do you plan on feeding them, huh? I'm sure most of the people here under level 50 are conscripts from the surrounding cities and villages. It will hurt us in the long run if we lock them up or execute them. But what if they rejoin with the rest of Olbert's army? Tellys hastily points out. I glance at a few young men standing nearby with my soldier's sword pointed at their necks with horror in their eyes. That might be true for some of them, but can't you see it, Tellys? I gesture all around me. Most of these people are broken. I bet they never considered Olbert would lose the fort, let alone their fate should that happen. If we let them go, they'll scurry back to their villages and spread the word of our victory and our benevolence. We need to control the surrounding cities, and a merciful ruler faces less opposition, I explain. I might have considered killing all of them in my youth, and I've served under leaders who have done just that. They win one fight but make an enemy out of the people they wish to rule, guaranteeing opposition at every turn. Who is the leader here? I shout. The trained soldiers drop their gazes to the ground to not give their commander away, but the newer men all glance in one direction. I follow their looks up above the gate we just entered to see a young man staring daggers at me. Are you in charge of these men? I ask. Is the general okay? He answers me with his own question. Insolent, Tabitha, my only student who's earned a feather, brandishes her shield and sword, ready to charge the man. I hold my hand out, keeping her in place. Master, she gives me a questioning look. Turning back to the man looking down on me, I see my men have surrounded him. I can tell just by his eyes that he has no intention of fleeing. Interesting. I have my best healers tending to her, and I even used my last tonic on her. It won't be because of my lack of trying if she does end up dying. Now, is this an elaborate trap to try and kill me, or are you surrendering peacefully? My men jump at the thought of this being a trap, but I was just joking. And you'll spare the life of my men. He narrows his eyes at me. Of course, I gave my word, did I not? If you surrendered the fort earlier, we could have skipped all the bloodshed. I can see the young man holding back his anger. Who are you? I once again ask for the young man's name. Christopher, steward of Great General Emily Pittz, he passionately claims. At least a few people in this fort still have some backbone. Tellys, Tabitha, start processing the captives and organizing our troops. We have more work to do. Yes, Master Packor, the two echo one another. Shackle that man and make sure he doesn't try anything, I tell my men surrounding the steward. Well, that's all the orders I need to give out. I hope the next fight will be more fun than this one, I think to myself as I walk over the fort's keep. Time to inspect my new holdings and prepare to take Tburn. Curvin's point of view, what do you think that was all about? Reba motions to the sky. Nothing good, Lurt ominously says. I'm just as nervous as the two of them. Soon after we left the supply corps base, they locked down the area, turning away all the other merchants, even those waiting in line to sell their goods. All of Tburn was talking about it. I got a bad feeling from the whole thing and decided to leave the city early and head back to Dre. I was trying to put it out of my mind, but a vast flock of messenger birds just passed overhead for the fourth time today. It goes against my better judgment, but I turn to Real, who's walking off to the side of the cart. What do you think, Real? Real turns towards me, and the hair on the back of my neck stands on end. Real's expression is serious, and he continues to scan our surroundings even as he answers me. The messenger guild doesn't send that many of its birds out unless there's trouble. The only thing I can think of is if something happened at the fort. I move to wipe the nervous sweat from my face. Could something big have happened? Real turns around and stares behind us. See something? I ask. Wagons are approaching, a lot of them, he informs us. I look over my shoulder to see carts stuffed with goods and supplies rapidly approaching us. We can soon hear the labored panting of the charging bival as the first cart approaches. I start to worry when it doesn't look like the cart is going to slow down. At the last minute, the cart swerves to the side of us, ending up halfway off the road, and passes us in a hurry. It's only 2 minutes before another cart passes us in the same manner. Each is wiping their pack animals, trying to get them to move faster. I try calling out to the third cart that moves to pass us. What's the hurry? The panicked cart driver yells at me. Fort Northridge has fallen. Skull is free to invade. The man snaps his reins and passes us without saying anything else. It takes a minute for the news to sink into all of us. Fuck, we all curse at the same time. Without saying a word, Real, Lurt, and Reba all hop into the back of my cart. I snap my reins to try and get my bival to move faster as well. We're only a day away from Tburn, and that's the next place Skull will try to take. We need to get out of here. I turn around and look back in the city's direction and see a horde of carts heading in our direction. God save us, I utter a short prayer to the darkening sky. Leonard Gray's point of view, has this been authenticated? My hands tremble as I look at the parchment. It has, the head receptionist confirms my worst fears. Word is quickly spreading around the city, people are panicking. The fort has fallen, I say out loud, not believing my own words. This is horrible. I have thousands of gold coins invested in the Tburn branch. You're right, this is a tragedy. The head receptionist bats her eyes with a handkerchief as if she's actually crying. What is Olbert to do? Olbert. Who cares about Olbert? Losing Tburn will set my plans back by months. I want to scream at the annoying woman, but I know who she reports to. Has the main office been notified? I ask her. Word has already been sent, she tells me. I feign a concerned look to hide my anger. That's good, summon everyone we have to the office. We don't have a moment to spare. The head receptionist nods and rushes out of my office. I frown as she leaves for a second there. I could have sworn she gave me a knowing look before she turned away from me. Maybe I'm being paranoid, or the stress of the situation is getting to me. Max shuts the door after checking that the annoying woman is truly gone. Damn it, damn it, damn it. I slam my hands against my desk. Max, any word from our men in Tburn? None, boss. Did Skull already take the city? That would be the worst-case scenario. I don't think so, boss, but Skull shouldn't wait to secure more territory while they have the chance. Max gives me his possessional opinion. Okay, contact our men in Tburn and tell them they don't leave the city until they have all my important documents secured. If they leave the city without those papers, they're dead. Understood, boss. Max briefly leaves the room to convey my orders secretly. While Max goes to deal with that, I'm forced to figure out where I'm supposed to move my secret documents. I've stored every bit of information I've gathered on Silverherd's operations over the last 10 years in Tburn. The city has remained under my jurisdiction for over a decade, and until the war started, Silverherd pretty much ignored it. I can't believe those fools in the military actually lost the fort. Leaning back in my chair, I try to imagine how Giovanni is reacting right now. Skull's army will move in this direction after they take Tburn, and everything will become complicated. Depending on what Giovanni decides and how we interact with Skull will make or break Silverherd. If we help fight Skull, it would further Giovanni's goals with Olbert but put us at the mercy of Skull's forces. If he decides to do business with Skull, that could also make us quite a profit, but should Olbert manage to expel Skull, we'll be in big trouble. I know I wanted to leave the company, but I can't join one of the big 3 merchant companies if I'm labeled a traitor. How do I deal with this mess, I ask, looking out my office window at the spring sky. Richard's point of view move, you stupid animal. I crack the reins, but the bivol continues at its leisurely pace down dirt road leading towards Spotted Creek Village. Do you think it will move faster if you throw a fireball at it? I ask Sandra, who's sitting next to me on the cart. I told you shouldn't have bought the cheapest one. She grins at me. I know she's making fun of me, but she's too beautiful to argue with. We only need it to get us back to the village. Why would I spend money on a beast we'll throw in the village pens and never see again? I playfully whine to her. Because it will take us a month to get back to the village at this rate, she snarkily points out to me. She might have me there. I wonder if our furniture is too heavy. Looking behind us, I see all the belongings that we've collected over the past 5 years. In my spare time, I took up woodworking, and with my architect skills, I was able to craft a lovely dining room set and 2 dressers for Sandra's clothes. I still keep my clothes in a bare wooden chest, but whatever makes my lovely mage happy. Even if she never wears half of her wardrobe. What are you thinking about, sweetie? I immediately have flashbacks of my mother questioning my dad. Nothing, I lightly shake my head. You weren't just thinking something negative about me, weren't you? She questions me. Nope, just thinking about how lucky I am to have such a powerful, beautiful, amazing woman by my side. I lean over, start kissing her passionately. And psychic, I note to myself. Sandra plays along for a little bit, but I can see she isn't buying it when she pulls away. Are you ready to see the village again? I ask her, trying to change the subject. She raises one of her eyebrows at me, meaning she wasn't fooled, but she playfully takes the bait anyway. I miss our families. I wonder how much has changed since we were last home. I wonder how much the little rabbit has grown, I chuckle. In Father's letters, he said she's one of the strongest people in the village now. Call her little rabbit to her face, and I might need to find a new man, Sandra jokes. I playfully lean up against her. I'm sure the beautiful mage next to me will protect me. I wouldn't count on that. Sandra pokes my side, causing me to flinch away from her. We both share a laugh, but I know she's right. Aaliyah has always been outstanding. I've worked extremely hard these last 5 years, and I'm still mentally preparing myself to have a lower level than my little sister. I glance up at the sky. Things are changing, I mumble. It doesn't matter how things change as long as we have each other, Sandra says, leaning up against me this time. I watch a large bird fly overhead towards our village. As long as we have each other, I agree, stealing her lips with a kiss. I can't wait to be home again. And right there, I'll put a tree. A happy tree. I try and give my best Bob Ross impression. Waving my hands around, I manipulate the experience around me to form an oak tree. It's hard to create one based only on my memories entirely, but oak trees were pretty common in my past life, and I only need to get the outward appearance to match the shape in my head. I hold my fingers up like I'm looking through a camera and marvel at my handiwork. This is my biggest project to date since I received my second tier 5 skill, soul manipulation. I look around my soul, at the clearing I usually appear in, and marvel at all the changes I made. Since my jump in levels, it's been harder to fall asleep at night, and I've frequently resorted to retreating into my soul. What was once a chore of having to sit still and meditate for hours on end, while my body rested in the real world, has turned into a sim-building game. Soul manipulation is the only skill I can use and practice inside my soul. In the past few days, I've started by figuring out how to widen the small clearing I appear in, and from there, I started crafting a whole garden around me. I've only been able to replicate stone pathways and plants, but I'm hoping to eventually mold inanimate objects from my previous life and maybe build a small building in the future. I reach out and touch the rough surface of the oak tree's trunk. The surface of the tree looks a little too uniform to the eye. No matter how good I am or how much time I spend working on it, I can't match nature's beauty. I consider starting over with only a single wave of my hand. I could destroy hours of work in a single moment. Like everything else, destroying is easy, it's creating that takes the most time. This isn't the first tree I've tried to make, heck, it isn't even the 20th. But this is the first tree from Earth I've managed to craft without it looking like a half-melted sculpture. Though I consider the tree a benchmark for my skills' rising strength, it's the first plant that I crafted that brings the biggest smile to my face. I walk over to the center of the clearing and look down at the 6-foot by 6-foot patch of grass I have meticulously grown from the surrounding experience. Not to be confused with the wild grasses I can find around the village, or even the sprouts from the seed the keepers grow in the animal pens. No, this patch of grass is unique in this world. It's grass from Earth. It took me forever to figure out how to form a single blade of grass, let alone group them closely together and make them flexible to the touch. My first try at recreating the grass that I remembered from parks back on Earth resembled a bed of nails rather than ground cover. But all my hard work finally paid off, and now every time I enter my soul, I appear atop a soft carpet of grass under the moonlight sky. I let myself fall over and sprawl out on the lush green carpet, remembering the times I played in the park or just in my backyard as a child in my previous life. Slowly, I sit up and glance at the mess surrounding me. All my projects are scattered across the clearing, with most being unfinished works in progress. Random flat stones and bricks of different colors are embedded everywhere in the ground next to plants I've tried to replicate. On one side of the clearing, I have copies of the common plants around the village, while on the other side are all plants I've tried to recreate from my memories of Earth. There's an apple tree that looks closer to a kid's drawing than the real thing, and flowers of different shapes and sizes surround it. I'm not even sure if some plants are ones I encountered, or if they're fictional foliage I remember from movies. I'm pretty sure that glowing fern is from James Cameron's Avatar. The funniest of all has to be a rose bush I made that's covered in flowers of every color I could imagine. It looks like a rainbow fell out of the sky and landed on a bush. The colorful plant always brings a smile to my face. I look up at the stars and moons hanging overhead and raise my hands in a grabbing motion. The very heavens move to my will. I call out in an exaggerated manner. I hold that ridiculous pose for a minute before I drop my arms in defeat. It would be cool if that worked, and I could arrange the stars into my own constellations, but I can't fly before I've learned to walk. After meeting the goddesses' avatars, I now know that the starry sky I see is actually the outer barrier of my soul, and the moons are the representations of the links to the pantheon of gods. What makes me curious is there are supposed to be 6 gods, yet there are 7 moons. I ponder to myself. Gods, actual gods, beings of immense power. I wish I could talk to Mom or someone about meeting the goddesses, but a voice in the back of my head keeps telling me that's a bad idea every time I try to bring it up. And considering that mental resistance doesn't stop the voice, I'm inclined to believe it. My worldview has changed a lot recently. There are things out there I couldn't imagine. And gods help me, I want to see them all. I stare up at the moons looking for any minute changes. Nothing, even though I call out to them, nothing changes. I'm sure my first impressions of them were correct, and they don't care enough to interfere with my life. Knowing I won't accidentally summon a wrathful goddess every time I swear was a massive load off my mind, but I still wish I could have asked them some more questions. No, I don't think I could handle meeting them again. The first time was mentally taxing enough. A big part of me wants to expand my horizons. Thinking about expanding my horizons, that reminds me I should check if it's morning yet. I don't bother to stand up and start walking towards my sea of memories. Instead, I choose to stay seated on my patch of grass. Using sense soul and soul manipulation, I look inside myself. This body represents my consciousness, and with my new skill combined with the skill levels I gained after the Soul Eater incident, I can now feel the connection my consciousness has with the real world. I bring my right hand up to my chest and slowly push. My fingers pass through the surface of my clothes and skin as if they weren't solid. There it is, I mumble to myself. In the center of my consciousness is a thread that connects me to my physical body. As soon as my fingers touch the connection, I feel my consciousness being inverted on itself as it snapped back into my body. I slowly open my eyes to see the familiar ceiling of my room. I smile to myself as I sit up without feeling the strain of being forced from my soul by the moons. I still sometimes go to my sea of memories to train mental resistance, but exiting my soul of my own volition is much less taxing on my mind and lets me be more productive during the day. It's still dark outside, but I can tell by the faintest of glows in the distance that the sun will soon be rising. Today will be the 5th day since I woke up after meeting the goddesses. I was out for a long time. I wonder where Curvin is at right now. I'd guess he's either in Tburn or already left it. I wonder if the general liked the arrow or not. I wish I could start the next arrow, but I'm stuck crafting the weaker arrows without the supplies I need. Whether the general liked the arrow or not, I'm excited for my delivery of Kagels anyway. I need to forge a new sword, and I plan on making it out of a steel and Kagels alloy. And this time, I'll be adding mithril to the mixture as well. I want to enchant my next sword after I figure out that damn engraving ink recipe. I started practicing synthesizing the ink and even gained the alchemy skill, but I've burned through 1/10 of my materials so far, and I've only figured out how to do the first few steps correctly. Too bad the ink wasn't as easy to figure out as my katana. I miss my flaming sword, but my last few fights have proven the flames were mostly a novelty. Though highly effective against chameleon spiders, I've found myself using my mana to strengthen mana skin or using other forms of magic rather than use it to engulf my sword in flames. In both my fight with the bandits and the Soul Eater, the flames my katana could produce were utterly pointless. With my rising strength stat, it's more practical to have a stronger and heavier sword. In fact, it makes sense for me to go back to using an axe, but I can't get over how fun it is to practice swinging a sword. I guess I'll always dream of having an epic sword fight like in the anime I used to watch. I get out of bed and start my morning stretching routine as the sun slowly makes its presence known to the village. As I move to brush out my hair and tie it up, I hear mother and father shifting around their room. While I'm getting ready, something obscures the rising sun from shining through my window for a brief second. I know it isn't something close by because I don't pick up anything with sense mana. Peering out my window, I see a great bird diving towards the headman's house. The large brown bird moves through the air at lightning speeds, so much so it's hard for my eyes to follow it. That has to be a messenger hawk. Maybe it's another letter from Curvin like last time. When Mother and I go for our morning run, we'll swing by Camden's house to check. Aaliyah, are you up, sweetie? Speak of the devil, I hear Mother through my bedroom door. I'm already dressed and ready for the day, so I move over and open my door rather than call out through it. Morning, Mom, I greet Mother with a big smile. Did you sleep well? How are you feeling today? Mother asks me while leaning in and wrapping me up in a hug. I'm fine, I draw out the fine, exasperated from her asking me every morning. Are you sure? She asks, leaning back and staring me directly in the eyes. I'm all for sharing, but she asks me so frequently, I don't have anything else to talk about. We need to stop by Camden's house before we start our run, I tell Mother, breaking out of her death grip. Mom gives me a curious look when I hear Dad call out from their bedroom. You're heading to the headman's house, what for? I think I saw a large bird flying over to his house. I might have gotten a response from Curvin regarding the general's arrow. I explained to the two of them. My group is working that way as well. We can walk together. Dad offers, walking over to Mother and kissing her on the cheek. That sounds like a lovely idea. She gushes and returns Dad's kiss with one of her own. I turn away from the sweet atmosphere before my teeth start to rot. Mother and Father eventually separate, and the three of us move into the living room together. Mother moves to put on her shoes while Father and I grab our axes. It's annoying having to carry such a big weapon on my back, but we still live in a remote village, and I need something to defend myself with if something happens. Mother doesn't advertise it, but I know she always has a dagger on her person, and every so often, I catch a glimpse of her practice swinging it. I guess the good news is that everything has been relatively tranquil around the village after the Soul Eater event. The hunters have reported smaller game returning to the woods, and hopefully, the bigger animals will soon follow now that the spiders are all but gone. Our village has suffered many trials and tribulations this year, but things are finally looking up. Knock, knock, knock. We all jump at the sound of someone knocking on our front door. Hello, this is Nicholas. May I come in? The three of us share confused looks before Mother, who's standing next to the door, flips open the latch we use to seal the house at night and pushes the door open to let our early morning guest in. Nicholas moves into our doorway and scans the room, meeting each of our gazes. I'm lucky you're all still here, he sighs in relief. Is something the matter? Mother asks, concerned, noticing the strained look on the young man's face. Father received a messenger hawk from Dre and told my brother and me to gather the senior members of the village immediately. Nicholas tells us while trying to catch his breath. He must have run straight here. What was the message? Father curiously asks. I don't know, Father wouldn't say. Please head to our house, I still have to go and inform a few others of the meeting. Nicholas turns around and takes off towards his next destination. Really, I know my luck isn't the best, but I tempted fate only 5 minutes ago. Shouldn't there be a grace period before fate reacts to a flag? So much for it being a message from Curvin, I joked darkly. Now, sweetie, we don't know what the message is about. No use worrying until we meet with Camden. Let's hurry over and see what the fuss is all about. Mother rushes father and me out the door and over to the headman's house. On our way over, Ronald silently joins our group. We pass by many villagers starting their day, and many notice we're walking towards the headman's house as a group. A few of the braver ones call out to us and ask us what's going on, to which we have no answer. By the time we reach Camden's house, I can see Master walking over in the distance just as Salis rounds a nearby house to join our little party. Morning, Sylvia, Darius, Aaliyah. Oh, and to you, Ronald, I didn't see you there. Salis politely greets all of us. I don't suppose any of you know why we're here. I would like to know the same thing. Our group turns around to see Anastasia walking over, followed by Nicholas. I don't understand why she was summoned. Anastasia's healing is important to the village, but she doesn't usually concern herself with its affairs. Master walks over and stands next to me. As I said, Ms. Anastasia, my father didn't say. Nicholas is trying to keep a straight face, but judging by his twitching eyelid, she's asked him more than a few times already. Nicholas looks like he's about to say something else to Anastasia, but turns towards us instead, looking past our group and smiles in relief. Turning around, I see Nicholas's brother Braden leading Marcus and Ezekiel over to our growing group. The two men look just as reluctant as Anastasia does at being summoned on such short notice. Braden walks next to his brother. Everybody here? Yeah, Nicholas responds. Was it difficult convincing them to come? The two brothers share a meaningful look between the two of them that speaks volumes of their troubles. We're led into the headman's house to the familiar room the family uses for entertaining guests. Sylvia, Aaliyah, come sit next to me. Surette calls out to us as soon as we enter the room. Mother, Anastasia, and myself each take a seat while the men stand around the room. Camden watches everyone file into the room while sitting in a chair with his hands folded and one of his legs nervously bouncing. Usually, Surette would try to start with some friendly conversation with my mother, but Camden's heavy atmosphere keeps anyone from trying to talk to one another. Even Anastasia, who's known for being impatient, stays quiet until Camden decides to speak. I'm sure my boys told you I got a letter from Dre. It isn't good news. Camden reaches to his side and reveals a wrapped piece of parchment with a fancy broken seal. He leans over and places it on the coffee table. The message was sent from the city's lord. I'll summarize the contents for you. Camden takes a deep breath to steady his nerves. Fort Northridge has fallen, and Skull is likely to move in our direction. The room becomes ominously silent after Camden drops that bombshell on us before everyone erupts with questions. What are we to do? Are we in danger? What does this mean for the village? What happened to the general? I find myself caught up in the heat of the moment and call out my own question. Camden holds his hand out in a stopping motion until everyone stops talking. I didn't receive any news about the fort itself, only a message from Dre's lord on behalf of the Earl. Camden answers my question first. What was in the message? Mother asks the million gold coin question. What does that mean? Marcus asks. It means if a soldier under the Earl's command shows up in a village, they're allowed free reign of the place. Mother snaps at Marcus before turning back to Camden. Is that all? She hesitantly asks. No, Camden lowers his head. Each village and town are required to send supplies to their nearest cities, in our case Dre. Food, weapons, people. The message was purposely vague, but the wording suggested we would receive little compensation. People, Mother exclaims. Camden slowly nods his head. The Lord of Dre is scraping together as many people as he can to repel Skull's advance. The message said if there were not enough volunteers, the city lords and commandeers under the Earl hold the right to conscript people to fill out their numbers. Camden says everything with a strained expression. News of a draft infuriates everyone in the room. Marcus and Ezekiel are red in the face from yelling, while Mother is tightly gripping Father's hand that's resting on her shoulder. If anyone were drafted from the village, it would be mostly the men. Our village is remote, but even we heard about the army taking in anyone willing to defend the fort. What happened to everyone there? Did Skull kill everyone? That's not all. Camden interjects between Marcus and Ezekiel's protesting. The last part of the message said every person level 50 and above is required to report to their nearest cities. Lord. The room goes deathly quiet as everyone turns to look at Master, Ronald, and me. Oh shit. They're also calling on any healers to report in as well. Camden continues with the bad news. You can see why I've called you all here today. My daughter isn't going anywhere. Mother stands up with fire in her eyes. I'm not leaving the village either. Anastasia slams her hand on the coffee table in front of us. We can't send our best people off to war. That's right, Ezekiel agrees with Marcus. Camden carefully studies everyone in the room. You're all talking about defying the Earl's call to arms. What you're saying could be considered treason. Ezekiel and Marcus shut up as soon as they hear the word treason, but they still have the same displeased looks as everybody else. Everyone shares tense looks. According to that piece of paper on the table, almost half of the people in this room are officially drafted already. I summoned everyone here because I can't decide how to proceed by myself. Camden laminates. Whether we follow the orders of the summons or pretend it never arrived, the people in this room have to be in agreement. Are we? Ezekiel hesitantly asks. Talking about going against the Earl, yes. Camden nods his head. Master Dell, myself, Ronald, Anastasia, and Aaliyah will all have to leave for Dre if we decide to follow the summons. You, why? Who will lead the village? Marcus asks. It's been a busy year, and I recently reached level 50 myself. I'd leave the village in Nicholas's care. His brother and mother will help him, but once I leave the village, Nicholas will be the new headman. Camden gives his eldest son a half-smile in acknowledgement. Hearing that someone reached level 50 would typically warrant a celebration too bad under these circumstances. It only makes things worse. And if we disregard the summons, Anastasia gives the headman a pointed glare. Then things become tricky. Camden folds his hands in front of himself. We're quite remote, and other than sending our taxes to Dre every year, only a handful of people know that Miss Anastasia is living here, and even fewer know the levels of our residents. Then we should be fine then if we don't send anyone, Marcus exclaims. Yes, but we could still be found out should the army or nobles send a representative to the village. We would most surely be labeled as traitors and executed. Everyone in the room pales upon hearing the consequences from Camden. It's moments like these that I'm reminded I'm living in a feudal system. I've been spared having to deal with this world's hierarchy, having being born in such a remote village. It's quite disheartening seeing how the local nobility is reacting to an invasion. They demand supplies for free and declare every strong person part of their fighting force. I wonder how Skull would manage things if they were in charge. No, I shouldn't think about that. Those bastards might have killed the general and ruined my future business plans. Though that does mean there's one less person who's aware of me, silver linings and all that. How long until we have to decide? Ezekiel whines. Gods, those two are annoying, they can't even think for themselves. But he does have a good point, how long until shit hits the fan. I turn towards Camden. Do you have a map? Everyone looks at me curious. I have one of the village, Camden offers. No, I shake my head. A map of the region, like where Dre, Tburn, and the other major cities are, I ask. I think my father had an old one, but it's probably outdated. Camden warns me. That should be fine. Can I see it, please? Give me a moment. Camden stands up and heads out of the room. What do you need a map for? Marcus asks me. He isn't outright rude to me because he knows how strong I am, but I can tell he still thinks of me as a child. And he and Ezekiel are both looking at me like I'm wasting everybody's time. I've never been more compelled to try out my tier 6 skill than right now. I have it right here, Camden calls out as he rushes back into the room. The two assholes none the wiser to how close I was to snapping at them. Camden carefully lays the map out on the table. The parchment looks like it will crumble under the slightest touch. Where are we? I ask. We're down here in the middle of the forest. Camden points to a blank spot on the map that has a crude circle drawn with the name of our village scribbled illegibly nearby. Then that's Dre. I point to the closest city on the map. That's right, and that's Tburn, Blayton, and Illels. Camden points to each of the cities on the map. There's none of the smaller towns or villages are marked anywhere on the old map. There's a mountain over there. I point to the center of the map. That's Red Dust Mountain. It isn't very tall, but the land is hard to traverse. It once supplied all the cities around it with iron ore, but it was mined out during my grandfather's generation. Camden informs me. And this city up at the top of the map. Couldn't Skull consider moving in that direction? I point out. The city's name has faded too much to read it, and only the R at the beginning is legible. I don't remember the name of the city, but that's the shortest route leading towards the capital. I'm no expert, but Olbert's forces should be marching down that path as we speak. Damn, so once they take Tburn, they can hold of Olbert there and move this way. No wonder the local nobility is freaking out. Studying the map, I notice a small circle under the city of Illels. Does that say Earl Illels? Hey Camden, the city is named after the Earl's family, I ask. Not anymore. The Illels suffered from a string of bad decisions when my father was a boy, and was replaced by the current Lord Earl Roderick Vagan. Though the Illels were stripped of their rank, a side branch of the family still governs the city. The more Camden explains to me, the more a small smile grows across my face. Is this really necessary? Yet, can't we get back on topic? The peanut gallery strikes again, only this time. Everyone in the room gives them a dirty look, causing the two men to flinch back. I think we're in luck, I say to the room, gathering everyone's attention. What do you mean? Camden leans over the map, trying to see what I see. They're coming from here, right? I lead everyone with my finger. We know where they're coming from, and we can guess how long they're going to take to reach Dre. And how do you know that? Surrett asks me. Curvin told me he takes around 5 days to reach Tburn from Dre. If we factor in how fast an army can move, we can guess how long it will take them to reach the city, I explain. I turn towards our resident healer. You were in the army, Miss Anastasia. Do you know how long it takes for an army to march from city to city? Anastasia seems surprised by my question. I was only trained for a little while and never on logistics. That's okay, I tell her before she becomes too discouraged to answer my questions. I'm sure you must have seen them send out troops on exorcises. How fast did they seem compared to a cart? Anastasia frowns at my question, but looks like she's thinking of an answer. Maybe a third of the speed of a cart, she hesitantly offers. That still doesn't tell us much. Marcus again points out to me. I smugly smile at his question. Look at where the Earl's residence is. They sent out word to every village because they're hurrying to gather people. If we could guess how long it will take Skal to reach Dre, I'm sure the Earl has already done the same. 2 weeks is not enough time for them to mount a sizable defense of Dre. I've been to the city, and I don't see that many guards on the walls. Unless they have a secret army hidden somewhere or plan on forcing every citizen to fight, they won't hold the city. If the Earl tries to keep the city, he'll lose men and spread his forces too thin. I explain my thinking to everyone. I think I see what you mean. Camden nods his head at the map. When you look at it like that, it makes sense for the Earl to abandon Dre. The city isn't as wealthy as Blayton or Illels, and it will take Skal days to get a whole city of people under control. Now that I think about it, the army may take longer to reach us if we factor in Skal securing Tburn. Camden gives his opinion. And you forgot about the good part. I say out loud for those who aren't following our train of thought. As long as we send some supplies to Dre and make a token appearance of helping, we can just wait for Dre to fall. If Olbert later retakes the land, we can always say we were too late in sending off our villagers. I cross my arms in front of me, feeling proud of my evil villain insight. That sounds good in theory, but what if Skal can't take Dre? Surette asks me with a worried look. Skal managed to take a fort with someone over level 100 guarding it. If by some miracle they can't take the city, we revisit our plan. The main thing is we should wait to see how things further develop. I smile at my mom's friend. A lot of people looked relieved after hearing my plan. It may not be patriotic to the kingdom of Olbert, but I care more about Ezekiel and Marcus than I do a lord who couldn't spare us help when the chameleon spiders first showed up. The only thing that matters to me is keeping my family safe and staying out of a war. Oh shit, I curse out loud, scaring everyone at the table. What? Mother asks me. Richard and Sarah, aren't they still in Dre? I shout. A cold realization dawns on mine and Camden's family. Isn't Sarah close to being a mage? Would they try and draft her? I panic to myself. Honey, our little girl. Surette brings a hand to her mouth and looks at her husband with tears in her eyes. I'll take care of it, Camden reassures his wife before turning on Marcus and Ezekiel. Do we have any produce ready to be harvested? The two men share a look before Marcus answers. The wordle could be harvested early. Why? We'll take an emergency cart of food and some of the spears Aaliyah made for the village and bring it to Dre. We can say we brought everything because of the summons and use that as an excuse to bring Sarah and Richard back to the village. Camden hastily explains. But our food stores are running low. Ezekiel says the right thing as one of the head farmers, but he isn't talking to village leader Camden, he's arguing with worried parent Camden. Losing a few crops won't hurt us that much. Camden looks ready to bite Ezekiel's head off and eat it. Our fields are larger than ever, we can spare a few crates of wordle. Ezekiel wisely steps back and keeps his mouth shut under the heavy gaze of Camden. I dislike Ezekiel and Marcus as much as anyone else, and I'm just as worried about Brother and Sandra, but now isn't the time to fly off the rails. Camden, I call out to him to grab his attention. Not only the desperate-looking headman, but everyone turns their attention back to me. Ezekiel may be an insensitive ass, but he's right about the food. We only have 2 to 3 weeks to prepare for the coming army. I lost my composure just like you did, but we need to be extra careful right now. I tell Camden with a serious look. The rage slowly fades from his face as he collects himself. What is it that you propose then? He asks with a raised eyebrow. It isn't like I have any great ideas rattling around inside my head, so I tell him the best thing I can come up with. I'll run to Dre and find them. Absolutely not. Half the room shouts at me. Careful, master. I send him a sidelong glance reminding him to stay calm, or more people will find out you don't have a speech impediment. You know what happened last time you left the village? Mother looks ready to shake me in frustration. I'm not sure if she's talking about the Soul Eater or bandits. Either way, I technically won both those fights. I do, but I'm a lot stronger now. I plead my case in an even tone as to project a calm atmosphere. I'm faster than I ever was, and a journey to and from Dre should only take me 4 days by myself. I can find Richard and Sandra and talk to them. If we need to, we can send a messenger hawk to the village. I also need to meet up with Mr. Gray and discuss where our business deals go from here. Though I made a fair argument, Mother still looks reluctant to let me leave. I don't want to tell her, but I will if I have to. Running to Dre isn't just for business reasons or meeting up with Richard, no. I want to run to Dre to prove that I'm not afraid to leave the village. I've noticed it every time I've walked to Master's Clearing. I get antsy when I'm alone in the forest now. I don't outright panic, but I can feel my body tense, and I feel like I'm being watched even after I've scanned the area a dozen times. The longer I wait to leave the village, the more my sense of paranoia will likely grow until I mentally limit myself and never leave the village again, giving up on my dreams. I stand up to see a 3-way divided room. Ezekiel, Marcus, Salas, Quiet Ronald, and Anastasia don't care whether I go or not. Mother, father, and master look ready to hold me down, while Camden and his family look torn between asking me to go and agreeing that I should stay. I'm making the run, I say, activating Shout of Valor without raising my voice. I can see how my skill brushes up against each of the souls in the room. The skill's low level probably wouldn't affect most of the people in this room, but with a gentle nudge from soul manipulation, the skill manages to take hold of the entire room. Everyone looks at me with wonder in their eyes, feeling the uplifting effects of my skill for a few seconds. My skill combination can't overcome everything, and Mother's scowl returns even deeper when the effects quickly wear off. Did you just? Mother Dragon once again awakens. Damn, I missed my chance to exit like a hero. I'm doing Tburn, see you in front of the village. I'm doing the run, see you in front of the village. I quickly blurt everything out and escape the drawing room as fast as my stats will let me. I know I'm going to regret that later, as I burst through the headman's front door, but I put all those negative thoughts aside for now and head home to gather my supplies quickly. I need to leave as soon as possible. I wonder how fast I can run with my improved stats. A manic grin forms on my face at the idea. I try to make the full run in only 3 days, but I learned my lesson after encountering the bandits last time. I can't push myself that hard when I'm running alone. I wonder if this is considered an adventure. I ponder to myself as I reach my house. Knowing my luck it will be. No matter, this adventure will be different. I'll kick ass and take as many names as I have to, proving to my parents and myself that I can handle life outside the village. Looking over my shoulder, I make my way towards the front of the village. I was expecting my mother to burst into the house as I was preparing to leave and demand that I stay, but she never showed up. Now I'm paranoid she'll spring up out of nowhere to claim my soul when I least expect it. The strap of my axe starts to slip from my shoulder as I keep my head on a swivel, and I'm forced to adjust it for the millionth time. It'll only become more annoying after I start my run. I hear a sudden crashing noise off to my left, causing me to hop in fright like a rabbit. I'm relieved to see it's just a villager setting down a heavy crate outside his house. I thought it might have been Mother charging through a building at me like a rampaging monster. I chuckle at the idea of Mom staring in an old Godzilla movie. Scanning for witnesses, I hope no one saw me jump like that. But in all seriousness, where is she? The smile slips from my face as I near the village's entrance. I know she's probably mad at me for using one of my skills on her, but she wouldn't let me leave the village without saying goodbye, would she? The thought of leaving the village without saying goodbye to my mother and father leaves a hollow feeling in my chest. I contemplate turning around and heading home to find them when Sense Mana picks up familiar mana signatures clustered together just outside of the village proper. Rounding a small bend, I hesitate and reduce my speed when I see Mother, Father, Master, Camden, and his family waiting for me together in a group. Master is the first to notice me, but it doesn't take long for the rest to see my slow approach. Seeing everyone's complicated looks twists my insides into a knot. Many of them don't want me to leave the village, but know I'm the best one to reach Dre quickly without drawing too much attention. No one says anything as I get closer. I make eye contact with each of them until I lock eyes with Mother, who's watching me with a look of cold indifference. Her lack of anger surprises me so much I can't help but freeze mid-stride. As soon as I stop walking forward, Mother decides to close the distance herself. Mother doesn't betray a hint of emotion as she nears me. I can't help but think this is how a volcano looks before it erupts without warning. When she's a few feet away from me, I shut my eyes and brace for the worst tongue lashing of my life. Only instead of scolding me as I deserve, I feel Mother gently wrap her arms around me and pull me into a hug. I can be mad at you when you get back. I just want you to promise me you'll be safe. Mother whispers in my ear. My body untenses when I finally realize she isn't going to yell at me. I bring my arms up and match her hug. I promise, I whisper back to her. I look over Mom's shoulder and see everyone slowly making their way over to us. They all look just as surprised as I am that my mother isn't trying to strangle me right now. Mother lessens her grip on me but remains glued to my side as Father walks over and gives me a quick hug as well. Do you have everything you need? He asks. I have enough food for a round trip in case I can't get anything in the city. I have my axe, and I borrowed one of your extra knives. Father nods as I assure him I have everything I need. Take this. Camden hands me a piece of parchment with a small seal on the bottom of it. You probably won't need it, but it will verify you're a member of our village if you're stopped for any reason. I nod in understanding and secure it in one of my deeper pockets that seals with a button. Looking around at everyone, I want to lighten the mood with a joke, but I get the feeling it would only have the opposite effect. If I draw out my leaving any longer, I might not follow through with my own plan. The love and concern that I feel from everyone is a blessing and a curse simultaneously. If I let myself fall into their bubble of safety, I'll never strike out on my own again. I carefully peel Mother away from me to her disappointment and back up a few steps to get a good look at everybody. It's the same group that saw me off to Dre the first time, only the crowd of villagers is missing, and this time Master was able to come and see me off with everyone else. I need to leave now, I repeat in my head. Be safe, I hear everyone say as one. I take up a running position, and with a burst of strength, I rocket down the dirt path, barely hearing the cries of surprise from behind me. I give one last look over my shoulder to see the dust cloud I kicked up. Trees blur past me and the village disappears from my sight. I did it. My heart is beating 1,000,000 miles a minute as I take off through the forest by myself. No Curvin to escort me and no Reel to secretly shadow me. From here on out, everything falls on me. That reminds me, I pull back on my speed as to not waste my stamina. I'm still running quite fast, but I'm keeping a good pace that won't take a toll on me in the long run. I set aside the complicated feelings regarding my loved ones that I left behind and allow myself to lose myself in the run. I'm matching the same speed I was running at when I tried returning to the village by myself. But this time, my strength and dexterity have increased by over 10 since then, and my stamina pool has never been larger. I dial back mana skin to save on mana while I focus my senses on my surroundings. I'm still paranoid after everything that's happened lately, and I keep sense mana stretched to its limits to give me a full 360 view of my surroundings and a decent look at anything hidden in the trees. The world flashes by as I maintain a speed a horse would be jealous of. A part of me expected to be ambushed as soon as I left the village, but as I pass 1 hour, 2 hours, 4 hours of running, the danger I just assumed to befall me never comes. I don't drop my guard, but I can feel my body loosen up a bit more, and I can better enjoy the fantastic feeling of running fast. Mother jogs with me every morning, but I can't go all out like this when I'm with her or confine myself to the village. The dashing knight Aaliyah sprints to Castle Dre to rescue the fair maiden Sandra and her mount, the mule Richard. I cheer to myself as I leap over a divot in the forest path that's filled with mud. My first real quest. It also helps that I'll also be the first to see Sandra and Richard after 5 years. I wonder if they've changed much since I last saw them. By 15, people mostly stop maturing, but a person can change even after their body has typically stopped growing when you factor in a change of stats. Sandra was studying to be a mage, so I'm sure she's gained plenty of levels, and I don't see Richard allowing himself to fall too far behind his beloved. Average villagers are around level 35, so if the two of them haven't grown at least that much since I last saw them, then I'll be disappointed. I can't wait to talk to Sandra about magic again. She can tell me how she learned new spells, and I can bounce ideas off of her on making engraving ink. I can't help but snickering to myself when I think about telling her I'm teaching myself how to engrave runic magic. Brother got a job as a builder in the city under Sal's friend, and I bet he's learned a bunch. Well, he better have brother promised to build his girl a mage's tower, and I won't see him try and weasel his way out of it. The thought of finally seeing my friend, and to a lesser degree, my brother again after so long, causes me to subconsciously push myself a little bit faster. The slight shift in my speed causes me to misstep, and my enhanced senses let me watch as my right foot is about to land straight in a puddle of mud. Even though my light application of mana skin will keep me from getting dirty, it won't stop the mud from forming a seal around my protected leg. I may be strong and agile, but getting my foot caught at these speeds is sure to hurt. In a split second, I realize what's about to happen. I channel my mana down towards my right foot. I reinforce mana skin around my right leg to the point it's like I'm wearing a second boot of mana. My mana-clad foot starts sinking into the muck as my left leg extends in front of me. I need to push off with my right foot, but the mud is still holding onto mana skin. Only the bottom half of my boot is stuck in the mud, and in the heat of the moment, I try something new. I reabsorb the top part of my mana boot and use the mana still underneath my feet as a platform. My last-ditch effort pays off, and by sacrificing part of my mana to maintain the foothold, I'm able to launch myself like I'm stepping on solid ground. No, it feels more stable than the ground I'm used to running on. I slow myself down and eventually stop. Looking back in the direction of the puddle of mud I left behind me, my brain slowly processes what I just did. I created a platform out of mana that was more solid than some types of rock, and it wasn't on a solid surface. A lesser person might think that they discovered a new way to create a better running path and increase their speed, but my 21st century mind immediately found a better use for this method of running. I take off back down the road trying to pick up as much speed as I can. My stamina pool be damned. I need to try that again before I forget the feeling. Through the trees, I can see the trail straighten out a bit up ahead and decide that's where I'll try it. I channel a great deal of my mana to my 2 feet as I round the bend, preparing for what I'm about to try. I have a straight shot forward for nearly 100 feet and I'm going to take the opening. Reforming the mana boot on my right leg, I lightly push off the ground, intending to rise a few feet into the air. I quickly form another mana boot around my left foot and ready myself. My body arches through the air, and as soon as I feel my body start to sink, I thrust out my left foot and dissolve the top part of my mana boot. In one quick movement, I push my left foot up against the mana skin barrier underneath it and rocket myself higher. It works. I bring my right foot out in front of me and again push off my mana, allowing me to run through the air. A sense of euphoria comparable to what I felt when I killed the soul eater erupts from my very being as I realize I'm flying with yet another successful step. A new skill manifests inside my soul space, and I feel a small rush of experience, meaning a few of my skills must have leveled up at the same time. This is the best moment of my life. I scream out, "Oh shit!" I stumble as my concentration breaks, and in slow motion I feel myself tumbling to the forest floor below. Grabbing the strap to my axe, I fling my weapon off my back before I land. I hit the ground hard, and my body naturally starts to roll. I still had a small film of mana skin covering the rest of my body, and my 100 endurance comes in handy as my momentum causes me to roll nearly 30 feet across the muddy ground. My small travel pack comes loose mid-slide and goes flying somewhere. When I finally stop my emergency landing, I flop onto my back and burst out laughing. I don't care how nervous I was to leave the village. I don't care a voice in the back of my head is yelling at me for leaving myself exposed like this. All my troubles become meaningless compared to the joy I'm feeling inside. I quickly pull up my status page. LV 72. I didn't level up, but I don't care. Other than the couple levels in alchemy, I got experimenting making engraving ink, the Shout of Valor skill leveled this morning, and the levels from my soulscaping. Every other skill level I just gained at once just now. Master and my parents have made me take it easy since I woke up from my extended nap with the gods. Other than figuring out the process for making engraving ink, my skill growth has been relatively stagnant, but all that changed after what I just accomplished. I managed to run through the air, and I got the skill to prove it, airwalk. I even made it through the second running test at level 75. I guess the system considers running through the air an achievement as much as I do. The mana skills I used to pull off the feet leveled as 1, and mana manipulation reached level 60, giving me another skill test I'll need to figure out how to pass. I lay there basking in the glow of my success until my heart rate returns to normal, and I remember I still have a job to do. Standing up, I give myself a quick shake to dislodge any dirt or mud still clinging to Mana's skin. I look around and retrieve my pack and axe from where they landed and make sure both are secure. Part of me wants to try using airwalk again immediately, but I'm forced to ground myself for the time being. I only used the skill 4 times, but it ate up nearly 150 mana. If I was back home safe in the village, I could practice the skill until my mana pool nears flatlining, but I can't waste my mana while I'm out here all alone. I reluctantly continue down the forest path, cursing that I got one of the coolest skills ever, and I can't use it. It feels like someone gave me the best Christmas present of my life, and I was told I couldn't play with it until January. Well, just because I can't use the skill doesn't mean I can't gush over it. While I gradually pick up speed until I'm back at my former pace, I start crunching numbers regarding airwalk. I used roughly 150 mana to activate the skill 4 times, that's 37.5 mana per activation. If I have a full mana pool, I can use the skill carry that over about 22 times, but that doesn't take into account outside factors. If I use airwalk, I would definitely need to have mana skin activated to its max capacity in case I suffered an accident, so lower the 22 to 19. No, more like 18 to be safe. I'm sure the skill's mana cost will lower as I practice it, but until that happens, I only have a minimal number of steps I could take with the skill. How far could I get with 18 steps? I ponder out loud. If I were back on Earth, 18 steps would be nothing, but with my stats I could propel myself a reasonable distance if I put everything I have into my legs. Now that I think about it, I haven't really tested how strong I am now. I usually judge my strength by how long I can swing my hammer, but that isn't a full body test of strength. I already limit myself when I run. If I didn't, I would kick up dirt like I did earlier today, and that just loses me momentum to the loose soil, costing me extra stamina for no reason. The only place I could possibly test something like that out would be Dre, but I'm not crazy enough to push my luck with a stunt like that. The local lord or army would snatch me up before my feet would even touch the ground. Damn, all this thinking of testing my limits has me itching to try out my skill again. I'm forced to hold back my impulses as I continue my run. Time starts to fly by, and soon I've been running for almost 9 hours. I only stopped a handful of times to give my stamina a chance to recharge when it reached halfway. With how much distance I've cleared, I'm sure I'm close to nearing the halfway point through the forest. Even I couldn't predict I would make such great time. I don't feel all that tired, and I'm sure I could run for a lot longer before I would need to stop for an extended rest. If I pushed myself and ran through the night, I could probably make it to Dre by sunrise tomorrow, but that would surely leave me exhausted and would endanger my trip back home. To think, I've reached the point I can run hundreds of miles in a day and still be able to consider the possibility of running even farther. Being alone with my thoughts has helped me clarify my goals. My nervousness about being outside the village has almost completely vanished. My dreams of traveling the world are reinforced, and I promise myself to push my boundaries when I return to the village. I'll start with the one place I've always wanted to explore since the first time I saw it. The dense magic region in the forest has always been in the back of my head ever since I saw the boundary during the goblin extermination. If creatures like the chameleon spiders live in there year-round, I can't imagine what else lies in its depths. I can imagine the place teeming with magical plants and ore samples I've never seen before. No matter how much my parents complain and try to talk me out of it, I make a promise to myself that I'll go after I forge my new sword. I smile to myself just thinking of the adventure, only to be dragged back to reality when I pick up something funky with sense mana in the distance. I skid to a stop and focus on the space a dozen feet in front of me. Nothing is there to the naked eye, but my superior mana senses clearly see a kaleidoscope of shapes made from mana slowly moving in my direction. Taking a step back, I observe the weird shifting mana in front of me. Looking side to side, I notice the mass is shaped in a circle, and it's moving at a steady pace towards me. The mana is random, but appears structured in nature. It doesn't appear to affect the plants it's encompassing, and it isn't influencing the free-flowing mana in the air either. So what to do when you're faced with something new? I wait for the sphere of shifting mana to come towards me, and I try reaching my hand out to touch it. As soon as my hand enters the invisible mana bubble, I feel a pulse of mana come from the center of the construct. The pulse of mana tries to envelop me, fighting against my mana-obscuring magic tool I bought from Mr. Gray for superiority. And just like a bubble, the mana construct in front of me pops, but not before I'm able to trace the origin of the mana pulse to someone 100 feet down the road. Whatever that was, it must have been some sort of spell. Even when the mana pulse tried to cover me, it didn't feel aggressive. Judging by the area covered, it must have been a detection spell of some kind. Who would be using magic out here? The face of my only friend pops into my head. No way did they. I slip into the nearby trees and stealthily make my way towards the spot I sense the magic originate from. I draw my axe in case I'm wrong, which would mean I'd be dealing with an unknown person using magic that happens to be heading towards our village. The hairs on the back of my neck stand on end, thinking of the possibility I might need to face my first mage opponent. I've practiced dealing with someone swinging a sword or other weapon at me. On the other hand, I've never had someone throw a fireball at me. Skulking through the woods, I eventually come across a cart being pulled by what I assume is a sick bivol. The thing looks like it's ready to topple over if a strong enough breeze blew through the trees. While the sickly beast of burden is continuing its agonizing trek forward, it's the couple in traveling robes that grab my attention. They're standing next to the cart, scanning their surroundings and arguing at the same time. I have to hold my hand to my mouth to stifle my laughter at the coincidence of it all. I thought you said your magic would detect anything bigger than a bird. I immediately recognize my brother's voice. My spell did detect something, only whatever it was somehow canceled it out. Sandra retorts him without taking her eyes off of the woods. Can't you cast the spell again? Brother hurriedly suggests. Shut up and let me concentrate. I can't do it just by waving my hands around. I wonder if I'm watching their first marital strife. Knowing brother Sandra has already put him in his place countless times while living together. I watch Sandra gather her magic towards her hands, preparing to recast her scanning spell. Brother remains close to her, brandishing a large construction hammer. Both of them don't look that different since I last saw them. Brother is still a hair taller than me, but instead of bulking up like father, his frame is slightly smaller than I remember. I can tell by how he holds his hammer he's invested points in strength, but not as much as I expected. Did he start focusing on his other stats? Why? Sandra's raven black hair is positively glowing with vitality, and while brother looks maybe a year or two older, Sandra doesn't look like she's aged since I last saw her. That's the power of gaining levels and investing in vitality. When someone turns 10, they gain access to their status and start earning more levels as they look for a profession. Most people gain the majority of their levels between the ages of 10 and 25. Even if someone only invests 1 or 2 points into vitality each level, it provides them with the benefits of looking younger longer. That's why mother and father only look like they just turned 30 when they are both approaching 40. Come to think about it, how long am I going to look like a teenager? My body has stopped developing, and I have a lot of vitality. I look like a tall, fit, 18-year-old back on Earth, and though I'm proud of my looks, I'm not sure how I feel about looking the same for the next 20 years. While I'm weighing the pros and cons of my body's future, Sandra finishes her spell. It's interesting to watch her form the magic spell even though I can't hear the words she's using. She holds her hands together like she's cupping a liquid before opening them in a sweeping gesture. The same bubble I witnessed earlier slowly expands with Sandra at the center. It pauses momentarily when it passes over brother and their bivol, but after 2 magic pulses scan them, the spell continues to expand. That's interesting. The spell must use those pulses to bring information back to Sandra when it interacts with an animal of a certain size. If only she were here when we were worried about the chameleon spiders. The spell slowly grows until it's about to reach the spot I'm hiding. I wonder how much information the spell brings back to Sandra. Let's have some fun and find out. I absorb the magic in my mana obscuring tool and smile as the spell reaches me. Sandra's point of view, damn it, what could break my spell like that? A magic obscuring tool would weaken the spell, but the only way to counter it is to be able to know that it's there. I supply a steady stream of magic into my spell as it covers the trees surrounding us. Maybe it was a fluke and I'm overreacting, but we need to be careful. Father's latest note said they hadn't seen any spiders in a while, but there is still a possibility one could be the cause of my spell's failure. It would be presumptuous of me to guess how a spider that can mask itself with magic would react to my spell. Anything yet? Richard asks from my side. No, I hiss through my teeth. It takes a minute for the spell to grow to its full potential. I can vaguely see the shimmer in the air where the boundary currently is, but to people like Richard, my spell appears to have done nothing at all. I need to focus as the spell expands, but maintaining it is simple enough once it reaches its max distance. If we're lucky, it might just have been a goblin on the outskirts of my spell. When it failed, I wasn't even able to pinpoint where the cause of the spell's failure was, so for all we know, the threat could be anywhere around us. I'll just need to remain. There I shout and point at a section of the forest. What is it? Richard asks, stepping in between me and the spot I indicated. 1 second, I piece out the bits of information my spell sends directly to my mind. Around 6 feet tall, bipedal, female magic quantity shit, around 700. It's a single person they can use magic. Anybody else? Richard reminds me I still need to check the rest of our surroundings. My spell finishes expanding, and I don't sense anybody else. No, just her, I tell Richard. Do you have a lock on her? Richard asks me. I do. She's staying in the same spot, I inform him. All right then, he whispers to me. Richard readies himself and takes a stance that would allow him to swing his hammer quickly. Come on out, we know you're there. He shouts towards the person hidden in the trees. Only because I allowed you to find me. I shiver and take a step back on hearing the female demonic voice that comes from the trees. That was an intimidation skill, and it was used by someone who's seen battle. Stay behind me, Sandra. Richard tries to remain calm, but I can see his shoulders start to shake. Oh, how heroic. But do you think trying to act brave for your girl will be enough against me? We hear a crash and the sound of wood splintering, and we watch as a large tree tumbles over in the distance. She's coming, I shout as my spell picks up the person nearing us. She must be confident she can take us because she's moving slow. Tremble, fools, and answer my question. We hear the voice originate just outside the tree line. Richard readies himself to charge while I drop my searching spell and prepare to chant an attack spell. Who's your sister? We both flinch when a young girl steps out from behind a tree. Neither of us lowers our guards in case this is an elaborate trap. The girl looks between the two of us and doubles over laughing. You should see your faces. What do you want with us? Richard demands in a commanding voice. The red-haired girl pauses in her laughter for a moment to look up at Richard before bursting into a laughing fit again. If you came to rob us, you picked the wrong target. Richard angrily yells at the girl that's obviously looking down on him. The way she's laughing at him feels so familiar. Wait, I move up next to Richard. Sandra, stay back. He protectingly holds his arm out in front of me. Now that I have a better look at the girl, I'm sure of it. That wasn't funny, Aaliyah. I watch Aaliyah fall to her knees, holding her sides. You should have seen your faces, she manages to say, gasping for more air. What? Poor Richard next to me doesn't seem to understand what's going on. I elbow him in the side. You can put your hammer down, you don't even recognize your sister. I allow a small smile to form on my face when Richard looks at me with a shocked expression when he finally realizes who's laughing at us. I watch Richard's face turn bright red as he slowly turns towards his sister that we haven't seen in 5 years. I'm going to kill you. Richard rushes towards his sister, who's still laughing on the ground, brandishing his hammer in a more threatening manner than a serious gesture. Aaliyah quickly leaps to her feet and starts running around our cart just out of Richard's reach. Watching Richard shout every curse word under the gods as he chases his laughing sister is too much for me to handle, and soon I'm laughing just as hard as she is. I never thought our reunion would turn out like this. Sandra's point of view, it's nice to see Aaliyah hasn't changed that much in the last 5 years. Watching Richard fail to catch her reminds me of the good old days before leaving the village. Only Aaliyah is much bigger now. She was in her growth period when we left, and it's a little unreal to see her taller than me now. Like Richard, she gained her father's height and looks to be only slightly shorter than her brother now, but that is only the most apparent change in Aaliyah's physique. With the grace of a professional dancer, she twirls just out of Richard's reach. He doesn't seem to notice because of how worked up he is, but as someone watching off to the side, I can see how easily she is evading him. What level have you reached, Aaliyah? The question keeps repeating itself over and over inside my head. In Father's notes, he briefly mentioned her impressive growth rate and contributions to the village, but he always left out concrete details. I've already sensed a part of her mana pool with my spell, but I doubt that was all of it. She broke my detection spell without any formal training, which had to cost her quite a bit of mana. No way she could have broken my spell if she was only casually studying magic. I'd hate to see her leave after we just reunited, but I feel I have to suggest she take an apprenticeship under a mage in Dre. After years of study in the city, I can now see just how monstrous her talent truly is. It would be a crime if she didn't maximize her potential. I'll wait a few weeks before I bring up the subject with her. Tired already, someone's been slacking in Dre. Aaliyah turns in place and cheekily pokes fun at Richard, who is slowing down and trying to catch his breath. Shut up, we've been traveling the last 3 days. Give me a minute, and I'll show you who's been slacking. Richard talks big, but I can see the despair slowly building in his eyes. He knows he won't be able to catch his sister no matter how hard he tries. Unaware of her brother's inner turmoil, or maybe just intentionally, Aaliyah goes in for the kill. Yeah, I know how hard it is to travel. I left the village this morning and have been running all day. What? My jaw slackens, and poor Richard chokes upon hearing Aaliyah's offhand remark. You ran here? I ask in disbelief, drawing Aaliyah's attention away from a floundering Richard. Of course, how else would I get here? She looks at me like that's the most obvious answer. And you started this morning. I ask for clarification. Aaliyah looks around in confusion before slowly nodding her head in confirmation. She doesn't seem to realize why that's such a surprise to us. We're still 3 or 4 days away from the village, I point out in an exasperated manner. Aaliyah looks at our bivol, who despite the commotion around it, is still slowly trudging forwards, dragging our cart down the trail without us steering it. I'd say 7 or more by the looks of your bivol, she jokes, missing my point entirely. I mean, you're saying you covered that much ground in only a single day. I'm finally forced to spell it out for her. A look of realization flashes across her face. Oh, I'm sorry. I've gotten more used to everyone watching me run around the village, and no one questions how fast I am anymore. Now I see why you're so surprised, but don't feel too bad, though. I thought it would take me maybe a day and a half to reach Dre, but I've been crushing my own expectations all day. Aaliyah explains with the biggest smile on her face. Gods, how much stamina and physical stats does someone need to run that far and fast? I spare Richard a sidelong glance and see that he's gone pale. Taking a better look at Aaliyah, I now spot the signs that she's invested more heavily in her physical stats than I once predicted. I thought she could outmaneuver Richard because he started investing his status points differently when he was promoted to being a foreman under his boss in Dre. He needed more managing skills that worked best with higher levels of mind, senses, and dexterity. Richard was so proud when he went from manual labor to learning more about design and managing a whole crew of workers. I thought that explained how Aaliyah was able to dance circles around him, but I was way off the mark. Aaliyah is wearing form-fitting clothing, and now that I'm looking closely, I can see hints of her muscles hidden under the fabric. Her skin looks flawless, and the glow coming off of her skin is the brightest I've ever seen. How is this possible? She somehow continued her magic studies while focusing on a physical build at the same time. Sandra, Sandra, Sandra. Aaliyah yells my name, pulling my mind out of my thoughts. What? I quickly ask, not realizing Aaliyah was trying to talk to me. You zoned out on me, everything okay? Aaliyah asks me, concerned. I'm sorry, I apologize to my friend and mentally refocuses myself. I have a million questions for her. What were you saying? I was asking why the two of you were here. Are you sure you're okay? She gives me a concerned look. A small smile crosses my face. You're the one who surprised us. Why were you heading to Dre? Aaliyah looks surprised that I flipped the question back on her. To find you guys, of course. Why didn't you send a message by Hawk letting us know you guys were coming home? Aaliyah looks accusingly at the two of us. I'm once again surprised by the force behind her eyes. Aaliyah isn't using a skill on us, but it feels like her presence has an intangible weight behind it when she focuses on me. Richard finally stands up straight, only to flinch back when Aaliyah shifts her gaze to him. When she looks back to me, Richard secretly sends me a pleading gesture when Aaliyah isn't looking at him. Sorry, honey, but you brought this on yourself. Yeah, Richard, why didn't we send a note back to the village? Aaliyah shifts all her attention to her brother, who immediately starts to flounder after I throw him under the cart. Well, you see, I got swindled, paid way too much for the cart. Richard admits in a dejected manner. Seeing her brother's pained look, Aaliyah pulls back and gives Richard a sympathetic smile. How bad did they get you for? She asks. Richard pouts but admits to how he spent most of our traveling money. So this shitty merchant talks up how amazing this cart is. He gestures to the slowly moving wagon, says how any beast can pull it. He didn't mention any beast can pull it, but only when it's empty. After everything was packed, and I invited over a merchant specializing in mounts and pack animals. He breaks the news to me I need a bivol to pull that much cargo. Richard kicks the ground in a huff. In being low on money, you were forced to purchase that sad thing over there. Aaliyah guesses the end to Richard's story while looking at the beast that's shuffling forward like a zombie. You got it. It was either scrape money from our other funds to buy a bivol, or Sandra said I would have to pull the cart. Believe it or not, the bivol we got wasn't the merchant's worst one. Richard rubs the back of his head and forces a laugh. Did he try selling you a dead one? Anything worse than that would be considered jerky for the road. Aaliyah jokes, earning a more sincere smile from her brother. Now that I look back on it, the bivol was on its side and stank worse than the others. Richard brings his hand to his chin and acts like he's deep in thought. We all share a laugh at the situation Richard had gotten us into. So that's why you guys didn't send word back to the village. You had a lot of us worried there. I stopped laughing. Why would they be worried about us? Then it clicks that Aaliyah still hasn't told us why she was going to look for us in Dre. Why the rush to find us, Aaliyah? I interrupt the two siblings that are still chuckling together. Aaliyah looks at me with a complicated look on her face. You said you were on the road for 3 days. She once again dances around my question. Stop stalling and tell us. I put my foot down when it looks like she's about to avoid my question again. Aaliyah takes a deep breath and sighs. Fort Northridge has fallen. Skal is heading towards Dre, she says in a soft voice. Richard stops laughing and turns pale again. I can feel the blood drain from my face. I'm probably mirroring Richard's slack-jawed expression perfectly. No way, Richard mumbles. I find it hard to believe as well, but Aaliyah's downcast expression says it all. I bet the fort fell the day after you guys left the city, and it took a little while for the information to spread around. You picked the best time to leave. Some people have all the luck. Aaliyah grumbles out that last part. Then that means you were coming to save us, Richard asks his sister. Aaliyah nods her head. The whole area is in turmoil, and I was worried you guys might need help. I'm the fastest in the village, so I volunteered to go to the city and check up on you and see how the city is responding. I'm so happy you guys made it out safely. In one quick movement, Aaliyah is in front of her brother, wrapping him in a hug. She turns her head towards me while still embracing Richard and motions for me to come over and join them. My lips curl into a soft smile as I walk over to the hugging siblings. As soon as I'm within Aaliyah's arm's reach, she pulls me into their hug. I'm used to Richard towering over me when we embrace one another, but being smushed in between the two tall siblings is a little uncomfortable for me. But my friend is so happy to see us, I can't bear to push her away just yet. I'm not even sure I could if I wanted to. It isn't until I spot our cart about to vanish around a corner that I realize we need to break up this touching moment. Richard, Aaliyah, we need to go. 5 more minutes, Aaliyah playfully leans down and says in my ear. Yeah, 5 more minutes, Richard copies his sister, whispering in my opposite ear, and I feel the two tighten their grip on me. These two, fine, we'll play it your way, I warn the two siblings. Using silent chanting, quick chanting, and my other magic skills, I activate one of my weaker spells. Kal's Keikai Okno's Kemen. A blast of pressurized air erupts from me as the epicenter. The blast is just strong enough to send Richard stumbling back until he falls on his ass. I turn around to see if the same happened to Aaliyah, but somehow, she's nearly 10 feet away from me, looking smug about dodging my spell. How did she? That spell was one of my quicker ones, and I used my skills to shorten the cast time even further. She shouldn't have been able to notice me cast the spell, let alone dodge it. How did you? Aaliyah's smug grin grows bigger. I'm keeping my mana sense trained on the area all around us. I noticed the second you started channeling your magic. As for dodging it, Aaliyah vanishes from my sight, and I feel 2 hands grasp my shoulders from behind. My whole body tenses and my instincts scream for me to flee, but her strong hands hold me in place. Moving quickly on their feet is a warrior's best skill. I hear Aaliyah say behind me before letting go of my shoulders. As soon as I'm free, I jump forward and turn around to face my friend. I watch her walk over to Richard, still sitting on the ground, and offer him a hand up. She effortlessly pulls him to his feet. My mind is racing, thinking about what Aaliyah just revealed. Her sense mana skill is high enough to scan her surroundings. Has she gotten it to level 50 already, maybe higher? My magic teacher could scan people he was close to with his skill, but not even he could scan a whole room, let alone maintain focus over an entire section of the forest. Suddenly, my 5 years of training seem almost pointless in perspective to Aaliyah's growth. Stop it, Sandra, I admonish myself. I learned a lot these last 5 years, and comparing my growth to someone else isn't healthy, especially someone like Aaliyah, who has the most monstrous potential I've ever seen. We should catch up to your cart, it's almost outside my range. Aaliyah points down the road. We all jog together and quickly catch up to our slow-moving bivol. At least he's consistent, Aaliyah quips. Well, now that you found us, are you going to stay with us until we make it back to the village or run home and tell them about us? Richard asks his sister as he hops up onto our wagon's driver's seat. Aaliyah looks happy to hear the offer, but she slowly starts to frown and shakes her head. I wish I could, but I still have some business in Dre that I need to take care of. I was about to join Richard in our cart, but hearing Aaliyah causes me to stumble. I regain my balance before I hear Richard start to shout. What? Why would you go there? Richard yells at his sister. I give Aaliyah a curious look myself. I need to meet with my representative at Silver Herd. We had a business deal supplying goods to the general in charge of the fort. I need to see him and discuss how our partnership will work when Dre falls to Skal. Aaliyah explains. Dre is going to fall. Richard and I parrot each other. Most likely, Aaliyah tells us with certainty in her eyes. That's an even bigger reason why you shouldn't go. Richard growls at his sibling. He's right, I step into their conversation. If Skal is coming, they'll be looking for people to defend the city. Your mana alone is enough to give you away, I point out to her. I have a solution to that. Aaliyah fumbles with a string around her neck and reveals an amulet that was hidden under her clothes. She places one finger against the gem embedded in the amulet, and as it lights up, I lose all sense of her mana. You have a mana-obscuring item. I call out in disbelief. I'm saving up for one of my own, but they cost fistfuls of gold for the cheapest ones. Yep, I got a good deal on it too. I was told it's worth 23 gold coins. Aaliyah tucks the amulet back under her clothes. 23, Richard cries out in shock. I can barely believe my ears either. How can you afford something like that? Richard questions his sister. I told you I had a business deal with Silverherd and the general at the fort. I've been making quality weapons for the army, and Silverherd has been transporting them. Your sister is quite rich now. Aaliyah smugly grins up at Richard, who looks like he's eaten something sour. That's why I still need to go to Dre. I need to know how Silverherd is going to react to Skull's invasion, and the sooner I stop by, the easier I'll blend in. Aaliyah makes a good point, but it's still dangerous for her to go, especially by herself. No way, I forbid it as your older brother. Richard surprises the two of us with his firm voice. I'm proud of him for having his sister's best interest at heart, but I don't think Aaliyah sees it that way. Looking at the girl, she is staring wide-eyed at Richard in disbelief. I watch as the shocked look on Aaliyah's face slowly slips into one of neutrality. And what, you're going to stop me? Aaliyah's challenge makes my hair stand on end. She's no longer speaking like she's trying to convince us. If I have to, Richard tries to remain strong, but I can see his resolve cracking under Aaliyah's intense gaze. I notice Aaliyah's eyes flash, and Richard almost stumbles out of our cart seat. What happened? Aaliyah turns towards me, and I feel like she's looking through me. It feels like everything I am is exposed to her. I don't stumble like Richard, but I do take a step back in fear of the monster in front of me. The feeling quickly fades, but it doesn't magically make me feel better. I suck in a breath of air and try to steady my nerves. What in the gods' names was that? A level 37 builder and level 40 mage. You both must have worked really hard, but neither of you is a match for someone like me at level 73. What the fuck? She can read our levels. And 73, that's not possible for someone who's only 15. Richard looks just as broken as I am. She nearly doubles our level. Father said she's the second strongest in the village, but I didn't think she could have leveled that quickly since I last saw her. Aaliyah looks between the two of us and sighs. It puts my mind at ease knowing you guys are safe, but I still have my own path I need to walk. I appreciate how much you both care, but this is my decision, and I'm sticking to it. Something tells me you won't make it back to the village before I finish and return from my business in the city. I'll be back as quickly as I can. Aaliyah slowly walks back the way we came and passes me. I want to reach out to her, but remembering how she looked at me a minute ago sends shivers down my spine, and my arm refuses to budge. I don't even turn around as I hear her footsteps become quieter in the distance. When I can no longer hear Aaliyah, I silently walk over to our cart. Richard offers me a hand as I climb up and take a seat next to him. Neither of us says a word as the cart bounces down the forest path. I fold my hands in front of me and twiddle my thumbs. My head hangs low as not to meet Richard's eyes accidentally. What happened back there? We were laughing together and celebrating our reunion when everything turned on its side so quickly. It was in that single moment, Richard and I truly felt Aaliyah's strength. What has she done to gain that much power? What monsters has she faced? When I meet her gaze, I could see that she's killed people before. My master had the same look in his eye. You will never know the true weight of magic until you've taken a life. The world is vast, and many of you have never seen what lies beyond our walls. When you cast magic when your life is at stake, you truly see how far you've come. Everything changes after you survive that first encounter. Always remember that, students. I thought my master was merely trying to scare us, but I can see it now. My young friend I left back in the village has changed more than I can ever understand, and we determined we knew what was best for her. She really is strong now. Richard's soft voice draws my attention. I twist my neck and see that he's looking up to the canopy above our heads. I don't know how to respond, so I decide to remain silent. Did I ever tell you about the time when Aaliyah was still a baby, and one day she wouldn't stop crying? My parents panicked, trying everything they could to calm her down. I remember asking how I could help, but my parents only shooed me away. It wasn't until hours later that Aaliyah passed out from crying too much. My dad finally noticed me off to the side, brooding, and thanked me for trying to help earlier. I remember complaining that I didn't do anything. My father sat down and pulled me up onto his lap. He said that wasn't true. I kept denying it, so Dad had me make him a promise as an older brother. He asked me always to watch over my little sister, a promise I took to heart. I always watched her when she was set down on the floor to roll around, and I was beside her when she started learning to walk. I chose to play with Aaliyah rather than the few other kids in the village, and I never regretted it. Everyone in our family knew Aaliyah was special. She learned to walk and talk faster than we thought possible. Soon she was running faster than me, and that's when I first noticed she would eventually leave me in the dust. Richard's voice sounds a million miles away at the moment. She had talent in magic and anything else she put her mind to. I still tried my best as an older brother, but the gap between us widened quickly. You know, I had my own reasons following you to Dre. And here I thought it was because you loved me, I quietly joke. That's true, I would have followed you to the ends of the world if I had to. Richard doesn't stop looking up at the sunlight drifting through the canopy, but he gently pulls me closer to him with his arm. But even forgetting the love I feel for you, I wanted to go to Dre to learn and level faster. Close the distance between my sister and me a little, you know. I nod up against his side. Turns out she's stronger than I could ever imagine, and all I did was treat her like a child. How am I to compete with level 73? Richard leaves the question hanging between us. I know I shouldn't compare myself with her, but as an older brother, it bothers me greatly. Do you still wish to marry someone as weak as me? I hear him ask in a whisper. With all of my heart, I reply instantly. Richard's grip on me slightly tightens, and he finally looks down at me. His eyes are red, and he has the most heart-warming smile on his face. I lean forward, and we share a passionate kiss. When we separate, Richard asks me, do you think Aaliyah will forgive me when she gets back? I'm sure she will, I reassure him. I think she's right, and we'll see her again before we reach the village. We can apologize for treating her like a child, and she can apologize for using that horrible skill on us. Yeah, that was pretty bad. I almost fell off the cart when I made eye contact with her. I feel Richard shiver a little. It felt like she was looking at every part of me at once. I try to describe the horrible feeling I felt to Richard. And whatever skill it was, it allowed her to see our levels. Did your master ever talk about skills like that? Richard asks me. Briefly, I tell him. Skills that let you approximate another person's level are usually tier 4, making them all unique to the person. But she knew our exact levels, Richard points out. A brief silence falls between us at the implication. I'm tired of talking about things neither of us understands, so I change the subject. So when we get back to the village, you're telling my father we're getting married, right? Sure, as long as you tell my mom, Richard retorts. It only takes a moment to reconsider my options. On second thought, we should tell our own families, I tell him. Okay, Richard agrees and leans over and kisses me again. With one arm already around me, Richard's second hand wraps around my lower stomach. What about the other thing? He asks. All right, Richard responds. We move to kiss one another again, but a loud bird call from a nearby tree makes both of us jump. Damn it, in all the confusion with Aaliyah, I forgot to reapply my searching spell. Richard gives me an awkward look before both of us start laughing together. Don't forget what we were doing, I tell Richard as I start channeling my magic. Wouldn't dream of it, but won't me kissing you distract you from your spell? Richard smirks at me. I smile but ignore him as I prepare my spell. Yana Jermekshin Fetnal Sarn or Ektitai Hidantho Anunnakar. I focus as the spell slowly grows to its intended size. As soon as I finish the spell, I only need to continue supplying it with a small amount of mana to keep it activated. I turn to Richard to tell him I'm done, but he catches me off guard with a surprise kiss. When we break apart, I swat at his arm. What was that for? I wanted to see if I could get you to drop your spell with a kiss. Did it work? I shake my head with a smile. Sorry, but you're not that great of a kisser, I tell him. I'll need to practice more than level my skill. You don't have a kissing skill, I admonish him as he leans in and lightly kisses the nape of my neck. Help me unlock it then, Richard whispers in my ear. Watch the road, I playfully push my hands off of his chest. Richard pulls back a little and glances at our slowly moving bivol. Don't worry, OL Dependable will get us back to our village. Richard grins at me. We aren't calling him that, I deadpan. Besides, what if we're attacked while you're acting like a beast? You have your spell up, right? Richard raises an eyebrow at me. I nod my head. Good, then we're safe and moving forward. Unless you can't maintain your focus around me. He offers me a challenging look. Richard raises and lowers his eyebrows quickly, making me snort with laughter. It's moments like these that remind me how much I love him. He's been through the good and the bad with me, and we've always supported one another. I can't wait until we return to the village and finally make our marriage official with our families. Hearing about the war from Aaliyah was a surprise, but I'll be damned if I let something like that stop us. What are you thinking about, sweetie? Richard asks me with a sultry voice. Just thinking about what we'll do when we get back to the village, I tell him. We start our lives together. Richard kisses my cheek. And what would you call the last 5 years? I ask him. Richard ponders my question for a moment before getting a goofy grin on his face. I'd call it wonderful practice. The two of us laugh together as our cart slowly moves down the forest path towards our future together. Stupid, stupid, stupid. I continue to kick myself as I run down the final strip of the forest. What is wrong with me? I completely lost it for a second there when my brother demanded I return to the village with them. After our confrontation, I used my anger to fuel my running for a while and covered a lot of ground, but when I finally stopped to rest and my emotions evened out, I realized how in the wrong I was. I mean, I even used Sense Soul on my brother and my best friend, for God's sake. I was riding a wave of excitement from my earlier run, and seeing them in the middle of the forest was the icing on the cake. Everything was going well until brother just had to open his mouth. Both brother and Sandra only had my best interest at heart, but I lost my cool for some reason. I let out a long sigh. I've lived 2 lives, and apparently it's still possible to have a mood swing. It was like, as soon as brother demanded I listen to him, anger I didn't notice I was harboring revealed itself. I felt so tired of having to defend my actions to everyone, and I just snapped. I'll have to apologize when I see them again. What a great way to lose as a runner's high, I growl in frustration. I reach down and rub my cramping stomach, thinking today is only getting worse. I wouldn't be surprised if it just so happened to be that time again for me. Wait a moment, when was the last time I feel my face flush when I finally understand why my body had randomly started feeling heavier this morning when I restarted my run. Of all the times, I complain out loud. Despite the slowly growing pain in my stomach, I pick up speed. Stupid me never considered my period would pick now of all times to start, and being the genius I am, I didn't think about bringing a pad with me on my run. Now that I think about it, it's been a while since the last time this has happened. Despite technology being close to medieval periods back on Earth, the women of Aaliyah actually have a much easier time with their monthlies. Mother taught me what happens to growing girls from a young age and cleared up the gaps in my knowledge of the subject. I was initially terrified of the thought of having to deal with my body once a month, but I learned the magic of stats once again played a significant role in my new life. Women's monthlies help flush their systems, a fact every adult knew in my past life. So what happens when a woman has a body strengthened well past anything thought possible? Basically, the stronger a woman is, the less often their bodies need to clean house. For someone like me, who's always had a high level and impressive stats, I've rarely been visited by my Aunt Flo. The problem is I've been gaining a lot of levels recently, making it utterly impossible to guess when my body would see fit to give me trouble. Now that I think about it, my last period was in the middle of summer, nearly 10 months ago before the goblin attack. I forgot I even needed to carry a pad with me with everything that's been going on. The trees are starting to space out, meaning I'll get to the plains around Dre soon. It'll be awkward to ask around for, but I can purchase a pad in Dre or from Mr. Gray if I have to. As I continue to run, I question if my period was part of the reason I snapped at my family. No matter how much I would like to blame my outburst on hormones, I can't use that as an excuse. Even at its worst, I've never had an outburst like that when I was growing up. It's ironic Sandra, the one person I would try and talk to about these feelings, is one of the people I went off on. I push the worrying thoughts regarding my family to the back of my head and pick up more speed. I specifically picked my most comfortable pair of underwear for this run, and I'm not going to chance ruining them when I'm so close to my goal. I shouldn't have to worry because of my cleaning spell, but once you get an image in your head of something dirty, especially your delicates, it's tough to forget even after they're clean. My surroundings open up, and I'm officially out of the forest. I worry I might have to slow down as I get closer to the city so that other pedestrians can't see how fast I'm running, but Dre's road is surprisingly desolate. My feet blur under me as I quickly pass past the many farmsteads surrounding Dre. Though I'm eventually forced to slow down as I near Dre's walls, looking up, I expect the city's walls to be covered in guards, but the ramparts look emptier than the first time I visited. As I follow along the city's walls towards the gate, I only spot a handful of people keeping watch on the city's surroundings. Why would the city not see fit to properly man their walls when they know an army is approaching? What if they have some sort of shock troops that can cover large distances? I once again question how the local nobles are handling their situation. I'm about to complain to myself a little more when I finally see the gate I entered and left through during my last visit. It's no wonder there are no guards up on the walls, they're all at the gate, trying to control a max exodus of people. When I first came to the city, the line of people trying to pass through the gate into the city was at least 3 times longer than the one of people trying to leave. Instead of the gate being divided into 2 sections for people to enter and exit, the gate's right and left sides are now inspecting carts of people trying to flee the city. Looking down the road that leads to Blayton and Illels, I can see a line of people in wagons stretching into the distance. The entire gate is packed with people yelling at the local guards to let them through. Reason for leaving: a guard yells over the crowd at a portly merchant who's sweating profusely, seated snugly up on his cart. I wish to purchase goods in Blayton and bring them back to our glorious city. The merchant answers, dabbing a handkerchief at his face. Liar. A chorus of insults come from the people waiting in line to leave the city. I need to check your cart to make sure you aren't taking anything other than personal weapons out of the city, the guard informs him. The gate guard nimbly crawls up the cart and starts shifting the goods around. When the guard inspects the goods directly behind the merchant, I watch the merchant stealthily slip a coin pouch into the guard's pocket. I watch the fat merchant whip his bivol as hard as he can and race off into the distance. There is no way that man is coming back to the city. Other gatekeepers are denying people from leaving the city, stating multiple reasons, from a person being too old to survive the trip to Blayton, all the way to saying that too many people of that person's profession have already left the city. It would look like the guards are letting random people leave, but I keenly spot it's the people dressed in slightly better clothes that are making it through the checkpoint. As I question my faith in humanity, my gut tightens. Watching the chaos unfold distracted me for a second there. I walk up to a guard who is waving yet another merchant through. "Excuse me," I call out to him. The man was so distracted by the crowd of people trying to leave the city he didn't notice me approaching him. When he manages to compose himself from the small fright I've given him, he looks me up and down, scrutinizing me. "What do you want?" "Village runner," I tell him. "I have business with silver herd inside the city." I use a calm and sure tone despite the rude look the guard is giving me. "Runner." The guard gives me a questionable look before a dirty smile crosses his face. "All right, 1 silver and you can enter the city." I'm reaching for the small coin pouch I brought with me when I realize he just said a silver. 5 of us entered the city last time, and even though Curvin got a discount, it was only 6 large bronze coins. The guard laughs at my shocked expression. I narrow my eyes at the man making my displeasure known. "Why the high entry tax?" I ask him. "City's in trouble, higher taxes." The guard tells me in a matter-of-fact voice. The cramping in my stomach intensifies, and the idea of ripping this man a new asshole steadily sounds like a better and better idea. Why is everyone continually looking down on me? I know I look like a young girl, but this man is supposed to protect this city. Even if I'm all for leaving Dre to defend itself, I still won't use this situation to take advantage of people. I beckon the guard closer with my finger. I'm slightly taller than him, so I lean into his ear. "I have official business with Mr. Gray of the city's Silver Herd branch. Let me through, and I won't use my connections to report how much money you're skimming from everyone." I briefly look at his soul, causing him to scurry away from me with a look of terror written across his face. "Please proceed, ma'am." The guard lets me walk past him without daring to look at me. I have to push my way through the crowd around the gate, but people are all too happy to let someone move to the back of the line. Someone tries to reach for my coin pouch in the commotion, but one karate chop later, and I'm walking past a man on the ground crying and holding his limp wrist. It looks like I need to hold back more if someone spots me doing that when I'm not in a crowd. I might be drafted by the army. When I finally make it past the crowd of angry citizens into the city proper, I see the madness isn't isolated to the gate. Many shops are being boarded up. There are almost no stalls on the side of the road, and judging by the amount of animal shit in the middle of the road, the city isn't prioritizing its sanitation any longer. Almost everyone I see walking around looks like they think the world is ending, and to them, it might as well be. People won't know how Skull will treat the city until they arrive. As I walk down the street that leads to the city's Silver Herd branch, I finally spot a clothing store that doesn't appear to be preparing for a hurricane. I push open the shop's door and smile at an older woman operating the counter. Behind her is an older gentleman working on a thick vest. He looks up from his work and glances at me before returning to his work. I quickly spot the sword he has stashed next to his workstation. The area for customers to stand has colorful sample fabrics hanging from the wall. The atmosphere of the store itself is warm and inviting. "Hello, dear, what can I help you with today?" The sweet lady beckons me over to the counter. I can feel my cheeks turn red. Mother has been the one to make all my pads, and it never occurred to me I would have to walk into a shop and buy one someday. Ugh, I trail off in embarrassment. The gentleman working on the vest looks back at me again, which only makes my face redder. The woman gives me an understanding smile. "You need new undergarments." I nod, and she beams with a soft smile. "First time buying your own. Don't feel embarrassed. Most first-timers have a hard time asking for unmentionables. My husband over there and I have run this shop for 30 years and have seen it all," she proudly proclaims. I think I'm cryptic, but the old lady just nods and turns to look through her stock. We're usually a more tailor-made store, but we always have a few pads lying around. The woman proceeds to start moving all manner of specialty underwear to her counter. I thought I had what it takes to endure, but by the time I pick out what I want, I can't even barter the price down without wanting to bury my head in my hands. "Are you leaving the city?" The woman asks me after I hand her the money I owe her, motioning towards my pack. "Oh, I don't live in Dre," I tell her. "I'm a runner and I have business in the city." That explains why you look so fit for someone your age. But was coming here a good idea? I manage to keep a respectful smile up as the older woman gives me a concerned look. I know it's what I'm going for right now, but how many people are going to look down on me this trip? She's fine. The woman's husband says out loud without looking away from his work. My strained smile eases into a genuine one at the man's praise. Is he being polite, or does he notice something I haven't noticed? That sets my old heart at ease. The shop owner raises her hand to her chest, not questioning her husband in the slightest. "We have a changing room in the back if you need it," she kindly offers. "I would greatly appreciate it," I tell her. She leads me around her counter and past her husband. I steal a glance at the vest he's working on and notice it's nicer than anything I've seen Mom make before. If most of my money weren't tied up in materials, I probably would have tried buying something else from the couple. I'm led to a small changing room and start changing my garments. This is another experience I missed out on last time I visited the city. I never got the chance to experience the city on my own terms. Everything fit comfortably. The shop owner asks me as soon as I leave the room. That's good, she tells me while leading me back through their shop. As we pass by her husband, I stop for a moment. Excuse me, sir. He looks up and grunts, yeah. How could you tell? I ask vaguely out of curiosity. I don't want to give myself away by accident. He grunts again and points at my pack. Your posture is too good for someone your age. You're carrying everything like it doesn't affect you in the slightest. My eyes widen as he points out the flaw in my disguise. I lean forward a bit and tense up my shoulders better. He looks me over once more before nodding and going back to his work. Satisfied, I make my way over to the shop's front door. Be careful out there, sweetie. The lady offers me more well wishes as I'm about to open the door. The both of you as well, I politely return. We've been here 30 years, and we'll be here for the next 30 as well, the old man shouts from his workstation. I'm about to leave when I realize I haven't caught their names. I'm Aaliyah. Can I have your names? I ask respectfully. I'm Ella, and my husband is named Vincent. I needed that, I think to myself, as I hear the shop door close behind me. Even as the city falls apart, there are still some good people in it. I turn and look at the clothing store one last time and wish them the best of luck before continuing down Dre's Street. With my new armor donned, I confidently continue to make my way towards Mr. Gray's branch. The closer I get to my destination, the closer I get to the wealthier parts of the city. Unlike the shops closer to the walls that are boarding everything up, I pass by shops that are completely empty and others with signs of magic ready to be activated to defend their businesses. The more affluent citizens are making it out of the city or holding up in their own forts while everyone else is left to panic. I wonder how Silver Herd is handling everything. The deeper I get into the city, the less I see signs of people panicking. And it's not until I see Silver Herd's Dre branch that I'm once again reminded how much of a panic the city is in. Multiple people are entering and exiting the building carrying rolls of parchment, and I spot 3 carts being loaded with goods. The double doors are held permanently open by 2 of the company's guards, allowing people to enter and leave quickly. When I enter the main lobby, I notice almost everyone I see running around is wearing Silver Herd's uniform. People are dropping off pieces of parchment at the front desk, which the ladies behind are frantically sorting and handing off to others waiting nearby. Maybe coming unannounced might have been a bad idea. While I'm considering how I should approach the front desk, a bubbly, excited voice sends shivers down my spine. Aaliyah. I make eye contact with the head receptionist, and her eyes widen in surprise. She quickly waves me over. What are you doing here, sweetie? I would have heard if you were coming. I put on my merchant smile, ignoring the second thing she said and what it implies. My village received word from the local nobility. I figured this is my best chance to meet with Mr. Gray, so I came here by myself. Though seeing how busy everybody is, I fear I might be inconveniencing you. No, the head receptionist waves her hand in a dismissing gesture. You could never inconvenience us. I'm sure Mr. Gray can make time to speak with you. Give me a moment. She grabs a small piece of parchment and her hands blur across its surface. She stamps the paper and hands it to a runner, to Mr. Gray, priority, all in under 10 seconds. The man nods and runs off. I wish I could move over to the nearby chairs, but the receptionist reaches out and grasps my hands with her own. So you came all by yourself, it must have been difficult. Not really, the run was uneventful. I try to pull my hands away, but this woman's tentacled grip doesn't relent. That's quite impressive. She leans closer to me, and her eyes feel like they're drilling into me. I wish I could use my real strength to escape this woman, but that would just give me away. The last thing I need is this lady realizing how much I've improved since the last time I saw her. For you, head receptionist, I'm finally released when the runner comes back with a reply from Mr. Gray. The head receptionist only takes a second to read the paper before she stands up. Just as I thought, he has time for you. Let me escort you up to his office. I'm about to decline and tell her I know the way, but she smoothly rounds the large desk and locks arms with me as Sandra would sometimes when I was smaller. The receptionist gives me a look that leaves no room for argument. So how long did it take for you to get to Dre? Not that long. I heard you had an accident last time you returned home. Anything exciting happen? Nothing much. Your skin looks brighter since I last saw you. What's your secret? Staying clean. The woman continues to try and pry information out of me as she leads me to Mr. Gray's office. She even purposely walks slower to get more time with me. By this point, she isn't even trying to hide her intentions. We should hang out after your meeting, the head receptionist offers as we come up to Mr. Gray's office. Sorry, but I plan to head back towards my village as soon as I finish talking with Mr. Gray. That's no fun, she pouts. And aren't you guys busy right now? I ask as the doors in front of us open. It will be fine, the head receptionist says in a monotone voice. With a look of utter certainty, she says, Silver Herd will weather this storm and come out stronger. She releases my arm and I take a step away from her. Have a productive meeting. The head receptionist gives me a polite bow and turns back down the way we came. Aaliyah, before I can process what I was just told, I hear Mr. Gray call out my name from behind his office desk. Without his room cluttered with metal samples, Mr. Gray's office feels bigger than the last time I was here. He even has a pair of chairs placed in front of his desk, so I won't have to sit on a crate this time. Moving to take a seat, I spot Mr. Gray's bodyguard in the corner as usual. Nice to see you again, Max. I give him a polite wave. He returns my greeting. Always a pleasure, miss. As I take my seat, I see Mr. Gray leaning back with his cheeks puffed up with a sour expression. You greet Max before me, you wound me, Aaliyah. He says in a joking manner that sounds forced. Don't worry, I'm sure you can afford a healing potion. I smirk back at him, wondering if the stress is getting to him. He laughs and fixes his posture. Not that I'm unhappy to see you so soon. I wasn't expecting you to visit Dre as things currently are. I watch Mr. Gray's mirthful appearance settle into something more business professional. Are we free to talk here? I hesitantly ask. Mr. Gray looks surprised for a moment before glancing at Max with a serious look. Max glances around outside Mr. Gray's office before shutting and locking the doors. We should be fine, Mr. Gray tells me. I have to be careful about how I go about this. If Silverherd remains faithful to Dre and Olbert, I can't mention how my village plans to handle the coming war. So I start by asking something simple. Is Curvin fine? He was around Tburn when the fort fell, right? You do not need to worry about him, Mr. Gray reassures me. He made his delivery before the fort fell, and our people put him and many other evacuees a day or so away from the city. That's one thing off my chest. What about Tburn? A complicated look crosses Mr. Gray's face, and I swear I see a hint of anger. Fell to Skull the minute they reached their gates. I swallow a lump in my throat. Are they taking prisoners or are they raiding? If school's goal is to loot our entire area, our village remaining neutral may be a moot point. Mr. Gray looks to be thinking deeply about how he should answer my question. You didn't hear this from me. Of course, I nod in understanding. My informants tell me Skull hasn't killed a single citizen that has surrendered to their rule. In fact, they've made it a point to bend over backward, convincing everyone they will rule the city better than Olbert ever has. That's some good news. At least they probably won't pillage everything. Does that mean they've already started their march to Dre? I ask, surprised. Half of Skull's forces marched out of Tburn this morning. Only 2 weeks then, I mumble. Excuse me, Mr. Gray asks, flabbergasted. How do you know that? An educated guess, I tell him. You never cease to amaze me. Mr. Gray gives me a big smile, but it feels forced. I want to keep the conversation moving, so I give a small smile at his compliment and ask my real question. With time ticking away, how is Silverherd planning on responding when Skull reaches the city? You're asking me a difficult question. Mr. Gray's expression is stone cold as we stare at one another. It would mean a lot to me if you could answer. I try to convey my feelings through my eyes. Mr. Gray sighs. How am I supposed to say no to that? He starts tapping his fingers up against his desk. If what we discuss gets out, the two of us could be in deep waters. I understand. All right, our branch plans to have most of our people evacuate the city with most of our resources and fall back to our headquarters. Our company has already been informed by the nobility that we are not to leave anything of value behind for Skull. They are abandoning the city. However, a few of our merchants and staff will be caught up when Skull moves to take the city. Those who remain will continue business for their own safety. I don't suppose I need to clarify further, do I? I shake my head no. I understand him completely. Silverherd plans to try and walk the line between the two forces, just like our village plans to. Does that mean I can place one last order, or have you already started moving everything? Depends on what you need, Mr. Gray asks, looking intrigued. I would like as much Kagels as you can bring me before Skull arrives. You wish to continue making the arrows then? He immediately guesses my intentions. Well, you did say you could find other buyers, didn't you? I offer Mr. Gray a smirk. Mr. Gray gives a hearty laugh. I did say that. He leans back into his chair. Moving goods like yours will be troublesome when Skull arrives, but I'm sure I can manage something. Now it's my turn to get serious. I appreciate the help, and I want to continue doing business with you guys, but my village also has its own plans. After I get my last delivery, it would be best if we cut off contact for a few months. Mr. Gray goes silent and crosses his arms in front of himself. I can understand why you would want that, but you have to understand we would be fronting you quite a bit of money. Even with what I made from the General's arrow, I know that will only cover my debt for the earlier suppliers and my amulet. And now I'm asking for more without giving a definite time frame of when I'll pay them back. I'll need insurance, Mr. Gray informs me. We'll need a contract, a formal one between the two of us. Between the two of us, not between Silverherd and me. I ask him. I was expecting a contract, but I figured it would be between Silverherd as a company and me. The contract will be between us. I'll be covering everything you need out of my pocket. Mr. Gray smiles, and I can clearly see the greed in his eyes. Was I just blind to it earlier? Why would you do that? I give him a suspicious look, to which he reins in his merchant persona. I get caught up in his speech briefly, but when I feel mental resistance activate, I realize he's using a skill to influence my decision. Even with my skill activated, I still feel like accepting his proposal is a beautiful idea, meaning his skill is at a high level. I allow myself to be caught up in his skill as to not draw suspicion to myself. With a smile, I inform him, it means a lot to me that you would say that. If you're willing to invest in my work that much, it would be rude to decline. Mr. Gray beams a smile at me, but now I distinctly see what lies behind his eyes. I thought it was all in my head the last time we did business, but I guess that was to soften me up the next time we meet. With Skull coming, he's probably making his own moves. Fine by me. I'll let you think you have me by the ropes, but it's me who will have the last laugh. Give me a moment to draw up a document. Sure, just give me a moment. Mr. Gray gives me a smile that doesn't reach his eyes. That's right, show me everything. I wonder if I can get even more out of this lying fool. So how does this work? I lean across Mr. Gray's desk, watching his every movement with an excited smile on my face while bouncing on the tips of my toes. Mr. Gray recoils away from me and drops his skill, but acting helps me keep up my happy facade. He must have thought his skill was working too well on me and wants me to back off. I stop acting like I just ate a bag of sugar and back up a bit, but just enough that I'm still considered quite close to Mr. Gray. First, you need a proper piece of parchment. Mr. Gray tells me while pulling a tan sheet of parchment out of his desk. Back on Earth, most people have known nothing but plant-based paper, but here on Aaliyah, parchment made from plants isn't always the go-to. If a village needs to send a message for whatever reason, chances are they'll use animal hide for their parchment. Mother told me plant-based paper is more common in cities, but is only used in daily messages. Looking at the beautiful piece of parchment, I can immediately tell it's a piece of hide from a magic beast. The parchment practically glows in my eyes with earth mana and must have come from a strong beast. Mr. Gray smooths out any creases on the hide and places a small weight on each of its corners. He then reaches into another drawer and withdraws a pen and container of green ink. The ink itself is also magical, but it possesses a neutral flow of mana, which is interesting to see. All mana is a mishmash of elements even when I force the fire mana out of my work when I craft. It inevitably draws out traces of air and earth mana with it. Every person absorbs ambient mana and converts it into their own, even those who don't have any magic talent. The converted mana mage's wield itself is a combination of all traces of mana a person naturally absorbs, allowing them to cast spells with entirely different elements. However, people like magic beasts have an affinity for certain types of mana, allowing them to easily absorb specific variants over others. In short, it's incredibly hard to have genuinely neutral mana. So to see this bottle of ink, which appears to have a perfect balance of wind, earth, fire, and water mana, is incredible in its own right. Is it like engraving ink? What is that ink made of? I ask Mr. Gray as he removes the cork from the small glass container. It's a special solution made by alchemists. He tries to hide the annoyance in his voice, but now that I'm looking for small tells, his reluctance to answer me is evident. Suo, that means you have no idea. It's fun to see Mr. Gray's hand pause as he's reaching for his pen when he hears my question. He takes a second to compose himself before meeting my gaze. Mr. Gray has reformed his merchant smile. It's not that I'm ill-informed, but just like engraving ink, almost all solutions are only privy to their maker. Do you wish for me to try and find you a simplified recipe like last time? Are you sure? I can try if you want me to. Mr. Gray offers an empty platitude, knowing I have no interest in alchemy besides engraving ink. No, it's fine, really, I insist. I was just interested in the contract, is all. I try to turn his attention back to the parchment in front of us. My plan works and Mr. Gray finally turns his attention back to our contract. I see, then I shall explain how it works before I start drafting it. It works by one of us drafting out the agreement and both of us signing the contract. Then we shake as usual and our skills will finalize everything. It's that simple, I remark. Sure as give me a minute to write everything out. Mr. Gray moves his pen over to the ink pot. What is this no discussion between us first? Does he think I'm that gullible or is this a test of some kind? I make a split-second decision as he moves to start writing. Whoa there, I hold out my hand and Mr. Gray stops right as he's about to put pen to parchment. I don't believe we've talked over the terms yet. I point out to him with an accusing look. Mr. Gray looks shocked for a moment, but he quickly starts laughing. Couldn't blame me for trying, he says without a smidge of shame. You seem a little off today. I was wondering if you'd even notice. So it was a test. Does that mean he realizes I'm onto his game? Does he know that he knows? And if he does he still plan on trying to indenture me to him? I puff out my cheeks and pout. You see how tired I am from my run, and you try to take advantage of me. I accuse Mr. Gray in an over-the-top manner like a C-grade actress might do on a soap opera. I'm just making sure I'm talking to the girl that haggled me out of a fistful of gold coins the last time we spoke. It was subtle, but I see how he drew attention back to how much he helped me last time. He doesn't mention how it was Silver Herd's owner that gave me a discount from the start, only how much he came down in price. Then you shouldn't feel bad about me talking you down again. I send him a challenging look. Both our merchant skills activate at the same time. I'll be fronting all your material costs, so I deserve a discount on the final goods. Mr. Gray gives me a cunning smile. How about I buy all the goods you make at 60 market value, including the arrows that we would have sold to the general? I scoff at his offer. Our previous deal already has you getting the last two for free. Don't think I'm an unreasonable man, Aaliyah. This contract can replace our previous one as long as we include it in the details. I want us to come together and cement our relationship to both our needs. And what about Curvin? I ask. What about him? I already have a contract with Curvin saying he'll be buying all my goods. How does that factor into our contract? I point out to him. Mr. Gray laughs and gives me a dismissive wave with his hand. Curvin works under me. He'll be given ample compensation for being our go-between. And what happens when I break my contract with Curvin and sell directly? I inquire about any ramifications I could possibly suffer. I can void our contract if I wanted to, but Mr. Gray doesn't know that. It depends on the type of contract and the levels of the people involved. Based on what I've heard, the contract between you and Curvin was only verbal, and you outlevel him by a wide margin. You would be the one breaking the contract, so you might suffer a bad headache for a day. Mr. Gray tells me, a headache, that's it. You break a contract skill, and that's all you suffer from. I'm shocked that's all that happens. Mr. Gray chuckles, you would only get a headache because neither of you specified the details should your contract be broken. The fact that you're stronger than him helps you resist the backlash. If you were weaker than Curvin, then you could have been bedridden for several days after the skill was broken. I breathe out a small sigh. Another example of might makes right, I mumble. That's how our world works, Mr. Gray confirms. Levels, money, status, these are the principles that drive everything, and with the two of us working together, we might just obtain all three. For just a second, I see Mr. Gray's mask drop, and I can clearly see the fanatic ambition he hides. I want to refute him and say it's love, friendship, and loyalty that real wealth is obtained, but I can see these concepts don't matter much to the man. Feigning understanding, I nod along with Mr. Gray. If we stay on this topic any longer, I might give myself away, so I lead us back to our discussion on prices. Speaking of wealth, there's no way I'm selling my work for only 60, I tell Mr. Gray. I plan on forging solid tier 3 magic swords and other weapons, and if I'm lucky, I'll be able to put some basic enchantments on them as well. We're talking goods worth tens of gold for each piece. But you're forgetting I'm paying for all the materials. I'm only taking 40 despite agreeing to front you nearly 300 gold coins worth of ore. Mr. Gray points out to me. Funny, I didn't know you were paying for the steel we'll be using. I cross my arms in front of me. Other than the arrow shafts, the other stuff I make will include our village's steel, and there's the mithril if you want even better quality gear. Then that means you need more mithril as well. The goods I was about to front you just went from 300 gold coins to 450 gold coins. I'm afraid I'll have to be quite insistent with 60. You won't get any better from another merchant. Now I got him. Ah, but I do. Curvin easily pays me 60 and gives me more depending on how much he can sell my stuff for. I send Mr. Gray a challenging sneer. He does all that. Mr. Gray is stunned upon hearing how well Curvin treats me. That's right, you crafty old man. How are you going to top that? Curvin is aware I can terminate contract skills without any backlash or consent from the other person, so he offers me more than generous terms knowing I can find a new partner anytime I want. Mr. Gray is forced to lean back into his chair and take a minute to think over his offer. The amount of money we're discussing is leagues above any deal I've done in the past. I don't mind going along with Mr. Gray's plans because it would supply me with enough material to keep me busy until the new year. I'd have more than enough time to figure out how I would want to deal with Mr. Gray, no matter what the paper in front of him says. Mr. Gray anxiously rubs his face with his hand. 70, that's the best I can do, he tells me. I let a predatory smile form on my face. That's better, I can work with 70. How much kagels do you have available? 8,000 pounds. And before you ask, yes, my earlier price factored in the bulk price. How many weapons can you forge with that? A lot, I confidently tell Mr. Gray. I only need time. Can you pick everything up after the new year when summer begins? That's more than reasonable. Anything else you feel we should discuss? Mr. Gray asks, appearing ready to answer any of my questions, but I can see in his eyes how much he wants me to sign whatever he writes down. Business with Curvin, what you're giving me, how much my percentage is. I count off each point with my fingers. Yeah, I think we covered all the big details. Now you just have to draft the contract, right? That's correct, it won't take long. Mr. Gray dips his pen into the ink pot. I follow along as he smoothly writes out our new contract. It starts out rather formal. This contract is between Aaliyah of Spotted Creek Village and Leonard Gray. I quickly notice he includes where I grew up, but not that he's working under Silver Herd. This contract terminates and replaces the former contract between Aaliyah of Spotted Creek Village and Leonard Gray. Leonard Gray will provide Aaliyah with 300 gold worth of kagels ore and 150 gold in mithril ingots. Leonard Gray will use Curvin of Silverherd to deliver said goods in a timely fashion to Aaliyah of Spotted Creek Village. I see that Mr. Gray is making sure to specify exactly who is performing each action, leaving no room for someone to interpret the contract in any other way. Leonard Gray will handle the pickup of finished goods produced by Aaliyah of Spotted Creek Village 4 months from the date this contract is signed after the new year begins. All goods produced by Aaliyah of Spotted Creek Village, minus products meant for Spotted Creek Village, will be bought at 70 market value to Leonard Gray. According to this new contract, Mr. Gray will be paying me for all the arrows I make, including the ones we previously agreed would be free. While I'm trying to find any hidden meaning or loopholes in what he wrote, I notice Mr. Gray has paused his writing. Is something the matter? I ask. Forgive me, but I forgot the last part we need to discuss. Yeah, I'm sure you did, I chastised the man in my head. The last part of a contract specifies what should happen to either of us should we break the terms written. I raise my eyebrow at the man. Do we need such a clause? It sort of sounds like you don't trust me, I say accusingly. Mr. Gray waves his hands and shakes his head. Not at all, I'm sure neither of us wishes to back out of such a profitable deal. Mr. Gray tries to reassure me. Then why do we need to include a punishment clause? Won't the backlash from breaking a contract skill reinforced with an official document be enough? Normally, yes, Mr. Gray points out, but contract skills are vastly stronger when both parties agree on a mutual punishment should the contract be broken. His smile warm, but I know this is where Mr. Gray is going to try and trip me up. A part of me is curious where he's going with this. What do people usually agree to then? Most commonly, contracts specify an amount of money one person would owe the other should they fail to follow the standards of the contract. However, both of us are quite wealthy, and we would need to agree on an astronomical amount that would pose any threat to either of us. Mr. Gray smiles widely at me. Don't stop now, I tell him. I'm sure you already have an idea of what we could both ante up. Contracts between people as strong as us need to be strong, so I suggest we both offer up 20 levels to the other should either of us happen to betray the other. I don't need to feign shock. I was expecting something outrageous from the man, but I didn't expect that. Is that even possible? I ask in astonishment. Mr. Gray slowly nods his head. It is possible. Contracts with the same stakes were more common during the warring periods, ensuring one party would never back out of a deal. Both of us could withstand the backlash from a contract skill, but neither of us could survive losing 20 levels. Is this really necessary? I act nervous, but on the inside I'm even more curious now how he plans to trap me. We both plan on following the contract. The penalty of losing 20 levels is merely there to make our partnership stronger. Mr. Gray has the smile of a fox trying to coax a hen out of the farm. Fine, let's see this to the end. I slowly change my unsure expression to a more reluctant, agreeing look. Fine, I agree to your terms. May our bonds be unbreakable. I'm glad you see it my way. Mr. Gray dabs his pen in the ink and finishes drafting our contract. Should either Aaliyah of Spotted Creek Village or Leonard Gray not follow the contract to the letter, the offended party can take 20 levels from the other. I expected him to try and add something vaguer at the end, but the terms stating what should happen if we forego the contract are extremely clear. That means there must be a loophole in the contract that I missed, which explains why Mr. Gray is looking extremely pleased with himself. Now we just have to sign. Mr. Gray informs me and doesn't hesitate to write out his name at the bottom of the document. He passes me the parchment and his pen. Do I need to sign as Aaliyah of Spotted Creek Village? I ask. That would be preferable, Mr. Gray tells me. You don't have a last name, so signing your village makes the contract stronger. Does anything make this contract weaker, I wonder? I start writing out my name, and as I finish, Mr. Gray offers me his hand. Confidently, I reach out and shake my opponent's hand over the contact. The text Mr. Gray wrote down flashes, and both our contract skills activate. Unlike the previous contracts I've formed with Curvin and Mr. Gray, this time is different. A more significant amount of experience is exchanged between the two of us, and it's all filtered through the parchment. The hide and magic ink react to our skills, and I can see a change in the document's mana structure. The already strong hide our contract is written on looks even stronger than a few seconds ago. Which of us keeps the parchment? I ask Mr. Gray. Do you have a secure place for it? He questions me. Not really, I tell him. Don't you think it would be safer in my village? An army is on its way here. You don't need to worry, Mr. Gray assures me. The parchment is only a physical representation of our contract. The hide it's made of is quite strong, and our skills have already reinforced it. I believe I should hold on to it that way. Should someone from Skull try to force your cooperation, I can negotiate for both of us. And who says I need you to watch out for me? I fold my arms in front of me. So you want to be more involved now? Mr. Gray smugly smiles, knowing I don't. I ignore his bait and change the subject. When can I expect my delivery? Curvin should reach the city sometime tomorrow, but I'm sure he'll need some rest before I send him out again. Expect your order in 6 or 7 days. Sounds good, I say, standing up. Can I get a regular piece of paper and ink to copy the contract really quick? Of course, Mr. Gray readily hands me the supplies I need. Mr. Gray's eyes widen as I turn around and head for the door. Wait, that's it. You don't have to leave right away, you know. I can put you up in an inn for the night, he offers. I shake my head no and offer him a polite smile. It's fine, really. Everyone back in the village is waiting for me, and honestly, the energy everyone is giving off doesn't allow me to relax here. I'd feel better camping in the woods rather than staying in an inn while the city is panicking. I understand if that's how you feel. I won't try to keep you longer. Mr. Gray lightly bows his head. Stay safe on your trip home. "Have a good day, Miss Aaliyah." He politely returns my farewell. I take stock of the man one last time as I leave. If my business with Mr. Gray turns sour, he's one of the most likely people I would have to look out for. On that note, I hope I'm wrong about Mr. Gray. I understand he's a merchant and only looking out for his best interests, but for some reason, I kept getting bad vibes every time I looked into his eyes. I'll have Mom help me go over the contract when I get back to the village and discuss everything with Curvin when he drops off my supplies. I might even include Real if I can figure out where his intentions lie. It sounds like he works for the head of Silver Herd, but Mr. Gray made it sound like he could order him around as well. Well, worrying over things that haven't happened yet won't get me anywhere. I need to turn my focus onto my problems in the here and now. Like, how am I going to get out of this building without being accosted by the head receptionist? Mr. Gray's point of view, has she left the building yet? I ask Max. The head receptionist stopped her, but she managed to worm her way out eventually, my bodyguard informs me. Good, I don't need that woman getting her claws into our business any more than she already is. Not that it matters much now, I laugh. Aaliyah signed the contract, and now she's practically dancing in the palm of my hand. I wouldn't underestimate her, boss. Max tramples all over my good mood. And why is that? I ask my most trusted partner. Her growth rate is terrifying. She may level fast, but she's still a young girl that doesn't know how the world works. By the time she realizes I basically own her, it will be too late, I happily proclaim. So what if she gains a few levels? It was more than a few. She leveled at least 4 times since she was last here. Hearing that causes me to choke on my own saliva. When I clear my throat, I quickly demand clarification. 4 levels, at least. She was trying to hide it, but her physical stats have improved by leaps and bounds. Can you still take her? I hastily ask. Max's face scrunches, I'm pretty sure. As you said, boss, she's still young. Even if she somehow outlevels me, I'm confident I can beat her in a fight. I rub my face with my hand. That's not good news. Max is already assuming she'll pass him soon. It doesn't matter, I say aloud to reassure myself as much as Max. She was focusing so hard on everything I wrote down, she didn't realize everything I left out of the contract. I grab the magical document and lean back into my chair, putting my feet up onto my desk. The contract states when I pick up the first order of goods, but has nothing about it being a one-time deal. It even blatantly says all goods she produces other than what her village needs must be sold to me with no mention when our contract ends. Even if Giovanni catches wind of our contract, he can't break it without killing the girl. I wish I could see his face when he does find out I snagged his most important contact ever. What do we do with Curvin and Real, boss? The contract only states Curvin needs to deliver the materials the first time. You know how crazy everything has been lately. No one would think twice about it if he has an accident during all the panic. I grin at Max. What about Real? Max asks me. If the chance presents itself, we'll take him out, but we only need to kill Curvin. Then we'll fill his position with our own people we trust, I explain. Are you sure that will work? Max asks me. There's no way word won't get back to Giovanni that Aaliyah visited us today. If we make a move on Curvin, it would only confirm any suspicions he has about us. I snicker at my aide. You think Giovanni isn't already suspicious of us? That man assigned me out here to keep me at arm's length. The only reason he cares so much is that a once-in-a-lifetime gem like Aaliyah was uncovered nearby. Like everything else we've done, we'll move slowly. After Curvin drops off the supplies I owe Aaliyah, we have months to figure out a way to get rid of him. And Skull, Max looks at me concerned. An unforeseen setback is all, I assure Max, but one we can take advantage of. Silver Herd will be split in half once Skull takes the city, and Giovanni's grasp on his employees will falter. As soon as Skull takes the city, we can re-establish our ties in Tburn. You're not worried about working with Skull, boss. That's the best part, I exclaim. I'm only following the orders of Giovanni. Should our loyalty to Olbert be questioned, we can simply say we were working under Giovanni's orders, which will damage his reputation beyond repair. If we use Aaliyah to our advantage as well as deal a lethal blow to Silver Herd, the major trading companies will see us as heroes. Sounds complicated, Max breathes out a tired sigh. Just you wait, my friend, in a year's time, we'll be living the good life with so much gold we won't know what to do with it all. A large smile crosses my lips and Max can't help but smirk himself. This is a dangerous game we're playing, but I've been preparing for this moment for years. And now that I have that ignorant girl under my thumb, my victory is all but assured. Come, Skull, come, Giovanni. Both of you are merely stepping stones, meant to propel me to greatness. Master Packor, the deathless point of view, you would think a man of my age would be able to handle anything, but we're only 2 days into the march, and I'm already bored, I complain out loud. The gentle rocking of my private carriage makes me want to fall asleep. This is the only part of my job I hate. If I could simply teleport from one battlefield to another, my life would be complete. Is there anything I can get you, Master Packor the Deathless? A female attendant asks from just outside the carriage. I give the girl a sidelong glance and see she's keeping pace with us while keeping her head bowed. It's always annoying when the attendants assigned to me refuse to look me in the eyes. The only thing I want is to reach Dre faster, I grumble. I'll inform the commander immediately. Wait, no, I try to call the girl back, but she's already off in the distance heading towards the front of our procession. Kids these days taking everything I say too literally. I stroke my beard. Do you have the same problem? I ask my guest sitting across from me. All I get in return from my question is a look that could kill a lesser man. Need anything, a cup of water perhaps? I wouldn't want people saying I'm a bad host, I offer with a smile. I'll take a sword or maybe a knife if you're offering anything with a sharp edge will do. General Pittz grits through her teeth in frustration. And what would you do if I gave you a weapon? You can barely move your limbs, let alone pick up a knife and thrust it hard enough to scratch my skin. I don't think you could gouge out my eye even if held still until we reach Dre. I poke fun at the woman. I rarely get to converse with someone I've beaten in battle and longer since I've had a decent conversation during a campaign march. Give me a blade and we'll find out. Lady Pittz bares her teeth at me like a wild animal, which pushes me over the edge. I can't help but bust out laughing at her empty threats. The general has 20 of our finest sealing bands placed all over her body. 4 bands on each of her arms and legs, and another 4 around her torso, ensure her stamina and magic pools never rise above 10. They also have the effect of restricting physical stats by 50. An average person would be in a coma if they were subjected to such restrictions, and only people like General Pittz and myself could remain awake after being sealed to that extent. Why are you dragging me along with you? What happened to my men? I can see she wishes to move and grab me, but the general knows she would merely fall to the floor of my carriage if she tried to move. Did you think I would leave someone like you unsupervised? I raise an eyebrow at the general. As for your men, they're safe back in Tburn. If any of them should come to harm, I'll rip you limb from limb. I'm honestly surprised you still have so much fight left in you. I see where your subordinate got it from. I give the helpless general a large smile. General Pittz visibly winces when I mention her steward. Are you talking about Christopher? Did he survive your taking of the fort? It was a wise decision to keep the general separated from her men. She only woke up recently, and I'm the only one she can turn to for information, forcing her to keep our conversations going longer. You would have been proud of him, I tell my traveling companion. He was one of the few people that could meet my gaze. He refused to answer any of my questions until I told him you were alive. That fool. Though the general hangs her head in apparent shame, I catch the hint of a smile on her lips. A brief silence falls between us as I wait for the general to start the conversation this time. I'm sure she has many questions, and she would be a fool if she didn't try to get information out of me. Finally, she decides to speak, and she doesn't hold back. Why are you doing this? Is my strategy that complicated? I take Dre in the following cities while the bulk of my men prepare Tburn to hold off your reinforcements. I thought a woman such as yourself would have already noticed based on the size of my forces. The general doesn't take my bait and only gives me a cold glare. Apparently, she's not as easy to rile up as I thought. Oh, I feign realization. You mean why we're attacking Olbert in general? That's top secret information. Very need to know. Are you going to tell me or not? General Pittz interrupts my grandstanding. I want to look offended by her actions, but I'm having too much fun to remove the smile from my face. I'll consider telling you if you answer some of my questions first. Like what? Lady Pittz asks me with no small amount of suspicion. I won't betray my liege or house, and I would never ask you to, I reassure her. Call me curious, but where did you get that final arrow from? I was under the impression you used all your dwarven arrows, repelling our earlier advances. I was quite surprised when you managed to strike me in the end. Did you get it from a local blacksmith? She must have been preparing herself for a difficult question because Lady Pitts's facial features give nothing away. Her mask doesn't so much as crack as she answers my question. I wish I could say we had talent like that out here, but I'll have to disappoint you. That final arrow I used was a sample product from the capital. In the end, it couldn't withstand my skills otherwise. Our positions would be quite different right now. The general and I lock eyes. I might not have taken the time to level my noble skills enough to detect lies, but the general needs another 50 years before she can deceive me. If she had that arrow earlier, she would have used it. She must have gotten it right before my forces arrived, meaning the blacksmith has to be local. I file that bit of information away for later and decide to move the conversation along. That's disappointing. What about your hobbies? I hear Lady Pittz is quite the hunter, and she gives me a challenging look. I'm merely interested is all I tell her. My specialty is more towards fighting human opponents, and I'm curious how the experience differs. Then you should go find a monster to see for yourself, she snaps back. Oh, come on, you must have some great stories to help pass the time. I push the subject. What about that time you managed to kill a mountain hydra? Instead of barking an insult at me, Lady Pittz looks at me surprised. How did you hear about that? People talk, I ambiguously inform her. When I was informed you were defending the fort, I went over every scrap of information we had on you. It's rare, but some people call you a dragon slayer. I didn't know it was possible, but the lady sitting across from me actually looks angrier than she did when she first woke up in my carriage. Only young fools call me that, and only once before I beat the snot out of them. like they understand the true monsters of this world. General Pittz huffs in displeasure and looks away from me. Come now, I draw her attention back towards me. Hydras are of the dragon bloodline. You should feel proud for slaying one. I try to butter her up so she'll talk more. I slew the beast, did I? The general scoffs at me. I used a tier 4 water attribute poison on all my arrows to whittle away the beast's health over a span of 12 days. Do you think I deserve the title of Dragon Slayer? Her eyes challenge me to disagree with her. Don't think this means I'm telling you anything, she snaps, noticing my smile. Lady Pittz proceeds to sip my wine and coughs as soon as it touches her lips. What is this? She stutters. My own personal wine, I inform her. It's hard for me to get drunk with my ridiculous physical stats, so you can imagine how strong I need my drink to be. It's practically poison. Lady Pittz holds out the water skin towards me. I guess you could call it that. I take my wine back and quickly gulp down another mouthful before setting it aside. Feeling better, I ask my grumpy companion. Yeah, I'm magically better, she sarcastically answers. Lady Pitts's cheeks are slightly red after what I guess could only have been half a mouthful of wine. She might not have the same stats as me, but her body is strong enough to survive a few sips of my wine even suppressed. I notice Lady Pittz looking solemnly out the carriage window. What's wrong? We may be marching, but I can get you anything you might need. General Pittz looks back at me with the red gone from her cheeks. I don't understand, and it's frustrating me. You kept me alive, and you've split your forces. You may hold Tburn and make your way over to Illels, but there is no way you can conquer any further into Olbert. Tell me now, what is the reason for this invasion? I rub my beard and think over the general's question. Taking a deep breath, I let out a sigh. Lady Pittz, are you aware of the geography of our kingdom? She furrows her eyebrows in deep thought. The Kingdom of Skal is known for its rocky landscape that protects it from invaders and the large lakes that your settlements are built around. That's all I know. That's interesting to hear, but why are you telling me this? To give you perspective of what's happening in my homeland, I tell her. Our greatest lake is known as the Heart of Skal, and it single-handedly produces 30 of our crops. And something happened to the lake, didn't it? Lady Pittz quickly sees where I'm going with my explanation. I nod my head somberly. Did it dry up? My coachmate asks. No, that is impossible. Underneath our kingdom is an extensive network of tunnels that connect all the great pools together. The tunnels stretch from the farthest pool all the way to the coast. That's how the beast made it to the Heart of Skal. I grit my teeth in frustration. The beast turned the Heart of Skal into its lair and kills anything that steps within a mile of the pool. General Pittz looks at me in bewilderment. At least she has the decency not to ask why our army hasn't slain the beast yet. She silently waits for me to continue. We tried to drive off the beast, but nothing worked. Even the greatest of us banding together could only hold it back for an hour. I'm sure you have an idea of what plagues us. I meet Lady Pitts's eyes. A dragon, she says with a twinge of fear in her voice. I ball up my fists in my lap, trying to hold back the rage I feel for the creature of legend. Indeed, a pure-blooded sea dragon. Our people estimate it's above level 400, and that isn't the worst part. General Pitts's eyes widen. No, it can't be. Sadly, yes. The dragon is building a nest. Dragons can linger in a spot for years, but they only build a nest for one reason. To lay an egg, Lady Pittz finishes my sentence. Oh gods, dragons will viciously guard their nest until their egg hatches. We can't get anywhere near the creature's nest, so we have no idea when that might happen. If an egg is already laid, it could take up to 15 years for it to hatch, and if the dragon hasn't laid yet, it could be half a century before it leaves. That's why you invaded. Lady Pittz growls. You came to take our farmland. What is wrong with you people? Did the idea of asking us for help, or paying for crops, never enter your king's mind? Silence, I roar. You will not disrespect my king in front of me, I demand with fire in my eyes. Lady Pittz doesn't turn away from me and holds eye contact. I can immediately tell she's prepared to die and that she won't bow her head to me no matter how I threaten her. She remains silent, and I slowly reel in my intimidation skills I subconsciously activated. Master Packor the Deathless, is everything all right? I hear the female attendant I sent off earlier ask from outside my carriage. No, leave us until I call. I order the young girl away in frustration. As you wish. I hear her footsteps as she moves away from the coach. I look back at my traveling companion now that I've regained my composure. My king did not decide to invade Olbert on a whim, I stress. There were many debates on how we could obtain the food we need for our people. We diverted more hands to our 2 port towns, hoping to catch more fish and sea plants, but we have yet to see any results. It was estimated we could purchase the extra goods from our neighbors, but our kingdom has never been considered rich. Our coffers would be depleted long before the dragon ever left. In the end, it came down to 2 options. We could slay the mythical beast or take the best farmland we could from one of our neighbors. I see, Lady Pittz says with a neutral expression. Take Dre, Blayton, and Illels, and that's where you and your men will come in, I tell the captive general before taking another drink of my wine. We'll trade your lives and the lives of any other nobles we capture in exchange for the land we're occupying. And you think everything will happen that smoothly? Lady Pittz looks at me like I'm a rookie commander in over his head. Olbert won't stand still and let you take lands that rightfully belong to us. I grin like a starving animal. I sure hope so. It was disappointing how easy it was to take Tburn. The spies I had mixed in with the people fleeing Tburn reported Dre has no chance or resistance. But I hope Olbert lives up to your expectations, or this will be the most boring campaign I've ever participated in. My excitement must have displeased the general, because she turns her head away from me and doesn't look like she wants to continue talking anymore. I can understand her frustration. I myself feel silly knowing my country had to go to war over crops. Even our ancestors that went to war for any reason possible had never cited food as the reason. And then there's the difficulty of the fighting ahead. I relish a good battle, but every person we kill is one less hand to work the land. Depending on how the local lords try to repel us, it could set our plans back even further if we kill too many conscripts. I have until the new year to secure our position before the refugees from the heart of Skal will arrive to help with the farming. I have to take 3 cities and a lord's residence, all while killing as few of their soldiers as possible. Even if I enjoy a good challenge, this is too much even for me. But I can't stop now. The dragon has tormented our lands for a year already, and the food shortage is starting to be felt by everybody. I will not disappoint my king. I'm the undying shield of Skal, and I will not fail. I sit back into my seat and close my eyes, feeling the rocking of the carriage. Every second that passes, we grow closer to Dre, closer to saving our people. Aaliyah's point of view, damn it, damn it, damn it. I shout as I run down the forest path. How am I supposed to enjoy my run when I've confirmed I was somehow screwed over in my contract? I pull up my status page for the 3rd time today, hoping somehow it will have magically changed since the last time I saw it. LV 72. Total experience gained, 19,793 exp. Seeing exactly where I gain my experience has been a big boon for me ever since I could better organize the information from my soul. I can easily see which of my skills have leveled and how much experience I've gained from crafting activities, including negotiating. Looking at the results of my meeting with Mr. Gray makes me feel the need to punch a tree with all my strength as I can over my status page again. Both trading and increase price saw huge gains after my discussion with Mr. Gray, but one skill did not. Contract, the skill I was expecting to soar through the roof after I signed with Mr. Gray, only gained 2 levels, and it was only at level 5 to begin with. If that wasn't a good enough indicator that I was bamboozled, I only gained 1,843 experience after agreeing to such an important contract. I've gained more experience trading with Curvin. I would have to be an idiot if I didn't see the writing on the wall. However, I've been going over the contract in my head for hours, and I can't find anything that screams gotcha. Did Mr. Gray write something in invisible ink? No, I was watching every move he made. There was nothing hidden in that contract. In fact, the contract seemed relatively short and to the point. I almost trip over nothing as I suddenly realize what's wrong with the contract. It's missing too many details. Back on Earth, you would be lucky to find a contract shorter than 3 pages. Hell, every time you updated an app, you would have to agree to 10 pages of who knows what. I still don't know what Mr. Gray left out of the contract, but I'm sure Mother will have an idea once she sees it. I'm disappointed in myself for not noticing sooner. If I didn't have the skill to counter contracts, I would be in big trouble right now rather than complaining about how I didn't level my skills as much as I wanted to. I wonder if this is a sign I'm getting overconfident with my abilities. I thought the contract business was beneath me, like it didn't matter, and I allowed myself to be duped. Just because I'm stronger than most people doesn't mean I'm invincible. I'll need to be more careful in the future, especially now that I know Mr. Gray has some sort of plan for me. While I alternate between berating myself for my slip-up and complaining about my missed skill levels, I finally spot what I'm looking for just up ahead. I spot Sandra's search spell, meaning I'm closing in on them. Deactivating my mana obscuring amulet, I chose to approach them without scaring them this time. As I round the bend in the trees, I spot Sandra and Brother, who both look happy to see me despite how I left them last time. "You're back already." Brother shouts in disbelief as I approach their slow-moving cart. I choose to shrug like it's no big deal. "I told you I'm fast. Did you have any trouble in the city?" Sandra asks, concerned like an older sister. I don't feel the need to lie to them, so I answer truthfully. There were some small hiccups. The city is in worse shape than I thought. Everyone is trying to leave Dre, and the guards are taking advantage of that. After seeing Dre for myself, I'm all but sure it won't hold once Skal arrives. I walk up next to their cart and go into detail about my experience in the city. Sandra makes fun of me for forgetting my pad at home, while my brother awkwardly tries to tune me out for that part of the conversation. I even tell them how I visited Silver Herd and arranged for numerous materials to be delivered to the village before Skal arrives. "You signed a contract." Sandra looks at me concerned after I finish recanting my short tale. "You have to take contracts seriously. I had to sign one before I started practicing under my master, and even now, it affects me." What does your contract entail? I curiously ask. It was a basic mage apprenticeship contract. It was really long, so I'll sum it up. Basically, I can't teach anyone anything I learned from my master until I buy out his magic rights. What are magic rights? I scooch a little closer to the cart. Purchasing magic rights from a master means you bought the right to teach others, Sandra tells me. That sounds stupid. I scoff at the idea of charging someone twice for the same knowledge. Why is that even a thing? It's how mages ensure unfaithful or disgruntled students don't pass around their spells. Think about it. What would happen if one mage paid for their apprentice to study under another mage and have him relay everything back to the master? If you wish to teach others, you have to compensate the master for their knowledge. Wait, does that mean we can't swap magic ideas? I ask in astonishment. Sandra gives me an awkward smile, telling me everything I need to know. We can talk about magic, I just can't teach you any of the spells I learned. I guess that isn't all bad, I reluctantly say, kicking a pebble into the nearby bushes in disappointment. I was somewhat hoping my spell repertoire was going to grow when Sandra came back. And don't think I didn't notice how you changed the conversation. Sandra gives me a knowing look. What exactly did you agree to in your contract? And like that, Sandra went from a cool older sister to mom in under a minute. Lying doesn't feel right, but I don't feel like divulging my screw-up. I look up to Sandra, who's sitting next to my brother, driving the cart. It's a little personal, but believe me, I have it covered, I reassure her. Sandra must see my resolve because she lets out a reluctant sigh. Okay, if you say so, but if you need anything, make sure you ask. I will, I nod in agreement. Hey, Richard, Sandra, I want to say I'm sorry for how I acted 2 days ago. Both of you were just caring about me and I overreacted. I'm really sorry. I anxiously glance up at the two and hope that they'll forgive me. Brother and Sandra share a quick look before both turning towards me. We would also like to apologize to you, Aaliyah, Sandra says with a soft smile. We shouldn't have tried to control you, no matter how much we care about you. Yeah, we're just as sorry as you are, little sis, brother chimes in. The two of us should know better than anyone what it's like to have people question your decisions when you're 15. Brother's joke earns a small laugh from Sandra and me. Yeah, please don't ever do that again. Brother gives me the same look Master did after I used Sense Soul on him for the first time. I promise I quickly agree. Speaking of the skill, what was it? Sandra has all the curiosity of a cat. I've never experienced a skill like that before, and it lets you view our levels. How does that work? I know she won't stop asking until I tell her, so I give her an outline of my skill, not divulging its tier. You can think of it as an invasive scanning skill. It mostly lets me see a person's level, but it can show me other things too. Like when I scanned you, I noticed something weird in your stomach. Are you? Whoa, whoa. Both Sandra and Richard flail in their seats, stopping me before I can ask my question. That's something personal between your brother and me that we still need to discuss, Sandra points out while placing her hand on her lower abdomen. It's hard to hold back my excitement. I look at Sandra, who seems to be glowing even more than the last time I saw her, before turning to Richard. Dad and Camden are going to kick your ass. No, they won't. I smirk at my brother. Your right mother and Surrette will get you first for not being officially married yet. Brother pales at the mention of mother, and I start laughing. Sandra can't help herself and giggles along with me at Richard's expense. It's great talking to Sandra and messing with Richard, but I can't stay here much longer. If you promise to be nice to me from now on, I might decide not to tell everyone when I get back to the village. You're leaving? Brother asks, surprised, and Sandra stops laughing. Why? For the same reason I'm scared of Mom too, I point out. I promised her I would be back as soon as possible, and that doesn't mean I can walk next to you guys for the next week. Besides, someone has to let our families know the two of you are safe. She has a good point. Sandra agrees with me. I know, brother mumbles and sets the reins down. The sickly-looking Bival doesn't so much as change direction or pace, even though brother is no longer holding the reins. Was he just pretending to control the beast? Both Sandra and brother dismount their cart and move to hug me. The three of us exchange goodbyes, and I definitely, positively didn't tear up when we separated from one another. Hurry up and make it home, I call out behind me as I jog away. Stay safe. The two shout back at me before I can no longer see them. I quickly gain speed and start soaring through the forest. If I push myself a little harder, I can probably make it home in time for dinner, I happily think to myself. It's incredible what family can do for you. Before I saw Sandra and Richard, I was frustrated and angry, but my day feels brighter somehow after talking to them. I guess you can call it the magic of family. Okay, that was a little too sweet even for me. I laugh to myself as I make my way home, optimistic I can overcome any challenges I might face in the future as long as I'm careful and have help from my loved ones. Come on, Aaliyah, you're almost there. I push myself a little faster, trying to catch up to the disappearing sun in the distance. I recognize the terrain around me and know I'm almost back at the village. As I get closer to home, I can't help but think about whatever stew Mother has made tonight. After 3 days of near constant running, coupled with a few biscuits and rubbery strips of jerky, I'm ready to eat a real meal for a change. I slow down to a jog when I finally reach the village. The setting sun over our small village provides a beautiful canvas of oranges and reds. The 7 moons overhead dot the tie-dyed sky with their own brilliance. Only a few villagers are still walking about, with most already home enjoying their supper. A few people wave to me as I jog past them, while others give me surprised looks. Word must have traveled around the village that I took a trip to Dre. Whether people are happy or surprised to see me, I can tell one thing based on the village's feel: Camden hasn't spread the news about Skull yet. If he did, there would be a different air about the village. I personally hope everyone can remain ignorant for as long as possible. Our village has had many problems this last year, and we're finally reaching the point people aren't afraid to walk around the edge of the village anymore. Too bad Camden won't be able to remain silent for much longer. I'll need to inform him tomorrow that Skull is already marching to Dre. Now that I think about it, Camden isn't the only person I need to have a discussion with. I need to talk to Mom about everything that happened with Mr. Gray. Then I'll need to talk to Master about all the materials we'll be getting and how I plan on using them. I let out a tired sigh. Tomorrow is going to be busy. Oh well, I'll leave tomorrow's problems to tomorrow's me. The only thing I need to worry about tonight is how to avoid being smothered by my parents, a challenge that sounds more impossible the closer I get to my house. Finally, I'm standing in front of our familiar front door. I reach out and try to pull the door open, but Mother and Father have already bolted it for the night. Grinning, I bring my fist up and pound on the door 3 times. Who is it? We're eating. I hear Dad shout through the door. Why do you think I'm here? I shout back. I've been running for 3 days now, and I'm starving. The only thing I hear on the other side of the door is the screech of 2 chairs rapidly being drawn against the floor, and the sound of Father fumbling to open the door's bolt. Aaliyah, is that you? I quickly take a step back before Dad smacks me in the face with the door. Dad's smile is priceless as he looks at me in dumbfounded joy. While Dad is frozen in happiness, Mom gracefully steps past him and moves in to give me a welcome home hug. How are you back already? Mother questions me as she tries her hardest to squeeze the life out of me. Did you run into any more bandits? I'm completely fine, I tell Mother while hugging her back. But can we move this inside? I wasn't joking when I said I was hungry. Sure thing, sweetie. Mom pulls me inside past Dad. While Father locks the door behind us, I chant my cleaning spell, removing 3 days of dust and sweat. Ahid ls Piss. I feel rejuvenated as a thin layer of dirt and grime falls away. Mom finally releases her hold on me so I can shake off the resulting black flakes from my spell. While I'm shaking myself like a dog coming in out of the rain, I point and laugh at my mom's left arm. Mother looks down and smiles when she sees her left arm and sleeve are noticeably cleaner than the rest of her. Dad turns around from securing our door and joins in our laughter. It feels weird to be this clean, Mother jokes as she touches the skin of her left arm. You get used to it, I tell her. A mischievous smiler crosses my face. Mother and Father are both close to me, so now is the perfect time to show off the benefits of empowered spell to them. Hold still for a moment, I motion to my parents to stand still. We're all in the entryway so Mother won't get mad at the mess I'm about to make. What are you doing? Dad asks. Wait and see, I try to sound suspenseful and mysterious. Now that I'm safely home, I can use more of my magic without worrying about being ambushed. Ahid ls Piss. I recast my same cleaning spell again, but this time I overpower it with my skill. The white light that usually envelops me slowly expands as I pour more of my mana into the spell. Mother and Father flinch as the bubble of white light slowly envelops them. As soon as I see that my spell has wholly covered both of them, I stop adding extra mana and let the spell complete itself. Mother and Father watch in amazement as all the dirt falls off of each other. The two are so surprised I need to remind them what to do when my magic finally fades away. Make sure you shake yourselves out properly. This is just like when you woke up from that monster attack. I thought it was weird how you cleaned us since you said you couldn't use your magic like that, but I put it out of my mind because I never saw you use your spell like that since. Since when have you been able to do this? Mom remarks as she and Dad start shaking out their hair and clothing. Unlike me, they don't magically clean themselves every day, and the two of them are covered in black flakes. Mother makes sure Dad wipes himself down every day after returning from work, but it's rare for anyone in our village to bathe properly. My spell is better than any soap or shampoo back on Earth, and I dare say, Mother and Father look almost like entirely different people after I removed every speck of dirt from their bodies and clothes. Everything feels funny, Dad complains as he shakes out his shirt. He sniffs his clothes and frowns. I felt the same way when I first used the spell. I try to console my dad. He spent most of his life in the woods, and I don't think I can remember a time when he hasn't smelled of trees and sawdust. It must be weird for a woodsman like himself to feel so clean. You haven't told me how you did it, Mother reminds me. I awkwardly rub the back of my head as I switch to my indoor slippers. I actually figured out how to boost my spells during my last trip to Dre. It was just after all the excitement during my return trip, the pressure to forge the arrow for the general, and the Soul Eater attack I forgot to show you guys. You mean you could have been using this spell for almost a month now? Mom looks at me accusingly. My spell didn't just clean my parents. The entryway stones look like they were just cut, and even our old door looks like it was replaced with new wood. Hey, I hold up my hand defensively. You know how crazy everything has been lately. To use my spell as I did requires a lot more mana than my personal cleaning spell. The only reason I can use it freely right now is that I saved my mana during my run for emergencies. And helping me clean the house isn't an emergency. I'm pretty sure that's supposed to be a joke, but Mother looks frighteningly serious. Finally, Mom's mask of anger cracks and she laughs at my unease. I'm joking, sweetie. I know how busy you've been. Come sit down and I'll get you a bowl of soup and some bread we got from Granny Jeller. She says she's joking, but I'm not sure that she was. Either way, I take my seat at the table. Mom moves around our kitchen, scraping the remains of the stew sitting next to the fire into a bowl for me. They obviously weren't expecting me back so soon. Mom sets the food down in front of me and takes her place at the table. By the looks of it, Mom and Dad were just about to finish their dinner. While I sip at my warm soup, Mother leans forward across the table. So tell us, why are you home so soon? Did you turn around for some reason? I chuckle in between bites. Nope, I made it to Dre and back all in 3 days, I proclaim. Mother and Father look at me proudly, hearing my accomplishment. Then that means you found Richard and Sandra, Dad asks, finishing off his supper. Tell us everything, Mom eagerly demands. My smile cramps for just a moment. How do I want to do this? I need to talk to Mom about Mr. Gray, but I'd rather leave that for tomorrow and enjoy my first night back with my parents without having to worry about anything just yet. Honey, Mom notices my indecision. Is everything okay? I give Mom a small smile to reassure her I'm fine. Everything's fine, it's just that I need to discuss some things with you tomorrow, and I'd rather keep the conversation happy for tonight. Is that okay? I've learned long ago maintaining honest with my family is the best option. Mom gives me a concerned look, but nods her head in understanding. Okay, we can do that, but what are we to talk about then? I'm happy to have such an understanding family. Well, would either of you like to guess who I ran into on my way to Dre? I playfully glance between Mother and Father. We spent the rest of the night talking about how I ran into Sandra and Richard on the road. Mother and Father were so happy to hear the two of them made it out of the city before anything terrible happened. The three of us shared a huge laugh after I told them why the two lovebirds didn't send us a letter, and the reason Curvin will probably arrive at the village before Bother and Sandra ever do. At one point, Mom tried to ask me about Dre, but I politely told her I would tell her everything tomorrow. Besides that, Mom didn't bring the issue up again, and we laughed into the night. When we finally retired for the night, Mother and Father walked to their room, looking like an enormous weight was removed from their shoulders. While my parents went to bed, I still have some things I need to take care of. I leave my body to rest in the real world while I enter my soul with one clear goal in mind. I'm here to find and gather all the skill fragments related to my contract with Mr. Gray. Opening my eyes to see the garden in my soul, I immediately stand up and scan the area. I used to have to traverse the entirety of my soul when searching for contract fragments, but my increased levels and skills now make the job much easier. I can scan large spots of my soul without needing to check each tree for an anomaly. In fact, I sense the first scattered fragment from Mr. Gray's contract not too far away. I don't waste any time and move over to a tree with a pinky-sized metal rod sticking out of its trunk. Oh shit. I can't help but swear when I get close to the intrusion in my soul. The pinky-sized fragment sticking out of the tree is merely the tip of the fragment. The skill fragment branches out through the whole tree and deep into the ground like a vicious tumor. All the previous contracts I've entered have all been verbal, and gathering the fragments scattered around my soul have been tedious to gather but otherwise non-threatening. But this one. If I didn't have my soul skills at the level they're currently at, I'm not sure I would be able to nullify Mr. Gray's contract. I concentrate on the entirety of the skill fragment in front of me and slowly pull it out of the depths of my soul. When I'm done gathering the fragment, it's as big as the other contracts I've formed in the past all by itself. I spend a moment to patch up the gaps, removing the fragment left on the surface of my soul, and move on to find the next one. I continue to scan my soul section by section until every fragment I gathered fits together like a neat puzzle. Even though the contract skill is made from Mr. Gray's experience, as long as it's inside my soul space, I can shape it however I want. Maybe I should shape it into a pile of shit that would be poetic in some way. I end up playing with the chunk of Mr. Gray's soul like it's Play-Doh until I return to my clearing. Taking one last look at the ugly lump of experience in front of me, I decide to be mature and shape it into a plaque that's inscribed with the contract I made. I lazily stick it to my ugliest tree and turn away from the plaque before I'm tempted to destroy it. The only thing keeping me in check is the thought of terminating the contract in the future in the worst possible way for Mr. Gray. I'm all for merchants trying to get the best possible deal when they do business, but Mr. Gray took it too far. I mean, I'm used to having people look down on me for the first time they see me because of my age, but Mr. Gray is more than aware of how strong I am, and he still went too far. Instead of trying to forge a stronger bond with me, Mr. Gray tried shackling me to him as soon as the moment presented itself. I'm going to take great joy in obliterating the contract. I dance around my clearing, throwing punches at thin air and spouting obscenities involving Mr. Gray until I calm down and collect myself. I learned from my meeting with Richard and Sandra that I need to spend some time letting my grievances out so they don't compromise my future decisions. No matter how much I want to destroy Mr. Gray's skill as soon as possible, I need to be smart about it. I'll discuss everything with Mom tomorrow and make plans for the future. Cold shiver travels up my spine as I think about how I should break my predicament to her. Hands down, I'll need to reassure her I can break the contract without harming myself. Ugh, I loudly groan. Is it wrong for me to hope Skull arrives faster? At least then I'll have a few months of privacy to myself, and I won't have to worry about making any deadlines for a change. I let myself fall over onto my patch of grass and try to forget about all my frustrations. Using my skills, I check how long my body has been asleep in the real world. Only 3 hours, I complain. I still have another 4 or 5 until the sun rises. Oh well, I might as well do some soul gardening to pass the time. I sit up in my bed just as the first rays of sunlight push back the blanket of darkness covering the village. It doesn't sound like Mother or Father are up yet, so I quietly get out of bed and get ready for the long day ahead. I might not have gotten a proper rest last night, but the issues with my soul took precedence. I take my time brushing out my hair until I hear my parents start shuffling around their room. Waiting until I hear their door open, I grab my copy of the contract I signed and stuff it into my pocket before walking out of my room as soon as my parents are leaving theirs. Morning, Mom. Morning, Dad. My parents are both surprised by my sudden greeting. You're up already. Mom looks at me like I've grown another head. Don't get used to it. I roll my eyes at Mom. I need to talk to you, Camden and Master, and sadly, I don't think any of those conversations are going to be short. Mother nods with a serious look on her face. Then we should get started right away. The 3 of us should sit at the table. I look surprised at Father. You're not going to work. He shakes his head no. The boys are pulling up stumps today and they don't need me to supervise them. I'd rather hear about what's going on with you. The more the merrier, I awkwardly say. Great, now I need to explain to both my parents how I screwed up. The 3 of us move into the living room and take a seat in our respective chairs. Where should I start? I ask my parents. From the beginning, Mom tells me. But I already told you about my run and how I ran into Richard and Sandra. Nice try, sweetie, but I know my children better than you think, and there is no way the 2 of you talked and didn't argue a single bit. I want to hear all about your journey, the good, the bad, all of it. Mother straightens her back and folds her hands in front of her. I awkwardly smile. I wonder if Richard is aware of how perceptive Mom is. There is no way Richard and Sandra are going to be able to keep their secret for long. Everything, huh? I take a deep breath and slowly exhale, mentally preparing myself for what's to come. I start by telling my parents the full interaction I had with Richard and Sandra when I first found them in the forest, even the part where I used my particular skill on them right before leaving. I expected Mom or Dad to interrupt me and condemn my decisions, but they both let me continue talking without interrupting me once. My parents remain expressionless until I get to the part about me entering Dre, and their blank looks turn horrified when I describe the state of the city. Next, I tell them how I needed to buy a pad because I stupidly forgot one and the lovely couple that helped me, bringing a small smile back to their faces. I carefully describe the state the silver-haired branch was in and how Mr. Gray quickly made time for me. Mom nods like it was only natural that they made time for me. Now comes the hard part. I can't meet my parents' eyes as I go into great detail about my conversation with Mr. Gray. When I describe the contract's details, I remove the piece of parchment from my pocket and slide it across the table without looking up. The sound of my mother picking up the paper causes a cold sweat to form down my back. A deep silence falls between us as Mother examines the contract. Aaliyah, what were you thinking? When Mother finally explodes at me, it's like I'm struck by lightning and my body is paralyzed. Do you know what you've signed? There's no end date specified, meaning you're required to sell to the bastard for the rest of your life. How could you sign something like this? I feel like I'm 3 years old again, and even though I'm much stronger than my mother, I feel small and helpless when she yells at me. She hasn't scolded me like this since I was 4 when Richard and I were playing outside and started throwing mud at each other and came home looking like mud golems. Sylvia, Dad cuts into Mother's angry rant, and everything goes quiet again. Aaliyah, look at us. Dad's calm and assertive voice finally draws my attention away from the table and up to my parents. Dad has a concerned look and is holding Mother's hand. Mom looks at me angrily, but she has tears in her eyes. Why did you sign such a thing? Dad asks in the calmest tone I've ever heard. I was overconfident in myself, I freely admit. One of my skills allows me to destroy contracts I form with people without consequence, so I didn't put as much effort into checking the contract as I should have. I start sniffling halfway through my explanation. You can break this contract. Mother asks, holding up my copy. Without hurting yourself, I slowly nod to Mom's question. Mother wipes at her red eyes. At least there's some good news. Mother straightens herself up and puts on more of a teaching expression now that she knows my life isn't ruined. You realize how bad this contract is, right? I start to nod again, but Mother snaps at me. Use your words. I figured out parts of where I went wrong during my run back home. It was obvious I screwed up when most of my skills gained a few levels while contract only gained one. I explained to Mom in a defeated tone. Yes, but do you see the holes in this contract? Mother pushes the paper back towards me for me to read again. This contract is between Aaliyah of Spotted Creek Village and Leonard Gray. This contract terminates and replaces the former contract between Aaliyah of Spotted Creek Village and Leonard Gray. Leonard Gray will provide Aaliyah with 300 gold worth of Kagos ore and 150 gold in mithril ingots. Leonard Gray will use Curvin of Silverherd to deliver said goods in a timely fashion to Aaliyah of Spotted Creek Village. Leonard Gray will handle the pickup of finished goods produced by Aaliyah of Spotted Creek Village 4 months from date. This contract is signed after the new year begins. All goods produced by Aaliyah of Spotted Creek Village, minus products meant for Spotted Creek Village, will be bought at 70 market value to Leonard Gray. Should either Aaliyah of Spotted Creek Village or Leonard Gray not follow the contract to the letter, the offended party can take 20 levels from the other. I don't see anything wrong with the first 2 parts, but I can see in the 3rd section how I have to sell almost everything to Mr. Gray. That is the biggest problem, but not the only one, Mom informs me. Do you see in the 2nd section how he mentions Curvin by name but doesn't in the 3rd? That means after Curvin drops of your materials, Mr. Gray can send his own people to work with you from now on. He also left out a term period all contracts should have. Term period, I ask. Most contracts specify how long 2 people are to do business before they need to renew the contract. Usually contracts have short-term periods because our world has many dangers, and businesses have to adjust their plans. Most contracts only have a term period of 6 months to a year. I should have thought of that, I mumble under my breath. But what really bothers me is the clause at the end about the consequences you choose should either of you break the contract. Mother looks ready to explode again after mentioning the last part of the contract. Mr. Gray told me the contract becomes stronger depending on the consequences, so I agreed to the terms thinking they didn't matter to me. I sheepishly tell Mom. Mom grits her teeth in anger. Well, it's obvious this Mr. Gray was planning something sinister from the start. He purposely suggested this type of consequence, knowing you couldn't report it to the authorities. You see, contracts involving the loss or transfer of levels were quite popular a long time ago. Nobles would pay commoners to sign contracts stating they would gain all their levels when they die. You can do that? I ask in sheer disbelief, with my father mirroring my shocked expression. Mom doesn't confirm or deny my question, only continuing her explanation. The nobles and rich exploited this system to gain levels without having to do anything. Of course, there were limitations. Just because a contract says you'll take all the levels from another person doesn't mean a skill can reinforce such a demand. Depending on the contract skills of the parties involved, only a fraction of a person's levels and experience would transfer over. But with hundreds of contracts, nobles would still get a lot of levels, I point out to Mother. Very good, dear. Despite the limitations, nobles used contracts to gain levels for themselves and their families. However, no meal is free. I'm sure you know skill levels play a big part in your leveling. I nod along with Mom. I'm probably the only one who knows just how much skill levels intermingle with the experience we earn and how it equates to levels. Well, the nobles who gained numerous levels by absorbing commoners' levels started to find out their skills weren't increasing any further. In fact, the only skills the nobles would see rise were basic skills like cooking, cleaning, and other various skills commoners used daily. The nobles still gained access to more status points, so it took a whole generation for them to realize they doomed their descendants. Nobles, like all parents, like to brag about their children and grandchildren. Contracts were formed, so the children of nobles would be over level 30 by the time they were 12. Ooh, I exclaim, understanding where this is going. That's right, Mom gives me a proud look. The nobles' children were essentially poisoned by the foreign levels. It became hard for them to gain even simple skills like writing and mathematics, let alone ruling skills that distinguish nobles from commoners. It didn't take long for the nobility to outlaw the using of levels as collateral in all contracts. But I didn't know that, I complained to Mom. She shakes her head. That doesn't matter, you would be seen just as guilty as Mr. Gray for accepting the deal, a fact I'm sure he's ready to use the first time you try to complain about the contract. Well, fuck, I ball my hands into fists. I'm shaking in my seat, I'm so angry. I'm angry at Mr. Gray for tricking me like that, but I'm mostly angry at myself for falling for his trap. So what should I do, Mom? We can discuss that in a second. First, finish your story, Mom tells me. I have to chuckle at Mom's thoroughness. It only takes me 5 minutes to tell my parents how I left Silverherd and threatened the same guard to let me out of the city. The rest of my trip back home was just as uneventful, excluding meeting up with Richard and Sandra and apologizing for what I did. Then I made it home and had dinner with you guys. I wrap up my trip. Now, can you please tell me what I should do with Mr. Gray? I beg Mom for her ideas on the subject. It will be hard to plan ahead when all the parties aren't here. Mom tells me in a matter-of-fact tone. You want me to invite Mr. Gray here? I ask in disbelief. Who else does your contract concern? Mom hints to me. Curvin, I guess. Exactly, he's been your partner for a long time now, and your contract puts him out of the job. Plus, you don't want to do anything until you have your materials right. Mom gives me a sly grin. And I'm sure that dark, scary fellow following Curvin around will want to hear about your contract as well. You think we can trust Real? Mom's smile widens. Oh yes. Silverherd's main office definitely sent him to gather info on you. That includes the fact that one of their branch managers is trying to poach one of their best craftsmen all for himself. I blush a little at the praise, but I see what Mom is saying. I'm not the only one who will want revenge on Mr. Gray, and again the more the merrier. Mother and I share a devilish smile, and Dad's hands suddenly become clammy. Mother and I look at Dad and he flinches. Oh, the smiles. The two of us share a small laugh at Father's expense, which helps to lighten everybody's mood, including Dad's. Always, Dad reassures me. I'll continue to look over your contract with Gray, Mom helpfully replies. Are you going to meet the headman next? Yeah, one meeting down, two more to go. I move around the table and give my mother and father a hug. I'll be back as early as I can, I tell them. Dad smiles, take your time. I run to my room to grab my axe and knife I borrowed from Father and move to the entryway to change my shoes. Unlocking the door, I move to push it open. Be safe, Mother calls out to me. I will, I reassure her with a smile. I push the door open and smell the fresh forest air. Oh, and honey. I freeze just as I'm about to step outside and turn back to Mom. Don't think I forgot about that skill you used on us before you left, Mom says with the brightest of smiles. We'll discuss your punishment when you come back home. I feel the color drain from my face. Don't you have somewhere to be? Mom's reminder brings me back to reality, and I turn and flee before Mother says anything else. Run away, my highly trained instincts scream at me to flee as soon as possible. I know better than to turn around and glance back at the monster behind me. Digging my boots into the ground, I prepare to launch myself into the distance with everything I have. Just as I'm about to execute my escape, the gods see fit to throw a wrench at me in the form of a smiling Nicholas. Aaliyah, good to see you back. Morning, Ms. Sylvia. Nicholas happily walks up to me without noticing my tense posture, greeting me and my mother, who I'm assuming is standing in our doorway. Father heard you were back already. If you're free, could I ask you to join us at our house? The whole family is interested to hear about your journey to Dre. Oh, where are my manners? Would you like to? Perfect timing. Nicholas, let's go see your dad. I interrupt the fool before he invites Mother to join us. I spin Nicholas around and start pushing him towards his house before he accidentally gets me killed. But I was just about to. Nicholas stumbles over himself as I push him harder into the distance. I don't hear anyone following us, so I look over my shoulder to see if we're in the clear, hoping the dragon retreated to its den. I'm forced to swallow a lump in my throat when I see that Mother is still standing in our doorway, smiling at my retreating figure. I almost pick Nicholas up in a bid to run away faster. My body finally untenses and I quit pushing Nicholas as soon as we round the closest building, putting us out of sight from Mother. What was that all about? Nicholas asks, confused about the situation. Don't ask, I flatly tell Nicholas as I start walking towards his house. But I turn on the future leader of our village, Dontask. I slowly spell it out for him with fire in my eyes. Nicholas rapidly nods his head and doesn't say anything further during the short trek to the headman's house. Pushing Camden's front door in and walking over to the drawing room almost feels second nature at this point. Aaliyah, dear. Surette springs from her seat and swiftly moves in to hug me as soon as I walk into the room. Welcome back. Camden offers me a greeting from his seat, content to let his wife be the hands-on-one. It's good to be back, I say half-heartedly, still not having emotionally recovered from my last encounter with Mom. Surette pulls back from me and looks me over. Is everything okay? Crap, I forgot she's just as perceptive as Mom. Surette looks over to Nicholas, who walks past us and joins a spot next to his brother before frowning. Did your mother not come with you? It's hard keeping my body from shivering at the mention of my mother. I tried inviting her, but I already discussed everything with my parents earlier. I cut off Nicholas before he can throw me under the cart. Nicholas looks like he's ready to say something else, but stops when I give him a death glare. Surette looks between her son and me before a sly look of realization crosses her face. That's okay, I'm sure your mother will stop by later. Surette gestures for me to take a seat. Camden doesn't waste much time, only waiting to start asking me questions until my butt touches the seat. If you're back early and uninjured, I assume your run went well. I lean back into my seat and wait a few seconds to answer. Yes and no, I tell everyone in the room. Camden leans forward. Did something happen? I have good news and bad news. Which would you like first? Camden turns to his wife and they share a silent moment between the two of them before turning back to me. The good news first, please. A smile crosses my face. The good news is that Sandra and Richard are doing fine. I ran into them on my way to Dre. They left Dre before the news about Skull taking the fort reached the city. They're on their way here. My baby's almost home. Surette shouts with joy. I know it's terrible of me, but I giggle at Surette's antics, knowing Richard and Sandra aren't exactly going to be home soon. What? Surette quickly notices me, trying to hold back my laughter. It might be longer than you think before the two of them make it home, I tell her. I go into detail explaining how Richard and Sandra are traveling with the slowest bivol I've ever seen, and that it could take them days before they make it back to the village. Camden and Surette stare at me with mouths open in shock when I finish telling them everything, while Sandra's brothers are trying not to fall over laughing at their sister's misfortune. Being a good friend, I make a mental note to tell Sandra how her brothers laughed upon hearing her dismay. I mean, we younger sisters have to stick together. Camden and Surette slowly come out of their stupor and share a small laugh at the situation. After a few minutes of everyone enjoying the news of our family member's inevitable return, Camden asks me with a hopeful voice, I don't suppose that was the bad news. The laughter fades when I don't say anything. That's unfortunate. Camden anxiously rubs the back of his neck. Well, don't keep me waiting, what's the bad news? I make eye contact with Camden and decide to rip the band-aid off. Skull started their march on Dre 2 days ago. Already, Camden asks in disbelief. Are you sure? I nod, confirming his fears. I got the information from Mr. Gray, a branch manager from Silver Herd, so I'm sure the intel is accurate. Is there any chance Dre will be able to hold out against Skull? Not a chance, I confidently tell Camden. Everyone of importance is fleeing the city as we speak. I tell everyone how I witnessed the guards taking bribes and how all the merchants were either running away or shoring up their businesses. Everyone becomes shocked the more I tell them just how bad the city was while I was there. Camden leans back into his chair and ponders over everything I just told him. If you talked to the branch manager in Dre, did he mention how Silver Herd is handling the situation? Silver Herd is taking the same approach we discussed earlier and pulling back their people for the time being. I bet they're waiting to see how Skull manages the city after they take it and what their plans are in general. So you think we should wait for the city to fall? Camden asks me for my opinion. More now than ever, I respond. Probably in less than 2 weeks, Dre and its surrounding villages, which includes us, will be under new leadership. If our loyalty is questioned in the future, we just have to say we sent a cart of supplies, but by the time it reached the city, Skull had already taken over. If that wasn't enough, Mr. Gray gave me the impression that he thinks our village should stay secluded and avoid what's to come altogether. That might be our best option. Camden lets out a deep sigh. You should call for a village meeting later today or tomorrow morning. I offer my thought on the matter. Do we even need to tell the village? Brandon asks, wouldn't it be better if they stay ignorant of the situation? People might panic if we tell them Skull is invading. That's all the more reason to tell everyone, I flatly respond to Sandra's second brother. Why? Braden gives me a challenging look for an explanation. She's right, Nicholas cuts in between us. The village needs to know what's happening. No matter how you look at it, Skull will be our new ruler soon. If they come to the village and no one is aware of what's happening, we could have a major problem on our hands. People could die. Camden looks up from his chair at his 2 sons. And we'll lose all the trust we've built over the years, Surette points out to everyone. All the blame would go to, I look at Camden, who's gone a little pale. I don't need to finish my sentence. Camden clears his throat. Aaliyah is right, we need to tell the village what's happening. We'll keep it a secret that we plan on dragging our feet until Skull conquers Dre, but we'll still have the village prepare supplies that we'll send to Dre. Camden stresses the last part. Everyone in the room nods in understanding. Nicholas, Braden, I want the 2 of you to spread the word that there will be a village meeting first thing tomorrow morning, and that attendance is mandatory. Camden gives orders to his 2 sons, who both nod in understanding. Camden turns his attention to me. When I explain everything to the village, I'll mention your experience in Dre. Is that all right? Do what you have to, I tell him. Oh, stop, I tell him, feeling a little bashful. We're practically family, and I love this village as much as you do. Surette gets up from her seat next to her husband and moves over towards me and wraps me in another hug. That's the best thing I've heard all day, Camden remarks with a smile. Is there anything else you can think of before I send my boys off to notify the village? Anything else? I stop and think, have I forgotten anything? I inform them of Skull, Dre, and when Sandra should be back. Does anything else matter? My deal with Mr. Gray is my business, and I don't plan to do anything about it until Curvin drops off my last delivery. Oh shit, I forgot to mention Silver Herd will be pulling back their deliveries for the next few months. What is it? Camden notices I thought of something. Well, there might be one thing I forgot to mention, I sheepishly reply. Curvin is delivering a large supply of materials for me around the same time Sandra and Richard are supposed to return to the village. And why is that something I need to be concerned about? Camden raises an eyebrow in suspicion. I told you how Silver Herd is recalling their people well. The delivery Curvin is bringing me will be the last one for a while. Silverherd doesn't want to draw suspicion towards our village. After Curvin drops off my supplies, we'll need to send people to Dre if we need to purchase anything like every other village. Camden brings his hands up to his face and rubs his temples. That's just great. That's right, Dad. Braden helps to relive Camden's worries. Now that spring is here, the animals the spiders scared away are returning to their hunting and grazing grounds. Not wanting to feel left out, I offer my own words of encouragement. Our village has overcome everything thrown at us this year. You think not seeing Curvin for a few months is going to break us? Camden looks up at me, and I can see his mood brighten up. You're right, not having a merchant visit our village isn't a big deal in the grand scheme of things. Our village will do just fine by ourselves. It's good that you told me about this now so that I can cover it during the village meeting tomorrow. Sorry I forgot to mention it sooner. I apologize for my oversight. It's fine, but that is the last thing, right? Camden hesitantly asks. Everybody in the room turns to look at me like they're daring me to give them any more bad news. I wave my hands and shake my head. That's everything, I promise. It's funny to see Sandra's entire family let out a collective sigh of relief. Now that all the important stuff is taken care of, would you like to have some tea with me, Aaliyah? Surette gives me one of her beautiful smiles. It's tea time already. I need to get out of here before Mom shows up. That's very generous of you, but I still need to visit Master Dell and let him know I made it home okay. I move to leave the room. Surette frowns for a moment before she starts smiling at me again. Maybe tomorrow then with your mother. It should be I thanking you, Camden chuckles. I'll see you at the meeting tomorrow. Of course, and I'll tell Master about it, so Nicholas and Braden don't need to walk all the way out there. I wave goodbye to everyone and quickly exit the drawing room. I take brisk steps until I'm at their front door, and as soon as I'm outside, I take off towards the nearest tree line. Thank goodness I didn't accidentally run into Mother. I'm not ready to know what she thinks my proper punishment should be. Mother is usually quite fair, but she can be vindictive at times, and she knows me well enough to come up with a punishment that takes into account my skills and status. No, I shouldn't think about that right now. I walk along the village's edge until I reach the path that leads to Master's house. As I walk along the small trail, I think about how well Curvin's cart will fit through here. Curvin's cart is slightly bigger than the one Master, and I used to move ore around, and it's already a tight fit getting it through here. I have no intention of transferring every bit of ore Curvin is bringing me between our two carts and hauling it back and forth. It will be much easier to expand this pathway and just have Curvin drop my ore off in Master's clearing. If I ask Dad for some help and convince Master to get up from his bench, I'm sure the three of us could widen the path enough in 2 or 3 days. Just another thing I need to talk to Master about. Despite this being the 3rd meeting today, I find myself looking forward to this last meeting the most. When I reach the edge of Master's clearing, my eyes immediately fall on the stone kin who appears to be sleeping. Making my way over to Master, I know he has already noticed my approach, but I decide to play along for the fun of it. Master, you asleep? His eyelids don't even quiver as I call out to him. Is he really asleep this time? I decide to test my prone Master the best way I know how, with a bucket of water. Like a ninja, I move over to the nearby well and fill a bucket up with water. Before I walk over to Master, I clear my head of any ideas involving dumping water on him. After some experimentation, I've learned Master's danger sense skill doesn't activate until you commit to an attack. If I walk over to Master thinking about throwing a bucket of water on him, his skill will warn him before I ever get close. But if I say I plan to set this bucket of water down next to him, his skill won't be alerted. It's hard not to think about something you know you want to do, but I always enjoy a challenge. I slowly make my way next to Master with the intention of setting the bucket down next to him. Right before I set the bucket down, I change my grip and prepare to dump its contents all over Master. As a savage smile crosses my face in one swift movement, I see Master's hand reach out to the bucket and flip it backwards on me. Damn, why do you always have to have that blasted skill on? Master sits up and complains that Mana skin kept me from getting wet. It takes me a moment to realize what just happened. Master flipped my prank on me at the last second. You never know when it's suddenly going to rain. I give Master a gloating look. Or when your apprentice will try and mess with you when you're sleeping, Master grumbles. Oh, come on, were you really asleep? Maybe. Master doesn't sound very convincing. Why are you here? He asks, standing up. Because I thought my Master would like to know if his apprentice made it back safely. I grin at Master. And why would I need that? I have a monster as an apprentice, and I'm sure she can handle herself. Master crosses his arms in front of his chest. I move in and give Del a hug. I missed you too, I tell him. Master grumbles like a cranky grandpa, but I see the smirk he's trying to hide. All right, get off of me. Master gently pushes me away and sits back down on his bench. How did your trip go? Did you get the materials you were after? I move over to the closest bench and sit down with a huff. You have no idea. For the 3rd time today, I explain what happened during my trip. I know Master doesn't care too much about how I found Sandra and Richard in the forest, so I gloss over most of everything until I get to my talk with Mr. Gray and everything that resulted from it. I told you time and time again merchants are the true monsters of this world. I let Master rant and tell me how he told me so. You were right, okay. You think I haven't heard all this from my mom already, I complain. Does that mean you're starting to listen? Master levels a challenging look at me. Hey, if I wanted to listen to someone yell at me, I would head home right now. I thought you would be more interested in the big-ass shipment of materials I have coming in. Got a scolding waiting for you at home? Master asks curiously. More like my punishment for using my skills on my parents before I left. Then I guess I don't have to worry about you bothering me for the next few days, Dell jokes. What does that mean? Think about it, brat. Does any of your mother's punishments leave time for you to come to work? Oh gods, he's right. But we need to. Wait for you to return. Master interrupts me and laughs so hard he grabs his stomach. I feel my face starting to blush while I wait for Master to calm down. I hope Master's prediction isn't correct. The path needs to widen, and I still need to test my physical limits before I start crafting for real. I spent most of my resources crafting the general's arrow and couldn't do much else until I got more. That left me with little to do, so I've only crafted a few spears and arrows for the village. I'm ready to get behind the forge again and push my skills further. And once Curvin brings me my kaggles, the first thing I'm going to do is make a new sword and knife. Can we get back on track now? I ask Dell as he starts to calm down. What do you feel we need to discuss? Master lays back down on his bench. The first thing that comes to mind is where are we putting all the ore that's coming, and how are we moving it here? I place my hands on my hips, but Master has already closed his eyes again. I'm assuming you already have a plan in mind, Master Dell remarks without looking at me. Fine, if you want me to get to the point, I will. We need to widen the path that leads to your house. Finally, Master cracks an eye open. This probably won't be my last large delivery, and neither of us wants to shift around a whole cart of ore. It will be easier if we make room, so Curvin can drive up and drop off or pick up whatever we need. You want to bring the merchant to my house. Master looks at me like I've gotten into his special drink. It makes the most sense, I point out to Master. You can wait in your house when they come by, but it's getting to the point moving all the goods I make to Curvin's campsite is getting old. Silverherd has already told us they know who you are, so it's not like you need to remain mysterious. Besides, having a scowling stone kin behind me might make negotiations easier. Master Dell doesn't exactly appreciate my joke, which I can understand why. Master is used to remaining out of sight, but I think it will be good for him to see more people, even if those people involve real. Do what you want. Master reluctantly agrees and rolls onto his side, facing away from me. His pouting makes me want to tease him. Cool, I'll ask my dad to help us after I appease my mother. Master quickly sits back up, who said I would be helping, because if you leave me to do it all by myself, I'll cut down trees until your house can be seen from the village. You wouldn't, I would. Why did I have to pick such an annoying disciple? Master hangs his head and shakes it back and forth. Funny, I remember deciding to make you my master, not the other way around. Master sighs in defeat. Alright, so what happens after we widen the path and you get your materials? What's your plan going forward? I'm about to make a joke about kicking ass and taking names until I notice Master is asking with a serious expression. I discard my playful banter and lay out what I want to do. My first goal is to research the kaggles and find out the best ratio to mix it with steel and mithril. Then I need to forge myself a new sword and knife. And after that, Master Dell asks. Then we finish making the rest of those special arrows, and with the rest of the kaggles I'll make some magic weapons. To sell to this, Mr. Gray, Master brings up a good point. I'll worry about that in the future. We have 4 months to craft what we want before I have to deal with him. I tell Master the short version of my plan. Is that all? Master looks at me like he knows I have something else in the works. I look Master straight in the eyes. I plan to start making short trips into the magic dense zone. Master stands up from his bench, looking like a concerned parent. Why would you possibly want to go there? The same reason anyone ever goes into magic dense regions, I reply. I want to look for new ore samples, magic ingredients, and I want to see the creatures that call the region home. Just because you can probably face a chameleon spider on your own doesn't mean you can hunt every magic beast. I didn't say I wanted to hunt magic beasts, I correct Master. During my trips away from home, I realized I want to see more of this world. I don't plan on leaving yet, but I owe it to myself to start expanding my horizons, and that includes seeing what lies deep in the forest. Have you told your parents this yet? I scoff at the idea. Do you think I'm that crazy? I know I'm not ready to travel into the magic dense area yet, let alone tell my parents my plan. I need to get a handle on my stats and skills, and that's not even considering the gear I'll need to make. Why did you have to tell me this? Master rubs his face. Because you asked, I tell him. Master lowers his hands and meets my gaze. I know Master has my best interest in his heart, and I want you to know my plans, all of them. Toro's Forge, how am I supposed to yell at you after that? Master sits back down on his bench. I can't condone letting you go into the magic dense region of the forest not without me. Master Dell looks at my happy expression in shock before a reluctant smile crosses his face. I guess I walked into that one. Would it make you feel better if I said you were the best master an apprentice could wish for? It might. Well, you are, I tell Master Dell with the biggest smile ever. So that's what a demon's smile looks like, Master jokes. Does that mean you're selling me your soul because I've seen it and it looks delicious? I lick my lips and Master goes silent. Too far, I ask. Too far, Master quickly agrees. We both share an awkward laugh before we sit in silence together. Do you plan on staying here for the rest of the day? No, I groan, standing up. I need to go home and face a real demon. Good luck with that. Master lays back down on his bench and closes his eyes. I'll see you if you survive. Master grunts in confirmation and waves his hand like he's shooing me away. I guess now's a good time to tell him about the village meeting tomorrow. By the way, we have a village meeting tomorrow morning and attendance is mandatory. Make sure you're up in time. I playfully chastise Master as I walk away. I don't look back at Master, but I think I can hear him swearing under his breath. Did our door always look this intimidating? I stand outside my house, contemplating my life choices that got me to this point. Okay, that's enough drama for one day. I reach out and pull our front door open. It's fun to exaggerate to an extent, but there's a time and a place for everything. I made a choice to use my skills on my parents, and I accept responsibility for it. I know Mother would never hurt me, and the only reason she still scolds me is because she's a good mom. Deactivating Mana skin and switching out my shoes, I confidently walk over to my mother, who is stitching one of Dad's trousers in her sewing corner. Back already, sweetie. Yeah, I finished talking to Camden, and Master Dell figured I'd come home and see my beautiful mother. Over-exaggerating doesn't include brown-nosing. That's good to hear, is all Mother says, and silence falls between us. I stand in place while Mother's hands dance across Father's pants, sealing any and all nicks and tears. Finally, Mom speaks. I want you to clean the whole house. I can't help but be a little shocked by her request. Sure, cleaning the house might seem challenging, but with my skills, I could do it in half a day if I hurry. Heck, I can get most of it done before dinner if I start now. I understand, Mom. I'll get started right away. As I turn away to get the cleaning supplies, Mom says, I don't think you do. I turn back to face Mom as she sets Dad's pants down. I want you to clean the house using that spell of yours. I want everything to look brand new by the time you're done. Now that sounds more like one of Mom's punishments. I want to complain, but I know that will only make things worse. And then when you're done with our house, I want you to clean your brother's. The sudden doubling of my work is too much, and my mouth moves before my brain catches up. Why? I whine. Mother answers me with a cold smile. Do I need to have you clean Surette's house as well? No, I hang my head, knowing when I'm beaten. Good, you can start tomorrow after the village meeting. Mother picks up Dad's pants and finishes her work. I know this is where I should walk away. I move to my room without saying anything else and gently close my door behind me. Flopping down on my bed, I groan into my sheets. Once again, my mother found a way to punish me in a way even I would find challenging. My extended cleaning spell uses up a lot of mana, and I'm not sure if I could cover our whole house in a day before my mana pool runs out. If that wasn't the worst part, my brother's house is even bigger than ours. I remember him bragging about his design and how he was preparing for the future. I'm going to strangle him when he finally makes it to the village. I feel the spring breeze blow in from my high window, and I realize I'm feeling a little tired. I didn't do anything physical today, but I still find my eyelids feeling heavy. An afternoon nap sounds better the longer I lay face down on my bed. Screw it, I kick off my slippers and get comfortable. I feel my consciousness slowly slip away as I fall into a deep sleep for the first time in a while. I'm standing with my parents off to the side, more interested in everyone's reactions to Camden's speech rather than its contents. Having a village meeting around the start of spring isn't unusual, but it doesn't look like anybody expects good news after this last year. Looking around, I see Marcus and Ezekiel with sour expressions. The two are aware of what this meeting is really about. Not too far away from the antsy farmers is Anastasia trying to hide her worry behind a mask of indifference. We overcame goblins, magic beasts, and a food shortage, one disaster after another, and we did not falter. Nor will we falter in the future. Camden raises a proud, defiant hand into the air, but his downcast expression is a stark contrast to what he's saying. Everyone sees the look on Camden's face, and people quickly become antsy. I truly wish I could stand here and tell you things are turning around, congratulate everyone for surviving the frost and the returning of the local wildlife, but it is my job to protect all of you. I notice how Camden sprinkled in a few positives before he delivers the bad news. It pains me to have to inform everyone that Skal has taken Fort Northridge and Tburn, and that they appear to be marching on Dre. And like a lit powder keg, the villagers explode upon hearing Camden's news. More than a few people start crowding in front of Camden, shouting questions at him. I take a step back with my parents, not wanting to get drawn into the mayhem. Order, Camden shouts, trying to gain some control over the masses. When people don't respond, Camden is forced to use his crowd control skill. I will have order. People stop shoving one another, and everything goes quiet. I understand your concerns, and I'm sure many of you have questions, but if you only shout over each other, I can't explain anything to you. I feel Camden retract his skill, and thankfully the mob remains silent. A little while ago, I received a letter from the Earl by the Lord of Dre demanding we send supplies to help combat the invading army. Over the next 2 weeks, we'll harvest the wordle and send part of our harvest to Dre along with any other supplies we can do without. We're starving and you want to give our food away. How can you do this to us? You're dooming us all. An angry farmer in front of Camden shouts in his face. Camden could easily reactivate his skill to handle the situation, but he wisely waits for the people to calm down independently. Our headman stands in front of everyone like a mountain, unmoving as people hurl accusations and insults at him. The villagers quiet down once they realize Camden isn't refuting their claims and is only waiting silently. Once the last person stops talking, Camden addresses everyone. Do you think I want to send our crops to Dre? Do you think I'm unaware of the challenges we've faced this winter? My family has eaten the same dried meat you have. Do I have to remind you all it was my wife with her bookkeeping that allowed the village to purchase those additional provisions from Curvin? Do you think I want to give away your hard work? Then don't, a brave villager yells out. Camden sadly shakes his head. We received an official order from Earl Vagan. Does anyone suggest we ignore it? Camden scans the crowd, and anyone he makes eye contact with looks down in defeat. Everyone knows it would be treason to ignore the Earl's orders outright. Looking at how the crowd is responding, I see Camden in a new light. It's honestly amazing how he can manipulate everyone so easily. Camden seamlessly shifted all the blame onto Big Brother. Blaming your superiors is the oldest trick in the book, and the villagers are eating it up. Instead of blaming Camden for everything, people will direct their anger at the faceless nobles, demanding we hand over our food. What will we do for food? A concerned woman asks Camden as he's looking over the crowd. Again, Camden used the word demands when referring to the Earl's request while holding back information. He isn't mentioning how it wasn't just food the Earl asked for, and tactfully leaves out how we high-leveled people would also need to leave the village. I notice Camden can keep up a confident appearance talking about our food problems because he knows that by the time our supplies near Dre, the city will already be lost to Skull, and our war donations will be brought back home. How long do you think the war will last? Another person asks. Yeah, what if Dre wins quickly and sends Skull packing? I hear Lucas's voice cut through the crowd. The junior hunter is too optimistic for his own good. Camden finds me in the crowd and makes eye contact. It's his way of asking for permission to use my name again. I lightly nod, giving Camden permission to talk about my experience in Dre. I thought the same thing. Camden tells everyone. What if Skull can be defeated? Dre is much more secure than Tburn, so I asked Aaliyah to visit Dre on my behalf. I'm sad to say her opinion of the city was not good. People start whispering to each other, and the villagers closest to me steal glances in my direction. Based on what Aaliyah saw, Dre is in the middle of a mass evacuation. Merchants are fleeing the city while the guard is preparing for war. It doesn't appear Dre will have an easy time defending against Skull. That might just be Camden's biggest understatement yet. He makes it sound like Dre stands a chance when I'm willing to bet the city will surrender once Skull's commander sneezes in their direction. Then what happens if Skull comes to our village? What if they bring an army? A lady named Mary asks, holding her 8-month-old boy in her arms while standing close to her husband. The only reason I recognize her is that she's the latest person in our village to give birth, and babies are a hot topic in a small village. Camden keeps a straight face, but I can tell that he was ready for this question. Our village is the deepest village in the endless forest. I don't see Skull marching their armies out here. Camden reassures the concerned mother. Of course, that doesn't mean an inspector or small platoon of Skull's soldiers won't come to see the village. If that should happen, I want to make it clear that we, as a village, need to be accommodating but firm. Camden notices he lost a few people, so he explains. If anyone from Skull arrives at our village, we should treat them with respect and offer no insult. However, if Skull comes looking to attack us, well, our village was able to slay the goblin horde after all. I'm conflicted over how I should be feeling. I understand Camden's manipulation is vital for the village's survival, but that doesn't help remove the bad taste in my mouth. When I lived back on Earth, I never cared for politics. Everything seemed needlessly complicated and drawn out, leaving me, like many others, uninterested in what our elected officials were doing, content to go home and tune out the world. Though I admit there were many faults with the government in my past life, transparency wasn't one of them. There were always people fighting for each side of an argument, making it hard for leaders to hide information from the public. I see now how information is truly the most valuable thing in any world. The only way my fellow villagers hear anything about the outside world is through Camden. Though they may question him at times, he's their only source for information. I wonder if anyone is even contemplating the option that Camden didn't tell them everything. A part of me wants to tell everyone the truth about Skull and how they're going to take Dre, but I know that will only open up a new can of worms that, quite honestly, I don't think the village is ready for. I believe Camden made the right choice, but is it right for me to withhold everything I know based solely on what I believe to be right? I don't have long to ponder over the issue regarding the freedom of information before Camden starts to wrap things up. I don't want to keep anyone here longer, so I'll end the meeting with this. As a village, we can overcome anything as long as we work together, Camden says with a proud look on his face. I think his speech and delivery were a little cheesy, but the villagers love it. Many people still walk up to Camden with questions as the crowd starts to disperse, but they aren't as aggressive as when he started. Surette is waving Mother over, probably wanting her to join her for tea and discuss everything Camden talked about. Mom shakes her head no and mouths later to her friend. Surette pouts before reluctantly nodding at Mother. I'm surprised Mom doesn't want to stay and talk with her friend. I think it's time we go home, Mom remarks. Yeah, I got to go to work, Dad grumbles. Have to prepare the land around the field some more. Mother moves in and kisses Dad before the three of us separate. Dad starts walking over to the fields while Mother and I walk home together. The two of us don't say anything to one another all the way home. After we walk through the front door, I kick off my shoes and change into my slippers. Well, time to get started on my punishment. I start walking to the back of the house, thinking I should start with Mom and Dad's room first, then work my way across the house. Are you going to start cleaning? Why is Mom asking me that? Yeah, I'm going to do your room first, I tell her. All right then, Mom says in a passive tone. This is weird. Usually Mom likes to act scary or intimidating when I'm being punished, but something feels off. It almost feels like Mom doesn't care about my punishment anymore. Even if Mom's heart isn't in it, I'll still clean the house anyway. I do feel bad about using my skills on her, and I can just consider this magic training. I walk into my parents' room and take note of where everything is. Once I cast my spell, I'll need to clean everything in a specific order that way. I don't dirty anything by accident. I quickly measure the dimensions of the room with my measurement skill and calculate where the center is. My cleaning spell expands from my body so as to not waste my mana. I need to be in the center of the room when I cast my spell. The center of my parents' room happens to be the bottom left corner of their bed, giving me a comfortable place to sit and work my magic. I activate mediation and focus on my mana network. It's nice taking the time to feel my mana before casting my spell. The last few weeks I've been incredibly busy, and I haven't spent as much time meditating as I would have liked to have. Once I feel that everything is ready, I cast my spell. Ahid Wima Piss. Still in meditation, I track my mana as it forms my spell. When I see my cleaning spell ready to activate, I use Empowered Spell. I watch carefully as my skill forms under my spell and slowly inflates like a balloon as I pour my mana into it. As my skill grows larger, it merges with the spell and stretches it while mixing with the extra mana. This is the first time I've taken the chance to study how Empowered Spell affects my magic, and it's interesting to see how it works. I want to watch as I pump more of my mana into my skill, but I need to see how much space my spell covers in the real world. I open my eyes and nearly lose control over my spell when I see my mother standing off to the side. Thankfully, I have excellent control over my mana, and I keep the spell from crumbling. I know this is her room, but I'm curious as to why Mother chose now of all times to come into her room. Before I let my curiosity get the better of me, I need to finish my spell. The white barrier indicating where my spell is going to clean has already covered 80 of the room. Pumping a little more mana into my skill, the barrier expands, covering the parents' entire bedroom is in a soft white glow. I stop putting mana into my empowered spell skill, and the cleaning spell activates. Mom's room turns into an evil snow globe as it starts raining black flakes. My spell didn't just clean the parents' furniture, but the ceiling, walls, and floor as well. Mom and I watch as over 20 years of dirt, dust, and cobwebs peel away from the rafters above. Of course, not all the black flakes neatly fall to the floor, meaning I'll have to dust off the remaining debris from the ceiling and walls before I can get to anything else. Clean top to bottom, they say. But before I get to that, I turn to Mom. Do you need something out of your room? She ignores my question and glances around the room. We'll need a broom to get up high first. What? I ask, confused. Mother shakes out her hair to remove all the black flakes that fell on her and ties it up. I think it was obvious I'm going to help you. Wait here while I grab the supplies. Mom exits the room without saying anything else, leaving me standing there confused about what's going on. I thought this was my punishment. Mom quickly returns with a broom and the cleaning pail with some rags. She hands me the broom like nothing is wrong with her being here. I stare down at the broom in my hands. If you want to finish today, you might want to get started, Mom tells me with a smile. After being reminded what I'm supposed to be doing, I use the broom to dust the rest of the black flakes off the ceiling and walls. Next, we shake out the bed sheets and wipe down the bedposts, all while awkwardly not talking to each other. Together, we clean everything from the parents' clothes trunks to every inch of the floorboards. Overall, I'd say it only took us 20 minutes to clean the room. From the doorway, Mother and I take a minute to look at our handiwork. Everything looks brand new. Every plank of wood, whether it's part of the floor or ceiling, looks like it was freshly cut today. The brass hinges on Mother and Father's trunks sparkle with a golden glow you only see when you pull it fresh out of the forge. I check my mana pool. Casting the extended cleaning spell cost me around 190 mana, about 8.5 times the amount of mana I usually use to activate my spell. I used extract mana the whole time we were cleaning to help regain some of my mana, bringing my overall cost to clean a room down to about 180 mana. I'll need to cast the spell another 2 times to clean my room in the hallway, which will bring my mana pool down to 480. Depending on how much mana it takes to clean our living space and kitchen, I might need to rest for a few hours before I can finish the house. One room down, I remark. Then let's move on to the next one. Mom picks up the cleaning supplies and walks into my room. I silently follow her, still questioning why she's helping me. I know my room by heart, so after I set the broom I'm carrying down, I move to the center of my room and enter my meditative state. But it's much harder to focus this time, knowing Mom is in the room watching me. Oh, screw it. I drop meditation and turn to Mother. Why are you here? I finally ask her. Mom's eyes widen in surprise at my sudden question, but she quickly catches her bearings. Do you not want my help? She coolly asks. I frown in frustration. You know what I mean. Is it that you think I won't do my job correctly or something? Mother slightly reels back, looking hurt by my accusation. I know you would never do that. I can't help but raise my voice. Then why are you here? It's honestly distracting, and I can't afford to mess up with my magic if I want to finish cleaning our house today. A look of sadness flashes across Mom's face. I'm sorry if I'm distracting you. I was just hoping we could use this time to talk. Now I'm the one who's surprised. What about is it my punishment? For a change, Mom appears unsure of what to say. That and other things, she answers. This doesn't sound like it's going to be a quick conversation. All right, but give me a minute to cast my magic. Mom nods in understanding and takes a step back to give me some extra space. It takes longer than the first time, but I eventually manage to cast my spell after focusing for 5 minutes. My spell's white light coves everything in my room, and I can see how much filth has accumulated over the years. I take pride in how well I've kept my room clean since Richard moved out. But apparently, I haven't been doing that good of a job because my room is covered with almost the same number of black flakes as my parents' room was. The only exception I can see is that my clothes and bed are less dirty because I regularly clean them with my magic. Your clouds are gone, Mother points out to me. Looking up, I can see that she's right. I guess my spell considered my old paintings as stains. That's unfortunate. I always liked seeing your clouds. I hear a hint of sadness in my mother's voice. I'll have to paint some new ones then. Maybe they'll actually look like clouds this time. I joke as I grab the broom and start cleaning my walls and ceiling. I guess that's another sign that you're growing up. Mother sighs and starts helping me clean my room. I don't know how to respond to that, so I keep quiet and clean. It feels like my little girl is growing up faster each time I see her, running off on her own. Is Mom going through a midlife crisis or something? I feel now is a good time to apologize for using my skill on her and Dad. Hey Mom, I'm sorry how I acted before I left for Dre. I shouldn't have used my skills on you and Dad. Mom doesn't look at me, but I see her shaking her head. We didn't give you much of a choice, did we? I freeze in place. Did Mom just admit she was wrong? What are you saying, Mom? She turns towards me with a downcast expression. I know I haven't been as supportive as I should have been. You're growing up and making your own decisions now. It's just hard always watching you throw yourself into danger. I rub the back of my head. I don't exactly go looking for trouble, but you don't avoid it either, Mom points out, and I don't have a counter-argument for that. So this punishment, I trail off. Was time set aside for us to talk? Mom matter-of-factly answers. We could have just talked after dinner, or I could have set some time aside for you. Oh, really? Mom glares at me skeptically. Tell me then, what were your plans if I didn't tell you to clean the house? Would we have had time to talk? I look away knowing she has a point. That's what I thought. I know how hard my baby works, and it's difficult for me to ask you to set time aside for me. Mom finishes wiping down my dresser and the shelf I keep some of my favorite rock samples on. I have been taking fewer vacation days recently. Even though I don't have much work to do at Masters, I still spend the day trying to figure out how to make engraving ink. Have I been falling back into my old habit of overworking myself? Shaking out my sheets, we only have the floor left to clean. I start sweeping while Mother grabs the bucket of water. I'm afraid one of these days you're going to leave the village and never come back. I want to disagree with her, but anything I say would be a worthless platitude. This world is dangerous, but I have no intention of spending my whole life in this village. I want to tell you that will never happen, but one day I do plan on leaving the village, not forever, but I want to see the world and all the magical things it contains. Mom and I stop cleaning for a moment and just stare at one another. I would expect nothing less, Mom tells me in a sad yet proud tone. I can promise you this, though, I tell Mother. It will be a few more years before I leave this village, and even when I do leave, you can still expect letters detailing where I am. I promise I won't disappear on you, I reassure her. I guess I can accept that. Mom wipes away tears forming under her eyes. This doesn't mean I'm going to stop worrying about you and scolding you when you do something stupid. I wouldn't have it any other way. I walk over to Mom and give her a big hug. Does this mean you're going to stop forbidding me to do things? I whisper in Mom's ear. It's your life to live, Mom responds. But don't think I won't tell you how I feel about whatever stupid or dangerous thing it is you are doing. I am a mom, after all. Deal, I quickly agree. We stay together for a few minutes before separating and getting back to work. We have a house to clean after all. I lie down on my bed and stare up at my blank ceiling. Today didn't pan out like I thought it would, but clearing the air with my mother was the best thing I could have hoped for. Knowing Mom isn't going to try and forbid me from doing things anymore is a load off my shoulders. After our heart-to-heart, we spent the rest of the day cleaning together, and if I'm being honest with myself, it was the best day I've had in weeks. I ended up needing to take a break and recharge my mana after we finished up the hallway, but Mom and I spent the time talking, and the time just flew by. Now our whole house looks brand spanking new, and it's only the second good thing that came out of today. Putting aside the progress I made with Mom, and having the house so clean you could eat anywhere off the floor, a handful of my skills leveled up, finally pushing me into level 73. I can't help but smile at my status page after I distribute my 10 status points. LV 73, total experience gained, 43,819 exp. I put 5 points into dexterity, 2 into strength, and 3 points into vitality. Sense soul leveled up after I gathered all the contract fragments 2 days ago, and the rest of my skills leveled today while cleaning and helping Mom make dinner. I even got a few experience points for all my hard work. I want to go to sleep, but I'm not physically tired. I can't even cheat by going into my soul because that won't help alleviate my mental fatigue. I'd go for a run around the village, but the sun has long since set, and I don't want to freak out the hunters on night patrol. I'll just have to meditate here and hope my body decides it's tired soon. Still, overall, a good day. Sylvia's Aaliyah's mom point of view. Judging how neither of you yelled at each other during dinner, I'd say your talk with Aaliyah went well. Darius pulls me closer to him. It was nice spending the whole day with her, I smile, thinking about the time I spent with our daughter. Did you talk about how we decided to respect her decisions more? I reach out and touch my husband's arm, following it down until I find his hand. Darius takes my hand in his own and gives it a supportive squeeze. I told her I would still give her my opinion on everything. I try to hit Darius with my free hand, but pounding on his chest is like hitting a tree with my strength. Darius laughs harder when I stop because my strikes aren't doing anything. She wants to leave the village, I mumble. Darius stops laughing and leans in close to me. Is she planning to leave in the next few months? He asks, concerned. No, she said she wouldn't leave for a few more years. Darius lets out a loud sigh of relief. You scared me there. I thought she wanted to leave now. Not now, but she does want to leave. We already expected that, Darius reminds me. Once that girl learned how to walk, we knew our small village was never going to be able to contain her. But what if something happens to her? What if something happens to her here? Darius questions me. We let Richard leave the village, and he was a much lower level than Aaliyah. Yes, but Richard was only leaving the village for a few years, and he had Sandra there to keep him in line. Aaliyah may be strong, but strength and stats aren't everything. Just look how that bastard Gray tricked her into signing that contract. Darius leans in and kisses my neck. Do you think keeping Aaliyah here will help her reach her full potential? No, I reluctantly reply. When the year rolls over, Aaliyah will participate in the New Year festival, and she'll be considered an adult. We discussed what would happen if we tried to hold her back. I know, I say in a tiny voice. We've been discussing the same thing since Aaliyah went on her last trip to Dre. It was apparent that if we didn't respect Aaliyah's decisions more, we would lose our daughter. Why couldn't she be more like her brother and pick a nice village boy to settle down with? Darius scoffs at the idea, and I can't help but giggle myself. No matter how much I wish for Aaliyah to have a quiet life, I know that will never be her. You steer, I'll point out the direction, I tell him, and I'll be there to remind you not to go overboard. Darius pulls me up against him and kisses me before I can retort. He always does this when he wants to end an argument. Our lips part, and I feel my body relax in his embrace before sleep starts to take me. I drift to sleep happy I was able to make up with my daughter. So which is more fun, helping your mother clean your brother's house or clearing trees with your old man? Dad gives me a goofy grin as he drags the tree trunk he just fell over to the cart. Honestly, I ask Dad with a straight face, looking like I'm about to drop a major truth bomb on him. Dad freezes as he's lifting the lumber into the back of the cart, not expecting my reaction. I can't hold my straight face for long, and I quickly smile at his duress. I'm just messing with you, Dad. I've actually enjoyed the time I spent with both of you. I've enjoyed it too, Dad mirrors my grin, and I suppose I'm the third wheel in all of this. Dad and I turn to see Master grumbling as he drags over a small tree. Kind of hard to forget about you when you complain every 5 minutes, I quip. Then next time, don't drag me out of my clearing against my will for 2 days. I dragged you here. I raise an eyebrow at Master. Mazardel doesn't take the bait and instead focuses on the tree he's dragged over. I watch as Master lifts his axe over his head and swiftly brings it down, cleanly cutting branches from the tree with each beautiful swing. Dad sees me watching Master Dell and, not wanting to be outdone, starts cutting up a nearby log. The poor timber stands no chance against Father's skills, and soon Dad is matching Master's pace. boys having to compete over everything. Feeling left out, I contribute by helping load everything they're cutting into the cart master, and I usually use to haul ore from the mine. While I'm loading everything, I can't help but compare each of our stats and skills. Dad's level was around 35 back when he showed Richard and me his stats. He said he grew to level 42 a while ago, so maybe he's 43 or 44 now. Dad was already a strength build back when I was little, and I'm sure he's already put more points into it. Hey Dad, I'm curious, what's your strength stat at these days? Dad pauses working and turns to me before glancing at Dell, who's watching us out of the corner of his eye. You know, that's personal information, Aaliyah. And who's he going to tell? Hey, Master sounds a little offended. Oh, I'm sorry, are you going to tell everyone in your knitting club? I cut off Master's whining with a lot of sarcasm before turning back to Dad. Please, I'm trying to judge where I'm at stat-wise. I've gained a lot of levels in a short time, and I want to compare it to other people. You invest most of your points into strength, don't you? Dad sends another quick look at Dell, but gives up in the end. I used to put the majority of my points into strength, but your mother said she didn't want to outlive me, so she's made sure I put most of my points into vitality these days. I'm surprised to hear that I'm sure Dad is still stronger than me, but it's higher than 150, right? I ask. Dad nods his head. My strength is 168 after my last level up. Why, have you passed me already? He's only 16 points higher than me, but being a beast of a man who chops down trees all day, it's understandable that his overall strength seems higher than mine. Not yet, I grin at Dad. That's good to hear. I get to keep my pride as a strong father for a little while longer, Dad playfully jokes. But how strong am I? I was able to get my physical stats up to the high 20s through stretching and exercising every day before I started increasing them with my free points. That said, I wasn't pushing myself like pro athletes back on Earth. If I'd have to guess, I'd say a trained athlete would have around 50 points in strength and dexterity, depending on what sport they were training for. If I'm going off numbers, I would be 3 times stronger than the pros back on Earth. But physical condition can't be measured on a linear scale. If a basketball player was suddenly made 3 times stronger, would that equate to him being able to jump 3 times higher? Would they be able to go from jumping 2.5 feet to 7.5 feet, or would they go higher? Then you have to factor in skills. I can run at incredible speeds for an extended period of time, not just because I have high physical stats, but also because my running skills help as well. I can take Dad as an example. There is no way Dad has a higher strength stat than Master, yet he can keep pace with him because most of his skills are geared to felling trees while Master's aren't. Think and work at the same time. I flash step away from Master, who suddenly appeared next to me and shouted in my ear, "Don't sneak up on me." I almost swung my axe at you. I grit my teeth and threatened Master. I didn't sneak up on anyone. You were so caught up in your thoughts you didn't notice me walk up to you. No, I say in disbelief. Was I? I turn and ask Dad's opinion, only to see him coughing into his hand, trying not to laugh at me. Damn it, I wasn't paying attention. And worst of all, both Master and Dad caught me red-handed. Dell and Dad share a rare moment of camaraderie over my embarrassment and start laughing together. I huff in annoyance and move over to a tree lying on the ground in the distance to get away from the 2 laughing men. I take my time chopping up the tree to regain my composure and wait for the nearby laughter to die down. It isn't long before the moment passes, and the 2 oversized children go back to ignoring one another. This might be the one time I'm happy they still aren't on regular speaking terms. The 2 will make small talk when Mother invites Master over to keep her happy, but if they don't have a reason to speak to one another, they won't say a word to each other. I shake my head in disapproval. People think women are the ones who hold a grudge the longest, but obviously, they've never seen 2 hard-headed men fight before. It's sad to say, but I've given up trying to get them to repair their relationship. I already consider it a win that I can get the 2 of them to work together when I ask for a favor. Plus, as Mom likes to tell me, it isn't my job to fix everything. I did my best, now it's up to the 2 of them to decide whether or not to bury the hatchet. Carrying as much wood as I can, I walk back over to the cart and throw everything in the back. What were you thinking about? Dad asks me as he walks up next to me and throws his own load of wood into the cart. It doesn't sound like he's trying to make fun of me, so I tell him the truth. I was considering how a person's strength stat and their skills play into their overall strength. You should have asked. Dad smiles at me. I could have saved you some time and told you it's pointless to ponder someone else's abilities. Even if you know a person's stats, skills, and physical condition, the only person who can tell you their limits is the person themselves. Everybody is different, and there are too many factors in what makes us us. Does that make any sense to you? You know it does. I nod with a small smile. While Dad and I are having our moment, Master walks past us carrying a tower of logs and branches. With a small grunt, he easily flings the wood into the cart. After seeing that feat of strength, I got to ask, "Hey Master, what's your strength stat at?" Master pretends not to hear my question and moves to pick up more lumber. "Oh, come on," I beg in a whiny voice that I know he hates. "You heard Dad's and you know mine. You can't throw everything around like it weighs nothing and expect me not to be curious. Master stops picking up the wood and looks at me. He sees the burning fire of curiosity in my eyes and drops everything with a big sigh. I'm only telling you because I know you won't leave me alone until I relent. Master pauses for dramatic effect. My strength stat is 420. Holy shit, I swear aloud as my jaw hits the floor. Dad doesn't even say anything because he's just as surprised as I am. I mean, come on, Master's strength stat is almost triple my own. Wait, that number doesn't make sense. Master has to have a decent amount of points invested in dexterity, so are the rest of his stats close to zero. Are you messing with us? I narrow my eyes at Master. Del frowns. I tell you one of my stats and you call me a liar. But what you said doesn't add up. I defend my reasoning. The rest of your stats would have to be trash if you invested so heavily into strength. I've seen your work, and I know that you can sense when I'm approaching you. Unless your level is a lot higher than you said it was, something is off. Master rubs the back of his head. This is why I didn't want to say anything. But I want to ask more when Dad puts his hand on my shoulder and shakes his head. If someone asked me what my biggest character flaw was, I'd have to say it's my curiosity. I know it's rude for me to pressure Master to answer my questions, but what if he has some secret to boosting his stats or something? I try to hold myself back, but I'm practically shaking with curiosity and excitement. Dad looks surprised to see me acting like this, but that's because any experiments I do at home are usually while he's out working. Mother has seen me get sucked into my work when I'm trying something new, and Master has seen me like this more times than one could count. Master relents and gives me a hint. If you must know, I have more freedom to distribute my points unlike you humans do, especially in regards to vitality. That's all I'm going to say on the subject. That's the hint Master gives me before he returns to work. While Master hauls the rest of the lumber, Dad uses a shovel to flatten out some divots in the ground. Even if we removed the trees, a large cart filled with goods would have a hard time traversing the trail if we left the ground uneven. I go through the motions of helping my father, but my mind is occupied thinking about what Master told me. What did he mean about freedom and vitality? Vitality is the most crucial stat. The more you have, the safer you are. Every person focuses on vitality to keep themselves safe and to live a long life. Was Master suggesting he didn't put many points into vitality? Everyone needs extra vitality to live longer. No, humans need extra vitality to live longer. Master isn't human, he's a stone kin, a race that naturally lives longer than humans. My parents taught me always to put a few points into vitality each time I level up to increase my overall lifespan. My vitality dwarfs my other stats at a staggering 243. If I didn't put as many points into vitality, I could also have a strength stat of 300. Maybe I should change how I distribute my points in the future. My vitality is already high enough, so I could focus more on strength and dexterity. It's working fine for Master, and his vitality is probably around 100. I worryingly glance at Master, and we make eye contact. His expression is easy to read. Master doesn't want me to say anything about his weakness. It's no wonder he wanted to remain silent. Master has the same vitality as a level 35 villager. If Del made one wrong move during the goblin extermination or while fighting the chameleon spiders, he would have died before ever making it back to the village for treatment. Dad, heedless of my internal plight, decides now is a good time for some small talk. Why the sudden interest in people's strength? I'm thankful for Dad's sudden interruption. I need the distraction. Master decided to distribute his points as he did, and worrying about the past is pointless. I make a mental note to act as the vanguard next time something happens, but until then, life moves on as it always has been. Are you spacing out again? Dad playfully asks when I don't immediately respond. You wish. I smirk back at him. I was just thinking about something important is all, but I did hear your question. The reason I'm concerned about my strength is that I learned how to fly during my run to Dre, but it relies heavily on my magic and strength stats. I casually continue working. You what? You what? Father and Master echo one another. Both men drop everything that they're doing and crowd around me. Did you say you can fly? Dad excitedly shouts in my face. How is that possible? Master tries to play it cool, but I can see he's interested too. It's not really flying, I tell them. It's more like running through the sky. I take great joy in downplaying my accomplishment and the fevered looks I get in return. Show us, Dad demands, looking like a child attending the circus for the first time. Master eagerly nods along with the suggestion. All right, I wave back, Father and Master. Give me some room. The two men hop back like frightened cats, giving me enough room to activate my skills. This is a good chance for me to test out the limits of my leg strength. Instead of running, I bend my legs and prepare to jump straight up without a running head start. I push off the ground with tremendous force, trying to get as much air as possible. The ground gets farther away as I use measurement to gauge how high I can jump. As soon as I feel my body start to drop, I activate airwalk and leap higher into the canopy. My initial leap propelled me 8 feet into the air, and I don't need to use airwalk again until I've climbed another 10 feet, reaching nearly 18 feet above the ground. I was right, my skill provides a much more stable footing for me, allowing me to jump higher. Father and Master shout in surprise as I use my skill again and break through the opening in the canopy. I lose sight of the ground as I climb higher and higher with each step. With my sixth step, I estimate I'm close to 60 feet into the air and I can clearly spot our village. The view is fantastic, but I'm burning through my mana, and I still need to see how far forward I can jump while using my skill. I tilt my feet and push off the barrier at an angle, launching myself forward more than upwards. The wind rushes past my face as I start sprinting through the open sky. I circle around the place I came out of the trees while keeping in mind how many steps I've taken and how much mana I have left. After my 15th step, I reluctantly decide to go back down. I wish I could spend the rest of the day up here, but that's not possible. Yet. As I descend back towards the ground below, I promise myself to practice airwalk every chance I get. I felt my skill level during the testing, and even though it was insignificant, the mana cost did reduce by a fraction of a point. If I can get airwalk up to a high enough level, I'm sure my treks through the sky will become much longer. I have to use my skill 2 more times during my descent to break my fall, but I touch down right on top of the footprints I left behind when I took off in the first place. Both Father and Dell stare at me in silent amazement. I'm not sure how well they could see me above the tree line, but it must have seen enough because they're frozen in shock. I still need to practice more, but I think it's a good skill, I haphazardly say while retying my hair. Some strands came loose when I was running, and I'm not too fond of it when it covers my eyes. The casual dismissal of what I just did is enough to bring the 2 men back to Aaliyah. That was the most amazing thing I've ever seen, Dad exclaims. I have to agree. Master, who is much more used to seeing me do the impossible, isn't as surprised as Father but is no less impressed by my new skill. It will be cooler when I can use it more continuously, I tell them as I move to finish up our work. Dad and Dell follow my example while returning my earlier questions tenfold. What is that supposed to mean? Dad inquisitively asks, filling in the last pothole. I explain while helping Master finish loading the last bits of wood into our cart. I was only up there for a few minutes, and it cost me almost 650 mana. Is that a lot? Dad asks, unaware of just how much mana I have and how taxing my skills can be. Staying up in the air cost me 63 of my mana pool. So yeah, it's a lot, I tell him. Is it worth it? Master asks from my side. I look at Master and grin one of my biggest smiles. Every second of it, I happily proclaim. While we finish with the last parts of expanding the trail to Dell's house, I explain how I discovered my new skill and how I fell on my face the first time I managed to use it. Sounds like you, Master jokes as we push and pull the cart back towards his clearing. Master is in the front pulling the cart, while Dad and I work together to push it from behind. The 3 of us laugh as we roll into Master's clearing. We park the cart next to a large pile of wood that's sitting off to the side. The pile represents all the work we did over the last 2 days, while most of it will be used in the forge. The unburnable stuff will be saved for construction. Off the top of my head, I can think of a few places in the mine the large logs would come in handy. Anytime, sweetie, Dad wraps his arm over my shoulder and drags me into a quick hug. I look at Master to see what he has to say, but he decides to pretend he only came for himself. Well, I had to make sure you didn't cut down all the trees between my house and the village. I smile, knowing Master came because I asked him to, whether he wants to admit it or not. I wait to see if Master and Dad will share a handshake or something acknowledging each other's help, but the moment is ruined when I sense someone closing in on Master's clearing. We have company, I warn them. The 3 of us turn towards the trail just as Braden comes flying into the clearing, looking excited. He glances at us and says only 2 words before running back down the trail. They're back. It doesn't take me long to realize what he meant. Sandra and Richard finally made it back to the village. Dad takes an extra minute to process what Braden just said, but his face lights up like the sun when he comprehends his son is back home. Dad doesn't say anything as he takes off towards the front of the village. I'm about to join him when I remember I was just thanking Master, and it would be rude of me to run off without saying anything. I turn to apologize to Dell, but he waves me off first. Go see your brother, I'm fine. You could come too, I offer. Dell shakes his head. Too many people besides, it isn't my family returning. Take all the time you need. Master walks over to his bench and plops down. With that taken care of, I turn and activate double step. I fly down the renovated trail and pass Braden and Dad when I hit the village. The trail to Dell's house is already close to the village's entrance, and it isn't long before I spot the crowd of villagers gathering around the cart, pulled by a nearly dead Bival. Every villager and their mom try to get close to the cart to congratulate the duel on making it home. Everyone knows why Sandra left to study in Dre, and people are excited to see the village's first mage. Magic is the thing every villager secretly yearns for, and many think it can do anything. That's why people who know magic are regarded so highly. Like Anastasia, she can only use a small amount of healing magic, and that's enough for her to be treated better than everyone else. I move up to the crowd and ask for people to make way, but everyone is too preoccupied with Sandra and Richard to pay attention to me. Fine, I'll do this the hard way. I use the same method I used to get through the group of people trying to get out of Dre. I put my hands together and hold them out in front of me like a snowplow and slowly take a step forward. I don't push hard, but people have no way of holding their ground against me with my stats. With each step I take, the two people directly in front of me are forced to the side. A few people turn to yell at me for pushing them, but once they see who I am, their complaining stops fast. Soon I'm at the front of the crowd, and I see Mother and all of Sandra's family, minus Braden, are already here smothering the couple with love. I can vaguely hear Dad shouting at the crowd to let him through behind me, but unless he starts bulldozing his way through like I did, I don't think he's going to make it through that mess of people. Aaliyah, Sandra notices me and motions for me to join the group hug. I don't need to be told twice. As I hug my best friend and Surette, who refuses to let go of her daughter, Mother notices that I showed up. Aaliyah, where's your father and Braden? I thought the two of you were working together. I think Dad is stuck outside the crowd with Braden. I point in the direction I last heard Dad's shouting. Camden, who's standing nearby, smiling at his happy wife and daughter, chuckles. We should probably move this reunion elsewhere. Camden climbs up onto the unmanned cart and uses his skill that amplifies his voice. I want to thank everyone who showed up to congratulate my daughter and Richard's safe return. It means a lot to our families that you care so much. But this cart needs to be moved and this poor Bival taken to the stables. Please make room for us. The crowd reluctantly starts to part in front of the beast. Almost as in a trance, the Bival starts slowly walking forward as soon as it has the room. I'll give the beast one thing, it's persistent. Next, we take the zombie Bival to the stables. The weird beast obediently walks into the enclosure and stands perfectly still in the middle, content not to do anything. I give that thing a day before it drops dead. Braden says what we're all thinking. I don't know. He brought us all the way from Dre, he's stronger than he looks. Sandra points out to her brother. Anything looks stronger than that Bival, Braden jokes. We all laugh and start walking towards the headman's house. Sandra and Richard start telling us stories of their time in Dre, which we all attentively listen to, even as we file into Camden's house and into the drawing room. Surette serves tea, and everyone enjoys each other's company. It sounds like you guys had a good time, Camden comments after one of Richard's stories involving renovating a merchant's shop. It was fun, Sandra tells her dad. Plus, we got to know each other better after living together for 5 years. Camden tries really hard not to let his face cramp up, while Mother and Surette share a smile between the two of them. So does that mean you're ready to have your wedding ceremony? Surette eagerly asks her daughter. Sandra and Richard hold each other's hands, both blushing and nod in agreement. Mother and Surette squeal at such a high pitch I'm surprised the china didn't shatter. This is wonderful news, we'll have to start making your wedding cords. Mother looks so happy. Wedding ceremonies are much more spiritual in this world. The bride and the groom stand in front of their families while a person of power, usually the village head, conducts a ceremony binding the couple together. Each side of the family constructs a colorful tassel used to wrap the couple's hands together, signaling their bond to each other and the gods. It's expected for the women of each family to sew the tassels, so I have a feeling I'll have to set aside some more time for Mom in the future. We have to celebrate, Surette exclaims. She stands up and leaves the room, only to come back with a bottle of wine and enough cups for everyone. I secretly glance at Sandra and see that she's looking at the bottle of wine like it's poison. You don't have to break out the wine yet, Mom. Sandra tries to convince her mother to put the alcohol away, but just like my mother, Surette doesn't change her mind that easily. Nonsense, this is a joyous occasion, our families will finally be united. Oh, we should have the ceremony during the New Year's festival. That way the whole village will have to attend your wedding. Surette becomes more excited the more she talks. Food is tight, but we'll only need one feast if everything is celebrated together. Surette continues to talk as she starts pouring cups of wine and passing them out. I know you haven't attended your first New Year's festival yet, but I don't think anyone will mind if you have your first drink now. Surette happily hands me my own cup of wine. I stare down at the dark red substance, wondering how it's going to taste. I wasn't that much of a drinker in my past life, and I distinctly remember hating the taste of wine. At least I'm not the only one not excited about the beverage. Sandra takes the offered cup from her mother, and I can see her trying to think of a way out of this situation. Richard isn't much better, he looks like he's about to start sweating. A toast to our families finally being united. Surette holds up her glass and everyone mimics her. Surette takes the first drink, followed by everyone else. I sip my wine, seeing if it tastes good, and I'm happy to find out it isn't that bad. I'm no wine expert, but it's very fruity, like juice with a kick. Everyone but Sandra drinks their wine with a smile. It doesn't take long for Mother and Surette to notice something is up. Why aren't you drinking, dear? Mom asks Sandra. Sandra sets her cup of wine on the table without saying anything. Now everyone in the room is aware something is fishy. No, Surette shouts, looking at her daughter in disbelief. Slowly, everyone realizes what's going on. Funny thing in this world, Almost all forms of science are stuck in colonial times, but not medicine. Healing magic has allowed mages to study the human body and what ails it to quite a degree. And the fields of medicine mages have studied the most are poisons, pregnancy, and childbirth. The trifecta of reasons a noble is most likely to call on a healer. Needless to say, it has long been known that alcohol is not good for a pregnant woman. Camden stands up and is the first to ask. You're pregnant? After Sandra nods, a lot of things happen all at once. Camden's face goes through every emotion possible, briefly stopping at anger when he looks at Richard before settling on happiness for his daughter. Mom and Surette rush over to Sandra's side, asking the usual questions like how far along she is and all that good stuff. I noticed my Mana acting weird, so I saw a specialist a few days before we left Dre. She said I'm only 4 weeks along, Sandra explains before looking concerned at her mother. You aren't mad, are you? Why would I be mad? Surette asks concerned. Because we're not married yet, Sandra tentatively explains. Oh honey, Surette smiles at her daughter. The two of you love each other, right? With everything, Richard smoothly replies, causing Sandra to turn a deep crimson. Good answer, Camden growls. Ignore him, my father was just as grumpy when I told him I was pregnant for the first time. Surette reassures Sandra and Richard. I can tell by how much you two love each other that it doesn't matter if you're married yet, though it does give us more of a reason to celebrate your union. It's beautiful watching such a touching moment. I'm about to wipe a tear from my eye when I notice Mom staring at me. Why weren't you surprised? She asks me and the room goes silent. What do you mean? I try to act clueless. Everyone looks surprised when Sandra nodded to Camden's question. Everyone but you. Mom, Surette, Camden, and even Dad look at me accusingly. I can't tell them I noticed part of Sandra's soul doing something weird in her uterus when I met them in the woods. I take too long to think of an answer. You knew, didn't you? Mom sounds sure she already has her answer. Well, shit, this is what I get for keeping a friend's secret. Worth it. Don't you think some flowers would go perfect right here? Mom and I watch smiling from Richard's kitchen table as Sandra directs brother on how he should rearrange his house now that he has all this extra furniture. If you open the window behind them, it would brighten up the room. I can see that. Brother nods along with Sandra's idea, but Mother, and I can see he's just resigned himself to do whatever Sandra suggests. Mom and I came over this morning to see how Richard was settling in after yesterday's family reunion, only to find the two lovebirds already hard at work organizing their love nest. That was 4 hours ago. It was hilarious watching Sandra take control over everything just like Mom would, but I'm starting to think Richard is into that kind of thing. That or Richard has the patience of a saint. We tried to offer our services to help speed things along, but Richard and Sandra both agreed they wanted to handle everything themselves. So I take it you're moving in with brother. I ask Sandra as she starts placing small knickknacks around the room. Sandra smiles awkwardly at my question. That was the plan, but father wants me to stay in my old room until we're married. Ouch, that has to suck for both of them. The thing is, my old room doesn't have the space to hold everything we brought back with us, so it's only natural I have to store my things here and set up a space to practice in. Sandra winks at Mom and me. Sorry, Camden, but I don't think you'll be able to keep them apart no matter hard you try. Whatever works best for the two of you. Mother smiles at her future daughter-in-law. You're going to turn one of the rooms into a study, like magic tomes and stuff. I latch on to the part of the conversation regarding magic. Yes, and you can't go in there, Sandra tells me, looking apologetic. Your contract. It's not hard to guess why she won't let me see her magic stuff. Exactly, Sandra confirms my guess. I can't knowingly let others look at my reference materials, not even Richard. It's true she kept everything in a locked trunk while we were living in Dre. My contract with my master stipulates I need to do everything I can to keep others from stealing my spells. Even against family, Sandra tells me with a frown. You have to love the secrecy and paranoia of this world. I get it, I let out a sigh. I then remember what I wanted to ask Sandra now that we have some free time without everyone yelling at me for keeping her pregnancy a secret. But just to make sure, we can still discuss magic, right? I mean, we can still bounce ideas off of each other, or is that against the rules? That's a little complicated, she informs me. I'm allowed to discuss basic mana sensing and manipulation techniques, but none of my master's personal methods. Then we can talk about subjects he never taught you, like enchanting, I confirm. Sure, we can talk about that. Other than teaching us what enchanting is, my master knew nothing about runic magic. Now I let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness I could really use someone to help me bounce ideas around. Sandra looks at me, eyes wide. You're studying runic magic. I give her a cocky grin. Well, when you don't have access to a bunch of spells, you get creative. I bought some magic items from Silver Herd and started deciphering their runes. That's amazing, Sandra exclaims. But what do you need me for? I don't know anything about enchanting. I don't need help with the runes, I tell her. It's the damn engraving ink that's holding me up. I already have a collection of runes I can draw, and an engraving pen master made for me, but neither of those matters if I can't figure out how to make engraving ink. I've only managed to figure out the first step. I air my problems to my best friend. And how do you know how to make engraving ink in the first place? Sandra narrows her eyes, knowing engraving ink recipes are just like a mage's spell repertoire and are highly secretive. A friend gave it to me, I say mysteriously. A friend, Sandra repeats, not convinced. Someone who wants me to succeed gave me a general outline on how to craft engraving ink. It sounds like you have everything you need, then what's the problem? Sandra walks over to the table and takes a seat. Mother listens in on our conversation, fascinated on the subject, while brother moves some furniture around, careful not to make too much noise. The problem is when I said general outline, I meant it's vague as shit, I complain. Language, mother scolds me. That's the only way I can put it, I grumble. So the first part of the instructions was to mix devil's poke and ethos with some water. Okay, Sandra and mom don't see the problem. Neither know chemistry instructions that vague are basically pointless. I let out a self-deprecating laugh. After spending days testing, the first step should have gone like this. First, mash the ethos into a paste. Then mix 2 ounces of ethos paste with 16 ounces of purified water. Dice 5 ounces of devil's poke and add it to the mixture. Lastly, stir the entire mixture until it becomes a purplish-black color. After I finish explaining the first step, the room has gone silent. Sandra, mother, and Richard are all giving me sympathetic looks. I wasted nearly 8 gold coins in materials just figuring out the first step. The 3 of them hiss, understanding the pain of losing that much money and having so little to show for it. What's the next step? Sandra hesitantly asks. Heat mixture, I tell her. Sandra waits for me to add more, but she soon realizes that's all the instruction I have. That can't be all, she asks in disbelief. That's all it said for step 2. I've started heating the mixture with gradually increasing temperatures, but after being exposed to the improper temperature for 20 minutes, the mixture becomes unstable and dissolves itself. Words can't describe how I feel. All I know is I have a deep respect for the people who pioneered the study of chemistry. I know everything could be considered a part of chemistry, but the people who try to create something new from nothing or only using small bits of information are real geniuses. Discovering new elements, concocting cures for illness makes me wish I paid a bit more attention in science class. You can see my problem, I say with a sour expression. Gods, Aaliyah, I don't know how you think I can help. Sandra looks at me like I'm asking her to help me slay a dragon. Just having an extra set of eyes will help the most, I tell her. Mother frowns. Why didn't you ask me for help then? I would have if you had the right eyes, I inform mom. I need someone who can perceive mana. The materials I use have a high magic concentration, and judging how the mana reacts is the best indicator when something is going wrong. Thankfully, mom doesn't look offended and nods in understanding. I turn to Sandra, that's why I could use your help. She thinks over my offer for a second before agreeing. Sure, but don't blame me for burning away your materials. That's okay, I tell Sandra. I don't expect results right away. In fact, I space out the days I experiment so I don't get caught up in the failures and make more mistakes. We can decide on a time to work together after you settle back in. That sounds like a plan, Sandra smiles. Speaking of which, how is that going for you? Mom questions Sandra. I can say we were all quite happy to have Richard back home with us again. It's been nice. Sandra has a smile on her face, but you can tell her heart was exactly in her answer. Never to let something slip past her, Mom pries into Sandra's business. Oh, is something the matter? Sandra has a complicated look. It's nice being back home, but my parents are already smothering me. My mom wants to talk about nothing but my pregnancy while my dad is making it difficult to spend time with Richard and won't stop asking to see the spells I've learned. I know part of the reason I was able to study in Dre was to bring magic to our village, but they're just so annoying. I say aloud the word Sandra was searching for. I was trying to think of a nicer way to say it. She smirks at me. Then, after I shook off my parents this morning and came to help Richard, I find out he had a nice dinner with his family and came back to his house like he never left the village. A nice dinner, I laugh. We spent the whole time making jokes about how your dad is going to kill him when no one is looking. What? Sandra whirls around on Richard. I thought you said you had a normal dinner with your family. I did. It was pretty normal for our family, Richard says in a matter-of-fact tone. The 3 of us start laughing while Sandra sits there uncomprehending. I tried to throw Aaliyah under the cart by reminding my parents how she kept our secret, but they didn't take the bait. I glance at Mom and then smile at Richard. You really are ungrateful, you know that. Who do you think cleaned your house for you before you got back? And besides, Mom already yelled at me with Surette, and we're past that now, get over it. Richard looks surprised at Mother already. Mom sagely nods her head. I already told Aaliyah how I felt about her decision to keep me out of the loop. What's done is done. Who are you and what have you done with my mother? Richard takes a step back from Mom, feigning shock. Mom and I have an understanding between us, I boast of our new relationship. That doesn't mean I'm not mad about you keeping Sandra a secret from me. Mom quickly pulls the wind out of my sails. I want to complain and point out I did it for my brother, but I don't think Mom would buy that. But all is not lost. Like an angel, Sandra swaps in to protect me from the demon. Please don't be mad at Aaliyah, she only kept quiet because I asked her to. Richard and I hadn't finished discussing what we should do when Aaliyah found us in the woods, and we couldn't have her telling everyone before we were back in the village. I'm sure you understand. And like that, the demon was critically injured and had to retreat. I completely understand why she did it. Mom smiles and reassures Sandra that she's not mad anymore. But when Sandra looks away for a brief moment, Mom casts a sidelong glance at me, and I see an evil twinkle in her eye. The demon will not forget this loss. I'll have to look forward to helping more with Richard's marriage twine, or she'll probably wake me up early on the days I try to sleep in. The demon always comes back with a vengeance. At least it's never boring in our house. Let's talk about something more fun, Mom suggests. Like what, I ask. Mom claps her hands together. Oh, I know, I saw Richard moving your clothes trunk around. Did you bring back any new styles from Dre? I sure did. Would you like to see them? Sandra stands up and heads for the trunk Richard set off to the side nearby. Richard has to take the trunk to Camden's house later after he finishes everything else. Sandra opens the trunk and pulls out a blue dress and holds it up for us to see. Richard got me this for my last birthday. It looks great on you, Mother compliments Sandra. I didn't know my boy would have an eye for women's clothes. What else do you have? And like that, we start a fashion montage. Time slowly slips by as Richard gets close to finishing unpacking everything, while Sandra shows us the final clothes she bought back from Dre. I thought it would become dull just looking at clothes for so long, but after a whole life of being surrounded by plain garments, it was actually interesting to see what nice fabric looked and felt like. At one point, Sandra tried to get me to try on one of her dresses, but I got out of it by mentioning how much of a size difference there was between us. I'm a lot taller than Sandra, and I'd ruin anything she tried to have me squeeze into. That's my excuse, and I'm sticking to it. Our good times are put on hold when someone knocks on Brother's door. Richard answers to find Nicholas standing on his doorstep. Hi, is Aaliyah here with you? He asks, not noticing me yet. Nicholas, I call out. So you are here. Nicholas squeezes past Richard without being invited in. What can I help you with? Curvin is at the front of the village, and he asked me where you were. I checked Master Dell's, but he said you weren't here today. I figured you'd be with my sister. Curvin is here already. I can't say I'm not surprised. I figured he was at least another couple of days out. He must have left Dre not long after he returned if he's here already. Yes, we already unloaded the few crates of food he brought, but his cart is filled with rocks. Or, I correct Nicholas. This is some unexpected good news. I get up from the table. I need to meet with Curvin, but I'll be back when I'm done. I tell Mother and Sandra. We'll be waiting for you, Sandra tells me. Make sure you talk to Curvin about your contract, Mother reminds me. Of course, I respond as I walk out of my brother's house, followed by Nicholas. We quickly walk through the village, finding a small crowd of people around Curvin. I'm sorry, but I can't take any more orders. Silver Herd is restricting its routes until Skal is dealt with. This is my last delivery for now. Then what's with all the stones then? A villager shouts. That is a delivery for Miss Aaliyah, who placed the order in advance, Curvin calmly explains. But we need you to deliver us meat, a woman pleads. Curvin's business smile cracks a bit, and you can see that he's not fond of what's happening either. Now, Camden's strong voice silences everyone. Nicholas moves next to his father as he walks over. Do you expect him to sneak past Skal just to deliver us some biscuits and jerky? We can't blame him or Silver Herd for stopping their deliveries. We should be happy he took the time to make one last run to our village despite the circumstances. Give the man some room, so he can finish his business and get back to Dre before Skal arrives. Camden's argument was well thought out and certainly planed. I wondered why he didn't bring this issue up when we had the village meeting, but I can see how spreading out the bad news and having time to prepare an argument paid off in the end. The people reluctantly agree and start heading back into the village. That's because I didn't know, I admit to Camden. I only negotiated for my materials, not more food. It never crossed my mind. That was my idea. I figured your village might have a hard time without regular supplies, so I brought some extra crates I could cram on top of everything. Curvin isn't joking about cramming everything. The cart he brought this time is larger than his usual one, and it's driven by 4 silver bivals, all bigger than the pair he usually uses. And this larger cart is piled high with Kaggle's ore, with crates strapped to the side, which I believe are holding my mithril. I'll go get what I owe you. Camden leaves to get the money from his house. Meet us at Master's place when you get back, I tell him as he's walking away. Sure, Camden shouts back. We're going to your master's house. Curvin asks, surprised he knows that my master doesn't like dealing with people. That's right, unless you want to move all this ore back and forth for me. I give Curvin a sly grin. Lurt and Reba flank each side of the cart while Reel comes up next to me. How are you doing? I heard you ran to Dre all by yourself. Someone has a big mouth, was it that receptionist lady? Reel chuckles maybe. Well, after hearing about Skal, I needed to place a large order before they take over the area. You know about that, huh? Not hard to see the obvious, I dryly respond. You'd be surprised how few have noticed what's happening. Well, not everyone can be a genius monster like you, I guess. Reel laughs at his own joke. Or a spy assassin like you, I counter, causing Reel to laugh harder. I'm quite good at my job. Speaking of which, how did you get Mr. Gray to front you all this? The mirth in Real's voice disappears, and he gives me a serious look. I'll tell you and Curvin about it after we unload everything. I brush him off for now. I still need to confirm with Curvin whose side he's on. All right, Real agrees to wait. A silence falls between Real and me until Curvin calls out from his seat up on the wagon. This trail looks freshly made. I talk over my shoulder. We just finished it a few days ago. We widened it and filled in all the divots so your cart can get through. Not that I'm not happy to finally see where you work, but what changed? I thought you said your master doesn't want to deal with me, Curvin asks me, probably wanting to make sure nothing is wrong. Who said my master would be dealing with anyone? Even if he decides to sit nearby and watch us, I'm the one you have to worry about. I make sure to stress the fact that they're not to bother master. I understand, Curvin bows his head. And you, I turn to Real. What? Real responds in a sassy tone like he doesn't care about anything I say. If you bug master in any way whatsoever, I'll hold you down while he uses your face for an anvil. I threaten the annoying rogue. Real chuckles, thinking I'm joking, but he stops when he sees how serious I am. I see Curvin as a friend and business partner, while Real is an okay guy that saved me in the past, but neither of them is as important to me as Master Dell. If they screw this up, I'll find someone else to work with, even if I have to turn to Skull. Okay, be on your best behavior, I remind everyone as we enter Master's clearing. Master's clearing is quiet. I wasn't expected to show up today, so the forge is cold, and Master is resting on his bench. Curvin looks around the clearing before noticing Master, while Real zeroes in on the sleeping stone kin immediately. Of course, I act like Master resting out in the open is no big deal, guiding the cart over to the spot Master, and I agreed we should put the ore. Right here is good. Curvin pulls back on the bival's reins, and the expertly trained animals stop without moving forward an inch. Curvin hops off his cart. How do you want to do this? I'll take the crates of mithril and put them in the shed. You guys can start offloading the ore, just put it in a pile next to the cart. I direct Curvin. Sounds good, let's get going. Curvin proceeds to pull up his sleeves. You're helping us, boss? Reba asks, surprised. Don't get used to it, we need to offload everything as quick as possible and get back to Dre, preferably before the siege spells start flying. Curvin picks up one of the shovels they brought with them and starts shoveling ore over the side of the cart. I untie the 6 crates strapped to the cart and check to make sure everything's here. Each crate I open makes my heart beat faster when I see every box is packed with mithril ingots, enough I need to take a second to catch my breath before I have a heart attack. 150 gold coins worth of mithril. That's enough money for a family to live off of for the rest of their lives. Gingerly, I move each crate into our materials shed and move to help the boys shovel the kaggle. It's nice to see even Real is helping, but Curvin is struggling to keep up with everyone else. He must not have invested that much in his strength stat. He isn't slow, per se. It's more that everyone is moving around him, slowing things down. Switch with me, Curvin. I motion for the merchant to hop out of the cart. I can help. Curvin whines like a boy being told to stand off to the side while his dad works on the car. I'm sure they appreciate your help, but you're slowing everyone down. I tell him how it is. Curvin turns to look at his bodyguards for help, but they refuse to meet his gaze. With a look of embarrassment, Curvin gets down from the cart and hands me his shovel. I take Curvin's place. All right, ladies, let's speed it up. The roles are soon reversed. Instead of moving around Curvin, the 3 bodyguards are forced to match my pace. Lurt and Reba seem to have decent strength stats, but neither had much dexterity, making the shoveling harder than it needed to be. Real was the most helpful, but even he got tired after moving that much ore. I'm probably just used to mining with Master. Now that the easy part is done, I need to talk to Curvin. As I walk over to him, Curvin calls out to me. You were right to kick me out if I tried to help any longer. The sun would have gone down before we finished. I smile at his self-deprecating joke, but I need to move before Real recovers enough to join us. I walk us farther away from the cart and leaning close to Curvin, whispering in his ear. Who does Real work for, Mr. Gray or your boss Giovanni? Curvin looks at me, confused for a second, but answers my question all the same. He definitely works for Giovanni. Why? Are you sure? It's really important. I'm sure, Curvin replies with certainty. You're starting to worry me. I take a step back from Curvin now that I know Real isn't spying for Mr. Gray. You can never be too sure. Why is my allegiance being questioned? Real walks over to us, eyes narrowed, so he could hear us even at this distance. Just confirming who you're spying for, I honestly tell him. Why? I needed to make sure you weren't on Mr. Gray's payroll. Curvin and Real are surprised by my answer. Why would that matter? Curvin asks me. I rub the back of my neck. It always sucks telling people how you screwed up. Does it have anything to do with how you got all these materials? Real is quick to guess the reason for my problem. He frowns when he sees my reaction. Did he do something? I signed a shitty contract with him for the materials, and I got screwed over because I didn't know what to look for. You what? Real reacts just like Mom did. Curvin is surprised for a moment, but he has a look of realization before relaxing again. No need to yell, I complain. There is a reason to yell. Tell me exactly what you signed, word for word. Real pressures me. Fine, I agree before he disturbs Master. I tell Real and Curvin the details of the contract I signed. I've read my copy enough I can recall it word for word like Real wanted me to. By the time I finish telling them the details, Real looks like he's ready to explode with anger. That slimy bastard. Has he forgotten how much he owes to the Turini family? In those terms, he expected he would be found out eventually. Real starts pacing back and forth. How am I going to tell Giovanni he outmaneuvered us? Kervin and I are surprised to see this new side to Real. Real has always seemed calm and composed no matter the situation. To see him freak out like this is reassuring in its own way. Even he can't hide his emotions all the time. Why are the two of you so calm? Do you not realize the severity of what you did? Real advances on me with the rage of 1,000 suns. I know it's horrible of me, but I can't help but mess with him. Ignoring the steaming assassin, I turn to Kervin. You didn't tell your boss about my skill. Kervin realizes what I'm going for and plays along, happy to get back at the man who always gives him trouble. Of course not, it isn't my job to give away all your secrets, it's his. Kervin points a finger at Real. You should know I always have your best interests at heart. I wouldn't go that far. I roll my eyes at Kervin's over-exaggeration. Real finally catches on that there's a reason we're both so calm. What are you two talking about? Now Kervin ignores Real and keeps talking to me. Are you going to tell him? I don't have much of a choice, plus I don't want to deal with Mr. Gray all by myself. I glance to see if Real is still worked up, only to see he's taken a step back and collected himself. Damn, there went my fun. Are the two of you finished now? Real folds his arms like a disapproving parent. You're the one who freaked out without asking for my opinion, I point out. Fine, that was unprofessional of me, Real admits without looking like he cares about the apology. Now, would you please tell me what skill you're referring to? Nothing much. I hold out my hand and look at my fingertips as if I just got a manicure. I just have a skill that lets me destroy contracts I've made with people, I casually tell Real. Real's expression slackens into one of shock. You can do that, even though it was magically signed and everything. Yep, I grin. Real straightens himself out and starts walking towards the forest. I'm going to take a leak. Tell Giovanni I said hi, I call out before he enters the trees. Real stops and looks back at me, I will. Kervin and I are grinning ear to ear. I don't know what you're smiling about, Real says to Kervin with a straight face. According to the contract she signed, you're no longer needed after this delivery. It will be a miracle if we aren't ambushed before we reach Dre. Kervin's smile quickly fades away and is replaced with a look of horror. That was a good comeback. I turn and ask Kervin what were your plans after this. We were supposed to head straight back to Dre and report to Mr. Gray about the delivery. I was one of the people chosen to stay behind and work under Gray when Dre falls to Skull. That's not good. Not wanting to rub salt in Kervin's wounds and say the wrong thing, I turn away, only to see Lurt and Reba standing nearby. They've gone pale, meaning they've caught enough of the conversation to know what's going on. I should do something to break the tension. You have any tea? I ask Kervin. What? Kervin is surprised by my question. Tea, you have any? Yeah, good, you grab the tea and I'll start a fire and grab a pot out of Master's house. I don't know how long Real is going to take, but I doubt you guys are leaving as soon as you thought you were. Might as well have some tea while we're waiting. I give Kervin a reassuring smile. I move to get everything ready before Kervin can disagree with me. He needs something to get his mind off what Real said. You want some tea? I call over to Master as I stack a few logs in the forge. No, Master shouts back without shifting from his laying position. It's a good thing Master said no. I don't think he has many cups in his house. I look up at the sky to see where the sun is. We still have a while before it starts to get dark. I hope Real doesn't take too long to return. I promised Mom and Sandra that I would be later, but none of us can leave until we hear what Giovanni has to say. We can't have our plans messing with each other. Gods, I hope the tea helps with what happens next. Real 4's point of view, that's the contents of her contract. I finish explaining to Boss Giovanni. That son of a bitch. A loud thumping sound echoes through my communication device, most likely from Giovanni slamming his hands against his desk or throwing something. Does that bastard think he can screw me? Boss, calm down. I hear Marshall try to reel in Giovanni's anger. I can only imagine what the boss must be feeling right now. I would still be angry too if I hadn't had the time to calm myself while moving into my magic tool's transmission range. I knew he was moving behind the scenes, trying to gain more power through Tburn, but I didn't imagine he would be this brazen. The line goes silent as Giovanni simmers in his anger. He probably took his chance because of Skull's invasion. After they take the city, he'll be cut off from the main branch and have free reign to do as he pleases. Gray must have realized even if we found out about his contract with Aaliyah, we don't have the time to do anything about it. I give my honest opinion of the situation. I hear Giovanni sigh on the other end. You're probably right, 4. Gray saw his opening and he went for it, and with the terms of the contract, nothing short of killing the man will solve anything. Should I dispatch more numbers? Marshall asks Giovanni. Aren't most of them on assignment, making preparations for after Skull takes Dre? I listen in as Giovanni and Marshall discuss their options. 2 and 5 are here in Blayton, keeping an eye on the advanced scout Skull sent to infiltrate the city. I suppose we could send one of them to help 4. Though Marshall made the suggestion, I can tell he's against the idea by the tone of his voice. I'm touched he's willing to send me reinforcements even though it's a bad idea. Are they making any moves? Giovanni asks, concerned. They appear only to be gathering information, but one did try to infiltrate the premises posing as a laborer looking for work. Luckily, two was already watching the individual and informed us about the spy before anything happened. Did we manage to get any information out of him? Giovanni asks Marshall. No, Marshall's disappointed voice transmits through the communicator. The person took some sort of poison when he was caught that rendered him permanently unconscious. I have him locked in the basement, but it's been 4 days since we captured him, and he hasn't so much as twitched. Are you keeping him alive? I have people feeding him a nutritional paste. If Skal takes the city, I figured we could earn some goodwill if we return their man alive. Excellent thinking, Marshall. Giovanni praises his right-hand man. That's quite the plan. I would have killed the spy and be done with it. 4. Giovanni addresses me. Yes, boss. Is there any danger to Aaliyah? No, she seems quite fine, and I don't see a reason for Gray to make a move against her. All right, what about yourself and Curvin? Do you think you are in any danger? Definitely, I immediately respond to Boss Giovanni. The contract Aaliyah signed only stated Curvin was to deliver the materials. Gray wouldn't have worded it like that if he didn't have plans to remove Curvin afterward. Chances are there is an ambush waiting for us somewhere between the village and Dre. Are you able to take care of it? I'm happy the boss is confident in my skills, but I'm working blind here. If I were by myself, I would say no problem. But in regards to guarding Curvin, it all depends on how much Gray wants him dead. I at least know there will be an ambush, so I can prepare and keep an eye out, but if Gray sent someone close to my level or a large group, I'm not confident I can guarantee Curvin's life. That's my assessment of the situation now. It depends on what Giovanni wants me to do. Is the village safe? The boss's question comes out of nowhere. Why does he care about the village? He should only care about Aaliyah's safety. Oh yeah, having to deal with Aaliyah all the time, I forgot he exiled his daughter to this village. People say Giovanni's daughter is dead to him, but I guess that isn't wholly the case. I don't think the village has anything to worry about, I reassure him. From what I gathered, the village plans to hold up until things settle down. They're also in the process of building an armory, and if it's filled with weapons Aaliyah made, I'm sure they can defend themselves if they need to. Good, Giovanni sounds more relieved. The connection goes quiet, but we're still connected. I patiently wait for the boss's decision. All right, 4. Giovanni gives me my orders in a commanding voice. Escort Curvin out of the forest to the best of your abilities. Your life remains the top priority, but only abandon Curvin if there is no other choice. And when we leave the forest, are we to return to Dre? I ask. No, skip Dre and bring Curvin to Blayton. We'll regroup while Skal takes the city and figure out a way to get Aaliyah out of her contract, even if it means killing that old bastard Gray. I smile hearing my orders, partially because of how much Giovanni values me, and partially because I have yet to give the boss the good news. That won't be a problem, I say into my magic tool. The other end goes silent for a moment. Explain, Marshall orders. Aaliyah already has a way to null and void the contract without harming herself. That's impossible. Giovanni's surprised shout reverberates through the trees. It's true. Apparently she has a skill that allows her to one-sidedly destroy contracts she makes with other people. Amazing, Giovanni exclaims. Why didn't you tell us this earlier? Marshall snarls through the connection. You didn't ask, I chuckle. Marshall sounds like he's ready to explode. That's enough, you know how 4 is, Marshall. Giovanni orders his bodyguard to stand down. I'll have to pay for that when I return to Blayton, but it was worth it. Giovanni addresses me for if she can remove the contract herself. What are her plans going forward? I stop laughing and get serious. Aaliyah sounded like she also plans to bide her time. She has 4 months before Gray comes looking for his goods. Giovanni thoughtfully hums. That's smart of her. The war situation makes it difficult for any of us to move. That goes for myself and Gray. If either side rushes, the other will win. Does Aaliyah sound like she wants to work with us? Most defiantly, she sounded quite mad at Gray, and she mentioned working with you to Curvin. Of course, we could just pull back and wait for her to get to level 100 and let her deal with Gray on her own, I joke. As tempting as that sounds, I think I'd prefer it if we remove the tumor before it grows any bigger. I can picture Giovanni scowling on the other end of our connection. Let Aaliyah know we'll be in touch going forward. And 4. Yes, boss. If you run into any fools in the forest, kill them all. With pleasure, I smile into the magic tool. Aaliyah's point of view, this is the worst tea party I've ever attended. Curvin and his 2 guards stand around looking somber, sipping tea like they're about to be executed. I know things are bleak for them, but they still have Real. He can be an ass at times, but Real is strong and loyal. There is no way he would leave them to die unless he was ordered to, and I don't see Giovanni doing that. But I've been wrong before. I look over where Real walked into the forest. It's been over an hour since he left to contact Giovanni, and even I'm starting to get a little worried he left Curvin behind. No, I can't think like that. If I'm going to work with Real and his boss, I have to trust they'll do the right thing. I'll prepare for the worst-case scenario, but I'll trust in Real and Giovanni until they prove to me I can't. But I'm sure as hell not signing any more contracts. I try to think of something to say to cheer everyone up, but nothing comes to mind. While I'm brooding over what I should say, I smile when I sense the familiar void of mana in the forest nearby. He's back. I grab everyone's attention and look at the area of trees where Reel will emerge from. And here I thought I was being sneaky. Reel smiles as he walks into Master's clearing. I was told my magic tool would perfectly hide me from spells up to tier 4. I guess I'll need to get my money back. You should let me see it first. I've studied my mana obscuring magic tool, but it only scrambles the magic around a person. Whatever you're using creates a void, so magic senses and spells can't penetrate it. Then how are you always able to find me? Reel gives me a dubious look. A lot of scary things have popped out of the woods over the last year, so I make sure to scan my surroundings constantly. An area void of magic is just as suspicious as a hidden monster. Reel shakes his head like he doesn't believe what he's hearing. I've stalked plenty of mages, and not one of them was able to sense me. Sensing an area void of magic shouldn't be possible. I feel bad for the people you were stalking. If they practiced their skills more, you would have had more of a challenge. I grin at Reel as he joins our grim tea party with a smile. So what's the word from your boss? Curvin, Lurt, and Reba moving close to Reel, anxious to hear their fate. What about us? What do we do? Curvin pleads for an answer. What else are we supposed to do? We leave, Reel tells Curvin. Curvin is so surprised his mouth opens, only nothing comes out. That's it, Reba does not have the same problem as Curvin. What are we supposed to do about the assassins? Reel's expression hardens and draws one of his daggers for show, forcing everyone to take a step back. We kill anyone stupid enough to try. Their cover has already been blown, so as long as we're careful, we can ambush them. Can't we wait for backup or something? Curvin anxiously asks Reel. Reel shakes his head. There's no time for us to wait for reinforcements. If we don't leave now, we'll be cut off by Skal's army. Then there's the possibility that the people Gray sent after us will come to the village if we stay here any longer. And Giovanni was quite clear we're not to endanger the village. Lurt and Reba put their hands on their weapons, mentally preparing themselves while Reel continues to explain. After we ambush our attackers, we leave the forest and join the wagon train heading for Blayton. Curvin perks up. We're not going back to Dre. What about my house? Reel grins, showing off his teeth. You're welcome to stop by Dre as we pass by, but I won't be protecting you. Curvin sags in defeat. I can understand how he's feeling. He has years' worth of goods stored in his house, and if he leaves it behind, it'll probably be looted in the chaos. You can buy a bigger house and fill it with as much crap as you want after you sell my goods. I try to cheer him up. But you can't sell anything if you're dead, I remind him. You're right, Curvin sighs. We should get everything prepared and leave soon. Reel informs everyone. Who made you the boss? Reba challenges Reel. Reel raises his nose and looks down on Reba. From here on out, I'm in charge, and if you want to live, you'll follow everything I say. Reba looks like he wants to punch Reel in the face, but Lurt stops him by putting a hand on his friend's shoulder. Fine, Reba reluctantly agrees to Reel's terms. I step forward. If you need some help, I can go with you guys. I don't want to find out later that Curvin was killed because of the contract I signed. No, Reel quickly denies my help. Why? I'm just as strong as you are, maybe stronger, I challenge back. Your life is more important than any of ours, Reel tells me with an expressionless face. If we die, Giovanni will avenge us. If you die, Giovanni will kill us and lose everything he's invested into your growth. That doesn't make any sense, I whine. That's how the world works, Reel flatly tells me. Let's get moving. Everyone is slow to move at first, but Curvin, Lurt, and Reba follow Reel's orders and get the cart ready and get moving in no time at all. I stand next to my pile of ore, watching the group disappear back down the path that leads to the village. Master, who's been listening in on everything, walks up next to me. They'll be okay. That man is quite strong. I know, I respond in a quiet voice. Again, people are going out of their way to protect me. It makes me feel weak and useless. And I'm not weak or useless. I need to improve more so this never happens again. Master, yeah. I'm heading home. Make sure you sleep well tonight because tomorrow will be busy. I figured. Hurry home before your mom gets mad. Master playfully nudges my side. Okay, see you tomorrow. I bid Master goodbye and slowly walk home, thinking over what needs to be done, what will be done. I'll make the best equipment ever. Day 1 of forging my new gear is in full swing. Mana skin struggles to protect me from the heat given off from the smelter. The flames are charged with mana from the blacksmithing logs and the magicite we're using as fuel. Even the early spring breeze isn't enough to combat the heat radiating off the furnace. While I care for the smelter, Master is filing up a wheelbarrow with Kaggl's ore and bringing it over for me to add to the molten glob of metals. The gods should bless Master. By the time I arrived this morning, he already had the fire going and a pile of fuel ready to keep the smelter going all day. Master, I'm ready to tap the slag again. I shout over the roar of the flames. All right, I'll grab the mold. Master brings over one of the simple wooden molds we built. Slag is the molten waste rock we don't need from the Kaggl's ore. We usually work with relatively pure iron, meaning we don't have to deal with that much slag. However, the Kaggl's ore is mostly waste rock, so as we smelt it, we're continually draining the slag. We're using the mold to make slag bricks. I'll have to test the exact composition of the slag later, but depending on their hardness, we might be able to use them in construction or grind them up to create a type of concrete. Waste not what you can use. Master moves the mold into place, and I open the valve with a long steel piece that we added an insulated handle to. The molten slag looks like lava as it pours out. Once the mold is full, I close the tap and start shoveling more ore into the smelter. When the smelter is full again, I can back away for a moment and catch a breath of fresh air that won't burn my lungs. The new ore needs to melt and mix with what is already in the smelter. We don't drain the smelter completely because keeping some of the molten metal in there helps liquefy the new ore faster, saving us valuable blacksmithing logs and magicite. Here, Master hands me a water skin, which I quickly drain. That was the 12th. Master gestures over to the side where the slag bricks are cooling. Each brick is 18 long, 8 wide, 8 tall. The bricks aren't as heavy as if they were pure metal, but they show how much ore we've already processed. And all we have to show for our work is 3 ingots of kagels, with probably another 1.5 worth still molten in the bottom of the smelter. It goes to show how hard the metal is to process. We're making good time at least. How much do you think we've smelted? I ask, looking at the pile of ore Curvin delivered yesterday. I'd say we're a little over 10 done. Master gives me his best guess. I calculate we'll have approximately 120 slag bricks and 40 kagels ingots before the day is through with some quick math. 40 ingots, that's what I have to work with until the new year. Other than the arrows I have to make, everything will be mixed with steel and mithril to produce the optimal alloy. This is going to take a long time, I grumble. I remember someone telling me she wanted to do everything at once. Master mocks me with a shit-eating grin. Can you blame me? I'm tired of using Dad's spare axe every time I leave the house. I need something stronger that can handle mana properly. Kagels doesn't react to mana like your old sword did, Master points out to me. It will when I enchant it, I snap back. Oh, and how are your experiments going? The last time you practiced in my clearing, I couldn't sleep with all your frustrated shouting. I don't have a response to that. Instead, I tell him about Sandra. Sandra agreed to help me experiment with the engraving ink. With 2 people working on it, I'm sure we'll have more success. Really? Master asks, surprised. No, I admit, but there's always hope. Master and I share a laugh. We relax for a few more minutes before I need to add more ore to the smelter. As I'm shoveling, Master asks me, you sure you don't want to take turns? With your vitality, you'd probably burst into flames, I yell over the forge. Girl, I've been working around heat longer than your parents have been alive. Vitality isn't as important as you think it is. I wish I never answered your stupid question in the first place. I shovel quicker, so I can have this conversation without worrying my mana skin might ignite from the heat. Once the smelter is full again, I add a few more logs and magicite to the fire before moving back over to Master Dell. You should have told me sooner, I complain. After you got hurt, you told me you had too much vitality for Anastasia to heal you. It's no wonder you needed 2 days to heal. I go full on mom mode and stare accusingly at Master. You're 50 years too young to admonish me. The reason I told you that was because I didn't need you fussing over me like you are now. I may have a low vitality compared to you, but it's the same as any other villager. I chose to invest most of my points into strength to combat my mana weakness as a kid, and it isn't good to change your stat distribution halfway through your life. I've been able to put more points into endurance, and I have the tier 4 skill heat resistance skill. I might not be able to block everything like your mana skill, but when it comes to a forge, I'm confident I'll outlast you. It is not your job to worry about me. Now that you mention it, I could use a longer break, I admit. Scoot over and let me show you how it's done. Master strolls up next to me and recoils. Toro's forge, that's hot. Still want to help. I got this, Master says confidently. Grab the mold from one of the cooler slag bricks and get ready. Right away, Master Dell, I playfully salute, which gets me a confused reaction from Master. Today may be all hard work, but at least it's easy. Tomorrow is arguably the most essential step, and though it won't be as labor-intensive, it will be mentally. Day 2 of forging, and I let out a long yawn just as I finish organizing my workbench. After yesterday, my body is still a little sore, but at least I passed out last night without having to hop into my soul. Tired? Master asks as he preps the forge for me. It's weird, I got the best sleep last night, but I'm still tired. I stretch out my arms and jump up and down, trying to get my blood pumping. I know a good solution. What? I humor Master, knowing where this is going. Sleep more, Master tells me and starts laughing. I can't help but smile at his punchline. I'll get right on that, I tell him. I wait for the fire to reach a proper temperature, grab a Kagel's ingot with some tongs and put it in the fire. Once it starts to glow, I move it over to the anvil, where I proceed to use our axe to cut off even chunks of the ingot. I need 5 small samples of Kagels for my first round of experiments. The goal of today is to find the best ratio of Kagels, steel, and mithril. I need to know the alloy ratio if I'm going to make the best products I can without wasting my Kagels stockpile. Using a scale, I weigh out each piece of Kagels and note down how much it weighs. Master informed me the Kagels alloy he was most familiar with was 55 steel, 35 Kagels, and 10 mithril. Kagos is already a good mana conductor, so the amount of mithril makes sense to me. I can add the mithril later, so I start by testing Kagos and steel combinations. Master and I made what we call testing crucibles in our spare time for just these kinds of situations. The last time I was testing metals, we only had 2 crucibles, and it took a long time to test all the ratios. This time we have 5 small crucibles, 3 of which can fit in the forge at once. The first sample I prepare will follow Master's ratio. For the other 4 samples, I'll change the percentages by 1 each. I jot down which crucible holds each sample and the ratio it will use. Pot 1, 55 steel 35 Kagos 10 mithril. Pot 2, 54 steel 36 Kagos 10 mithril. Pot 3, 53 steel 37 Kagos 10 mithril. Pot 4, 56 steel 34 Kagos 10 mithril. Pot 5, 57 steel 33 Kagos 10 mithril. I hope the ratio with higher steel content ends up being the better option. That way, I can save some more Kagos. Sealing the pots one by one, I start moving them into the forge. Like with the smelter yesterday, I need to watch the forge's flames to ensure everything remains hot enough to melt the samples. The Kagos is stronger than the steel and melts at a higher temperature, so if the forge doesn't stay hot enough, the 2 metals won't combine right. Once again, my mana skills play a huge role in my success. If I didn't practice sense mana so much as a kid, I wouldn't be able to sense such intricate details today. Thinking about it, sense mana is almost to level 80. After I broke through the test on level 75, my skill leveled slower, like meditation, but I'm sure my abilities are improving. It might be hard to tell, but I can scan a hair farther each day. I know such small gains can seem unimportant at times, but I spent months as a baby doing nothing but trying to sense my mana so I can appreciate steady growth. While the crucibles are heating up, I glance over at Master, who's lying down on his bench. I'll call him over when I need to start working the metal samples, but until then, I'll leave him be. Master understands what I'm doing, but he's never had to care about perfect mana to strength ratios before. After I go through all 5 samples, I'll add the mithril to each and see how they react. The steps will have to be repeated dozens of times, and I expect to go through at least 25 samples today. Perfection is hard to obtain, but worth it. I plan to earn a lot of experience through my crafting and subsequently create the best weapons and goods I can. But first, I need to get these ratios right and craft my new gear. That will be the fun part. I walk into Master's clearing on the 3rd day of forging my new gear with the wind at my back and a pep in my step. After 2 days of non-stop prepping, I'm ready to start crafting. You're coming earlier each day. Master calls out to me as I approach the forge. He's still moving blacksmithing logs and magicite over to the forge for later. I'm excited to get to make something finally. I smile at Dell. I understand. Master chuckles. There is nothing like working a new metal for the first time. And I'm sure that feeling is double for you after you put so much effort into your preparation. I'm happy to have someone who understands me. Unlike 2 nights ago, I was so excited for today I couldn't fall asleep last night and was forced to meditate in my soul. I'll get the forge going while you prepare your crucible. Master helps me get started just like the last few days. I move over to use the scale and weigh out the exact proportions I need. I'm using our largest crucible because I need enough metal to forge a dagger and a sword. These 2 weapons will be the first things I make with my improved alloy, but they won't be the last. I chose these 2 to start with because they're more straightforward in design and give me a chance to get used to the metal. My overall goal is to create 4 weapons for myself: a dagger, a sword, an axe, and a war hammer. I love practicing with a sword, but I'm not ignorant enough to not realize a heavier weapon is more suited for me. The sword and dagger can be made today, but I'll need to spend a day on the axe and war hammer individually. I finish weighing and calculating the materials to my exact specifications. Yesterday, I concluded the alloy's optimum ratio turned out to be 53.4 steel, 37.4 Kagos, and 9.2 mithril. Overall, the alloy was more expensive, but the final product was definitely at least low tier 4 in quality. After adding everything into the crucible, I seal it and place it in the forge. What are you making first? Master asks now that we have some downtime. The only thing I need to do is watch the forge's temperature. I'm going to make a dagger first, then a sword. Sticking with a sword, Master is obviously thinking I'm making a questionable decision. That's to start with, I point out before he gets the wrong idea. I also plan on creating an axe, war hammer, and some armor for myself. Master Dell nods approvingly. That's good. I was worried I'd have to talk you into changing weapons. The armor won't hurt you either. The armor will be the most challenging part, so I'm saving that for last. I'm already thinking of designs that would protect me and won't hinder my movement too much. What are you thinking of? I was thinking of making plates that could be attached to some strong leather. Maybe cast my arms and legs and make the plates perfectly fit over my shins and forearms. It would leave my joints open, but I think it will be an okay trade-off. Sounds reasonable, Master remarks. Our conversation quietly dies out and my mind goes to Curvin and Reel. Master, yeah, do you think Curvin and them are doing okay? They're getting closer to the edge of the woods by now. Master looks at me out of the corner of his eye before looking up at the sky. He doesn't outright assure me that they'll be okay and chooses to think over my question before answering. I'm not sure, Master finally admits, still looking up at the passing clouds. All I can tell you is I think they have a fighting chance. That real fellow seemed quite strong and bloodthirsty. If he's in charge, they might make it. The only thing you can do is believe in them and pray to the gods for their protection. I scoff at the notion of praying for salvation. I can think of a goddess who would love to watch people kill each other rather than save them. You shouldn't dismiss the gods, Master frowns at me. Sorry, I apologize even though I don't mean it. I have no intention to mock people's religion's hell. It's pretty hard to when you've met a divine being. I won't pretend I know what the other gods are like, but I don't want to risk drawing their attention to myself. Instead, I'd rather do what Master said and wish everyone a safe journey to Blayton. It would be nice if everyone was wrong and Mr. Gray didn't send out assassins, but I don't think any amount of wishing will help with that. I get up and add some more fuel to the fire. I'll create the best weapons I can, and next time I'll make sure I can help them. Point of view, when will they be here? We've been sitting here for 2 days. We should have moved closer to the village. Quiet, all of you. I paid you, so you do what I say. Now shut up or I'll cut your tongues out myself. I snarl at the 2 filthy bandits, releasing a small part of my killing intent to establish authority. The 2 bandits next to me cringe back in fear. It's annoying I have to deal with such rabble. Once this job is done, I'll take great pleasure in silencing each of them. I usually only work with my 3 men, but this job is different. Mr. Gray hired us to kill someone under the protection of a number. The average person doesn't know of their existence, but people in our field are painfully aware of the private high-leveled soldiers the Silver Herd Company employs to deal with its problems. Silver Herd might not be considered one of the major trading companies yet, but they've adopted the practice of recruiting problem solvers since their conception. The numbers, as they're called, are sent out to take care of the darker sides of Silver Herd's business. We're on the outskirts of Olbert, and there aren't many who do what we do. Killing, kidnapping, extortion, spying. We do all of it, only the numbers are said to do it better. I don't know why a number is escorting a nameless merchant I've never heard of, out here in the middle of nowhere no less, but that doesn't matter. We're not paid to ask questions, we do our job as ordered and nothing more. And because of the difficulty of this job, I had to bring in some fodder. The bandits don't know who they'll be charging at, and that's how I'm going to keep it. All of them are meant to die, so long as they buy us enough time to complete our mission. The number may be the most challenging aspect of the job, but he's not our target. We were promised a bonus if we could kill the number, however. Our primary goal is to kill the merchant known as Curvin. But unless the number severely falls under my expectations, we plan to kill the merchant and flee while the number murders all the idiots we brought along with us. If any of them survive, we'll catch them at the meet-up point and finish off the survivors. I have no intention of dealing with the number unless I absolutely have to. Mr. Gray informed me I should be close to his level, but that means little in our line of business. A young man at level 10 can easily stab and kill someone 3 times his level if he has the necessary skills. Ours is a job of surprise. Whichever side who can surprise the other the most usually wins. That's why we're 3 days away from the village instead of waiting for them by the forest entrance. If for some reason Mr. Gray is wrong and the number knows about the contract on the merchant, switching up our plans will be the best strategy. I let out a soft sigh so quiet the bandits don't notice. Facing off against someone who knows your usual plays are the worst. The bandit closest to me swats the back of his neck. Damn bugs, why did we have to set up so far into the woods? Moving forward, my arms stretched out, I resist the urge to strangle the smelly man. Thinking about how easy it would be to kill him, I only pause my advance when I hear something faint on the wind. The bandit levels his spear at me to defend himself, but my senses are trained elsewhere. In the distance, I hear the mating cry of a forest finch. Only forest finches don't start their mating season until mid-summer. That's the signal the cart is approaching. I turn my attention back to the bandit cowering in front of me. I make a fist and point 2 fingers down the road. The bandit and his friends' eyes widen in understanding and move to take their places. I'm sure my other associates detected the signal and are moving the other bandits into position as well. We'll attack the cart from each side with a 4-prong attack. After signaling us, Dennis will have his group let the cart pass and ambush them from the rear. Jake will attack their left flank while Oren moves in from the right. I'll take the front and they won't know what hit them. We'll let the bandits charge forward and wait for the perfect chance to kill the merchant. Then we'll make our escape into the woods. The forest is silent as the sound of a cart jostling down the forest path grows louder. Any moment now, we should be able to see it. As soon as the cart comes into view, I move to signal the bandits' attack, but freeze upon seeing the cart is empty. The reins controlling the 4 silver bivol are loosely tied to the cart, and the pack animals are steadily marching forward on their own. In the bed of the cart, there are 3 crates next to one another, but nothing else. Damn, did the number sense us. Did they abandon the cart and cut through the forest? It would be nearly impossible for us to find their tracks and catch up to them. First, we need to inspect the cart for any clues. I signal for the confused bandits to move in. My men and I will hang back, just in case they booby-trapped it. 7 of the 9 bandits move from their hiding spots and slowly approach the cart. Where are the 2 that were with Dennis? My instincts scream at me that something is wrong, but I don't have time to call back the bandits before they reach the cart. 2 of the crate's tops fly off, and 2 men in hide armor burst out wielding bucklers and swords. With the viciousness of cornered animals, the 2 bodyguards swing their swords, instantly killing the 4 closest bandits. Shit, they had their own ambush planned for us. That means the hairs on the back of my neck stand on end. I roll to the side just as a dagger slices the air where my neck was a moment ago. Good instincts, I hear as I roll and spring to my feet, drawing my short sword. I stare down at the man who materialized next to me without making a sound. What stands out the most to me is how calm and happy he appears to be. He has a sadistic grin plastered across his face, enjoying the fact I survived his first strike. Damn the gods, with my luck, I got one of the crazier numbers. He must have circled around us. I can only assume he's already killed Dennis because I don't see the bandits that were supposed to be with him. Did the number know our signal, or did he wait for Dennis to signal us, kill him, then circle around to the front, all in under 3 minutes? I hear the screams of the bandits we hired, but I don't take my eyes off the number in front of me. The rest of my team will have to take care of the rest while I stall this monster. They know we need to focus on killing the merchant. If the number is with me and the other 2 guards were hidden inside the crates, it stands to reason the merchant is hiding inside the 3rd one. I'm curious, how much did Gray pay you? Not enough, I suppose, if you only brought this riffraff with you. The number taunts me. He might be fishing for information, so I keep my face neutral. Silence, huh, you're no fun. I'm sure she would banter in this situation. The number flicks his wrist, throwing the dagger in his right hand at my face. I move my head to the left and hear the thunk of the blade hitting the tree behind me. The number rushes me, drawing another dagger to replace the one he just threw. I parry the new dagger in his right hand with my short sword and use my free hand to grab his left forearm, stopping him from stabbing me with his other blade. I try to knee him, but he raises his leg to block me. Each of us pushes against the other, testing to see who is stronger. I have more strength, but he has the better footing. While we're locked together, I take a split second to glance at the battle around the cart. All the bandits lie dead already, with Jake and Oren squaring off with the 2 bodyguards. They've ditched their bows for their swords. The remaining crate looks like a pincushion, meaning we only need to confirm the body inside before we can retreat. I need to gain some distance from the number. I stop pushing back, letting the number push me over. As we fall, locked together, I bring my foot up to his armored chest and push with all my might as soon as I hit the ground. The number is launched over my head, through the air, backflipping before landing on his feet. I quickly scramble to my own feet before he can catch me with my guard down. You're decent, but not very original. The number sheathes the dagger in his right hand and pulls out a different one that was hidden near his back. The new dagger has a sheen on the blade's edge, most likely poisoned. You haven't fought that many assassins close to your level, have you? It shows in how you approached your ambush. If I weren't with them, 99 out of 100 times you would have easily killed everyone, but I know how you operate. When you're facing someone you can't beat in a fair fight, you need to be extra creative. I once watched a girl blow herself up to kill all her attackers. That's creativity. This man is pissing me off. And who does he keep comparing me to? This time I take the initiative to attack the number. I slice at his right side, and as expected, he blocks with his poisoned dagger, but he isn't the only one with a knife. In one fluid motion, I draw my own knife and slice at his face. The number takes a step back, narrowly avoiding me nicking his eye. His cheek starts to bleed, but he ignores the wound. Instead, the number tries to stab me with his non-poisoned dagger after I missed my mark. I step back with my left foot and bring my dagger in close for defense. Our blades meet again, and I can feel his superior weapon digging into mine. Unlike him, I don't have a wealthy backer throwing money into my equipment. My short sword is my best weapon, but I can't risk getting cut by his poisoned dagger. Again, we're forced into a tense stalemate, only momentarily breaking off from one another to catch our breaths. I'm breathing more heavily than the number, and that isn't a good sign. Come on, Jake, Oren, I need the 2 of you to hurry up. The number recovers faster than me, and I'm forced to retreat as he advances on me. The longer we exchange attacks, the more the number seems to be enjoying himself. His strikes are becoming sloppier, but they're coming at me faster than before and are much more difficult to predict. He dances around a tree and rushes at me with both of his daggers raised like a snarling farkas. I try to switch my stance to better parry his strike, but he's on me before I can properly root myself in place. With my stance broken, I can't block both of his strikes, so I make a split-second decision and use my short sword to parry the dagger in his right hand. When our blades meet, the number steps forward and slices at my elbow joint, where there is a small gap in my armor. He doesn't hit anywhere near anything vital, but I can feel the blood start to leak in between my skin and armor. The number backs off after his successful strike and gives me a predatory grin, and it's my win. This isn't over yet. I break my silence, getting my feet back into position. Oh, but it is. The number holds up the dagger in his left hand. The sheen on the dagger is unmistakable. But when, I ask, the color draining from my face, his smile says it all. He must have switched his daggers when he moved around the tree. I don't know what kind of poison he's using, but it doesn't matter at this point. Looking at Jake and Oren, I see they're still being held back by the guards. Damn, Gray told us the other two wouldn't be a problem. I guess he was wrong about everything. Jake, Oren, retreat, I shout. Both of them don't even spare me a glance as they follow my orders and dash into the forest in opposite directions. I grimace as my arm starts to feel like pins and needles are erupting from my skin. Gritting my teeth, I turn back to the number who's still smiling at me. I'm probably already a dead man, so I need to hold him off until the two of them can get far enough away. I ready myself, but the prickling sensation that feels like frostbite is steadily spreading throughout my body. Painful, isn't it? The number taunts me with a smile. This was going to be more of a challenge, so I used one of my best poisons. I call it Winter's Bite. It's a rare type of ice attribute poison. It mixes in with your bloodstream and freezes everything it comes in contact with. Your very blood turns into ice crystals, which shred your body from the inside out. Your organs will slowly fail you as it feels like you're walking through a snowstorm naked. Sick bastard, I mutter through chattering teeth. I wonder if your comrades will make the same expression as you when I corner them. The number turns his back on me. He must think there's no more point in fighting me. He's probably intending to hunt down Jake and Oren. Despite the overwhelming pain and cold I'm feeling, I force myself forward. One strike is all I need to take this bastard with me. Sadly, as soon as I move to stab the number, he dodges me. He was expecting my suicidal charge, damn. I can't react with my dulled senses as he stabs one of his daggers into my side and the other into my shoulder. Dropping to the ground, I lose the little feeling I still had in my limbs. The number turns his back on me again, sure that I don't have anything left in me, and shouts to his companions. This one is finished. Be on the alert as I hunt down the other two. Oh yeah, you can come out now, Curvin. It's hard to move my head as everything goes cold and dark, but I managed to see our target crawl out from underneath the cart. He wasn't even in the crate, he was hiding near the cart's axles. The third crate was just another decoy. Everything was a total loss on our part. After the number sees that his client is okay, he takes off into the woods, hunting down my friends. I pray that I don't see them on the other side. The last thing I think about is, who was the number comparing me to? Another foe? Or was it someone strong who earned his respect? Aaliyah's point of view, what do you think, Master? I show off my quenched sword and set it down next to my knife. You changed the design of your sword. Master quickly spots the differences in my work. I liked my old design, but it didn't have the power I needed. I thought about making another katana, only this time making it 3 times as thick, but that seemed counterintuitive. So this time I decided to make a scimitar. It will be bigger, heavier, and just as deadly as my katana. I explain my design choice to Master. Is that wise? You'll have to get used to a new type of sword. I'll just treat it as a new challenge, I reassure him. Besides, it won't be my main weapon anyways. I'm sure the axe and hammer I make will be a much better fit for me. Master hums in agreement. As fun as it is comparing notes with Master, I need to get a move on. I'm burning precious daylight after all. I spent the first half of the day working on the metal now. I need to make the handles for my weapons and sharpen them. The grips don't matter that much right now because I plan to change them in the future. Unlike my katana, channeling magic into my new weapons won't do anything. I'll need suitable materials for channeling magic when I finally enchant my gear, but I'll stick with good old Farka's bones until then. The bones make exceptional grips after you carve a texture onto them. It also helps that Master still has quite a few bones left over from before the chameleon spiders took over the woods. That's another thing I'll need to keep an eye out for. Now that everything is returning to the forest, the Farkas should start showing up again, along with small bands of goblins. And unlike chameleon spiders, goblins and Farkas aren't scared of rushing into the village to grab their prey, though I doubt either of those beasts could do much to me anymore. I wouldn't even need any weapons to kill a lesser goblin. My bare hands would be more than enough. To think just a few years ago I was terrified of goblins, and now I'm imagining ripping them apart as if they were nothing more than paper. I think over how much everything has changed as I pick out the bones I need and cut them into shape. I'm not the only one who's stronger. The whole village has grown over the last year. If we had to redo the year again as we are now, the goblin horde would barely be considered a threat. Hell, having Sandra back basically guarantees the village's success. Last night Dad told us how Sandra used earth magic to turn the soil in the fields over. She did what would have taken a dozen men a few days to accomplish in only a few hours. Apparently, Marcus and Ezekiel were so surprised by her magic they nearly fainted. With magic skills and larger fields, the village is about to have more food than we know what to do with. Everyone deserves it, I think to myself, as I secure the bone handles to my knife and scimitar. I gather up all the tools I need and move over to a bench to sharpen and polish the blades. Falling into a light bout of meditation, I don't notice the sun passing overhead as I complete my detailing work. I think it's about time you head home, Master reminds me, bringing me back to my senses. I look up at the sky and see the vivid reds of the sunset. Standing up and stretching out my limbs, I laugh. Nothing like sharpening a sword to pass the time, huh? I smile at Dell. Master smiles in agreement. I'll see you tomorrow then. Of course, I still have a lot more to do. I thought so, Master yawns. Don't worry, I tell him. After I finish my axe and war hammer, I think I'll take a few days off before I start on my armor. That's good. I thought you weren't going to stop until you burnt through your whole supply of kagels, Master light-heartedly jokes. Now there's an idea. I playfully grin at Master. Good night, Aaliyah. Night, Master. I wave goodbye to Dell while grabbing my stuff and head home for the night. I look like I'm heading off to war, not home. I have Dad's axe in my left hand, my new scimitar in my right, and my new dagger wrapped in a piece of leather sticking out of one of my pockets. The rest of the night flies by just as the last few days have been. Richard joins us for dinner. We laugh and talk about our days. I tell Dad I don't need to borrow his extra axe anymore. Mom agreed to help me make sheaths for everything on my next day off, so long as I help her with Richard's wedding tassel. Same old, same old. The next day I shoot out of my bed as soon as the sun's first light shines through my window. Today is the day I make something new. While I change into my work clothes and tie up my hair, I contemplate the type of axe I'll try to make today. I've made axes before, but most of them have been woodsman axes for felling trees. This time I want to make a double-sided battle axe for myself, a monstrosity of a weapon that could chop a man in half even if he's wearing armor. I thought about making a hammer-axe hybrid, but eventually discarded the idea. Sure, a hybrid weapon would serve more of a function, but changing battle tactics halfway through a fight is much more challenging than you would think. It would be terrible if you swung the axe part of the weapon in the heat of the moment when you intended to use the hammer side. No, it's best to double down on your weapon of choice. A double-headed axe is perfect because you can switch sides if the blade gets dull or damaged in a fight. I might try making a hybrid version later at some point, but for now, I'm keeping my weapons separated. Kissing Mother and Father goodbye, I head off to Dell's clearing with my new scimitar in hand for defense. Is it wrong that I want a band of goblins to attack me just so I can try it out? I also have my new knife strapped to my side much like I used to keep my old one. With little effort, last night Mom was able to help me adjust my old knife sheath to fit my new one, so I can carry my backup weapon without worrying about dropping it or accidentally stabbing myself. Morning, Master. I call out my usual greeting to Master Dell as I enter his clearing. Master greets with a wave and a yawn. He must have known I would be here early because this time, Master already has the forge going, fuel set aside, and all the materials I'll need set up neatly on my workbench. It must have taken him at least 2 hours to set this all up for me, meaning he must have been up before sunrise. I want to thank him, but Master cuts me off before I can try. If you need me, I'll be on my bench sleeping. I have a lot to do if I want to finish my axe by the end of the day. First, I get the forge to the temperature I need it. Then I repeat the first few steps from yesterday, only with more metal. I used 1 kagels ingot yesterday to make both my scimitar and dagger. Today, I'm using 1.5 ingots of kagels, along with the steel and mithril I'll be mixing in to craft my battle axe. Like the spears I made for the army, the entire battle axe will be made of metal, handle and all. I could save some kagels if I only forged the axe heads from metal, but I don't have access to the proper materials to make a sturdy handle that would hold up under my strength stat. The axe I'm making would be physically impossible to wield back on Earth. I'm no historian, but I know I'm making an axe you would be more likely to find in a video game rather than in a museum. Real battle axes only weighed around 7 pounds. The behemoth I'm making will probably be over 40 pounds and more suited to someone with my stats. Once I have the first ingot properly heated, I move it over to the anvil and chop it in half. Then I put all the steel and kagels I'll be using into the crucible. There is so much in the crucible I almost can't seal it. I place the heavy crucible into the forge and move over to my workbench to sketch out my design really quickly. The design I'm going for is very much your general two-handed battle axe you would find in any standard fantasy game. The axe will have a long handle with 2 overly large axe heads attached to the top, and that was pretty much it. I plan to make the finished product a lot nicer, but with this, I know which direction I'm going in. It's a good thing I have plenty of time to think over my design. I get the metal to cool down to a point where it's solid, but still hot enough I can immediately start working it. Studying the lump of metal, I take note of its internal monostructure and plan which parts I'll use for the blades and which will be drawn out for the handle. There are a few micro fractures in the metal I'll need to take care of first, but I can generally see where everything will go. I start by taking care of the structural issues I spotted first before then adding the mithril to finish off the alloy. Then I start the long and arduous process of moving everything into its proper shape. What precedes is a constant shifting of my metal from the forge to the anvil and back again. Kagels is strong, light, and flexible in its pure state, but when you add steel and a touch of mithril into the equation, you get a strong earth-attuned alloy. I can work the metal without my skills as long as I put most of my strength into my plows, however. Finishing the axe that way would take me much longer than I was comfortable with. I'm thankful my skills and magic allow me to do in a day what blacksmiths back on Earth would take several days to complete. 6 hours, 8 hours, at the 10-hour mark, I'm still working on a rough version of my axe. My arms feel like wet noodles, and I decide to take a quick break. Master taught me to respect my limits, and to realize that you'll produce nothing but shoddy work if you push yourself too hard. Setting my rough work down, I move over and plop down on the bench closest to Master and proceed to drain my water skin. I was wondering when you would take a break, Master remarks, lying down with his eyes closed. I didn't want to, I grunt. I only have a few more hours until the sun starts to go down, and is there some reason you can't finish your axe tomorrow? I thought you wanted me to finish as quickly as possible, I playfully quip. Don't try and use me as an excuse. Master opens his eyes and gives me a serious look. You're the one rushing yourself. You won't gain any extra experience if your work suffers from your impatience. Say Dell comes out now that Master has gotten a bit of rest. I joke, but I know he's right. You plan on using these weapons in the deeper parts of the forest, yes. You should be treating each one like the arrow you made for the general. I take a deep breath and let out a long sigh. You're right, I admit. I usually am. Master smirks with confidence. I snort at Master's remark and we both share a quick laugh. Don't complain when I come early tomorrow, I tell him. Wouldn't dream of it. Master closes his eyes again. I rest until my arms feel better and get back to work, slowing my pace, making sure everything is perfect as I progress through the rest of the day. What day is it now? Master asks as I walk up to him. 6, I inform him with a smile. Gods, Master exclaims. Though I find Master's antics funny, I have to agree with him. I'm quite tired myself. Yesterday I managed to finish up my axe and got the metal ready for the warhammer today, but it wasn't easy. I think my fatigue is compounding on itself. I slept like the dead last night to the point Mom had to wake me up this morning. It was the first time she had to do that in a while. You think you'll finish today? Master questions me. Honestly, I let out a long yawn. Probably not. I expected as much. You want my help? I'm tempted to take Master up on his offer, but I need to be the one to make my weapons. Only I can see the metal's mana structure, and after spending so much time on this project already, I'll be damned if I don't finish it properly. That's okay, I reluctantly shake my head. I got this. All right, let me know if you need anything. Will do, I promise. Master moves off to the side, giving me room to work. I already have a large ingot prepared from yesterday, so I just have to heat it back up. Placing the metal in the forge, I mentally prepare myself for what comes next. Crafting a warhammer is quite similar to making a battle axe with only a few differences. The handle for the warhammer will be shorter. The handle I made for my axe measured 3.5 feet, while the hammer I'm making will only be 2.5. The axe heads had to be drawn out for the blades, while the warhammer will be large chunks of metal on each end. While the inspiration for my axe came from video games, my warhammer design was much more practical in comparison. I decided to shape my warhammer like a ball-peen hammer, much like the ones we use to forge metal. Image from https i2wp com boing net wp content uploads 2014 8 ball-peen hammer JPG. My reasoning is, though I'll mostly be using the flat side, I'm sure the rounded side will prove helpful in certain situations. Also, I think my skills might transfer over easier if I'm using a hammer I'm more familiar with. Only this hammer will be a much larger and heavier version than the ones I'm used to. Both of the hammer's heads will be much larger, but I think it'll prove to be a good weapon. I considered a hammer with a spike on one end, but figured if I'm using my hammer, then that means I'm using it for blunt force trauma rather than piercing my enemies. If I need to stick or cut something, my sword or axe would be a better choice. I see the metal ingot is almost at the temperature I need it, so I prepare the tongs. When I'm done with this fiery ingot, I'll have myself a war hammer. Time to finish strong. Master Packor, the deathless point of view. This is revolting, I remark as I kick my boot through the charred remains of the field. Did your nobles not think about the people they left behind in the city? I turn and ask General Pittz, who's silently standing behind me, also looking over the fields of ruined crops. As far as the eye could see, the earth was a desolate wasteland, with not a single sprout in sight. Judging by the sour look on her face, she also doesn't agree with these scorched earth tactics, but her agreeing with me hardly makes up for the blatant waste of food. My spies told me the city was rushing to harvest everything they could, but I never imagined they would burn everything they couldn't pull from the earth in time. Winter has just finished, and everyone's food stores should be low. Even if we don't attack and just wait here, Dre would fall to starvation in a few short months, without us having to lift a finger. I glance at the city in the distance, its beauty tainted by the plundered and scorched earth around it. Dre's walls are better maintained than Tburn's were, but my scouts have already sent word back on several weak points they noticed. The wall has been maintained to keep the beasts from the forest out, not an invading army. Even more disappointing are the siege weapons they've erected on top of the walls. Most, if not all, of the trebuchets and catapults look weathered beyond use. The few ballistas they have were clearly built in the last week and obviously haven't been properly tested. It's hard to pick out individuals on the wall from this distance, but there are too few moving bodies, indicating a skeleton guard holding the city. I thought my spies were underestimating Dre in their reports, but now that I've set my eyes on it, I can only say they were generous in their evaluations. I smirk at my magically restrained companion. It will still take you longer to take the city than it did. Tburn is the only response I get. I let out a hearty laugh, that's true. And even once I have the city, it will take a lot of work to get everything organized for us to move on to the next one. Do you believe you have enough supplies to do that? I know General Pittz is trying to extract as much information from me as she can, but other than my apprentices I left behind to hold Tburn, she's the only person who can stand my presence without crumbling to her knees. It won't be a problem if I give her a few snippets of information, even if she's eventually ransomed back to Olbert. It will be hard, I tell her. Food is already a problem for my people. General Pitt smiles, thinking I've just admitted my weakness. I'll need to have all these fields rezone as soon as possible. As soon as I saw the scared lands around Dre in the distance, I instantly sent word back to the fort, giving them the go-ahead to start marching our farmers in this direction. Every farmer, field hand, and overseer, along with their families who the water dragon displaced, are headed in this direction to start farming immediately. The general believes we will have a hard time controlling so many cities through military might alone, and she would be correct if that were under normal circumstances. This corner of Olbert has long fallen to the wayside, a weakness I will be happy top exploit. We will bring such business to these cities the people will sing Skal's praise until they're blue in the face. Of course, knowing everyone is on their way here, we can't just wait out the city. I'll see Dre fall to me before sunset tomorrow, I boldly proclaim, with only General Pittz to hear me. General Pittz wisely doesn't comment, knowing any rebuttal she makes will only stoke the flames of war. It's almost time, let's head back to camp. I motion for the general to walk next to me. With all the sealing bracelets on her, the general moves at a slime's pace, but I don't mind. We eventually make our way back to our camp, where everyone is preparing for battle. I brought only a fraction of my troops so we could move faster, but seeing our enemy's defenses, I could have made do with half my forces. Master Packor, one of my communication mages runs up to me. Yes, I ask in a low tone, projecting my status. When you're as strong as me, you can't just smile at a common soldier, it makes them think something is wrong. Reports back from the other side of the city. The communication mage salutes me, and I stick to my one-word questions. That's usually the best option. All of the city's gates are closed and barricaded. They appear to have most of their forces stationed on the walls in front of us, but they do have scouts watching the rest of the perimeter, he reports. Anything else, sir? We managed to detain 4 last-minute carts that we think tried to flee the city as we arrived. Anything of note? Nothing much, sir. 3 of the carts had valuables, so we secured them in case they were local nobility trying to escape. And the 4th, if he didn't include it with the other 3, there must have been something suspicious about it. The 4th was a large cart drawn by 4 silver bivol. The merchant stopped when we flagged him down. The only thing is the communication mage pauses. Spit it out, boy. The communication mage straightens his back. Sir, other than the merchant and his 2 bodyguards, the cart was empty. My eyebrow raises curiously. Did you search the cart thoroughly? Indeed, Master Packor. The cart was scoured inside and out, but we found no hidden messages or goods of any kind. Curious, what did it appear he was hauling? I grill my suburbanite, they should have at least checked that much. All we found was small chunks of rock and some empty crates. It looks like the merchant was hauling some sort of ore, but there were signs of a struggle. It appears that they escaped from some bandits recently. Maybe they had to ditch their cargo. Did he have any money on him? I ask. Not much, sir. The merchant barely had a gold coin to his name. The bivol and cart were the most valuable things he had, even as damaged as they were. The mage freezes in the middle of his report for a moment and casts a quick receiving spell. Word form the far unit, sir. They're wondering what you want them to do with the people they captured. I stroke my beard, thinking. It sounds like the merchant they captured is one of Silver Herd's people. They're the largest merchant organization around. It would be useful to be on their good side. Escort the 3 suspected nobles over to our camp. Tell the unit to let the merchant go peacefully. Hopefully, word will spread word of our generosity. I smile and chuckle while the communication mage takes a step back. This is why I like talking to General Pittz. She doesn't cower when I make a joke. She gets mad. I'll get right on that, Master Packor. The communication mage salutes me, waiting for my signal that he can leave. Dismissed, I say once again, using my low tone of voice. The mage scampers off like I'm about to chase him down. Sighing, I can't help but remember how old I am and how many faces I can no longer put names to. In my earlier years, I only took on students who emulated my path. Many became strong shields for Skull, but none were able to replicate my success. "Hey, old man, wake up." General Pitts's voice pulls me out of my thoughts. I turn to her. "Do you need to use the chamber pot again?" The general's cheeks turn red as she motions to my side. I look over to see one of my platoon commanders is standing near me, scowling at my captive for her disrespect. I didn't even notice him approach me. Was I that caught up in the past? It doesn't help that I no longer feel danger as I once did. It takes a special breed of person to harm me. If ever a day should come that I do die in battle or by the hand of an assassin, I hope my stats allow me to survive long enough to offer them a proper congratulations. I move my head from side to side to loosen up my tendons while I shake those thoughts from my head. I'm not dying today or any day until my homeland is free from that blasted dragon. "What is it, Commander?" The fully armored commander stops eyeing General Pittz and salutes me with gusto. "Master Packor, our camp is set, and the men are ready to form ranks on your command. That's the good thing about traveling in smaller numbers. Organization is much easier with fewer people. Good, spread the word that we're going with our double shield strategy again. But this time, inform the mages there only to target the siege weapons. Sir, the commander is confused by my orders. The quickest way to make a city surrender is to kill as many of its defenders as quickly as possible, reducing their morale. I guess I should explain, so he can adequately inform everyone. Commander, our goal isn't to sack this city and move on. We're to occupy Dre once they surrender. I don't know about you, but I don't wish to defend broken walls or worry about angry civilians if Olbert decides to become proactive and attack us. I understand, Master Packor. I'll see that every person shall know of your orders." I dismiss the man with a nod. "You plan to take the city without attacking it in earnest." General Pittz gives me a look that says she doesn't think my strategy will work. "If there were real soldiers up on that wall, I'd have to attack, but those aren't soldiers." I grin and point out the frantic people up on the ramparts. "Those are city guards and conscripted men, forced to defend their city. Watch and see how they hold up against a true army." General Pittz grits her teeth in frustration, probably imagining herself leading the defense. I'm almost tempted to let her go so she can help them make things more sporting, but I don't have time for games. Our signal whistles blare as my men start forming their ranks. I call out to a random soldier running past me. The young man skids to a stop and salutes when he sees who I am. "Master Packor, sir, I have a special job for you," I tell him. "Take the captured general to my tent and watch over her until I return." The young man takes one look at General Pittz and starts shaking under her intense glare. "Master Packor, I don't think someone like me should," he stammers out. I cut him off with a wave of my hand. "Her abilities are sealed so tightly she can't walk a mile without becoming winded. A man at your level should have no fear of her as she is now," I reassure the boy. "I'll rip your throat out with my teeth," General Pittz snarls at the young soldier. The poor man takes a fearful step back from the defenseless general. "Really?" I turn to her. I can't fault her for trying to cause me trouble any way she can. I guess I'll need to resort to the forceful approach. "Are you disobeying my orders, soldier?" I raise my voice and exert some of my pressure. A few soldiers nearby stop what they're doing when they hear me. "Of course not, Master Packor." The soldier lowers his head in submission. "Good. Now get the general to my tent and make sure nothing happens to her, or you'll have me to worry about instead of her." "Right away, Master Packor." The young soldier almost sweeps the general off her feet. He's fleeing so quickly. Time to get ready. My hand instinctually travels down to the sword at my hip as I start rolling my shoulders. Adjusting invisible armor is a pain, but not as bad as having it charged. I've managed to learn how to feel mana over the years, but like most, controlling it is beyond me. Every morning, select mages visit me and top off all my gear with their mana. My armor, sword, and other gear were all specially made for people like me who can't manipulate mana. Unless I'm in a battle, my magic items can function for 3 days straight. Of course, in a major battle like the siege on Fort North Ridge and my subsequent fight with the general, my armor's charge dropped to 35. My armor isn't useless when it's not charged, but I run the risk of the enchantments being damaged if I fight when it isn't, and my gear is not cheap to replace. Magic stones capable of keeping a magic item running for days on end are considered national treasures. You can remove a magic gem from a broken magic tool if designed properly, but the gem will never be the same. Each time a magic gem is removed and placed in a new magic item, it becomes weaker until one day it shatters. I know this all too well because this is my 3rd set of armor. Back in the days, I served under the previous king and was presented with this armor. The magic gem could hold 8 days worth of mana. After the first time it was severely damaged and replaced, the magic gem could only hold 6 days worth of mana. The last time I broke my armor was years ago, back when Skull was much more active in our campaigns, and after that, my new armor could only hold 3 days worth of magic. It's hard to guess if the magic gem inside my armor will last another transfer, but that's a problem for whoever receives my armor after I'm dead. I may be old, but my skills have never been stronger, and I don't see my armor failing me anytime soon, especially not here in this battle. Once I make my final adjustments, I find the nearest communication mage and have them spread the signal to form ranks, officially starting our siege on Dre. I activate the magic tool that shields me from sight and start walking down the center of my troops. Anyone who's fought me before would know my formation, but it's the most effective against new foes. I picked up this tactic fighting the warlords of the West. Their soldiers were always zealots worshipping battle, even more so than myself, and it took an extreme show of force to demoralize them. As the guards upon the wall prepare their few siege weapons and spells, I remember the first time I implemented this strategy. If I remember correctly, it was while we were sieging a warlord's castle in the summer. The battle had already gone on for 4 days straight without our opponents showing any signs of forfeiting their hold on the keep when my crazy idea came to fruition. Since then, this formation has always left the same impression on my opponents. My men's shields go up as we march into Dre's firing range. I thought they would start firing immediately in a disorganized fashion, but instead, they hold until more of my soldiers are in their range. At least they aren't complete fools. But unlike the lengthy stare down we had with General Pittz, Dre's defenders release their first waves of attacks as soon as they think they have enough people in their targeted area, defender of all. I activate my favorite Tier 5 skill. As if everything was aimed at me from the beginning, every spell, bolt, boulder, arrow, everything curves in the air and diverts to where I'm standing. The world becomes silent as I activate my many defensive skills. The first to hit are the spells. Dre mustn't have many remaining mages because only 2 siege-class spells are launched at me, both of them subpar. I don't even count the lower-tiered spells that wash over me like a light rain. Forcing all the spells to converge on my location causes many of them to collide with one another. When spells collide, it reduces their overall strength by a good margin, effectively canceling a good chunk of them out. Spells of this caliber aren't able to hurt me, but they still kick up a large dust cloud, where 2 of my lesser-known skills come into play. I focus on my danger sense skill, predicting where the large boulders and bolts will land. It gets harder to predict their trajectory when skills boost projectiles, however. Sadly, Dre doesn't seem to have anyone competent in working their siege weapons. Activating my dancing skill, I smoothly dodge each boulder and bolt as they land around me. Few know of my love of dancing, but I recommend it to each of my students to improve their footwork. A few competent archers, around level 50, tag my armor with their arrows, but that's all. When the dust starts to settle, and I make my presence known, my army cheers, further demoralizing Dre's guardians. It's easy to spot the panic in our opponents' ranks after seeing me appear unscathed from their attacks. To them, I'm only wearing a simple uniform without any armor. Scanning the walls just as I predicted, 2 of their catapults and 1 of their ballistas have broken after their first volley. I should show them what a real attack looks like just to educate them. Fire, I yell using loud voice. Fire, fire, fire. My commanders echo my orders, and my mage battalions unleash utter destruction against their pathetic siege weapons. After a few continuous volleys from us, nothing remains on the ramparts other than their soldiers cowering in fear. They tried to protect the siege weapons with shielding spells, but once a few of our spells soared near the undisciplined mages, they dropped their magic to prioritize their own self-preservation. Is taking the city going to be even easier than Tburn? Now that it's relatively safe, I summon over 3 communication mages from either side of me. Send word out to the mage battalions. I want them to continue peppering the walls and the city with loud and flashy spells that do little damage. Then I want you 3 to make my voice loud enough so that the whole city can hear me. Sir, they all acknowledge my orders and quickly get to work. I thought I would need to assault the city for a whole day before I could break them, but judging how many people I see fleeing the ramparts, over half their forces must be deserting their stations. I take note of a few brave men and women still trying to hold the walls. Our mages switch tactics like I ordered them to and start launching flame spells that are bigger and brighter than usual ones that lack any real substance behind them. Most spells like that only do damage with their blast waves, so they shouldn't damage the walls or the city much, but they will be loud and cause chaos amongst the people. Master Packor, one of the mages, addresses me. We're ready to broadcast your voice to the entire city. I feel their mana wrap around me and solidify into their combined spell. Showtime. City of Dre, I am Master Packor the Deathless, and your city will surrender to Skull's rule. I can hear my voice echoing behind the city's walls. If they had any decent mages left in the city, they could have quickly terminated my broadcast, but seeing how the spell holds, I take it any remaining mages are long past trying to hinder us. I demand counsel with your city's lord to discuss your immediate surrender. We are not here seeking wealth or to slaughter innocent civilians. Our bombardment will end as soon as your lord makes an appearance on the walls or the gates are opened. Make haste, I'd rather not burn down half of my city. I signal the 3 mages to stop transmitting. Now it's only a matter of time before the city is ours. If the lord doesn't come to speak with me, he'll have a riot on his hands. I wish my apprentices were here to bet with me on how long it will take. I'd try asking the general for her opinion, but I doubt she'd feel like guessing how quickly she thinks one of her cities will buckle under our might. As the general of this army and as the strongest person here, it's my job to stand and watch how everything plays out. If I were a lesser man, I'd be back in my tent waiting for a response from Dre, but that's not me. I stand proudly in front of my soldiers, waiting for a response. Not that standing here for 2 hours isn't the most boring thing ever. In the beginning, I was at least occupied by the occasional arrow aimed at me, but those stopped after the first few dozen bounced harmlessly off my invisible armor. I'm about to start considering sitting down at least, when I see someone waving one of Dre's flags, trying to signal me from the wall. I've already given out orders to stop our barrage if such a thing should occur, so it doesn't take long for our mage battalions to stop casting their magic. My men are under orders to retaliate heavily if this is a trap, but the battlefield goes silent until then. As I make my way over to Dre's wall, I get a good look at the man waving Dre's flag. He appears to be in his 30s, practically a child in my eyes. With everything quiet, I can use my skills to communicate without needing a mage, so I just shout up at him. I thought I demanded the city's lord to make an appearance. Who are you? Even looking up at this distance, I can see the young man's face is pale and covered in sweat. The city's lord is out on business to the neighboring city of Blayton. I was left in charge in his absence. He shouts back down to me, fear in his voice. I'm honestly 100 shocked. It takes me a whole minute to come to grips with what this young man just told me. The city lord had the gall to flee his own city. If such a thing happened in Skull, he'd be executed in front of his people. I have to bite back the anger rising in my throat. How could this be acceptable? Now I need to convince a scared child to open the door to his house. Then does that mean you represent the city? I ask. It does, he answers in a quivering voice. Fine, then open your gates and we'll stop our attack. How do I know you won't kill everyone once I do so? At least the lad has a head on his shoulders. I'm willing to enter by myself and sign a contract of surrender with you if I must, I tell him. The young man takes a while to think over his options. More than once, I see him look over at my experienced soldiers who are still in perfect formation with a look of utter dread. Poor lad, even I feel bad for him. It isn't his job to make these kinds of decisions. I'm honestly scared to see the state of the city if this is what I have to deal with. I'll allow you into the city to discuss the details. The boy eventually agrees to meet me face to face. One of the soldiers next to him whispers in his ear, and have your army move back as well, he hastily adds. I agree to your terms, I call out, signaling my nearby commanders with head gestures. As one, my army retreats while maintaining its formation. I make my way up to Dre's main gate with a prideful strut and wait for them to open the small metal door next to it that leads into the walls. The door opens as soon as I'm a few feet away from it, and 5 heavily armored and armed guards burst out to secure the area. They're all in the level 50s range, meaning they're the strongest soldiers here. I'm escorted through a small tunnel and up the many stairs leading to the city's ramparts without a word from my guides. I measure my steps, making sure not to move too quickly. I don't want to startle them. You can smell the old brickwork and feel the dampness in the air as we make our way to our destination. I'm not sure if that's from their winter just finishing, or if these are signs the wall isn't properly being taken care of. When I finally taste fresh air again, I'm standing on the ramparts, able to see my men in formation in the distance, as well as finally laying eyes on Dre. The city looks abandoned, everything is boarded up, and not a soul is walking the streets. Dre doesn't appear to be in as bad a situation as Tburn, but who knows how many people are still in the city. If more than 30 of the citizens have already fled, it could be difficult to get the city in working order, even with reinforcements on the way. I'm escorted over to a spot nearby with a small field desk. The young man who negotiated with me is sitting there. Up close, he looks even younger than I thought. Possibly he's only in his late 20s. He's dressed as an aide to a noble would be. His black hair is in disarray, and his panicked expression only grows more pronounced when he sees me approaching. I boldly stroll over to the small desk and sit across from the young man like the guards surrounding us don't bother me in the slightest. He looks like he wants to say something, but I'll be taking the lead in our discussion. It is polite for both parties to announce themselves in these situations. I am Master Packor the Deathless, one of the strongest people in Skull. Who are you? The young man swallows a lump in his throat, and most of the guards watching us flinch at my introduction. I'm Jason Hales, aide to the city lord and current highest official in the city. I can't help but snort, causing young Jason to flinch back. He's probably not even the head aide to the city lord, or he would have introduced himself as such. Do you know how this works? I ask him. Yes, he doesn't answer confidently. The two of us discuss the terms of surrender for the city. I think we should first talk about what will be the city's new tax laws under your rule. What is he doing? Then we can talk about citizens' rights. Jason continues despite the frown on my face. Is he trying to piss me off? Securing enough food for everyone is also an important matter. He nervously continues. No, I see what he's doing. He's trying to stall for time. It was probably the last order given to him by the city lord. Enough, I interrupt his ramblings. All the guards around us level their various weapons at me. I did not come here to negotiate daily affairs. I came here to sign a binding contract stating I won't kill everyone in the city. This city will be under Skull's control from this day forward. We'll decide how we wish to run the city. You can't just force us to sign anything. You're in our custody now. Young Jason tries to put on a brave front. He might be of some use in the future. I start off chuckling before I break into a hearty laugh. I hate to tell you this, kid, but even if all the men on this wall got together to kill me, I'd still walk out of here without even a scratch. I could kill all of you myself and take the city single-handedly if I was inclined to. The only reason I came up here to talk was to facilitate a peaceful transfer of power. The guards with their weapons drawn stepped back, and I noticed a few others listening in take off in fear. I can't just give you the city, Jason grits through his teeth. You can and you will, I tell him in a firm tone. You said it yourself, you're the highest authority in Dre at the moment. That means you're responsible for the lives of everyone in the city. I can spend the next day destroying your walls and making my way into the city, slaughtering all the guards as I go. Or you can surrender and be guaranteed safety. I won't be executed. Young Jason asks me. No executions, I reassure him. In fact, you'll be promoted. I need someone who knows the city and its surroundings as I'm sure you do, and I can promise you you'll never be left in a situation like this again. Truly, Jason asks, his bottom lip quivering. I nod my head. Draft up what I tell you to, and we can both sign it. A smile crosses my face as I walk Jason through our contract. He's a trained aide, so he quickly picks up how he's supposed to form the document so I can't go back on my promises. He'll be invaluable in controlling the city. After we sign at the bottom, Dre is officially under Skull's control. I stand on the ramparts watching the setting sun. My men have already confiscated the guards' weapons and long since sent them home, taking their place on the walls. We have regular patrols moving throughout the city, but opposition is few and far between, an optimal outcome. I should have said I would take the city before nightfall, I joked to my companion. General Pittz is still steaming after I just got done telling her how quickly the city fell in my negotiations with Jason. Bunch of cowards, all of them, the general spits on the ground. Hey, don't spit on my new wall. The look the general gives me could kill a lesser man. I think I've teased her enough for one day, so I'll give her a bit of good news. If it makes you feel any better, everyone who escaped Dre is mounting a proper defense in Blayton. Apparently someone believes they can defeat me if they have enough time to prepare. I laugh to myself. You'll get the fight you're looking for, General Pittz says in a low tone. I don't answer her, but I hope she is right. Taking Tburn and Dre feels hollow after my fight with the general. I crave a real challenge, real battle, a chance that I might die, no matter how small that might be. But first, I'll need to get this city in order before the refugees start showing up. I sent word to the king asking for skilled leaders to run the cities I conquer, but I don't know who was sent. At this rate, it will be at least a month before I can march on Blayton. Let's hope they don't disappoint me for the third time after I'm graciously giving them so much time to prepare. Aaliyah's point of view, my arms tense, my eyes narrow. Yelling, I pull back my arms while digging my feet into the forest floor. Exhaling the large breath I've just drawn in, I swing my new axe in a downwards diagonal strike. This time I won't mess up. My muscles tense just as my strike is about to hit my target. When I hear the bark crack from the tree I'm swinging at, I immediately know I failed again. God's damn it, I swear in frustration. Language, Aaliyah, my mom tells me for the 100th time today. Mom reprimanding me is another blow to my pride, but the giggles from my other onlookers are what really kill me. I don't see why you're mad about hitting the tree. Sandra pokes fun at me, knowing what I'm trying to do. Axes are meant to fell trees, aren't they? She asks sarcastically. Now, dear, you shouldn't make fun of her flaws even when they're so obvious. I can't tell if Surette is really reprimanding her daughter or just taking a shot at me like everybody else. I had to start coming out here into the woods to train with my new weapons because Camden said I was distracting the villagers with all my practicing. I was hoping to train alone today, but Sandra and Surette stopped by our house after Mom, and I finished our morning run together. My friend and her mom wanted to see how I was doing since I spent a whole week forging my new weapons with my master. Today is my third day off from the forge and the last day before I go back and start working on my armor. I tried to tell them we could talk later in the day after I practiced with my new weapons for a few hours, but I should have known that wouldn't work. And Mother, of course, didn't want to be left out, so she joined the impromptu girls' club in the woods to watch me train. Hence my current predicament. The three ladies have been critiquing each of my swings since I started. Usually, I'd be happy to show off in front of my friends and family, but this time is different. I was so happy to practice with my new axe and warhammer. I spent my first day off from work swinging away with everything I had. That's when I noticed I missed one crucial detail about my new weapons. Though they are on the heavier side, I can still lift my weapons with my stats. The problem comes when I swing them. Both my axe and warhammer are top-heavy, and even with my strength, the momentum from my swings is enough to drag me along with them. Widening my stances has improved my control a little, but not anywhere close to where I need it to be. That's why I'm practicing swinging my axe at this tree. I'm trying to perform a full swing while stopping my strike before it actually touches the bark of the tree. People think of the axe as a brutal weapon that you just swing with all your might, but swinging like that will just get you killed in a real fight. I know I could solve my problem by practicing with some heavy armor on, but the armor I'm designing with Mom will, at most, weigh 40 pounds. My armor would need to weigh almost 3 times that amount to compensate for my weapon's momentum. All of this has led to me making dozens of minute changes to my stances, trying to figure out a way for me to compensate for my lack of weight. I never thought I would wish that I was heavier. Your comments aren't helping, I hiss at my onlookers. Can I try holding it? Sandra asks, stepping forward. I put a few spare points into strength once or twice. Shit, Sandra screams. Her entire body locks up, straining to balance the heavy weapon. How do you swing this thing? She grunts. I reach out and take my axe back before she accidentally drops it and chops her foot off. I thought you said you put some of your points into strength, I tease Sandra. Mom and Surette share a giggle, for once not at my expense. I'll have you know I have a solid 25 in strength. I was the strongest amongst my master's pupils, Sandra proclaims, folding her arms in front of her. That's pretty good, I say in a sarcastic voice. Now you just need 6 times that and we'll be twins. Everyone here is practically family, so I don't mind bragging a little. Your strength stat is 150. That's ridiculous, she says in disbelief. I easily heft my axe onto my shoulder and smile at her. It's a little higher than that, but yeah, I can't help but flex a little to show off after all the crap they've been giving me since I started practicing. Sandra shakes her head in a disapproving manner. If only you focused on your magic skills, as I suggested, you'd be as great a mage as my master is. Scoffing at Sandra's remark, I increased the circulation of my mana network, like I'd let Sandra win this friendly debate. I think I'm doing quite well with my magic studies. In fact, let me show you my newest magic skill. Really, Sandra gives me a suspicious look. Move back to where our moms are, I instruct her. I glance at Mom. I've shown this to Dad already, so don't be surprised when he doesn't freak out when you tell him. Glancing up at the top of the tree I'm using for target practice, I pick a branch to aim for. I shift my axe from my shoulder into a proper grip and ready myself to jump. I hear 3 gasps as I launch myself into the air, and even more exclamations when I use airwalk to jump a second time even higher into the canopy. Closing in on my target, I stop and use precise strike to sever a thick tree branch with one upward swing of my axe. I'm happy I hit my target, but I'm more surprised that my axe didn't drag me with it this time. I replay everything in my head as I start to drop to the ground with the severed branch. Halfway to the ground, I use airwalk once more to slow my descent. As my feet touch the forest floor, I'm still trying to figure out what I did differently that time than in my last hour of practicing. I was soaring up to the branch I wanted to cut. I shifted my stance and stopped when I was in range. What could have kept me from being dragged along with my weapon? Did airwalk have something to do with it? I've already tested that my skill helps provide a much sturdier surface to interact with. Would that help stop me from moving, though? No, but I did stop when I reached the branch I wanted to cut. How did I do that? Was it my mana? I start to piece together an idea of what stopped me from soaring higher. Subconsciously, I must have formed a mana barrier around my feet like I do to use airwalk. Only this time, I used the mana to temporarily hold me in place so I wouldn't fly any higher, which subsequently kept me from being dragged around with by my weapon. I can use mana to lock myself in place. It will take some practicing, but hopefully I can figure out a way to anchor myself to the ground when I'm swinging my heavier weapons. That way, it won't matter how heavy I am, I could keep using my movement-based fighting style even with heavier weaponry. A huge grin crosses my face. And to think, if I didn't try to show off in front of everyone, I wouldn't have realized this until much later. I look over at Sandra to thank her, only to see her mother and Surette staring at me, mouths open in shock. Something happens to your ego when you leave people dumbfounded. Strutting over to the ladies, I feel 8 feet tall. Like my new skill, I ask Sandra with a gloating smile. It might not equate to the many spells you learned, but I'm happy with it. That was amazing. Surette is the first to find her voice and quickly compliments me. You can run through the air now. Mom is equally surprised as her friend. Yep, my grin widens. That shouldn't be possible, Sandra mumbles, leaving me confused. I'll admit it was hard to do, but it's not impossible, I tell her. Sandra shakes her head. No, I mean, even at your level, you shouldn't be able to use your mana like that. A person's mana dissipates rapidly once it leaves the body. Covering yourself is one thing, but creating footholds to run in the air, that would take a level of mana manipulation I can't even comprehend. I flinch away from Sandra, who has a crazy look in her eye. Did you manage to break past the level 40 test? I nervously babble while taking a step back. Sandra, Surette calls out to her daughter. Get a hold of yourself. Can't you see you're making Aaliyah nervous? Sandra closes her eyes and takes a deep breath. When she opens her eyes again, Sandra has calmed down and has replaced her fevered look with a serious one. I'm sorry, it wasn't right of me to ask for your skill level like that. It's cool, I tell her. You are my best friend after all. I just don't get why mana manipulation is such a big deal. Anyone who plays with their mana enough can get it to level 40. Sandra lets out a big sigh. No, it isn't, Aaliyah. Mana manipulation is a tier 3 skill, but it levels like it's tier 4. I practice with my magic every day, including trying to control my raw mana, and I only managed to get mana manipulation to level 23. I haven't leveled mana manipulation in almost 6 months. My master wouldn't tell us what level his skill was at, but he dropped hints he was stuck on its test. My master can't control his mana anywhere close to what you can. Is there some sort of secret technique you've discovered that can help me? Sandra looks at me with pleading eyes, making my answer all that more difficult to give. I'm sorry, Sandra, but I don't know what to tell you. I just kept playing with my mana and trying new things with it as my skills leveled. I mostly focused on my internal manipulation, but my skills started leveling a lot faster once I could cover myself in my own mana. You probably noticed the skill I gained from it. The barrier you always keep around you. Sandra moves to poke my arm only to have her finger stop when it hits mana skin. That's right, I tell her. I kept trying to make it stronger and stronger until recently when I realized it was strong enough to walk on. I see, Sandra says, looking like she has a lot on her mind. Sandra lets out another sigh after she looks like she's come to a conclusion. I guess the only thing I can do is work harder and try to catch up with you. But you did pass the first test already, didn't you? Don't hate me, but I don't think I feel comfortable giving out the specifics to my skills, I awkwardly tell Sandra. I understand, she responds with a smile. It wasn't right for me to ask again anyways. I won't give you the specifics, but I'll tell you I've passed the first test. Telling Sandra that I've reached level 60 in mana manipulation might dissuade her from trying to catch up to me. Friendly competition is always a good thing. I should be thanking you, I tell her. I had no idea other mages had such a hard time with mana manipulation. I could have accidentally said the wrong thing to a mage in the future. I already called the mages helping to melt the snow and dray criminals. Sandra's face softens as she tries to hold in her laughter and accidentally makes a snorting noise. The two of you make such good friends, Surette remarks. For a second there, I forgot our moms were here. The best, Sandra and I echo each other. Now that's taken care of, I should get back to my practicing. I start walking back over to the tree I was using for target practice. You still want to train more? Surette asks me in disbelief. Yep, I had an idea that might let me swing my weapon properly and I need to test it out. But I was hoping the four of us could go back to our house and have some tea together, Surette pouts. Sorry, but I still have a lot I want to try out. I politely decline her invitation. You shouldn't work so much. Doesn't a tea break sound nice? Just like my mom, Surette doesn't give up that easily. I'm about to politely decline her again when surprisingly, it's Mom who comes to my rescue. Don't even try, Surette. I've been telling Aaliyah that for years now. And besides, if we drag her away from her training right when she has a breakthrough, she'll be moody while we drink our tea. Let's leave her here like she wants. I make a mental note to thank Mom later for helping me. Oh, all right, Surette relents. Let's go without her. Mom and Surette start walking back towards the village but stop when they notice Sandra isn't following them. Is something wrong, sweetie? Surette calls back to her daughter. I think I'm going to stay here with Aaliyah and meditate for a bit, Sandra tells her mom. I can see Surette's shoulders visibly drop in disappointment. Fine, be careful, you two. We will, I yell back, reassuring her.